degeneration of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alien, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, data banks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be God while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, particular.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alleluia brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-nets filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. Extra vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking princes. Hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
Oh, y'all motherfuckers thought it was over, huh? But it's not. You didn't count on a fallen angel getting back into the grace of God and coming after you. Y'all niggas ain't shit. The producers ain't shit. The fucking A&R ain't shit. I'll fucking fight my ass with your demo deal. Yo, diabolic, take this motherfucker's head off! Go ahead and grip blocks. I'll snap your trigger finger in 6 spots. You'll have to lip lock with hypodermic needles to lick shots. I watch you topple flat. Put away your ratings and holler back. Can't freestyle. You're screwed off the top like bottle caps. Beneath the surface, I'm overheating your receiver circuits by unleashing deeper verses than pre-speaking churches. What you preach is worthless. Your worship defeats the purpose like President Bush taking bullets for the Secret Service. Be gone with jaw fathom. I shit on cats and jaw tap them. Show no compassion like having a straight face orgasm. Tour jack him. Have his half a 10 bitch suck my friend's dick. In the meantime, you can French kiss this clenched fist. Diabolic. A one-man brigade spreading cancer plague. This fucking a pussy face holding a hand grenade. So if I catch you bluffing, faggot, you're less than nothing. I just had to get that stress off my chest like breast reduction. You motherfuckers are nothing. You cannot harm me. I'll resurrect every aborted baby and start an army. Storm the planet hunting you down. Cause I'm on a mission to split your body into a billion billion one-celled organisms. Immortal technique could destroy your religion, you stupid bitch. You're faker than blue-eyed crackers nailed to a crucifix. About to blow up like NASA Challenger computer chips. Arsenic language transmitted revolutionarily. I'm like time itself, I'm gonna kill you inevitably. Chemically bomb you, fuck using a pro piece. I'm illmatic, you won't make it home like Jerome's niece. I'll sever your head diagonally for thinking of dissing me, and then use your dead body to write my name in calligraphy. This puppet democracy brainwashed your psychology, so you're nothing like diversity without equality. And your crew is full of more faggots than Greek mythology. Using numerology to count the people I sent to heaven produces more digits than 22 divided by 7. You like Kevin Spacey, your style is usually suspect. You never killed a cop, you're not a motherfucking thug yet. Your mind is empty and spacious, like the part of the brain that appreciates culture and erases. Face it, you're too basic, you're never gonna make it. Like children walking through Antarctica, butt naked.
Drop. 1, 2.
I drop a bucket of sexy intellect, piss, mongoloid, survive-driven, heated millennial text mostly. Close to the chemical icon, war chest, that shit breath, incredible hybrid half-arm mechanism. And look, the sickle fancy the jism. Stuck between butt naked pre-military drives, schizophrenic, we're all gonna burn dear hearts of sentiment. Commercial commodity, Mason approved, kill the cortisone, epic dialect from infected rob tenement. Most motherfuckers just simply suck a burrito from a shit box anyway. Step up to little Johnny, the survive like a retarded animal for plastic bubble dome, sulfur oxide, a handling hospital escapee. If you haven't been raped lately, goddamn I shit on it. After the acidic hot colada kid prompts it. We dream dirty works like drones to the hell out perk. For the automated needles, fed bedroom, catatonic tirades to the sucker bitch lip notes corroding. I don't laugh, emasculated remainders of that ambiguously gay Siegfried and Roy intern class me death row. They bring them to the fucking gift festival. Conformities for the castrati porn formula R. Yo, fuck it, have stars where they start. Check it out. They children get their gift and don't give them shit tree. The worst tune delineated from a bitch force community. My shit in an uncommunicable solid snuff film images work consistently. Shit connection LP activate. Megaton B-boy battle sucker bitch. Remedial flies and blown piece metal track catalyst. Dust at the scrimmage. Play with collectible faggot MC cop from out of miniature. Playing sharp vocal from a TikTok episode. Stuff vocal mobile polishing copies. Programmable shank me Elmo. The latter half of the century. Hard rock cadence sound retarded, doesn't it? I could say eat a dick cookie then turn my back on you. Casually comfortable with 7 minutes of refreshing, relaxed into missionary positioning. Captain metal claws and the light glistening. Who rub close for control substance for sustenance quota. Cavity creep incorporated savagery lesson from Rona. Bushes burning about my aroma. Ingested like the flesh of Christ. Extra nice sacrament matter device. Tested and approved lucid four-finger bell ringer. Never say the same shit twice. Period. Born of the fly shit, designer temple and Einstein hybrid. Born of the monotonous crime skits and pseudo keep it real independent fine print. You're fucking with a hot climate. I approach as a man with mechanical mandibles extended and a cum scribe with the digital linguist position. Faded out from the back with a scope piece and a primal display for the feminine drum kit's affliction. Man, listen, actual fact is my brain bubble that's soaked in a millennial paranoid. Cloak of Misty, I just named another bitchy quadriplegic metaphor theory. With maps and a halftime scary. I'm riding out soul vision, cloud killing field fodder. Fucked in the brain stem, cadet of proletarian hemorrhage, modern ski. The singers of the pole pottery. Who kept the dental shards of the recipients of the snot box bombardment barrage? For what is looked upon as the human compartment of psycho arson collage.
Yeah, welcome. Blessings.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And if you'll notice, I've started a little bit 5 minute early, than the normal intro. We let the intro run for about 8 more minutes, but I'm eager to get started at this point, right? Because we have a sort of a short presentation before we launch off into representing this debate review, right? So if you guys caught the community post, it's going to be a little bit of a different format today for the show, right? And I'm going to introduce the various topics on the show. And I just had a very lengthy conversation with one of my homies, right? Who is a Christian monk. And I think that there's a lot of crossover, right, between looking at how modernism came about, right, or this idea of techno-liberalism. So I'm very confident in my views today, and blessings to all the people. And we will begin in a little bit. Let me go ahead and reach out to the people that are in the chat and go and grab my coffee here, right, as we do, right? And we'll go ahead and do that. I guess there's nobody joining me right now, right? I think I did drop the link in the chat, right? But yeah, this might be a solo stream for the next few hours, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, blessings to the people. And I know a lot of people are busy with family, right? So that's fine. And of course, we have a lot of sort of deeper things here, right? In terms of a history of transhumanism, right? The foundations of techno-liberalism and scientific totalitarianism in our modern age, right? The whole concept of modern and future, right? And how that enters through the idea of the myth of progress, right? The separation, okay, of man from nature, right? Which causes the desacralization of man. Desacralization of nature. It causes the deification of man, conversely, right? Desacralization of nature leads to the deification of man, right? That whole kit and caboodle, right? And of course, the idea of the desacralization of knowledge, right? Okay, and the sort of idea of the collective spirit, right? That's going to manifest, right? Through the archetypal man. So we've been sort of explicating these various notions and where, or sort of theoretic sort of characterizations of where they've arrived from history, right? Blessings to Dominic. I appreciate you. We got Dominic here. We got certain other people here. Blessings to Neutral Ground. I appreciate you. Appreciate your time. Dr. E. We got Dr. E in the house. All right. I appreciate you, man. We got Reddington, right? We got Made in Empire's Image secretly joining us. Blessings. I appreciate you, sir. We got the homie out here, ESP Revaluation. I greatly appreciate you, man. I got Shadow Band Forever. Oh yeah, you already know we Shadow Band Forever. It's just the topics, right? You don't have to guess. Save ourselves the guesswork here, right? I'm not here, but I am. Blessings. Another secret viewer. I appreciate you guys. Like an X-Files episode all on its own. Yeah, for real. We do our own thing here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I appreciate you, Shadow Band Forever. We got Browns Boy up in here. We got an exciting week of shows coming up next week. Right? I may do like a little New Year's show, right? Because my show just happens to fall on Wednesday, right? where we're gonna be up past midnight, so we might as well just call it a New Year's show, open panel, right? So we may attempt to do that on Wednesday night, right? Now on Friday we'll do Made by Machine Bob 8. So we got a brand new show coming up, a brand new installment of Made by Machine Bob that I'm sure you guys will like to check out, right? All right, we got You Tell Me out here, blessings. We got Mimsy Limbs in the house, blessings. I still got to hit up our homie here. So yeah, it seemed like he called me and then I called him and we missed, right, the calls. So yeah, so we got to set that up again. Blessings to the homie. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is what it is. It's real, right? We got to be real, right? We got to look at reality, right? The machine lies, TML. Much love to you and yours. Blessings. Thank you so much, Crystal Shaman. Thank you, my friend. The people that keep coming through, I greatly appreciate you guys. I miss a few people, all right? There's a few people I'm missing out here. You know who you are. Come by and say what's up to the boy. Don't be a stranger. The people that are not chatting here, they used to. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you guys. All right. Yeah, all right. So that's about it with the chat. I appreciate you guys chatting. Right now, as I was explaining, right, there's several ideas, right, and we can sort of catalog throughout time, right? We're sort of giving a historical review, right, of how desacralization of nature, right, God's removal from nature but entrance into history, right? These are sort of dual, it puts a dual pressure on the situation, right? That God is removed from nature. God has to enter into nature, right, in time, right? So this sets up some ideas, right, for time being above nature, right? As we see, we've proceeded where time is sort of replaced nature, and that's sort of through a futurism, right? Sort of a concerted futurism, right? And the desacralization of nature, the introduction of the myth of progress, right? The pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Right? The removal of God from nature, right? Okay? Into the realm of abstract ideas, right? Okay, God removed from nature into the realm of abstract ideas. So you have the desacralization of nature, right? You have God's entrance into history. So nature, not only it becomes desacralized, but becomes in a state of becoming, right? Nature is defined by becoming, right? Instead of being, right? So the separation between man and nature comes about through, as I said, right? The desacralization of nature leads to the deification of man, right? The desacralization of nature leads to the deification of man, right? Right. And historically, okay, we've put the ideas within the notion of a sort of development of this archetypal man or this universal man, right? Okay. So the archetypal man, right, gets transformed into, the man who's part of the state, right? Right. So man, the vicegerent of God, of the creator, sort of gets sublimated, right? And turned into a reflection of the state and its codes and its laws, right? And of this element, right? Which ties back to a sort of universal human nature, right? This is what a lot of the political philosophers who fashioned the idea of liberalism, they all started with a basic concept, right? That man is universal, right? And instead of saying that man has the ability, right, to correspond with nature in a one-to-one relationship because he is the highest reflection of nature, right? Put in the statement that man is the measure of all things, right? Instead of this notion, man sought to define himself, right? And when he sought to define himself, the greatest concept that man could come up with to define himself was God, right? And that's the greatest concept that man came up with to define himself, right? Was God, right? Right. But this ontological transcendence that was found in abstract ideas, right? Sort of separated man from nature, right? Once spatially dislodged, right? Through his use of reason to become separated from nature. Secondly, temporally dislodged to fall into the myth of progress, the pseudo-eschatology of progress or futurism, right? Instead of one that's based in traditions, right? So I'm trying to break this down into little bite-sized nuggets for you guys, right? Little bite-sized nuggets, right? Right? Where did this concept of techno-liberalism first arise? Well, it came from the concept, right, that reason is higher than nature and that man could mediate the divine, right, by sort of transcending nature through the use of reason, right? But first he had to develop abstract notions that govern over nature, right? And these abstract notions or ruling principles, right, were basically arche, right? As I said, en arche kai hon logos is the prologue of John, right? Well, as we saw, right? If all things are defined by the logos, and the logos is a man or a creative fire, right? In the sort of deistic sense, pandeism of Heraclitus, right? Or if words define reality, as the sophist said, right? And we sort of create our own meaning to things, right? And the meaning doesn't come from some form of ontological transcendence because nothing exists, right? This is what the sophists came up with. I forgot to grab my coffee. It's probably really cold now. Here, hold on. Let me go grab this shit. All right, we have achieved coffee. And looks like let me take a little sip of this. It's still kind of hot. I mean, it's not that hot, but it is what it is. I also have a Mars candy bar. You guys know Mars candy bars? Mars. You know, Mars. Really strange. But yeah. It's kind of like I don't know. But yeah, we'll get up in this Mars candy bar, which is kind of like a Milky Way, honestly. It's got caramel and nougat. Let me drop the link again. I'm spitting game on this idea. Okay. As I'm laying forward, right? You have this notion of man as a political animal, right? That develops. It's not accepted into the late until the late stages of development, right? Okay. And sort of where this notion of the state comes from, right? Okay, or better yet, man as a political animal, right? Let's look at this notion of man as a political animal instead of the notion of the state itself, right? Because the notion of the state kind of seems obvious. There's greater and greater forms of social organization, right? The use of cultural techniques instead of those that are just used for survival, right? Okay. Remember the modes of adaptation to techniques that we discussed, right? Okay, we discussed biotechnics, right? Which is man's total equipment for survival, right? We discussed cultural techniques, right? Which are language and ethnic divisions, right? Of man, right? And his ethnic traditions and cultures, right? But there's also the mechanical techniques, right? And as we said, cultural techniques allow for the amalgamation of large swaths of areas, right? Into a cultural framework, right? Or religious framework, right? Right now, the cultures used to be tied to religions, right? Right? Not every place had a different religion, right? But they would express that religion within their unique cultural expression, right? And you even see this in in Christians, Jews, and Muslims, right? They have cultural designations for the way they practice their religion, right? There wasn't a universalized type that came about, right? But these universal types came about through the amalgamation of various religious traditions through the use of cultural techniques and means of social organization, right? So just as cultural techniques require biotechnics, right? Mechanical techniques, right, require cultural techniques, right? For their blossoming and their fruition and their sort of entrance into society, right? So you got two basic concepts that I'm working with, right? And you got a lot of concepts in between those, right? Which is this idea of the deification of man, right? And the desacralization of nature, as I've said earlier, right? So this is the topic that we're on. So I appreciate you guys. It's an awesome topic. That is the topic I'm focusing on, right? We got Joe Cool here. Blessings. So I don't know why he won't come up. I guess I have to press this button.
My bad. You didn't hear me? I had it mic muted. I'm just listening, man.
Yeah. 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 So in terms of blessings. Let me throw this up. Throw this up here, right? The H.R. Geiger, right? Because it's funny because H.R. Geiger uses a lot of biotechne in his art, right? He combines the biological frame and machines. That's why I've used him in the background here, not because I'm a Satanist, right? And there's Lucifer horns. And right, no, we're explicating the situation here, right? That we're all in, which is technology and spirituality, right? And human consciousness and how these things intersect, right? It's very important, right?
The machine needs the human cultural aspect as an introduction. That's where you left off. That was dope.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. In the same way, mechanical techniques sort of assimilate cultural types. I said that cultural techniques assimilate different forms of religious tradition, different forms of cultural tradition, right? And you could look at like Hammurabi's code, or the the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or any of these things as evidence of these cultural techniques, right, and the way they operate, right, and how they were able to amalgamate various forms of techniques. Now, each culture or society, when they developed tools, they were mediated by various forms of cultural expression, right? But once you develop mechanical techniques, right, and there's a cross-cultural incubation of those mechanical techniques, you no longer need the cultural or religious establishment in order to sanction them, right? And you have the birth of a universal form of techniques, right? This universal techniques.
I hear where you're going.
Right.
The other ones are obviously religion would play a role. Once you start developing these things on themselves, they're going to develop something new, less religion, and they're going to you're forming something new. I'm with you so far.
Yeah, religion played a role because religion, right? Even though religion, right? See, as I said, science deals in anthropocentrism, right? Okay, religion deals with anthropomorphism, right? What that means is that, right, science puts man at the center of the equation, right? Just as religion turns nature and man as a mediator between the divine, right? So it's like so just as religion turns anthropomorphizes God, right, and makes them man-like, right? And so this whole idea, right, is also taught by Pascal, right, who said that he said reason confutes dogmatists, but nature confutes the skeptics.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
right. So in other words, right. So in other words, right, if your cage is ideological, you can escape that cage through reason.
Right.
If your cage is skepticism, right, meaning that you deny all types of things that are very clear, right?
Right.
Right, and you can't escape this. As they say, right? The Sufi walks the middle line between the between the ocean of credulity and the abyss of skepticism.
Right.
Right. So nature, right? Looking at nature, looking at the design, right? This is what healed many people of their skepticism.
Dope.
Right, of their nihilism. Right.
Dope.
So knowledge and nature have to be sacred if they're a mediator for God's creativity.
Right.
So
A true mediator as opposed to something fabricated. Yeah.
Right. So how did nature and knowledge become totally desacralized? Right. This is a total man is Atlas shrugged, right, so to speak, right? So like this is a whole loss of meaning. Right, loss of deeper meaning, loss of deeper sense of spirituality, right? So that has catalyzed through these various forms, right? Through the two things come about, right? One is the separation of man from man, but the other is, and that comes about through this dual notion, right? That we always talk about, right? Which is, massification and atomization. Right.
Hold on, before you move on, can I ask you? I got a question. You make me think.
Yeah, for sure.
Does this mean that it seems like if what you're saying is true, that the more you move toward the machine, the less you're going to lose nature and God? It seems inherent in what you're saying. I know that's not directly what you're saying, but it seems like you're saying that the more you lean toward the machine, I forget how you're phrasing it. It seems like you're going to lose man and nature, which is God in the sense that we're saying it. And you lose those things. And they start off inherently culturistic. They're going to be inherent, but the more the machine takes over, the language becomes it becomes more of a one language between all, and less culture and religion is part of that language. It's more of an updated version of a new language or something, and God is not as irrelevant as or as important. And it seems like you keep going down that line, you're gonna leave God out. Seems like, and I'm just barely throwing some shit around in my head here because this is the first time I'm hearing some of this stuff.
Yeah, it's like once see, liberal ideas about the universal means that man employs, right? These didn't really become fashionable until we had the objective factors of power in order to realize them, right? So the objective factors of power were the technological means, right? Then we can accomplish all the things that liberalism and science promised us,
right?
So what's driving liberalism is technology. Right. So the machine is driving liberalism, is driving the ideology. Right. So we can cut the middleman out. Right. And just say it's technology that's driving the psychology of the modern world. Right. Including the desacralization of man, the desacralization of nature, the desacralization of knowledge. Right. These three phases.
You got to put Jack in a bind. Because I'm sorry. Go ahead. I should get my thoughts together and shut up. But it looks like Jack preaches. Jack preaches what you're saying, where technology can solve the problem, but at the same time, technology is going to take him away from God. Looks like he's going to be in a bind, if that makes sense.
Well, it depends on what the problem is, right? Is the technology the problem, or is man the problem, right? Now, if you ask Jack, right, he will say that it's, the technology that's the problem and not man. So he's in the correct side, right? But a lot of the transhumanists, they'll say it's a failing of our nature, right? So then they'll try to fix the nature, right? And then they get into some bad form. So Jack still has a sort of fail-safe in that he blames the technology and not man, right?
Yes.
But then
he needs the technology though, in his future vision. He needs the masses.
And that's the part that I think is delusional, right?
Yeah.
And that's the part that I think is delusional, right? And but nobody focused on that aspect, right? Because we cannot. It's not delusional because we can't save humanity like most of these chumps are saying, right?
Right.
But it's delusional because we can't decide the direction where the technological system is headed. We don't drive that change.
Very good. That's
what I mean, right? So that is the main reason, right?
I think so too. He has to rationalize that aspect of it. You can't control that thing no more. You can control nature.
Absolutely, because you're trying to control nature. The more you try to create technology, as a second order nature, as a reification of thought, right? You get caught in a double bind, trying to improve nature or trying to justify man's achievements, right?
Yes.
And what do you get at the end, right? You get the total need for efficiency and progress,
right?
Right, and this seems to be driving, right, social ideas, right? Our cultural ideas,
right.
Yeah, the culture is being driven by technological innovation, right? As the end result,
100%, 100%. For instance, we could say that now the culture of any teenager or whatever race or probably even country where you're from, that culture now, technology is a huge part. You got to envision this guy or this kid, this teenager with an iPhone in their fucking hand or some type of phone, walking down the street, preoccupied, the way he communicates, the way he talks, all of his culture, the music he listens to goes through that technology now. It is technology. I don't know if it's defining culture, who with chicken or egg, which came first, but technology is absolutely part of the culture
Well, it's the culture. It's the culture that created the technology, but
Okay,
now the
okay.
technology is driving the culture. That's my main contention, right? That
All right.
even though it's the we know the chicken and the egg, but now we got the cart before the horse, right? It's like we're letting the technology drive the culture instead of creating human level technology that can improve our culture, because most of history you'll see. Right, we had a high level of cultural refinement and we had a low level of technology. But now it's reversed. Now we have a low level of cultural refinement and a high level of technology. So you could literally see the inverse relationship between the two.
I'm in agreement. Yes, you're right. Technology was just a tool to reflect our culture. Now technology is the drive. It defines you. That's dope. It's dope.
Right, and that's one of the many reasons why we can't control where it's headed and so on and so forth. And I'd like to take this time to take a little break.
So get you warm up your coffee and all of that shit, man.
It's already cold.
Or
Yeah, it's all done. Yeah. Unfortunately, but yeah, I may make another coffee here. But as I said, today we're having more of a short stream, right? Because I have to replay. I fell asleep last time, so I have to replay this transhumanism debate. I mean, right? A review, because this transhumanism debate review is a really robust review of a lot of different ideas and concepts, and it's two high-profile thinkers that are involved there. So I think that'll be useful for a lot of people to see how we dissect those ideas and concepps, right?
All right, you want to do that now? You want me to bail? I'll still check.
Oh no. Yeah, feel free to stick around if you like.
Okay,
we'll still be on for the next 3 hours. So
okay, all right.
But we'll be taking lots of music breaks. This
I
is one of my
guilty
favorite
because you was like, you come with cold coffee and I ain't got over that shit. If it ain't hot, you know what I'm saying? I want you to be comfortable. I just made me some lemonade. I got my weed and shit. Get comfy, man.
Yeah,
the coffee. Around.
Yeah, I'm like drinking cold coffee and pissing like all day. The piss is warm and the coffee is cold. It's crazy.
Right, it's crazy. It's piss warmer than the coffee.
It's like hot piss coming out of me.
Cold coffee.
So here's one of my favorite rappers named Freddie Fox.
Oh no, he did bring out the Freddie Fox.
Freddie Fox, yeah, Freddie Fox. He's great, because he just starts yelling, right? So he just scream on people. So Freddie
Love
Fox.
Freddie Fox, yeah.
Click. All right. So I remixed it here. Enjoy this, and we'll be back. I tested the video, so it should play all the way through, and so we'll be back in about 4 minutes here. Blessings to all the people. More discussions on different issues. We got Heraclitus, we got the transhumanists. We're sandwiched in between a bunch of things, right? Obviously, we got the occult sandwiched in between the pre-Socratics and the mystics and the sages, and also the modern sort of magicians, right, of technology and science, right? And so we have a lot of ground there.
The modern magicians, I like it, of technology and science. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, the technology came from magic, right? So this is the thing. Not only is magic primitive technique, right, because it shares the idea from technology and the manipulation of nature to reach an end result, right? But also, any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. Technology obfuscates the means, yet it universalizes the means, right? So it's not only
a magician must he will be technologically driven. The new magician, you figure the old magician, he would have used whatever craftsmanship to make his box of his illusion. Magic must progress with the machinery, with technology. If it's not happening now, it's logical as fuck. If it's not already happening,
right? So that's the thing, is we used to use magic to transcend nature. Now we use technology to do it. That is it. So enjoy this a song, and Yeah, Andy, I'll answer your question when we come back. Blessings. Thank you so much. Stick around. And I see there's a question there in the chat. So yeah, so we'll answer that. Blessings. We'll start with that.
That's right. Bring it back, baby. What the fuck you looking at? You ain't never seen a real nigga with the steel, nigga. Ready to die, ready to kill, nigga. I turn your heart into a beanie, baby, and go home and lay up and tell my bitch you should've seen me, baby. I beat them niggas like they owed me or outflowed me. I sent them niggas running like Mario, leaving keys and screaming please. I coached 25 niggas for 25 G's. Shot a fat one with the C cipher, rapped about it like the lifers, and let them niggas know it's bumpy knuckles, baby. Yo, check it out. This one's for them niggas on the block. You know what time it is, baby. Throw them hands when I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back door brick. Really coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up. Niggas throw them hands up. When I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back door brick. Really coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up. Quick, D. Tell them what I'm talking.
Hey yo, here we go again. Another one sent from Travis D, my friend. If you ain't never heard me, let me begin by saying I stay blazing. Cause how I bring it is amazing. Say this while I'm after a hyper one because it's blazing. Puffed up and begin to register until I look at the white paper and start to vision on how I'm gonna make this new mission. I see myself in a 2G message spitting. Get my point across, say yo, pay attention, listen. I rhyme with intentions, don't make me start handing out rap attention. Total rhyme suspensions, skill teacher, Lord so nice to meet ya. Bring the pride up when I greet ya. No plans to deceive your son, I just bring across that feature. Ride with a leader, even bring it to the teacher.
Right. When I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up quick. Throw them hands up. You throw them hands up. When I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up quick.
My soldiers is at ease unless it's war. That's when the gas squeeze. Talking sassy, knowing you get snatched up like rat cheese. I'm the thug in the club, pumping my fist, hand on my dick, playing the wall until I'm fucked up and wanna dance with a bitch. My eyes noticing the fatty banging, ass in the tits, and I don't never trust a hoe, so I'm always stashing my chips. I'll be bent, never sober, still don't crash up the whip. And if it wasn't for this music, I probably will never be shit. I'm broken, my wrist is iceless, my rhymes is priceless. I beat the cops senseless like Marlon Wayans and rape him with his own nightstick, but on the low, I be blowing the dro, fucking with hoes, call me your father, son and you, keeping you up on your toes, yo. Fuck y'all niggas, I'll crush y'all niggas, y'all bitch niggas. I take a faggot and make them fuck y'all niggas. Above me, you will never be, you can never achieve being ahead of me. So fuck who you are, word isn't who you will ever be.
When I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up. Quick, throw your hands up. Niggas throw your hands up. When I be running with my mom, we wow. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wow, niggas throw your hands up. Quick, throw your hands up. It's for them dog niggas. That's right. Correct, baby. Don't get it fucked up. Whoa.
Quit playing. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Freddie Fox is like pre-mob deep shit up there with a rock and roll, hard rock. Oh, y'all don't know what y'all just heard. Y'all don't know. Y'all got no idea.
That shit ain't AI. It is what it is.
I wanted to text motherfuckers, but I'm on that phone that I text with. I want to text motherfuckers. He's like, you'll love this. Listen to this shit. Freddie Fox with some fucking.
Yeah, we can only play dope shit here. That's the rules. Blessings. And I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we got some more music soon. I actually have a whole music show I'm doing today, right? At the 4th hour of the stream, right? So we got a special music show for you guys. It's going to be some heavy stuff, heavy electronic music, you know, experimental shit the entire time, right? An entire hour of it, right? Experimental AI videos by Emperor Lorp,
Whatever that is, whoever that Emperor Lord, whoever that is.
He's a G. You've heard him before, for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
Yeah, you've heard him before. He's a dude. Come on here, like he got like a southern accent. He's like really loud and very very pronounced.
Okay, okay.
But yeah. So blessings to Lorp. I appreciate you.
There was a question in the chat you were going to answer when you got back.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go to this question here, and then maybe we can go to some of the resources I have. How are you defining magic at TML? I was simply defining it the way ellul defined it, right? Which is primitive technique, right? He said a manipulation of nature to reach an end result, right? So he's describing. So I'm describing magic as primitive technology and describing sufficiently developed technology as indistinguishable from magic, right? So there's a little so between
I think you're saying, in the way I would describe it, it's not what no Disney shit or anything like that. He's not describing it as that. He's just describing it as a person using what's natural in some sense. I'm even calling machines and shit natural or in some sense, but someone has got a better grasp on it than the other guy. He doesn't understand it yet. I think that's all magic is. That's in any significant advancement looks like magic shit.
Yeah. Before they had a sufficient understanding
Yes.
of horticulture, right? Before they had Gregor Mendel and his little peas, where he got the genetics and all this stuff, right? Before they had all that stuff, they used dowsing rods, right? They prayed for rain. Right. So I don't know if you know this, around the world, Andy, they would do this, right? They would pray to Demeter, for example, right? They do Bacchic rites and all sorts of crazy things for farming, right? So just for farming, right? This is just to grow food, right? So all around the world, the most primitive form of technology would have some magical aspect attached to it, right? Where you would either appease the gods, a sacrifice. Right. And this is because the technology, as I said, again, it was attached to a form of cultural or religious expression that's tied to language. So this is what I meant by cultural techniques, right? And them being pervasive, right? And all that.
So it may be a dowsing rod, like you said at one time, and later on it may be some type of IBM supercomputer, quantum computer shit, and it's just a progression of a tool,
right?
And culture.
So, they have manuals on dowsing rods, right? That Hegel was reading in the 1800s. He had this is in Hegel in the Hermetic tradition. Right, Hegel had books on dowsing, on using dowsing rods, right? So this is the thing: is like up until the 1800s, there was hermeticists and occultists that considered all of these things to be legitimate, right? So yes, even in the 1800s, during the occult revival, right, you have strange practices in magic and linked to technology, but it's obvious that a lot of this stuff came from alchemy. Right. So like a lot of the modern science, right, it came from alchemy. Right. And you have these guys. Right. If you watch the show Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right.
Yeah.
He'll point out Giordano Bruno. Right. He'll say Giordano Bruno had an accurate depiction of, space and time before a lot of people figured it out. And he was burned at the stake, right, for figuring.
Of course he was. Of course he was.
What they don't tell you is that he was a hermeticist and he was promoting, right, a different religious outlook than was popularly espoused at the time. So this probably had something to do with that as well, right?
And so he probably took, I don't know because I haven't read the guy. He probably took man out of the center. Old religion, man had to be at the center of everything. And anyone who said that, well, man's not at the center of things look larger, they were persecuted. Same shit what I think was Galileo locked up in his later years of his life and shit, because he said the earth, which was the church's way of saying man was at the center of the world. He said that no, it's not true. It doesn't look like everything revolves around the earth. In fact, it looks like we're just a small part of the cosmos. You know, they wanted to burn him, but he was too fucking popular, so they put him on house arrest.
Yeah, and he had, like a lot of these guys, they had friends in high places. Like for example,
That
for
saved his ass
Galileo,
too. Yeah.
yeah. For Galileo, it was people like Paolo Sarpi, right, and sort of these guys whose books were sort of the Bibles of Freemasonry, and he sort of taught very early on about sort of scientific, reductionism and materialism, and so did Francis Bacon, right? So it's very interesting how the some of the empiricists are sort of also espousers of these alchemical traditions, right? Like Newton, right, who espoused the notion that the universe was sort of mechanistic, right? Functioning based on these mechanistic laws,
right?
Well, it turns out that he studied alchemy, right? So this is because, right?
Apparently, Da Vinci held a slot in there too, which I don't know about, but apparently he held the same high slot in that alchemy shit as Galileo and some of these other people would have held.
Yeah.
Which is logical. He would have had the powerful friends. He would have, been able to meet all the right people because of his status. Is logical.
Yeah, and this is what our friend Dominator believes too, because the Hermeticists believe that God is in a state of becoming, right? So God is becoming, right? So it's not just nature that's in a state of becoming, but also God, right? So
I would not identify as a Hermeticist personally,
right?
But I do like some of their philosophy. I think they twist it though, because like the people you're talking about, they want to take it and they want to use it to transmute their own inner gold so that they can be more spiritually enlightened than everyone else,
right?
And give everyone else a materialistic mindset where there is no spirituality, where they begin to idolize technology. That's what precisely. The Hermeticist goal is, and that's why I reject Hermeticism, because they are a bunch of dark occultists at the end of the day.
That's fascinating statement. Yeah. I would mostly tend to agree. But I do leave room for the happy Hermeticism. Right?
Happy horseshit.
I think there are good aspects of Hermeticism.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
If you were just trying to, transform the spirit and all those things and left it there and didn't, go into the physical aspects of it.
The soul alchemy, instead
of the
trying to transform nature or become an agent of becoming, or
that shit.
Now, I want to know how old Machine thinks technology is, because I think technology is pretty ancient, and I would say it's prehistoric.
Agreed. A stick and stone would have been technology at some point.
Well, I mean more advanced than that. Like, for example, the way they describe a god like Enlil, for example, is basically he sits in a mountain, he looks at his tablets, the tablets of destiny, and he can basically see everything everyone's doing, and from his tablets, he can basically shut down the water from in your village.
That certainly sounds like a motherfucker pushing the button on the water company or your power. I see where you're going. It sounds like a guy sitting behind a computer somewhere pushing buttons and watching everything and knowing everything. It could be a technological explanation there. I hear you.
Yeah, and it becomes even more startling when you look at the existence of cargo cults. I don't know if you know about those.
No, I don't know.
Cargo cults are basically, it happened. There's an example that happened during World War II, where the U.S. military, they liberated an island from Japan, and the people of that island had never seen anything like what the U.S. military had. And they basically began to worship the technology that the U.S. had. The U.S.
because
would
the
give them,
airplanes would bring cargo in
yeah,
the airplanes, so that's like,
I
oh
get
shit,
it.
we need to appease the plane
The,
god for more cargo.
the old Star Trek primary rule where you'll be worshipped by simply revealing yourself, whatever that Star Trek or prime directive of Star Trek. You could become a cult around the ship because it landed somewhere. You know, that same thing.
yeah.
But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'll point out this idea, right? Birds use technology, right? So I think that animals, so yeah, you're right. It's prehistoric, right? It's animals before humans developed technology, right? And I agree with Ellul that technology precedes science, right? So it's technology that led to, you know, our ideas of science, and you know, it was the concept of sort of manipulating nature to get what you want that sort of led to us sort of studying, you know, reflecting and all that, and having free time and all that sort of stuff, obviously. So so you know, as I said, cultural techniques greatly expanded our ability to perfect mechanical techniques, right? Which is pretty evident, and that's why you know, birds and animals don't sort of have, you know, mechanical techniques on a large scale, right? And humans do, is because they didn't go through the stage of cultural techniques, right? Where we talk about you know, this notion, you know, especially how Buddha has touched on, Terence Deacon and you know, Jesper Hoffmeyer, right? But also Mumford mentions the concept of symbolic representation being a sort of mediator for a greater scale of technical development in man, right? So so I sort of start most of my shows by saying that, right? Because if I could boil down the ideas, then I start talking about man sort of desacralizing nature and becoming God himself, and sort of move in that direction. You know, so usually I start off every show with the same basic concepts.
Yeah, that's a big question. I would talk about it some more, but you know, I'm not sure if Dominatrix has heard me talk about it much, about symbolic reference. Like, have I talked about that with you, Dominatrix, or no? Not really.
Is Dominator.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
Dominator.
Oh yeah, Dominatrix. Oh yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah, Dominator.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Sorry, yeah. Like,
Dominatrix is a.
I can see where you can get that wrong when he's got the X's there and all that, but
they say when
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, actually,
yeah.
sorry. It kind of messed with my eyes a little bit, you know. Like, sorry about it.
Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. I also get called Minotaur sometimes, or
right. Yeah.
Very,
I can see that too. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna call you Dominator for now. I'm not gonna say Dominator. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Like, you know, that's why I'm a better reader when I see text. You know, but sorry about that. Yeah. But have I talked about symbolic reference with you, Dominator, or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So basically, I'm gonna go through this a bit. You know, so human beings, you know, they have, you know, okay, so let's start with icons. You know, icons work by looking or sounding like what they represent, such as a portrait resembling a person or a picture of a dog resembling a real dog. Second, indices work by direct connection or cause, like smoke pointing to fire or a footprint indicating an animal was there. Third, symbols work by shared agreement. Words or signs mean what they do because a community has learned and accepted them, not because they look like or are physically linked to the thing. The key idea is that symbols let us talk about things that are absent, imaginary or abstract, like the US flag. You know, the US flag points to a legacy and cultural history that you cannot tell by just looking at the flag. It's pointing to something, you know, like a legacy. And we can combine them using rules like grammar to form new ideas. This is what precedes language. These three types aren't opposites but layers. Symbolic thinking depends on more basic abilities to notice resemblances and real-world links. The same sign can function differently depending on how we interpret it. For example, an arrow can physically point somewhere or symbolically mean next. Overall, human language is special because it builds on a shared system of symbols on top of simpler forms of understanding. And that system is maintained by social learning, and culture. And I have just a few more to read. I'm almost done. Yeah, so this is a complex set. Symbols get their meaning from relations among other symbols, not from direct causal or perceptual linkage to objects. So only human beings are capable of symbolic reference. All animals rely on iconic and indexical reference. There's a kind of discontinuity, but the symbolic reference is bootstrapped on the iconic and indexical reference. Without a web of mutual constraints, there is no symbolism. Language is therefore not a smooth extension of animal communication, but a species-specific deviation, comparable to penguin wings among birds. Symbolic reference precedes grammar, with grammatical structure emerging from the symbolic constraint networks rather than being innately specified. It actually opposes Chomsky's universal grammar. I think Chomsky's universal grammar is wrong. Now, this capacity depends not on raw intelligence or brain size, but on surplus, undeterminate neural connectivity that enables cross-domain integration, allowing perceptual, motor, emotional, and mnemonic systems to be coordinated rather than locally bound. Symbolic reference thereby makes possible a representation of absent, hypothetical, counterfactual, and normative relations. Moreover, symbolic reference incorporates indexical reference by using indexical correlations as the experiential anchors through which symbol-symbol relations are selectively mapped onto the world and guide actions. And this is the final note. Cross-domain integration is the brain's ability to coordinate multiple normally separate systems, perception, action, emotion, memory, and expectation, into a single shared representational structure. In other words, this is my last sentence. A symbol is not tied to one thing. A symbol is not tied to one kind of thing the organism can do. It links many kinds of things at once. So previously, my older channel was about whether or not another organismal lineage can evolve towards the capacity of symbolic reference, such as my image. But, I developed some doubts over that. Maybe, involution is true. That's like the opposite. Like maybe everything begins as symbolic and then it degenerates. Or I don't know. It is a big question. Like, can another population reach symbolic capacity? Because at the end of the day, industrialization wouldn't have been possible without the symbolic capacity in human beings.
Why does it have to be all or nothing? Like whether it's one or the other? Why not both?
What do you mean? Like
both evolution and involution.
Oh yeah. You mean like a cycle? Yeah, that's too. Yeah, that's actually what I lean towards in the beginning. Like I think there's a peak to symbolic reference, and then there's an inevitable decline. Like in the beginning, I thought you evolved to symbolic reference, then you decline, because I was a neo-Lamarckian. But I don't see any other species with symbolic reference. Only human beings. That's the problem. Like. You see what I mean? Like, where are the reptilians or something? If maybe there are reptilians, I would like to meet them or something, because this is a very important question I've been dwelling on. If there were reptilians, I would risk my life to meet a reptilian. You see what I mean?
I don't think you want to die on that hill.
Them.
Yeah, I do. I want to see.
Do you think that humans have this ability, or the only ones who have this ability because of our ability to write things down? Like a dolphin, for example, they're very intelligent. And for all we know, they could have symbols that they can communicate to themselves. They
don't have symbolic reference. You see, I've studied the umwelt and the internal mental life of dolphins, elephants, crows, ravens. They're all very intelligent. Like they have a rich internal mental life, but they do not have symbolic reference. You see what I mean? Symbolic reference precedes the hieroglyphs or that cave. I think it was in France. What was the name of that cave where they were drawing like pictures on the wall? I think it was like Lascaux or something like that. So symbolic reference precedes all of that. This is semiotics. If you want to learn more about it, I recommend two people, Terence Deacon and Jesper Hoffmeyer. I learned about this in the second half of Jesper Hoffmeyer's book Biosemiotics. But yeah, no other species has symbolic reference. But I can tell you that there are these birds called Japanese tits. Japanese tits. Japanese tits have some
the bird species. Let's get that.
Yeah, they're a bird species, Japanese tits, and they have like very, very rudimentary grammatical structure. Like I actually wrote that down. I was studying. So I've You know, the umwelt of other beings, the umwelt, or the first person perspective, at least as far as we can infer it, was my area of focus, you know. And I have like something I have very interesting I wrote down from The Bird Way by Jennifer Ackerman. Yeah, Jennifer Ackerman. And here, let me read this. You know, this is like one of the closest things. You know, let's see here. Bird calls are functionally referential, describing predator specifics like the air versus ground threat. Notes even encode predator distance, size, and threat level. Birds process sounds and visuals faster than humans. Japanese texts and others combine meaningful signals to create compound messages, applying generalized grammatical rules. It becomes symbolic reference when it starts talking about things or pointing to things that are absent. You know what I mean? Like you can talk about dinosaurs are absent. Or the US flag, or the like pointing to a stain on a shirt, you know, that's indexical. You know, that's a close co-occurrence of things. But when you have a icon of a finger pointing to click here, even when it's absent or something, and you know that means click here or whatever, that's symbolic. You see what I mean? That's like what precedes the human language and writing, symbolic reference of Terence Deacon. He's like, I think, one of the most interesting cognitive neuroscientist, at least, and you know, yeah, it's a big question. Yeah, it's what leads to civilization. It leads to sacred art. It's a requirement. You know, symbolic reference. Without symbolic reference, you cannot have culture. You cannot have, high culture. You know, you cannot have high culture. You cannot have architecture of like. Because it's symbolic, you know, like look at the architecture of like India, you know, or even the West, you know, like the architecture is not just, you know, meant to be beautiful, but
here's another thing that I have in mind, right? Is I don't think it's just the mind that leads to things like architecture. Like even just looking at your picture of that bird, it has fingers and arms, and that's not something that birds have. So if a bird or a reptilian was to evolve to this state, their bodies would have to evolve in a way that would actually allow them to use the tools that they're imagining to build the things that they want to build.
Yeah, if you look at the wings and the arms of us, they're like homologous structures, homology, and you know, maybe like millions of years from now, they can have something like relatively like hands. You know, like I've been using, you know, and talking to some evolutionary biologists, and you know, they can't really predict what will happen like millions of years from now. Like it's very hard. Like, yeah, but this artwork is meant to be more symbolic. This is why I don't know if it will literally be like that. You know what I mean? But you know, the point is symbolic reference. Like once they make swastikas, or you know, ever seen the 8-petaled rosette? You know, among the world traditions, you know, 8-petaled rosette was everywhere too. You know, and the swastika. You know, I don't mean that in the, you know, the racialist way. I mean, swastika was all around the world. You know what I mean? And,
right. Yeah, the swastika is just it's just the rotation of the Big Dipper around the I think Polaris.
Yeah, well, it could also represent like a higher transcendental truth, like in the Upanishadic tradition or Hinduism. Swastika is more like, you know, referring to like a higher solar truth or something like that.
Yeah, that is it. That's the astrological truth. It's just a completion of cycles.
The other thing is, if eschatological views are anywhere correct, we don't have millions of years to see anything evolve.
Yeah, that's right. You know, but maybe reverse. I have a lot of material on this. You know, this is like speculative evolution topics. You know, and you know, it depends on a lot of metaphysical assumptions. You see, the symbols could be emanate. You know, they could emanate from a higher realm, or they could emerge. You know, let me tell you something. Okay? You know, the first thing is I do not believe mind can emerge from non-mind. That implies either panpsychism or idealism. Mind cannot emerge from non-mind. That I have certainty about. That mind cannot emerge from non-mind. You know, and the second thing is that mind cannot find mind. You know, mind has a transparent character. You know what I mean? It's something you look through. It's like a transparent representational tunnel. You know, that second thing I have certainty also. Like I cannot see your mind. I cannot embody your mind. I have to infer you have a mind. Now the third thing is, do symbols emerge within mind, or do symbols emanate from like a higher dimension or like some other plane of existence? You see what I mean? You know, that goes into Platonism versus Aristotelianism. Depending on your answer, it could affect a lot of what we take to be true. You know what I mean? It's possible that symbols do not emerge within the mind, or maybe they're like emanating elsewhere. You get what I'm trying to say?
I would say it's a combination of both. Like you were describing the American flag earlier and how it represents pride in the nation's accomplishment. That's something that arrives in the mind because it has history that humans have built upon that symbol. But when you get to things like the stars, like the swastika, that goes beyond the mind, because that's literally the stars and something that humans look up at every night and take very seriously. Not even just humans, you know, animals too. They look up at the stars, but they know they can't comprehend it the way a human can because of the reasons that you're describing. So I would say it's a combination of both.
Yeah, that's like a participatory emergence. You know, I actually thought something like that too, like symbols could like help you attune to like some kind of higher truth. Like they emerge, but they also attune to the higher truth or something like that. You know, that's one possibility. You know, that kind of leans towards Skolomoski or even Jean Lamb to some extent. You know, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, my question is whether or not symbolic capacity can emerge in another non-human organismal lineage, or maybe in the past it did. Have you ever heard of the Silurian hypothesis? The Silurian hypothesis is that we lack the tools to know whether or not some other industrial civilization existed like a million or a couple of million years ago. It's possible, like I gotta double check that.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially when you get rid of the uniformitarian model and apply a more catastrophean model. We would have absolutely no idea if a civilization existed a million years ago, let alone, you know, 100,000 years ago. With the frequency that I think cataclysms happen here, which I would say there's probably been at least 3 over the course of main human history. But these things, they basically take civilization and they make them go away. Like if a solar flare happened now that was hot enough, it would literally just melt all the steel and all the buildings, and all this, like New York would be gone.
So yeah, there are 2 things that, you know, basically, you know, I'm just gonna read it. Silurian hypothesis was proposed by astrophysicist Adam Frank and climate scientist Gavin Schmidt. Proposed that in a 2018 paper exploring the possibility of detecting an advanced civilization before humans in the geological record. They argued that there has been sufficient fossil carbon to fuel an industrial civilization since the Carboniferous period, 350 million years ago. However, finding direct evidence such as technological artifact is unlikely due to the rarity of fossilization in Earth's exposed surface. And let me think. You know, there's another hypothesis that also relates to that called the dark forest hypothesis. The dark forest hypothesis says that, you know, if there were intelligent like aliens or something, they would choose to be silent and hidden out of fear that revealing themselves would lead to destruction by a more technologically advanced and hostile civilization. That's one way to answer the Fermi paradox, the dark forest hypothesis. So yeah, those 2 connect to this idea also. So my question is like, you know, like like just want to see something non-human that has symbolic capacity, whether that's an alien or reptilian. You know, if anyone knows, you know, I would, you know, be willing to risk my life to confront a reptilian or an alien or something non-human that has symbolic capacity or something. Right?
So if you were across a reptilian right now, what would you ask it or say to it?
I would ask it, what do you think is the highest transcendent truth? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like you see in Buddhism, and you see beings like Nagas and Garudas, you know what I mean? You know, Tyranthropes Tyranthropes like Garudas, Nagas, people see it as just being mythic, but maybe they could also point to certain truths in the past, or even maybe reflect certain potential truths that could manifest or unfold in the future. You see what I'm trying to say? The Tyranthropes, symbolically speaking. I mean, like, you know what I
I
mean?
would say that they would offer a unique perspective, but I'm not confident that they would give you the truth. I would be skeptical of what they say, but I would also take it in with a bit of faith, balancing.
Huge grain of salt on that one.
Yeah.
This is just be cool. It'd be cool. Yeah.
Just because they are another advanced being doesn't mean that they have the answers themselves. Or even if they did, that doesn't even mean they'd be honest.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. It's just something that I would love to see. But the thing is, one thing I definitely don't want to see, and one reason I come on this channel is I don't like the idea of scientific and medical experiments of human-animal hybrids. Have you heard of Plum Island? There's some very grotesque stuff. Plum Island, or no, you haven't heard of that?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's very grotesque. Plum Island is an island where people claim they see like strange looking beings who wash on the shore near the island, and they have done a lot of unethical stuff, like lots of weird unethical experiments on animals and stuff. Like, I can give you a good video on Plum Island. I recommend you watch that. But that stuff I'm 100% against. You know what I mean? Like, they do a lot of, science we see is only the surface, but under the ground of the science, like DARPA or like Plum Island, they do a lot of unethical stuff. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's stuff I don't like. Yeah, I can give you the video on Plum Island. Let's see it.
All right.
Yeah,
I
recommend watching
it. If you're a race, like we imagine aliens, a race that are they're so in tune with science, they're so in tune with their technology. If you have gotten to that point, then you're essentially cut off from your intuition and the generative principle. So you don't really have empathy. So when they take these people and experiment on them, they don't really understand the level of fear that they're causing, if this would be the case, right? So I'm not saying that to excuse them, but they would basically, if they were so attached to their technology, it would basically make them too smart for their own good.
Yeah, well, the way I see it is that symbolic capacity gives like a better way to attune to a higher truth, a higher transcendental truth, but it can also be subverted or transformed into its opposite, which is profane. And the profane, the manifestation of profane is as technology. Because if you think about it, technology is a kind of profane subversion of our most ancient symbolic truths. Like, for example, think about it. The idea of a monotheistic God is twisted to become like an AI administering and ruling over people. And the idea of polytheism is subverted and twisted, in where we all are dreaming virtual realities, like we're stuck up in the pods, right? And the idea of Brahman, or unifying with the source, is twisted, where we're like in an internet of bodies. You see what I mean? Where we're all experiencing oneness in the internet of bodies. Do you see that with the symbols come the opposites transformation that can become profane? So it's all about the symbols in some ways. I mean, in terms of the causal source of these issues. You see what I'm trying to say? That's where I've been developing these views and refining them.
And it's not also just the symbols. It's also how people interpret the symbols. A lot of people, they basically let people interpret the symbols for them, whether it's a politician or a priest or a banker telling them that they need money in their life. Like, if you actually read how money works, the only reason it has any value is because when you go to the store, it's a guarantee that the clerk is going to accept the money because they believe the money has value. If there was not that belief, money would lose its value overnight. So money is based inherently in a false symbol that basically detracts from the person's spirituality, and they put it and store it in this like false energy conduit known as money.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And you know, the Pierce
It might
and
be a little
Jesper,
more complicated than that, but yeah, I get it.
yeah, Jesper Hoffmeyer, they say the signs or symbols is linked to the object, you know, via interpretation. So all signs or symbols involve interpretation, which link it to the action cue. You know what I mean? So the sign process does involve interpretation. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, it involves it for everything. You know, like yeah, I had that in my book. Yeah, it's been what? Yeah.
Have you read or heard of Modern Money Mechanics, Reddington?
Is that like is that a specific term? No, I haven't.
It's a document that basically outlines how banks work, and it's kind of complicated to understand, and that's done by design because it has all this banking terminology. But if you read that, it'll tell you exactly how the monetary system works in this country. And it's basically the way exactly I described. The only reason money has value, and it says it right in there, is because people think it does.
If it doesn't describe the two-circuit system, then it might not be up to date.
As far as I'm aware, the only thing that's not up to date with it today, because it's based entirely on fractional reserve banking, which is the idea that the bank is allowed to loan 90% of the money that you store with them, and they can keep 10% of the money.
That's only one. That only applies in certain aspects. It doesn't apply a carte blanche over everything.
Yeah, there's a pretty good graphic of this in the second Zeitgeist movie, right? Addendum, right? In the beginning of it, they have like a visual, like breakdown of modern money mechanics.
I get where people get that from, but that's only like a fraction. That's only part of the picture.
Yeah, when you start getting into biosemiotics,
money
you start
can be
realizing
created,
that
and money can be created, and it also can be deleted. So it's not as simple as people make it out to be. It's actually a lot more involved. Just saying.
But in biosemiotics, you know, you have a sign, an object, and an interpretant that links the sign to the object. So, you know, all animals have iconic and indexical reference, but human beings also have symbolic reference. But for example, a slap leads to anger, but the brain processes are the interpretant, and then the interpretant becomes the sign of the next series. You know, for example, the deformation leads to disturbance, and the interpretant is series of action potentials, and then the series of action potentials become the sign, and that leads to experience, pressure, and stereogenesis, which is the interpretant. But yeah, this is like the semiotics. You know, I read the book Biosemiotics by Jesper Hoffmeyer. I had a channel about that, but I deleted my channel. I'm gonna revive my channel in the future. Yeah, I got drunk and deleted it. But you know, that's the thing. You know that I'm focusing on. Like when you get into biosemiotics, though, it kind of is more. It has some neo-Lamarckian implications. I'm not sure if you know about that, though. Lamarckian, it has more Lamarckian implications. So right, a little bit of a weak fellow.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way to have symbolic reference without the complexification of language.
Yeah, you know, there is
whether that's possible or not.
Yeah, symbolic reference precedes language. Symbolic reference precedes language.
Then it should be possible.
Yeah, also the thing about the deep learning models, you know, if they're hidden layers and input, and you know, you're mapping the input to the output in like supervised learning and unsupervised learning there. But you have like linear transformations in between the hidden layers. And then you have like something called back propagation, which is trying to lower a loss function when you're training a neural network. And, you know, that leads to fine tuning the weights. And, you know, that is, I wouldn't say that's 100% like symbolic reference, because there's no interpretation involved. you know, but there is something weird to it, like because no one knows how a neural network is able to like create all these videos or images by fine-tuning the weights, you know what I mean? And you know, I've trained neural networks. I'm not sure if any of you have. And the computer sounds like it's about to explode when you're training the neural networks. It's a very scary thing. The first time I trained this neural network, it really frightened me. You know what I mean? Like I was like scared as fuck.
Shit,
Like,
son. I
yeah.
feel like my computer's gonna explode just when I try to render a mix to a YouTube video.
Yeah, you want an NVIDIA GPU graphic processor in order to train a neural network. You know, you can train a neural network with Keras or TensorFlow. You know, a neural network is just tensors, multi-dimensional arrays, and linear algebra, lots of linear algebra, and you can learn like the basics of it from like YouTube or even a book. You know, there is something like hyperstition involved in neural networks, kind of, believe it or not, like Land's hyperstition or something, which we have discussed before. You know, there is something like that. But we are moving in eldritch direction with the way AI is developing, and with the fusion of like the organic with the machine, like, you know, organoids mixing with computer chips. You know, I'm not sure if you heard of organoid. I've mentioned that a lot. Like human brains, you know, miniature human brains are being integrated into computer chips. It's called organoid intelligence. So,
I mean, if they were to do that and something like a magnetic pole shift happened, what would happen to these people who uploaded their consciousness into the computer? I'd have to.
Well, you don't want to
they'd
do
be
that. You don't want to
screwed.
upload your consciousness. But that would be a good thing if something like a solar flare happened and it kind of destroyed the industrial order. You know what I mean? That should happen. You know? Maybe that's why they're trying to block out the sun. Why Bill Gates and others are trying to increase the stratospheric aerosol injection in order to block out the sun.
That's the least the main reason why. That seems like more like an excuse for them to do it.
Well, what do you think is the reason there?
Seems like more like an excuse to kill everybody, to kill everything. Seems like an excuse. Nature needs the sun.
Yeah, they're well. Regardless, they're evil. You know what I mean? That's what I can say. They're evil. They don't have any conscience. They don't have a conscience. In Zoroastrianism, the Yazata associated with conscience is called Surasha or Surush. I've always had a strong affinity towards Surush or Surasha or something like that. The Surush. Okay, Surasha. They have no conscience. You know what I mean? Conscience is important. You know what I mean? Like if I do something bad, like I mess someone up, it will weigh on my conscience. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
These people
so
have no conscience.
when I hear that something like they have no conscience, I think that basically they've delegated their decision making to others, or they've delegated their decision making to the sake of making more profit. So basically, they aren't actually thinking in a way that will sustain life. They're just thinking in a way that's going to increase their own comfort, because this is what they've been told is the way to do that. Right? So it's just basically sacrificing your decision making to external things or other people.
Scapegoat, you know, also can serve as a convenient scapegoat when things fail. And stuff.
Yeah, I think that's also why they're called cops, because they're copping out of their decision making.
A lot of them are searching for immortality. Is that evil? Not really in itself.
I would say it is, because, you know, just right there in the word is "I'm mortal." You know, babe, as far as I can tell, being an immortal is not all it's cracked up to be, because it just basically revolves around being stuck in this realm forever in a material body. At some point, you're going to have a realization that there's higher realms and better states of existence. Right? So I think the focus should be...
A lot of them don't believe so. A lot of them absolutely are convinced that this is it. That's their fear point, right? That's one of the points that drives them. So it's hard to get past that, because that's a absolute mortal fear, right? This is it for them, right? They don't believe in an afterlife. So even if they have to put themselves in a machine, you know, and shed the body, immortality is immortality. They've even devised methods where they'll take cell samples and put that into your whole basic makeup in the system with little trays for cells that somehow they think is going to hold your soul. And they're really stretching at it to ridiculous lengths. But yeah, I don't know, immortality. And
Hey, Max, can I ask you a quick question? You know about Plum Island, right?
Yeah.
Plum Island. Yeah. I was talking about that a bit. It's very disturbing stuff. Yeah, very disturbing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, their experimentation is absolutely beyond cruel, and they're still doing it. They're doing it on us now.
Yeah, there's a lot of predictive programming with that in popular media, like the black goo. You know about the black goo and graphene oxide and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if even just zombie movies, you know, like if a zombie movie, because they're in the future they could try to make us into like basic zombies. You know, that is a kind of a dream of some of them. Is a world where
they seem they want to make a world of golems where they can basically just upload people into some machine and hack their consciousness.
yeah. It's kind of, that's the thing. It's not even one complete thing. They just it just draw all these different ideologies just drive this technology forward with money and fear.
Yeah, I think that it's rooted really in collectivism. This idea that we need to give ourselves as individuals to some greater whole because we're some sort of danger to other people just for simply living our lives in a way that's accordance with our own will and imagination, regardless of if it's causing harm or not. So they need to take these people and they need to insert them into, the collective, whether it's a country like communism is really all about collectivism and sacrificing the individual to the state.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's all about sacrificing the individual to the technological empire or the metaverse or whatever they're trying to build. Just shove their technology down our throat and force us to accept it.
Yeah, unfortunately, and they have been deceptive and not forthcoming with the technology. So when you start out a relationship,
but I mean, did they really force you to take the technology? Because from what I can tell, a majority of people, unless you're allegedly really Amish, don't really reject that technology. So
they don't. You can reject it, but in order to really reject it, you would have to not own a phone, or not own a car, or not own a computer, or any of these things that are capable of tracking you and putting you on a grid that makes you a more predictable slave.
The technology isn't even required. They can track you without technology.
And you should also never get a pacemaker in case you eat too much fat from steak.
They can track you without a cell phone or any of that, just by 5G.
Yeah, you are part of the internet, so that's how they track you now. There are programs running.
6G is just going to be 6G is going to be just worse.
Yeah.
Now they got things
like digital Project wallet, man. That'll run a lot of signals through your body.
But the thing is, they're trying to sell the idea that the people who have these technological enhancements, like these cyborgs, they're going to be better than everyone else. That's how they're trying to get people to accept the technology. It's through consumerism, which they already have people, they've turned the American people into a bunch of consumers, to say the least.
Yeah, there are a wide range of available products to enhance your intelligence, your strength, speed, balance. They're all out there right now.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Dominator and Avian's avatars disappeared. I don't understand why, but yeah,
Looks like it switched on mine for a while.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that.
This hasn't even appeared on YouTube yet.
Huh.
I see my avatar, but I see Avian's is switching between
in StreamYard
and the bird.
Yeah, I noticed that now. Yeah.
I'm gonna look on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Avatar's
change to
fine
my older
on.
one. Yeah, just trying to change to my older one. Yeah, because I like it. You have to find it. Yeah. This is just changing.
Well, Reddington, according to the video that Neurojack sent me, it doesn't matter because they're around us all the time and you wouldn't even know it.
They get,
Yeah,
they
you're
got
being
plenty of
tracked by
technology to
7.
track everyone.
Yeah, I can show you. There's 7 layers. You can type in Wikipedia W-band, and on the close to the top of the page, they show you the 7 layers of surveillance that the human body has on it.
WBN, yeah, yep. You know the deal.
Yeah,
the thing is, though, you know, their technology, they have all this technology, but it needs maintenance and it needs people to repair it and build it. You know, if people stop putting their energy into that, you know, sacrificing, you know, everyone else for a paycheck to build this surveillance state, the technology would basically go away.
Yeah, I think they paid them double time for putting up the technology during COVID, and it never went up faster.
I mean, it would be stalled for sure, but I don't know if it would go away completely.
That'd be hard. Like we could take.
It's like trying to put toothpaste back in a tube.
Then yeah, you could do it. That is one of their greatest fears: is that we wake up and decide to take down their technology because it would take a day.
Yeah, but you know, things people build, they require maintenance, and they, you know, like if you're out there, you're building all these solar panels, or you're building all this neural links,
data centers.
Yep.
Or data centers. Yeah, they're huge and they make a lot of noise.
They're pretty bad for the environment. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of.
Oh, what's wrong? You know you love your droughts.
My what? Droughts?
That's right. You know you love the droughts. You know you love how all the data centers are siphoning all the water.
Oh, sad Shambhala. They better not drought the lake I'm at. It's pretty fucking big.
Yeah, weather modifications methods that can dry up a lake pretty quickly.
So, you know, one thing I want to say is that a lot of people talk about the dangers of AI, but I feel like it's AI that's complemented, you know, in conjunction with the, you know, the cloud computing that's super dangerous, you know, because the cloud computing is always gathering data on the edge. It's called edge analytics. And then they put it into like the data centers. And, you know, there are data centers like from Azure and Amazon. It's called AWS. They're always connected. There are undersea cables connecting, you know, data centers in America with Europe, and you know they're all over the world. You know, I actually gave an image. I just wanted to show it. This image quickly. I mean, like
a lot of them come straight out of St. Kitts, Little St. Kitts.
Yeah, so
off the shore.
So weird. I believe these are AWS data centers, not you know, Amazon. And you know, these data centers have more protection to them than the U.S. government building, like the Congress building, and they're all over the world. And this basically implies that we're living in a monoculture where they are taking data from the edge and feeding it to the predictive algorithms in real time in order to better shape and mold people's behavior. Every country you see here, they're pretty much one country now in some sense because of the data. You know,
everything that's happening to us is happening in Russia, China, everywhere. Absolutely.
Everywhere. Yeah. This is for AWS. Azure is probably different, you know, this one. But yeah, let me see what else I wanted to say. Yeah, like actually one of the people, I forgot who it was again. They say data is more valuable than gold now, you know, and they don't even care about the products they sell you. They just care about the data. They just want the data, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's this thing. Yeah.
What did Netanyahu say? Cyber is the real domain of power.
Yeah, and Israel is central to that too. Yeah, essential. Yeah, they're probably Palantir. We all know about Palantir, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the data just comes down to making people more predictable and taking their imagination away.
100%.
If the people had imagination, they would literally be able to build a better system that is not inherently parasitic, that siphons their energy the way it does. I'm not going to say overnight, but I would think it would be done pretty quickly. I think people are pretty capable if they put their minds to it and they're motivated to do something. And all it takes is just imagining a different way than what we're doing now. So that's why the war for information
It's called
is so prevalent.
magnetics. They have magnetic communication. It's faster and it's easier and it's less harmful, but it doesn't offer control. So that's why they didn't go with it. But if we could make them go for magnetic technology instead of electric, it'd be a lot better.
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
sure
I was
they'll find a
wrong.
way to screw that up too.
I was wrong. The other one was, I think it was,
probably.
The other one was Azure. This one's AWS. Amazon actually lose money from the stuff they sell. They make the most money from their Amazon Web Services. Like you can do stuff like rent a virtual machine, and that's basically like renting computing services where you can like have your own computer, like it's a virtual machine of the computer, and from their computing services. I predict in the future that people will not even own computers anymore. Not that much. What they will own is like a basic. Well, it will be like a computer, but a very basic, weak computer.
It'll be in the cloud, probably.
Yeah,
It's
the cloud. Yeah.
A node that connects to your body in the cloud.
In Fallout, we call that the Pip-Boy.
Yeah, Fallout has a lot of predictive programming. Like Las Vegas is probably one of the best ones. I heard 2 is good too. I haven't played it that much yet, but I did play a bit of 2. I played a bit of 2 in Fallout.
The infrastructure in the future won't be a problem because most of the infrastructure will be humans. That's really where they're moving because we can provide the power, we can provide the operating system in our bodies and all the storage you need. DNA storage is way more effective than storage in any data center. And you can read and write to human DNA. I featured a product that they're going to be selling soon that reads your thoughts and posts them.
Well, the technology
they had that a long time ago.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not anything new.
But they're making it available now for public use.
Yeah, I have a theory that DARPA and like the underground labs, they're always like 15 or 20 years ahead of what we see, and then they roll it out, gradually to make it seem like it's an organic development. But they already had it like 20 or years ahead.
Yeah, like you have Musk with his damn chips, and Delgado was experimenting with brain chips called stimulocivers a long time ago, like 60, 70 years ago.
Yeah,
60-ish years ago.
It may be like, I don't know, 40 years ahead of what we see that they have, and then they roll it out. Yeah, they have a lot of that stuff, and then they put it in popular media for predictive programming.
Yeah. So eventually you'll be able to turn your TV on and work with all your devices seamlessly through your thoughts.
The TV will be in your eyes, probably.
Yeah,
they did that with Monkey.
Like you're saying, yeah.
See it in your vision.
What are you talking about? You already got the Ray-Bans.
The monkey that controlled a robot arm to grab a banana and eat it, that was by Miguel Nicolas. That research was from like 2001, I think, or was it 2011? But yeah, they already trained the monkey to use a robot arm to grab a banana and eat it. And you can actually watch that on YouTube if you're interested. I can just give it to you. It's very short.
Yeah, they've done that with people now too. They put computers in the brain of someone who was paralyzed or paraplegic, and now they can basically integrate with technology similar to the way Stephen Hawking was able to, but he's basically hooked up to the internet.
Yeah, can you imagine the data they're going to collect once people see that they can get a electronic telepathic device? They're going to get so much data because so many people are going to want it. It's going to be ridiculous.
because the way they sell it is that you're basically just be a better version of yourself.
Oh yeah.
They'll be like, you can learn faster, you can make more money, you can do this, you can do that. They're going to sell it as an investment in yourself.
That's right, because if everyone is super, then no one is.
Yeah.
They're building a data center under the White House. The ballroom's just a cover.
I would say the supers would be the people who reject it.
No, don't let Homelander hear that.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, I can show you some products. They can increase your strength by 17%. Balance. What's that one called? Super Patch. Yeah, Super Patch. There was accusations of them using them during the Olympics because they're basically artificial cheating, you know. So there are other products you can get like FLFE that follows you around. The promises of these things are pretty bold, but I'm sure they can deliver on some of it. I don't know. If you had to compete and you had the ability to cheat, a lot of people seem to take it.
Yeah, you know, another way they might get people is they might tell them, if you take this chip, you'll basically get like this much money, like $10,000, or if you sign these papers, you'll get like $7,000 worth of assets.
That's right. I want another stimulus check.
Yeah,
but they'll probably tie it to a social credit score somehow.
Yeah,
some
exactly.
way.
You know,
you gotta read the fine print.
People will just jump at it because they'll hear the welfare of like.
It's like I can finally get my Obama phone.
Yeah, I think people still use Obama phone.
You guys have to learn Bio C++, and what's the other one? Bio Java. There's a bunch of others that are made.
I've used C++, but what's Bio C++?
That's for inside the human body. I don't know if the programming is much different. You know,
Oh God, I'd mess up my own body then. I hated C++.
Anybody can type that into a search engine; it'll come up for you.
Yeah, C++ is crazy. Yeah. Lots of referencing and dereferencing the pointers. You have to do memory management with C++. Is you have to do it yourself. It's not automatic, but it's faster. The compiling language for C++. You know, the thing is that a lot of nihilism is born from the belief that everything is computational. I don't believe that. Like, I don't think, but it does have a lot of power, which is creepy though. Like the computational stuff. You know, like that's the problem. It's like the computational invading everything we find dear, and that's bad. Yeah.
There we go. We have Bio Python, Bio C++, Bio Java. Those are the ones I've got documents about.
I think when it comes to being too computational, it's just a lack of balance. When you start to analyze the world in terms of numbers and graph it and write it down and record it, basically, you take away from something that's there by just reducing it to ledgers or pieces of paper that you look back and read. And because it's one thing to like actually go out and see a mountain, or to actually go out and build a ditch or a canal that's going to come from a river, but it's another thing to just sit back and look at pieces of paper that tell you how much water is flowing. You'll have an idea, but unless you're there experiencing it, it's just detracting, and it's taking away from the balance. So you need to balance this computational and this analytical mindset with the generative principle, which is care, recognizing why you're building these things in the first place, which is, to grow and foster life and make life better for each individual in your local community, or maybe even the whole world.
Yeah, I agree. but I was also meaning that I don't think life itself at its foundation is fully computational, you know what I mean? Because you see a lot of crazy people argue the simulation hypothesis, but I think that's false because I don't think life is fully computational. Like, you see, the elites, you know, the reason why they push for gathering data is to improve their computational models, and then they can predict and, you know, simulate, but I don't think it can capture everything, you know what I mean? The territory is always greater than the map, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's literally a limitless amount of possibilities that can happen in existence. And there's only so many things that can happen because of time. So math does absolutely have limitations when you put it that way. I'm not sure. I think the machine said he had a lot of material to go on about the technology and how.
I sure do. Yeah, maybe we'll break it up in
no
maybe
shortage
like music
of material, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I could go on and on. So so that is a possibility. So maybe I'll play some music and we'll get into that here. This is a video that Lorp made with AI, and then I put a weird song to it called Faces of Death by oh shit, what's his name? Damn, I'm having a brain fart on.
By Rutro.
Right. Oh yeah, I think it's Brooklyn Academy. Wait, hold on. Let me see. What's it? Faces of Death. Oh, Black McCloud. Fuck, I keep forgetting. Yeah, Black McCloud. Yeah. All right. So yeah, so we'll play that for a second, and we'll be back with some you know, some interesting stuff. I got some stuff on. Obviously, we could go on with the pre-Socratics, right? So maybe we'll go on with Heraclitus here, and just to maybe keep to a sort of historical framing, right? So yeah, so let's pop in on Heraclitus. We'll play the song, and we'll pop in on that. Blessings to all the people.
Looking for pay raise, blowing up spots, just screaming Mayday. Late waste, whole city blocks of death that they face. Make haste, back to the shelter, the water's age lace. Cause they take all of the spots, y'all niggas vacate. They craze, rabid animals straight out the caves. Depraved, ain't 8 days, I'm West Craven. This spreads mayhem, your verse is desperation. In your church and defecating desecration. Left hand of Satan, the mental patient. Space war, rape the hard nerves, escape the state war. Change form, shapes your faceless, barking a race war. Stage 4, Defcon bitch, I'm about to set bombs. Pass on, push the button switch and lose my left arm. Get gone, the bitches while pulling out the metal work. Lethal weapon lifting, hitting you so hard your neck will jerk. Head will burst, just when you think it couldn't get any worse. Just remember your children and sentence.
It's like the enemy only is on the streets, and the television watching me. Helicopters is overhead, like contemplating, are we free? It's hard to see when the fog is this thick. Your sadistic guards in prison yard, scissors, they grip batons, and yo, I lit the bomb and send it off at Pentagon. Cause Uncle Sam planted pentagram, say yawn, send beyond. Your life is hard, gonna bear rap just like it's long. Following different cars, I can buy your land that isn't on. The branch like your last, I blast fire your ass by the ash to your last gas. Trying to pry your parts, the cast like your mask. The was above and they punch a lava, my armor carbon fire. Filming inside the Fauci, flowing like oceans of orange lava. Night vision, firefight, line up in my eyesight. Walking through the streets of New York, smoking the tiger night that's spiteful. With 30 dirty bullets in my rifle, I'm scratching the cereal of the metal ghetto disciple.
Vision full of bloody faces, murder, death, kill. Leather face in second grade, my sentences is ill. Forgot to take my medicine, was born on haunted hill. Sweet corn and devilish, the venom's in the pill. Ain't nobody innocent. medicine, my sickness gets revealed. Welcome to the pestilence, the end of days, it's real. DMG, the headrest, living $100 bills. Well, life is like Inception, that's the shit that gives me chills. Back up in the padded room, my sights where it's a thrill. Every single session that I'm stepping in is ill. Filed and delivered, they just let me out to build. I just like the exorcist, my testament to Exodus. Got the schizophrenic, carbon genesis and pregnancy. Suicide squad, so my mind playing tricks. Got a shotgun in the floor and a package of some shrimp. Facing fucking death, yeah, the one you won't forget.
I live a pendulum with swinging rocks. A crippled men will sympathize about my little pen. You'll stop your brittleness. Rainbow Skittles is a soft to stop us on a griddle, kid. Big you stop before a morsel, all up on some little shit. I'm laughing at your tiny balls with such a dimple dick. Claiming Biggie, but you small, so I'ma call you little bitch. Hey, yo, run that. Run up with my son's back. Hesitate for just a space, and now you in your gun jack. Bitch got a bun smack. Don't front that. Pills to smack, cause we love that. Yo, what's the deal? Seen your chick up at the dub shack. My balls, but she suck cat. Suicide squad, yo, we the mob, and yeah, the guns clack. Hey, yo, we hardly the carving of a partridge family. Sitting in dark basements, the horror amity. Like dogs, we raw meat, chasing the bravest cavalry. New England, we creeping, the new chapter academy, yeah.
Kill you the quickest, your death peaceful, the flow wicked pass through you. Take it slow with it, full speed, take a breath, set sail. I leave your flesh pale before you can exhale. Made your own prison, trapped in your own hell. The first time in jail, he hung himself in a cell. Ghost outside a shell, hanging by a nail like a spotted snake, cause they never tell the same tale. Waking from a nightmare, petrified, shooken. It's not the first time that you got your life tooken. Better rock dying and wonder why you couldn't just look and eating through a straw. Hope you like running, These rappers shady, but I ain't afraid to take a loss. Even with a cat I fully trust, I got the safety off. Even when it rains, that's when it starts to pour. You slipping, cause my style polished like a model floor.
Faces of death, relation to rest, better pray for the best. Trying to claim you a dangerous threat, but you wasting your breath. Get out my way, my breath, the cannon falls straight through your chest and chop the remains in your flesh until there ain't nothing left. Sick in the range, I piss on your grave to pay my respects. The prison you came with niggas you came and they could be next. Late to accept the mistake, I'm slaying your set. Sharpening my guillotine about the shape of a neck. Making the message fatal to test. If you make me upset, I take the caresses. State that you rap without breaking a sweat. You say that I'm crazy, I blame it all on the drug. Finger painting my initials on the wall with your blood. Remember the name is simple and plain. My mental's insane, filled with twisted thoughts that continuously enter my brain. If it's wrong, bringing the pain. Finish strike a soldier like a cobra. Try to go against me and your life is over. Nice to know you.
So, yeah, I wonder what that was in the beginning there. Was that Wilson as Glenn Beck?
Straight out the cage to print.
People in the comments when I was watching it or whatever were calling him. They were referencing him as Albert Wesker, so I made him look like Albert Wesker.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's crazy.
That's supposed to be Wilson.
Yeah, so it's Wilson as Albert Wesker smoking a cigar. It's crazy. And then you got Zoltan Isman here as a doctor.
People were referencing him as an umbrella doctor. So there you go. The LARP comes to life.
That's crazy. So yeah, that's from the debate review we're gonna pull off. So
I thought that was the lead singer of Metallica for a second. Not Wilson.
Yeah. So yeah. So let me pull up this Daniel Graham. It's crazy that Hyperborean left, like right before I'm about to pull up this book again. And it's like he misses me covering. He loves his book, so so yeah, so it is what it is. So Hyperborean blessing. So let's pull this up for you guys. And I'll pull up a few fragments and we'll reflect on those fragments. And of course, if I could, go backwards a little bit, right? Obviously, we're looking for this idea of this ruling principle or archy, right? That sort of defines the flow of matter. And obviously, it became separated from matter itself into an abstract principle, right? So this is a sort of first step in this notion of ontological transcendence. And I think Heraclitus, okay, God is not separate from nature, right? So there's one aspect of things that's going on. But a further aspect of things is this notion of the logos, okay, as the creative fire, right, or sort of the agent of becoming, right? And obviously it is the ruling principle, right, for this idea of Heraclitus, which is this chaos or becoming or strife, right, that seems to shape all things. And it doesn't sort of like order, right? It sort of likes disorder, right? Strife, as he says, right? It's a war of all things, right? As Heraclitus says, he says, war is the ruler of all things, right? It's the father of all things, right? So it's an interesting philosophical outlook. And I think it's more in line with Plato and the subsequent philosophers because it puts nature in a state of becoming, right? This is, okay, so God has to become separated from nature. That's a move that Heraclitus doesn't make, right? But he does put nature in the state of becoming, right? Whereas you can observe change, right? For Parmenides, change does not exist within nature. So it's very hard to observe anything, right? Actually, when you look at Zeno's paradoxes, he says observation and perception are duality, right? Separation from nature, right? And your mind is creating that perception, right? That dualism, right? Nothing's actually moving. We just think it's moving, right? It's funny. I was watching the movie Lucy, and they use the Zeno's paradox in the movie. It's like the first movie I watched in a long time, and
it's kind of strange that you mentioned that because K. Reno literally said that was his favorite movie, like the other night.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
So
Yeah, with Morgan Freeman. I mean, So what's interesting in the movie is they show in her mind she can speed up a frame per minute. So she's looking at a video of a car, and she says, if you speed up the video, then the car just disappears. Right? So she uses Zeno's paradox, and she says, well, a movement doesn't exist. It's just our perception of it. Right? And and then she says that we're all just cells, so we don't really exist. Right. So it's humanity that thinks that, we're imposing this, definition. And she says humanity doesn't really exist. And then she puts herself in a black goo Lucifer star and like plugs into the internet. So that happens. Buddha, were you going to say something, man?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say some stuff. Go
ahead.
So like for Heraclitus, the logos and everything is in a state of becoming. let's
Right.
say the two time slices of a thing, let's say, would the time slices of the thing have a kind of ordered and rational basis connecting them, like the one time slice A and time slice B, like there's a kind of order connecting them, is what I'm trying to say for Heraclitus, right?
I mean, he says the road up and the road down are the same, right? And then he talks about how different opposites are the same. Right? Thing is both alive and dead at the same time. Right? So I mean, through various gradations of time, right? I think maybe Heraclitus might say that. Well, he wouldn't say time is above nature, but obviously nature is in a state of becoming, yet it's all one. Right? So it, and he says, you know, the logos is exchanged for all things, right? So it's kind of like this energetic substance that there's nothing else that really exists other than the logos. It's just sort of coursing through everything, right? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like this.
You could twist that into a sick way.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with that, because when they say it's just coursing through everything, it's like they're just saying it's all electricity, or it's all the word, or
That's
it's
right.
all logic.
That's right. And that's why, I mean, you know, like Skrbina, when he was explaining this, he said that actually Thales and Anaximander and Anaximenes, right? Their conclusions were kind of unscientific, but modern science sort of agrees with Heraclitus, right? That everything's like energy, right? Which is this term that's created by Aristotle to sort of, explain this concept. Were you gonna add to that, Dominator? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to add that if it is this thing, like I say before, then this is a god of coercion. The will is a will, or not the will. The logos would be a force of coercion if it's just going over.
It's totally subversive. It's causing disorder, chaos, war. You know, strife.
Right.
You know, he says strife. So yeah.
Well, the way I understand it is you have the logos, and then you have this realm of disorder, and the logos is just basically coming to this realm of disorder or surging through it, imposing its order over it. And this is where the coercion comes in. And this is why I say there must be a force in the middle, and this force is the will, which bridges this order and chaos together in a voluntary like manner. Because or else it's just no different from an invasive force, like a country or a virus going into a body or another group of land and dominating those people.
Yeah, that might be when we get into Plato. He invents this notion of the demiurge that sort of weaves in through being and becoming, right? So he this being, right, sort of creates, right, forms, and reality is sort of emanation of these forms, right? And so the world is not exactly created by God, but it's sort of a secondary sort of emanation, right? So there he has this notion of being and becoming sort of mediated by a sort of third level, right? And of course he says that this is reflected in man's soul as well, right? Just as there's this triple nature to reality, there's also the tripartite soul, which helps us conceive of the logos, right? So he then says man conceives of the logos, right, through this rational mind and perception of the rational forms, and so on and so forth, and participation in the good, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I would say that something about Heraclitus that has some overlap with the brain and the neural networks. I just want to briefly touch on that. Like like in the visual cortex, it's the most, I'll just read it quickly. In a neural network, feed forward, processing passes inputs layer by layer to produce an output, while back propagation adjusts the model by sending error signals backward to fine-tune the weight so future predictions improve. This iterative tuning mirrors how systems gradually optimize performance rather than understanding all at once. Convolutional neural networks are especially inspired by biological vision. Their early convolutional layers detect simple features like edges, corners, and orientations, closely resembling how neurons in our primary visual cortex, V1, respond to oriented lines and contrast. As signals move deeper through the network, features are combined into more complex patterns, paralleling hierarchical processing in the visual cortex, where perception builds from raw sensory input into recognizable objects. In both artificial and biological vision, visual perception emerges from layer transformation, simple feature detection feeding into increasingly abstract representation. I wanted to read that because I think there is something to linear algebra that kind of, when I was messing around with linear algebra and like inverting the, the matrices, there is something like indicative, like kind of logos or something like that. I think so. When I was messing around with linear algebra. Yeah, that's how the neural networks are kind of occult, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Right.
They are occult. Yeah, they are occult. Yeah, I've trained them. Yeah, they're pretty creepy. Yeah, it's kind of Heraclitan also when you kind of feel like you're like really the fire is like getting in the GPU and stuff. So,
yeah, let's see what what Heraclitus has to say. He definitely didn't believe that some mathematical order exists behind the nature of the world.
Yeah, so, that's more Plato. Yeah, that's more Plato.
Yeah. So and evidence for this is maybe this first statement here, right in this fragment. He says Pythagoras, son of Nicarchus, practiced inquiry more than all men, and making a selection of others' writings, he invented his own brand of wisdom, and he calls it information gathering and fraud. So they're saying that Pythagoras just invented a made-up system. He used it to spy on his followers, right, and to defraud them, right? And make them into fools, right? And he says Pythagoras is the chief of all imposters, right? And he says Timaeus, among others, called rhetoric imposture when he wrote, quote, so clearly Pythagoras is not the inventor of true impostures, nor the proper object of Heraclitus' accusation, but Heraclitus himself is the real pretender. So think about that. So Timaeus is a guy, right? According to, here, hold on, let me see. According to Scholium on Euripides, right? By Hercules, right? And in this writing, it says that Timaeus really didn't like Heraclitus, who was purported to be the teacher of Plato, right? So that's pretty interesting, right? Anyways, it says because Plato wrote a dialogue called the Timaeus, right? And thinkers like Xenophon said that, him conflating Socrates' teachings with this guy Timaeus is probably a bad idea, right? So that's first evidence of maybe Plato playing fast and loose with the ideas of Socrates, right? Okay, let's move forward, right? It says he claimed that Homer deserved to be thrown out of the contest and beaten with a stick. And Archilochus likewise. Men are deceived in the knowledge of appearances like Homer, who was considered the wisest of all Greeks. For children who had killed some lice deceived him with a riddle. What we saw and caught, we leave. What we did not see and catch, we carry with us.
This kind of ties into, which we haven't talked about much, but I think it's kind of relevant to what we're talking about, the necessity versus contingency debate. You know about that? The necessity versus contingency debate and how that ties into essentialism and stuff. We haven't really talked about that. Like there are later philosophers, like the post-structuralists or whatever, they are anti-essentialists because they don't accept anything as existing by necessity. They say it's all contingency and stuff. And I feel like by having logos, you can posit a kind of necessity by things, like does anything ontologically exist as a necessary quality? You see what I'm trying to say? Attribute. And that's a kind of own debate. Like there's a Stanford encyclopedia on philosophy on that, necessity versus contingency. You know what I'm talking about, or no? Like, you ever looked into that much or not?
Yeah, I think there are things that exist, right? Definitely. And I think that personally, I'm more on the side of Parmenides than Heraclitus, right? So I mean, in terms of a pure becoming, I don't necessarily see that. I think there's got to be just one thing happening, one reality. Right? I don't think there's like a plurality of things, right? Not that I believe in the one or a monad like thing either, right? But but I mean in terms of nature, right, and mind, right, there's no difference between those two things. Ontological transcendence, it'd be hard to come by, so that's personally, so I think existence, I think existence is being. I don't think it's necessarily essence. I do think essences are extraneous, right? But I think activity exists, time exists, right? There's certain things that you need for nature, right, to persist, right? So mind, time, right, activity, so on and so forth, also known as movement, maybe, right? So there may be certain things that are necessary for reality to play out, right? So I do believe in necessity and not contingency. I'm more of a determinist as a result of that, right? Other people diverge from that to a certain degree.
Do you think that the mind and the will are the same thing, or do you think those are separate things?
Yeah, I kind of think they're the same.
Okay.
Or at least I think in terms of God there are, right? I think God doesn't God is more action than thought, in my opinion. I think action causes thought, right? I don't think thought causes action, at least not for God, right?
The way I look at it is it's kind of like a vesica Piscis, where you have two intersecting circles. On one side, you have the mind or the logos. On the other side, you have the water or the potential or the chaos world. And then in the middle, you have the will, which bridges these things together. And through the will, these things basically experience each other.
I think if all things are contingent, that would probably lead to something like Nagarjuna's MMK, or something like the emptiness, Shanyata, or something like that. From the...
Right, yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah. It'd be like emptiness instead of like just things moving and then being determined.
Yeah.
Well, I think emptiness is a big part of it, because from emptiness, anything can arise. Any potential can arise from emptiness. And this is what the order uses to experience itself. It uses the potential of the emptiness, which would just basically be the water world or the chaos, to experience itself.
Well, Nagarjuna says emptiness is empty too, so it's also empty. So yeah, that's also empty. That's what he says. It's also empty. it leads to a kind of enclosure schema, like what Graham Priest says, where something can be both true and false at the same time or something.
Yeah,
Yes.
like something can be a particle in a wave.
Yeah, it's more like hypostatizations or reifications are limited. It's for Nagarjuna. And in his MMK, I read Seredetis. Seredetis translation, it's kind of important to the Mahayana tradition and Madhyamaka. And so, actually, if you want to get into that, you can. So you think Nagarjuna is a deeper thinker than probably Zhangzi or something. But they kind of overlap. They intersect in some areas. Zhangzi and Shangzu and
Oh yeah, Zen, sort of. A lot of Zen has Taoist philosophy as a pretext, right?
Well, this is before Zen. This is in Madhyamaka, like very ancient India and Nagarjuna, and so, and then it influenced Mahayana, and then it became Zen. Yeah, but Nagarjuna,
I don't know. Here, hold on. Let me see this.
Madhyamaka.
Here was on Nagarjuna, I believe, was after. If not, here, hold on. Let me see. It says Nagarjuna is 3rd century Indian Buddhist philosopher. So I'm pretty sure Shangzu was like 4th century. So here, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see this.
You see here.
It says Shangzu. It's kind of very around the same time, but it says 4th century Shangzu and then 3rd century Nagarjuna. So
yeah, that's right. They're separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are separate. I don't know if Nagarjuna was influenced by Shangzu. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see. The thing is that Lao Tzu was way before Shangzu.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
so that's the thing, is like Taoism was way older, right? But then Nagarjuna.
Taoism is very old, yeah.
So it's like 300 years, and then it could have, elements of it could have spread to India. So
that's true. Yeah.
The thing is that Nagarjuna is influenced, I believe, is it Nagarjuna? Who has composed this thing? The Conversations with King Belinda, or is that a different guy?
I have to double check. That's interesting. Double check.
Here, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know if that was Conversations with King Melinda or the Melinda Panda, right? The Melinda Pana, Questions for King Melinda. Nagasena. No, that was Nagasena. I always get them confused. Son of a bitch. Right. So if we're looking at Nagasena, he was he definitely may have known about Taoism. All right. By the time you get to Nagasena, right? Because you have a lot of influence from Alexandrian stuff into India. So you got tons of different you have a whole plethora of influence in India, right? At the time.
See, it was Sarvastivadin. Sarvastivadin. That's interesting. And Sarvastivadin is now extinct. No, that's interesting. Sarvastivadin. Like they thought dharmas existed in past, present, and future. And they have a kind of like they are real or something, and they have a kind of eternal aspect or something. The dharmas, but Nagarjuna, he claimed all dharmas are empty of underlying essence or inherent nature, and so dharmas only provisionally exist, and provisionally they exist only for expedient or skillful means. And stuff like. So dharmas are both real and not real for Nagarjuna. Like they are ultimately like just provisional, and so like empty of underlying essence. You see, Buddhism has a vast history where they argued and debate a lot, kind of like even the Greek philosophers and stuff, like all this disagreement, and it's interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely multilingual, and if you want to test our English skills, you can come up on the panel. Definitely. I bet we speak way better English than you. It's a shame, actually. Our vocabulary versus
Sock
most
account made from today.
most of the people who are not multilingual. It's like they barely know how to speak. They sound like hillbillies. It's actually incredible. Sound dumb as rocks.
Just talking about some Indian philosophers, like that made him pissed, like
Right, we can talk about Greek philosophers, we can talk about Indian philosophers, we can talk about their history, we can talk about our history. It's a shame what these people are, incapable of really discussing anything. They're both culturally inept and, basically, uncouth, barbarians. But, it's no wonder.
it's interesting how the Iranian world they were like radical duelists. Like I was reading Martin Farok's dot removing book is like extreme dualism. That's weird. Like talk about that, like dietism or something. Like the Qatars were also that, but you don't really see much duelists in history. Well, maybe because it's weird and like not very easy to justify. Well, that was just a tangent. I just wanted to say.
I just noticed something when you said duelist. The word dual implies two things, or maybe even more things, like duality, as in you have two things that are supposedly opposites, or a duel, as in you have two people fighting each other. And I thought that was interesting because it's almost like guy is here to fight or something.
Yeah, like you could see them as existing in tension or being separate substances or being complementary, like two sides of the same coin. There are different ways, different philosophers have argued different things throughout history, and that's interesting. Or coming from a shared source, or just having separate origins, or whatever. Like if you dig deep in history, you can find pretty much any kind of belief that there's nothing new under the sun or something or whatever.
Yeah, I would say a lot of beliefs or ideologies today are just refined or modernized versions of older beliefs, like Marxism, talking about that and its connection with Hermeticism. It's just a continuation of the same stuff, which is probably why things haven't really changed in human society. Because we keep doing the same things and believe in the same things, but we have an illusion where we think that we're actually changing or progressing to something better.
Yeah, I would say that probably based on the history that I'm given, but it's probably not the full picture, but I think the axial age was probably better than now or something. Have you heard the word axial age? The axial age is like that time period was very was more interesting than now, I guess. Huh?
When was the axial age?
Oh yeah, I have to double check. I think it was like 3rd century to like BC to like 3rd century AD. Oh yeah, 800 to 200 BC. Yeah. 800 to 200 BC.
Yeah, that was the age when the Phoenicians were trading in force, and Carthage was at its peak.
Yeah, actually, that was the age of when we had like all these different philosophies start to really like flourish like around that time period. Something like the axial age is kind of
Yeah, I would say a lot of those philosophies came out of Egypt and the Levant.
Yeah, that's what it says. The axial age, but I would say you're ignoring the steps. The steps are also very important. The Pontic Caspian steps.
You're right. The steps are important.
Yes.
And I do typically overlook them.
Yeah, if I had to pick,
I don't actually know much about that region, so I don't speak about them because I don't actually
where
know.
my soul belongs or spirit, it's on the steps, not the Levant or whatever. The steps are closer to me, my spirit, or something. And the Levant in Egypt is okay, but they're not really my thing. I'm just saying if I had to pick, I'd live on
Yeah,
Egypt.
blessings, madam. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with what the people in Egypt or the Levant are talking about. I'm just saying that I think that this is where the Greeks got a lot of their philosophy from, because they were exchanging language with them during the Greek Dark Ages.
Yeah, that's true. But can you believe that on the steppes you had these like warrior aristocracies? They were taking what is called soma, and that would break down the borders between the self and the so-called divine, and they would really get like trip out. It would trip out and stuff, and like then they would get on their chariots and go to war and stuff. That's like crazy. Like that's what the steppes were like. The people on the steppes, like the Tocharians or the. They could be philosophical, Tocharians and the Scythians and the Sintashta horizon, Angel Novel. Yeah, Angel Novel is where they all come from, Angel Novel and stuff.
Yeah, and I think those people, they were typically a lot stronger than the people who were south of them too, right?
Yeah, they were stronger. That's definitely true. They were very strong, But interestingly, Zoroastrianism emerged to critique their excessive cattle raids and their excessive war. And I think Zoroastrianism grew more into the south. So in a way, it's kind of like Jesus. Jesus was critiquing the rabbi, the money lenders, and Zoroaster was critiquing the warrior aristocracy of the steppe people. And so his teachings grew more into like think the region of Bacteria or something, which is more in the south of Central Asia, and then it spread westward or something. But yeah, it's kind of interesting, the parallel, two reformers who were critiquing the excess of their respective communities. Right? You see what I'm trying to say, like the Reformation.
Well, yeah, and I think that would go in line with what I'm saying is how civilization doesn't really change. But there's literal minor changes to make people think that there are changes, to give the illusion that we're going through to something better. But actually, we're just building something worse. Or I would say we're building something worse. Maybe someone else has a different opinion, but when you look at like the average person has pretty much lost meaning in their life compared to a person of like 1,000 years ago living out, even as a peasant life, where they're surrounded by family, working together towards something, versus now people they're more isolated in their work, and they're more focused on their individual gains. So I think there's just a huge disconnect from spiritual meaning in a person's life, because they basically substituted that for money. And that's a big reason why I think there's a lot of technological growth in the world that does not actually benefit people.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Yeah, the degenerate age. Like you can call it Kali Yuga, you can call it technocratic and slavery. You can call it many things. Yeah, it's a degeneration of the. In many ways, communal integrity is eroding. Biodiversity is declining. Human autonomy is being lost, and lots of things. Yeah.
You think we'll get to a point where it's adapt or die?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Possibility, maybe.
Well, when you say adapt, do you mean adapt as in go with the flow of this technology that they're shoving down our throats, or should we go and adapt in accordance with natural law?
That's one way, yeah. Or you could do the opposite, natural law. That would be, I suppose you could call that rebellion against the system. So, yeah, I guess it would be to go with the flow, right? In this context.
But at the same time, you could call the system a rebellion against natural law, which, as far as I can tell, was pretty much started by the original rebel, Cain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right, because he's the one who built the first cities, which introduced it basically made people more reliant on technology than they were before, when by giving
infrastructure, all that. Yeah.
He probably got that from the angels, though.
Well, I think he got that knowledge from Eden, because there He would have learned how to measure. He would have learned how to make tools. He would have learned how to manipulate matter in a way so that you can make buildings out of it, which is just knowledge that the regular people lacked outside of these Eden complexes. That's the knowledge he brought, and he used it to divide people. And now we've just basically continued to build upon the same structures of division to the point where they are now, to where it's just an out of control mess that's, I would say, is doomed to collapse. I don't see how you can just keep taking resources from the earth and taking resources from the earth in the name of profit and expect the earth to sustain itself or to even put up with such nonsense.
The earth will kill you.
Well, good thing Elon Musk is going to Mars without you, sir.
You don't think the Earth?
He can try. I don't think that's. I don't think that's really possible, like they think it is, or like they say. Yeah, they say they had the technology to go to the moon, and then they lost it.
Yeah, they lost the telemetry.
Yeah, so how are they going to get to Mars?
The pathway there.
Elon Musk has literally built all his rockets based on old military technology that was designed to annihilate other nations. Nuclear rockets, ICBMs. That's what he uses to go to space. And we think that's going to fly to Mars if Mars is as far as they say it is.
And that's why they blow up, right?
Yeah, that's they blow up a lot.
Probably just a missile test, yeah.
Yeah,
it's just a cover, I'm sure.
Right, cover for weapons, yeah.
Yeah, there are many areas where modernity and industrialization have contributed to immense suffering and devastation. And like they actually, I've said this before, but they actually breed rats or mice to be more human-like, to be more intelligent, and then they sacrifice them to dissect them and get their brains. And that's like disturbing stuff. I went to neurobiology lab. Some rats are actually even bred or genetically engineered to be more empathetic and more rational and intelligent.
Yeah. What do you think of using human brain cells for computing? Because they're doing that now.
Yeah, they are doing that. They're doing a lot of stuff. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of unethical, creepy stuff. You know what I mean? That's it's endless. You know what I mean? And the main thing is that instead of promoting more regulations, I think it's better to scale back the technology, if that makes sense. That's the main thing, because regulations prove ineffective, and they only just exacerbate the situation. Because when you have regulations, just means people get better at finding loopholes in the regulation. What's better is to scale back the technological.
No, Avian. No, I think everyone should be allowed to have a flying car.
I kind of agree with that.
Got those crappy rockets. Meanwhile, people don't look into the company has that burrows underground, like a boring company.
Yeah, the boring company.
I don't believe
he failed at that. He wanted to turn underground into like this high-speed highway, basically connected by
allegedly.
rails. Yeah,
underground. What?
He failed. Elon Musk at one point he wanted to design this highway,
Hyperloop.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what it was called. It would just basically send you across cities pretty dang quickly underground with like a underground rail system.
Yeah, as if they don't already have that.
Now they could very well have it, but he wanted to make it for the public.
Revelation of the method, basically.
That's right, because Elon Musk is just such a great guy. He's Earth 666's Tony Stark. That's right. Maybe he'll put a shield around the world.
I do want to travel around in tubes. I think that would be cool. A bunch of big air tubes. Like the old office things where you put the canister in the air tube and it went to its destination.
Yeah, Futurama had stuff like that.
Yeah.
They just move around the city.
Yeah. That'd be fantastic.
until you bash your brains on the side of the walls or something.
Accidents are
because
bound to
it's
happen.
because the testing for that hasn't ironed out all the bugs.
Yeah,
So
not
go
a bad
ahead.
way to go.
I mean, it's not any better than a car crash or
Yeah.
or
Hopefully
whatever,
it's
so.
instantaneous. Hopefully you're going fast enough. You just be paced.
You're
Splat.
saying you
won't
hope
feel
they
a thing.
design it to kill you instantly?
Yeah, you won't
instead of
feel a
suffer.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
think
getting
that would
Be a
sell.
lot more
stuck
exciting
in
than
an
the AIDS
elevator
program we
and
have in
dying.
Canada, right? Right. If I had a terminal illness and I had the choice of the MAID program in Canada where you take some pills and die, or flying through a tube at 1,000 miles an hour, I think I'd take a tube.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be messy. Someone have to come and clean you up.
Peel
You
you
don't have
off
to worry
the
about it. Yeah.
side of the wall or whatever.
Yeah, just have the wall,
Pancake.
to make a game show out of it,
But yeah, they could very well already have this technology. And they just use it for themselves. All we can really do is just sit back and guess what they have based on what they've given us.
Yeah, I actually have one thing to think about. Like I would say in some ways the elites are not truly reasonable or intelligent, because this is just like material progress that erodes all fabrics of life. Like, I don't really think they're truly intelligent. Like, true intelligence would lead you to prioritizing contentment and spiritual centeredness. You see what I mean? And I don't really think they're like, it's like a carnal twisting of intelligence. Like, you see what I'm trying to say? Maybe it's like more mechanistic reasoning.
The way I see it, the elites, they were basically tasked by the people who they consider gods to uphold the order and the standard of hierarchy and compartmentalization to keep the rest of us down and divided and basically in a state of believing illusions. That's why they don't seem intelligent. They actually are intelligent when it comes to that, even though I would say they're probably more incompetent now than they were, say, 100 years ago or even 50 years ago. But their whole goal is antithetical to nature itself. They're basically at war with creation because they want to coerce everyone because they think they have some sort of divine right to do so.
They have to have some intelligence. You can't run things by being an invalid.
Yeah, they have a kind of
intelligence goes.
Sorry, they have a kind of Machiavellian.
Just like anybody running a company, there's the people that get things done that usually is the minority, and the rest of them just loaf around being office dullards.
They basically put their intelligence into making people more dependent on their lives and to making their lives easier. That's where all their thoughts seem to go. As an elite aristocrat on the earth, your intelligence is making life better for yourself at the expense of everyone else.
Yeah, an order out of chaos isn't really that complicated,
Yeah, they don't really have a kind of contemplative intelligence, like the elites of the past, some of them didn't seem that bad, like during medieval periods or something. Like, I mean, look at the poetry of Chaucer or like even Shakespeare or something. Like, Hamlet has a lot of depth to it. Like, Hamlet is still like one of the most impressive stories to this day and age. Hamlet, same with Macbeth, but the elites nowadays, they're like totally carnal, materialist, like Elon Musk type of people. Like, they do cocaine, they They don't really like have any sophistication in terms of being like contemplatively deep. You see what I mean? Like, I think the older caste system with like Brahmins and Kashyatara, the warriors, and farmers, I think that kind of caste system was what worked out better. But you know, nowadays it's just like a kind of hierarchy based on material benefit, material interest above all else. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, like the older aristocracy, they were probably way better than.
Well,
Maybe they were
yes,
killed.
yes, Avian, because you have to assume that a majority of the people who you see in the public scene who's ever exposed to any type of media is just an actor, so that way the people can actually work in the shadows, and no matter what they do, like Mr. Smoking Man, you know, it's always plausible deniability, no matter how much collateral damage, because, you know, they're so far in the shadows that by the time, even if you did get a smudge of the truth, that, again, plausible deniability. So
the thing is, the people who are actually running things do have to be intelligent and really brilliant, because you have to, first of all, compete with all the other brilliant people that aren't evil to, you know, to keep them from discovering what you're doing. So you have to plan, you have to make all kinds of contingencies and stuff. You have to actually work at it. Whereas the puppet people like Elon Musk, or all the people that are put on a pedestal, they're just distractions. They might have some intelligence. They might be able to run a banana stand or something, but they're not really the people that are running things.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. I think the Epsteins and the other similar people, they read stuff like Marcus de Sade. They're very carnal, vile people that are only after instant gratification. You know what I mean? And in like perpetuating the instant gratification. They're not like older aristocracies that were very like cultured.
The Epsteins are intelligence assets. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be intelligent. They're just doing their agenda, whichever intelligence agency they work for. They're just
these plans have been
fitting that role
over and over again for 100 years too. Like they write it, rewrite it as new things come up. It's all white papers, and they follow these things. They've been following these plans since because they start their societies, right? Like the Fabian Society, from that shoots other societies and now NGOs,
Yeah. Tavistock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they are mechanistically intelligent, like trying to mold people's behaviors, being invasive, but they're not intelligent in the sense of like being more existential or contemplative, like being thinking more deeply about life. Like, let's say they get what they want, okay, so what then? Like,
oh no, they'd beat that out of any kid they had. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That would not work. So,
yeah, the elite, they groom their kids to basically just be psychopaths.
Yeah.
But they do say, I've heard some of them like Jay Parker say that they do have an option to opt out of that life. Right? They give them that choice. But
supposedly.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you have to basically overcome all the conditioning that they subjected you to.
Well, you hear that, Baron Trump? You have a chance.
I don't know. I think if you're someone like that, you probably have no chance.
Uh-oh.
Anyone think he's an augmented or manipulated human? I think they manipulated him in vitro or something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He just has a strange look about him. He's extremely tall.
Really tall.
Well, I mean, one would assume that if his father is allegedly involved with any things he's assumed to be involved with, yeah, good luck coming out normal with that type of parenting. Like Jaden Smith, right? What's wrong? You don't want your daddy kissing you on the lips in an interview?
Sheesh. They injected him with Nephilim DNA or something. Like,
yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah,
I think they did gene edit that kid.
Inject. He probably already had it from the start.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. Like
Well, like
Where
I
do you
said,
think these bloodlines come
a
from?
lot of these people think they
But-
are related to these Nephilim kings or these ancient gods.
But I think the bloodlines, like, are you sure? Like, cause
That's right. That's right. We were Nephilims and shit.
sometimes
Yeah,
I
that's what
feel
the
like
elite think.
like, how do we know that these people are like not? They go back to the true aristocracy of Europe, like from 1200s or like 900s. You know,
Oh,
maybe
no
they're
one can.
just like sick guys who killed them or something,
Yeah,
and then took their place.
usurpers.
Like,
No,
the
I saw
bloodline.
one video of a guy trying to trace back Trump's lineage, and he did come from nobility at some point. If you go by the, his parents being his actual parents.
Yeah, like Habsburg or like what nobility? Like, I'm curious about that. Like,
I think one of them was German, the other one was Scottish. So maybe not Habsburg, but somewhere.
Are you talking about Robert
close
Seffer?
by. No, not Sephirus. It was just some random guy on the internet.
Robert
found it
Seffer
on
also
YouTube.
said that you could trace Trump's lineage to German aristocracy.
Yeah, the guy I saw, he got back to like about the 1100s before he couldn't really get any farther than that.
Yeah, Robert Sepper
Or
cannot be
900s.
trusted that much though, because he's a J. His father was a J who also made Holocaust films. Guilt tripping the Westerners. Did you know that? Like his father. And he's also a part of a charity that was also about like helping the Jays. And I don't know if Robert Sepper can be trusted really, like fully. Like I don't trust Robert Sepper. He's half Jew, half Iranian Jew. Also, the last name Seper, I have never seen a Persian or Iranian with that last name. Maybe Seperi, but not Seper. I knew he was a Jew right from the beginning. These Jews have been causing so much problems in pretty much everywhere they settle. Europe, Iran, and like even China.
Jew, Jew.
Yeah, the Jays are a very tricky bunch, very deceptive.
Well, I will say he does get a lot of
the GIF.
subscribers and views.
And so does Mr. Beast. Who cares?
Yeah, Mr. Beast is definitely a creepy guy. Yeah, I definitely agree on that. Yeah, Mr. Beast.
Well, I don't know. It seems people who get pushed by the algorithm are typically gatekeepers.
100%. Yes, 100%.
Of
And
course.
yeah.
Gotta control the narrative somehow.
That's why I have doubt over everything, because the system we live in is not about giving us the truth. It's about creating an illusion to lure us to what they want. And yeah, that's
What is this crazy lightning?
I have to not do that.
Yeah, we're just kind of like testing out this like background. Here.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, epilepsy warning.
Yeah,
I don't think it's fast enough, but yeah, it's kind of distracting.
I gotta go. Thanks for having me up. Great conversation, guys.
Yeah,
have a good
blessings.
night.
Max.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yeah, this is sort of a shorter stream today. I don't know if the people read the community post, but the stream will be structured a little differently. On the 4th hour of the stream, I will be engaging in a music show where I'll play 3 albums. Right, one is called Peace, Love, and War by the group Fundamental, experimental electronic band. Right, the other is 2 things by Bomb 20. One is called Pigtronics, and the other is called Flip Hamburgers or Die. I played it many times on the show, but hopefully there'll just be an hour of just music at the 4th hour of this, and then we'll sort of premiere this debate review, which is essential, right? So it's essential that you guys watch the last, beginning, right, of the debate review, which is at 6 hours and 47 minutes in the last episode we did, right? So if you guys go to that timestamp, right, you'll then see the beginning of a debate review of Christianity versus transhumanism. So it's just very important for me to record this just in case it's gone later, right? And it could be gone for a number of reasons, right? Including the termination of Neurojack's channel and other exciting avenues, right? Which we may embark on, you know, but actually, we're in pretty good shape at Neurojack. We're in pretty good shape as seditious glands, and also as cyber caliphate and the machine lies. So right now we got 4 main networks where you'll probably see me at, right? And yeah, so that's going on right now. And yeah, so let me move back to Heraclitus real quick, if you guys would engage me, right?
The
And it's pretty
elusive
interesting.
Bomb 20.
Yeah, exactly. Bomb 20. Sick. New tape by Bomb 20. New videos that Lorb's been making. It's pretty excellent stuff, right, honestly. So you guys stick around. You'll get a bunch of electronic explosions. And, you know, and then, yeah, so then we'll move to that debate review. So yeah, blessings. So this fragment is pretty important, I think, right? Because it lets us know the idea of sort of Heraclitus seeing that there's a mode of perceiving information that goes beyond tradition. And that seems to suggest somewhat that he had a sort of primitive concept of a sort of progress of human knowledge, right? Which I find to be not too compelling. But it says here, it would no longer be fitting to appeal to poets and mythologists as witnesses for what we do not know, which our predecessors did for most things, thus taking, unreliable resources as authorities for controversial questions, according to Heraclitus. Right, so this is written
Seems
by...
pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah, so it's kind of like he doubted, and it goes along with what he said about Homer and Pythagoras and sort of these guys, right? And he said thinking is common to all. Right? He said men who are curious should indeed be acquainted with many things. The things of which there is sight, hearing, experience, I prefer. The eyes are more accurate witnesses than the ears. It's an interesting statement. I have to disagree with them, right? I think perception is duality. Right? I think God is heard and not seen. Right? I think there's I think the eyes have no conscience. Sound is a primary element of creation, I think. I don't know. There's a lot of different reasons, right? Where I could think.
Well, I don't know. Sight is just a reflection of light hitting an object and going back to your eyes. And then sound would be like literal ripples around you coming from a source.
Vibrations. It'll be vibrations.
Yeah, vibrations, yeah.
Sound is vibration. Vibration is sound.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the eyes are reliable witnesses. This seems like just total farce.
But you can have like visual hallucinations or auditory hallucinations. Like they're both, like they can be both reliable or unreliable, like both vision and sight. You know what I mean? Have you heard of synesthesia? Synesthesia. You know about that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
of course, yeah.
Yeah, some people
I've
like
experienced it actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe on shrooms. You
Oh
experience
yeah. You take a high dose of mushrooms and you turn on a lot of music and you could experience some synesthesia. And the sounds will visually form, especially if you listen to Christoph de Babylon. Right, they'll start to turn into visual structures.
Nice.
Right? And on mushrooms, and yeah, so
You know,
I wouldn't recommend doing it, but
when it comes to senses, I think that there's an illusion in separating senses like sight and smell and hearing, because all these things is just basically the same sense. There's really only one sense, which is touch. The sound has to touch your ears. The light has to touch your eyes. Particles have to come from the source to penetrate your nose. all these things, in order to experience them, have to touch you. I would say that is probably the primary sense of God.
I would say the proprioception, the sense of balance and orientation, is actually before touch. I would argue that proprioception, because if that sense were to mess up, where you can't tell up from down, down from up, it can make you throw up and get very dizzy and stuff. When proprioception is disrupted, that's the sense of balance and orientation. But there are senses we cannot experience, like certain spectrum of UV light we cannot see, and some fish can sense electrical fields. What I mean, they can sense electrical fields. They're probably senses we can never experience, or other beings can experience those senses. But I would say that all the senses are interdependent. They all are interdependent, maybe, so they have some kind of entanglement with each other, the senses, or something.
Well, I think even when it comes to equilibrium and your sense of balance, that would require you to be in a stable environment, to be touching the earth in a way so that, like you aren't in a dark room where you don't know what's in front of you, or you aren't on some roller coaster that's spinning around. If you're in an environment like that, then already your sense of touch, whether it's sight or auditory, is already being impaired by the environment itself. So if you are in an environment that is, balanced and where you can have your equilibrium and not be disoriented, I would say even that is governed by touch.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Have you heard of the rubber hand experiment, Dominator? The rubber hand experiment.
I don't think so.
Basically, if you get a hand and you get a rubber hand and place it between each other, and you hide the regular hand, and you start synchronously.
I've heard of this, yeah.
Yeah, rubbing the hand and rubbing the rubber hand. Eventually, your sense of feeling and touch actually is transposed to the rubber hand. I mean, you can look up YouTube videos about it. And they have even done full body analogs of this, where they're like rubbing your whole body, and they put a virtual avatar in front of you, and they're rubbing the virtual avatar, and eventually your sense of touch is transposed to the full body virtual replica. So it's like a transposition, so you can use rubber hand or
a
rubber
mirror.
Yeah, you have to use the mirror. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Yeah, that one, it would interest you. Rubber hand experiment. There's a lot of interesting things in neuroscience like that and stuff.
Or there's the thing
that's why I've often said.
They take two rods. I forget how they shape them or if they intertwine them, where they have no temperature to them, but if you do touch them, it's as though your hand gets burned. There's something about that throws off the senses that I'm not really explaining it very well, but I've heard of something to that effect.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Like if you burn your hand, if you touch another surface, it's probably not going to feel the way or the same way on your hand. And then if you didn't burn it, or if like you got hit in the head by a brick, you might have a hard time interpreting the information that your eyes are processing, and you might see things that aren't actually there.
I really have this one guy is an enemy of me. He keeps like just making stuff about nice sucky $5 like I don't know.
I knew I should have banned that fucking account.
Yeah, what does he have against me? I don't get it. Like really like.
What were you gonna say, Mr. Kennedy? That's why you often say what or think what. Oh, maybe he's not there. It sounded like he wanted to say something earlier.
Oh, whoops.
He might be
Okay, so I don't know if you guys see the background anymore, or did
Talking
it crash
to
out?
fam.
I actually wanted to ask Dark Lord something.
Background's still there.
I have a question for everyone here. Do you think when you play like that Led Zeppelin song backwards, you know, it says like Satan, Satan, you know what I'm talking about? Like, you know, when they're playing the song backwards.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Do you think that's just coincidence or our minds just fabricating it? Or if it's real? Like they intended it or something?
I haven't looked into that, so I wouldn't know.
Backmasking is very real. I've done it myself, and I've gotten it on many occasions, not in just songs. The song that the dude sings, "We Just Got a Letter" in Blue's Clues. If you play it backwards, he says "evil acts of evil." Call it conspiracy theory, but yeah, it's plain as day. Evil acts of evil, evil acts of evil. It's, you know, just like with the whole Obama thing. I mean, whether or not you want to put too much into it, backmasking is very real. In the occult realm, they know what they're doing with it. We like to call it hell speak in the satanic community, but yeah.
Yeah, it's creepy stuff. I wouldn't put it past
community.
Really, it's just another way of casting spells on people.
Yeah, music is very powerful. It's strange. As much as I don't like the AI music that I mess with, I can tell you, music is very powerful, and even artificial intelligence music seems to have a spiritual effect on certain people. So, according to my experiments.
Yeah, most people, I think, in like Theravada Buddhism, and maybe even some like monks, and I don't know about the Christian monks, but they're not allowed to listen to music like entertainment purposes. Like, and this was during the time of Gukien. The Gukien is a lot more meditative instrument. Like, music is very powerful. I think there's something special about more traditional instruments, like the Gukien of China, Guqin. You know, that instrument is very special. And then there are other instruments that feel special, right? Traditional music has a more meditative quality, a more ethereal quality. More modern music has a more brainwashing quality, I think, a little bit more. You know, that's I mean, I'm not trying to criticize anyone here. Or
No, you're 100% right. I mean, even a majority of the music that we all like, if you understand like how frequency works and how they make beats, it's not a coincidence. Like, music, there's something definitely deep and spiritual about music that even, you know, I don't think some of the big musicians of the time understood. There's a reason why Mozart and Beethoven and Frederick Chopin and all them, you know, I'm just saying, like, I think to an extent they knew what they were doing, but, you know, being as a Christian, I think, you know, with Lucifer being the best musician in heaven, I can tell you there's something like I showed Reddington one time, the noise that the marker makes from dead space is the exact same noise that Godzilla makes. The charge up noise that they make for his atomic sound or whatever. So again, these people know when they're messing with visuals, sounds. I mean, I'll just put it this way: if you can psyop the masses from a brochure that's it's bad to smoke, but okay to smoke a Jew, then, you know, I'm just saying, imagine what else music can do. I mean, look what the music does to, you know, a certain community when, you know, it's always about drugs and sex and violence. So, I mean, you know, you can't sit here and say that words, even in a lyrical form, doesn't have some type of psychological, emotional, or spiritual pull on, you know, especially individuals. Someone like me, you know, as a white dude, I can go and listen to rap all day long. You know, it doesn't make me want to go out there and sling drugs and fuck bitches. So, you know, I guess that really goes to say, is it really just meant for weak-minded people? Like a lot of the people who I know who listen to Ozzy when in, you know, the heavy metal bands and what they considered the early satanic stuff when it first started coming out. Even someone like Kiss, you know, what does it stand for? Knights in Satan's service. I mean, I believe that, but again, it comes back down to that, like, what is the purpose for that type of music? If you know, people know that, you know, that type of music has a certain type of pull onto it, you know, I think that what it comes down to is they also had to kind of allow everything. That's why in the early 90s, they wanted to bitch and complain about the violence in the early video games that was coming out, or like the violence in lyrics and stuff. And that's when they started, you know, allegedly forcing all the famous people to put, you know, ratings on the video games and the movies, and forcing people like Eminem to start putting parental advisory on his albums and stuff. But then, you know, you turn around as a society and complain about that very material that you're allowing. So in a way, I guess it comes back down to that as long as we're participating in the initiation ritual with them, you know, you can't really sit here and bitch and complain.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Dark Lord. This is an interesting question, and I'm interested in your thoughts about it. One thing I noticed is a lot of people into music, like punk or like metal or whatever, they tend to get tattoos. And I think tattoos may be indicative of mental illness or something. I'm not trying to insult anyone who has tattoos. I am not tattooed. But one thing I've noticed is that in the past, tattoos were seen negatively. There was a stigma attached to having tattoos.
Oh,
But
what's
now
wrong?
people-
What's wrong? You don't think it's okay for Tom McDonald to have, like, you know, 100 tattoos and be stereotypical?
Tom McDonald. Yeah, I have to double check with that.
Stereotypical.
Yeah, but let me tell you this. You know, in the past, like the 90s or
Cracking
80s,
me up, man.
having a tattoo was seen negatively, but now having a tattoo is seen as normal. You know, doesn't that kind of tell us that society is becoming more sick? Or is that just me? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into
I mean,
it.
I guess maybe it just depends. I mean, you know, I know, like, someone like me, I have, I wasn't supposed to get tattoos because of diabetes, whatever, you know what they say if you get tattoos, but I got the death date of my mom and the birth date of my son. That's as far as tattoos as I'm ever going to get. But, you know, I know some people who've gotten some pretty beautiful pieces for good reasons, but, you know, in the end, you're not supposed to allegedly harm your temple in any way, including getting tattoos. So I guess it just goes to say that, you know, I can tell you that, yes, there is a correlation between certain tattoos in the music industry. But I mean, you know, say the same thing about people who go to jail, you know. I can't tell you how many dudes I've met who've got a teardrop tattoo, and, you know, when you go and ask, you think it's because, you know, they murdered, like, you know, a dude or something, and no, it's because their mom died or something. So, you know, and he looks like the meanest fucker in the street. So, but I mean, tattoos are just a phenomenon in themselves that, and in all honesty, I think is fascinating. You know, there's just a lot of ways in which tattoos, I think, could have a dark meaning, but, you know, is it like something like John Constantine? Are you going to go and get some ancient ruin tattooed on your arm and you're able to, you know, call out Cthulhu from the void? I'm not sure, but
the way I see it, tattoos
go ahead.
They're just putting symbols on your body. And, you know, whatever those symbols mean to you is what you're trying to express to other people, or just maybe even remind yourself. But I don't have any tattoos personally. But I wanted to comment on the music and why I think it's powerful, because many cultures and myths like Kabbalah describe that God spoke the world into being. So when God spoke the world into being, maybe he didn't really speak it. Maybe he sort of sang unto it as well in a beautiful way. Because, you know, is God really just out there talking monotonously, or is God out there speaking in a way that's beautiful and with harmony, in a way that sounds like music? So this is why I think music is so powerful, is because music is likely the thing that generated life itself. So if you can use music to control life, the person doing that is going to have a lot of power over the people who are being subjected to that music. And I think I'm pretty sure that all these rock stars and all these rappers and whoever else, they're supposedly witches.
Gay witches, allegedly.
Oh yes, yeah. I forgot
shout out to Ariana Grande.
Oh, is that where you heard that from? I've heard it from other sources.
I was just picking fun at the two gay lesbian witches.
She looks like a skeleton now.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when, you know, you take experimental umbrella drugs. Allegedly.
Sad trombone.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, they obviously believe that they can do things with not just allegedly, hypothetically, viruses and pathogens and other things. They obviously know that frequencies and sounds can cause certain creatures, including probably humans, to go haywire and do things. So, you know, when you get a high-pitched ringing in your ear and it starts to, you know, invade your brain and it won't stop no matter how much tinfoil you put on. Well, there
I
you
have
go.
a question for you, Dark Lord. You know about the 2019 hoax, the 2020 hoax?
No, I had absolutely no clue. It was a Mandela effect.
Yeah. Did you know they claim they put hydras into the some of the batches? The hydras are actually like organisms.
Yeah, we might have to move on from this, bro.
Yeah. Skip a chapter.
Hydras. You know about the hydras? Or sorry,
the one that Hercules fought, or the one that Captain America fought?
Just really tiny ones.
Yeah.
We should probably move on.
I don't doubt it. Just to answer your question.
Sorry,
I forget what I was gonna say.
Well, I apologize. It probably was my fault for bringing that topic up.
Well, I'll just put it this way, Avian. They definitely are putting things in your skies that make you sick. So what else can they do?
Some of the stuff
talking about music, this, that, and the other.
Well, there's music in the air. Didn't you forget? Did you forget about all the radios? Oh, that's right. That's going to be extinct soon, allegedly. No more radio stations.
Frequency. I think it was something about frequency.
Yeah, some frequencies can put out fire.
Oh, is that why when the Hulk claps his hand and puts it out?
Yeah, you can look it up on YouTube. There are some frequencies they use that put out fire better than water.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, it's not a conspiracy. That one is actually, you can just look it up on YouTube or whatever, you know, like, yeah, that one. It's very bizarre. Did you know that, TML?
Tesla says, you know, if you want to understand the universe, think in terms of frequencies, waves, and vibrations.
Yeah.
Did you know that, TML?
About what now?
There are some frequencies that can put out fire. You know,
yeah, I have not heard of that, but
yeah, that's
we did
common knowledge.
It's interesting. Yeah,
it's interesting. You're not common knowledge, but they do use it in the fire department. Not common knowledge.
Well, that kind of begs the question of whether there's frequencies that will start fires.
You ain't never heard of friction?
It's called directed energy.
Friction, yeah.
It's called directed energy.
Yeah, there's that, but I was thinking maybe something a little different. I don't know.
Directed energy weapon is just a frequency, I believe. Like
no, isn't it a common knowledge that if you move air quick enough, it heats up as well? Or maybe I am retarded. I don't know.
Air friction.
Yeah. Huh. I don't know. I can just tell you whatever I saw 3 years ago didn't have no spark or fumes or exhaust points.
Have any of you ever heard of cymatics? Cymatics. It's so beautiful. Cymatics. Yep. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's like making visual art out of music or sound. Making visual art out of sound. Yeah. Some people claim that's how dolphins communicate, with some kind of cymatic method. C-Y-M-A-T-I-C. Cymatics. The dolphins can like translate sounds into visual images or something. That's a speculative, but it's possible. Yeah.
Now you see, if they could do that, would they not be capable of forming symbolic thoughts?
Yeah, the thing is though, you know, like if they were to make like, I don't know, like a Mandela or like some kind of like you know, they have signature whistles and stuff. They name each other, but they don't really like you know, make a kind of like, you know, like a flag or like a Mandela, some kind of symbol that represents something that's absent, that only makes sense in an internally relational symbolic system. You know, it has to be referring to something that is presently absent, that's not co-occurring. You see what I mean? Like, you know, a flag, you know, if you look, a flag, like the US flag, it represents a legacy, a history. You can show someone in Thailand the US flag, and even though they're not in the USA, but they know what it means. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, it makes sense within a symbol system you already have. You you know, but maybe they have like the beginnings of symbolic reference, maybe, you know. But this is like semiotics. It's called biosemiotics. You can look more into it. It's an interesting field, you know, but when you get into the semiotics of things, it's not as materialistic as the, you know, the computational stuff, you know. There's more, you know, we get into the interpretation we were talking about, and lots of interesting stuff. But it's an interesting field, you know, biosemiotics, you know. And like, I got into it recently. It's fascinating, you know, relatively recently, like a few months ago. Yeah, but I don't think they have symbolic reference yet. You know what I mean? Like, not yet, but they do have like a rich internal mental life. It's called Umwelt, UMWELT. You can even Google it, Umwelt. They have a rich Umwelt. You know, I'm not saying to, you know, view these animals as being like automatons. No, I would never argue that. You know, I am a compassionate person. I'm just saying that there's no evidence for symbolic reference as of yet or something. Yeah. It is a difficult field.
That's right. So we should go and take all the ambers, extract all the dino DNA, and take the gay frogs and make some gay dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Dr. Grant, you should come over here and take a look at this. That's one big pile of shit.
Keep a straight face for that one, bro.
The gay frog stuff, man, that stuff is real. You can look up Tyrone Hayes, and atrazine. You know, they were using this kind of pesticide on maize.
It wasn't technically to make them gay. It was technically to make them trans.
Yeah, deformations like that. Some of them would have like multiple genitals. Some of them would have multiple limbs. You know, atrazine, you know, on Syngenta or something that. And there's a lot of controversy around that.
It's just that Alex Jones was not precise in his terms.
Yeah, Alex Jones. But yeah, Tyrone Hayes though was an interesting man. He would send rap lyrics to the Syngenta, the guys who made atrazine, that pesticide, mocking them and stuff like that. And it was generating a lot of controversy. Tyrone Hayes. Maybe it's possible to get him on this show. You know, maybe if you email him and ask him to come talk about all the damage pesticides are causing, maybe he'll be willing to, because he will like the aesthetics of the rap and other stuff. But yeah, he was an interesting man. Tyrone Hayes. Not many people talk about him. I'm not sure why. So he actually risked his whole career to expose atrazine. You believe that? And how it was causing the frogs to deform and become all weird and queer and gay and stuff like that. That stuff is.
That's right, and it did absolutely nothing to stop all that glorious American consumerism. So just like George Bush Jr. said, I encourage you to buy more.
Hey, I almost sounded like him.
Bring me a taco.
So, what did he say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. A fool can't get fooled again.
Yeah, he said a lot of things that are just not coherent at all. Call them Bushisms.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you wear the dunce hat, right? Good thing the Joker, teleprompter reader came in to save the day a few years after. But nobody questioned his name, did it? Even though we hunt down a man with, the exact same name for how many years?
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
But that's okay. That's right. Shout out to SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, and then you even hear that guy, the guy who supposedly shot him. He basically says that he's just a mercenary for corporations.
The guy who shot who? Sorry.
Oh no! All the movies like Alien and Predator that have all these white men with one black guy and maybe an Asian in the group who work for all these corporations sent to other planets can't just possibly be hired fucking ex-military or black ops. No, there's just no way. Thanks, Avatar. Thanks, James Cameron. Let's go hunt down the blue people.
You know, one thing I will say is I love the blue song from the 90s. So that blue song, though, I do have some nostalgia for it. I like that song, though. But you know what I'm talking about. I'm blue, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah. Well, when you say let's hunt down the blue people, there are a lot of people who watch these movies or people into sci-fi in general. They look at it with this authoritarian human supremacist perspective of, we need to go out there and dominate all these other alien life forms. And it's like, it's madness is what it is. Like, people, they call that dude,
Well, it's okay as long as a strong, somewhat muscular, gray, old white man tells you in an authoritative tone, this is what you must do. Like Reddington said, go get the unobtainium.
Yeah, exactly. And as long as that guy is paying them as well, then that makes it even the better. But there's a lot of people who they'll say the main character of Avatar is like a traitor to his race and he's so bad. But really, I think it's just staying true to principles and you know, saying what is really right. Because what's right or what's or principles, they transcend your race or they transcend your nationality. And this is a big part of why I think war fails, is because a lot of people, they go straight to their government and they want their government of their homeland to solve the problem, regardless of if they're even moral or not. You know, it's like, well, these are the lesser of two evils, but they're still choosing evil instead of what's right.
What is this TML? This is interesting. Like, is this from Fantastic Planet or
Right?
Yeah. Everybody's watching Fantastic. Fantastic Planet was nice. Yeah. Roland Topper was the artist of Fantastic Planet. He was also the
He had to
actor.
have been on drugs, bro.
Yeah, he Roland Topper has a lot of like cynical, weird paintings. You know, he was also an actor in Nosferatu, directed by Werner Herzog. Yeah, I remember him there. Yeah, he was also an actor. You know, but yeah, he was a strange guy, Roland Topper. I think he illustrated a lot of stuff. Yeah, like that's interesting. I can recommend. There's another artist who's kind of like this guy, Roland Topper. I forgot his name. What was the name of the other artist? I think it was like cool. I can find his name.
Isn't this the scene in the movie where the small people make their attack on the big people because they're
That's
vulnerable?
exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
what are
destroy their technology.
What are they supposed to be doing here? I never knew when they're dancing. Like, what are they doing? Do you know?
They're making the babies. No,
It's the meditation of the ohms that are causing their dancing. So
Yeah, Roland Topper's artwork is so it does make you feel weird. The more you look at his artwork, it's like very this kind of like. But yeah, there's another artist who kind of reminded me of Roland Topper, and that's Alfred Kubin. Yeah, his stuff is kind of like, I'll share it on the Discord. Alfred Kubin and some more Roland Topper. Did you know about Roland Topper, the artist for Fantastic Planet? Well, not really. Roland Topper was the artist.
no, I didn't. I had no idea.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
know. Yeah, I was more interested in who composed the music, and I found the soundtrack very compelling. Yeah, I've collected that for sure. Alain Garagor, some French guy.
So I have a question for everyone here. Everyone answer. If you were forced to either go deaf or blind, which would you pick? If you were forced to pick, I'm just curious. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want either one on anyone here, of course. But I'm just saying, if you had no choice, like I'm just curious. Like, I mean, it's just a question.
Well, I can answer that one easy since I am going blind. Neither, but I think I would rather be able to see my son's face at least one more time. But I mean, I guess it just depends. You know, either way it would suck. I think either way it's an existential dread that no one should have to really suffer.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit tone deaf, so just a little bit. Somewhat. I would rather go deaf.
Well, they say, I don't know because I've never experienced it, but they say if you lose one sense, then your other senses become more heightened or more sensitive.
Yeah, that's true. Yes,
that's right. I want to be Daredevil.
And you can do echolocation with sound. Like, there are people who are so good at echolocation, they can model their environment just based off the sound bouncing off of the vibrations bouncing off of the environment and stuff. I mean, like dolphins, like echolocation.
Like Daredevil?
I've never seen Daredevil. I don't know. Like kind of like a bat. A bat.
I'm pretty sure that's Daredevil. I never really watched that though.
Oh, yeah, I know
Yeah.
that's a weird question to ask. So yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah,
Is
I'd
this-
like to keep my senses.
Me too. Yeah, I would like to keep them, but they do deteriorate with age. Inevitably, your senses will deteriorate. That's a guarantee.
Well, that's the same with everything else. Your life itself will deteriorate, and then you'll die, and then.
Yes.
That's right. So how dare you tell billionaires that they can't go and take stem cells from aborted alleged fetuses and grow new eyeballs and stem cells for new hearts?
Do you think that conspiracies regarding the skin lotion or cream have like stuff from aborted fetuses is true or not? Like you know what I'm talking
Well, I
about?
mean, it's called baby lotion.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's creepy. Yeah, those conspiracies. I haven't looked into
That's
that
some
much.
sound logic. It's called baby lotion. It must have babies in it.
Yeah, maybe it had babies in the past or something. Like I don't know. Like hopefully not. Like that's creepy. Like, yeah. That's one conspiracy I've heard before. There are a lot of conspiracies out there.
I saw this interview with this. He's like a Christian nationalist and some J. And the J said that basically during, I think, Passover, they butcher all these kids and feed them and sell them to fast food places.
That sounds like the Finkelstein interview.
Yeah, it's like I think blood libel is real. Like blood libel is just adrenochrome farms now. Like like blood libel, And also, let me tell you, there are conspiracies that the Jays would go around in medieval European villages and poison the wells. They would poison the wells, and they do that to Palestinians now. They poison the wells, to Palestinians. That's actually a recorded fact that they poison the wells to make the Palestinians infertile. Many of them in Gaza.
Yeah, there's no shortage of atrocities they've done to the Palestinians at this point. They pretty much put them through everything.
It makes you think that the so-called conspiracies about them poisoning the wells of Europeans is true. Maybe they like dumped corpses in their wells or something in medieval times in European villages and stuff. It wouldn't shock me at this point if that turned out to be true.
How many kids do they say go missing each year?
What the hell is this? All right. So I've been kicked out of the studio, and now it has a banner underneath the screen, and the background's gone. So just figure that out.
What the hell?
That's like some ghost, is a fucking poltergeist in this bitch, right? Who pressed all these buttons?
When I was like, maybe it's like Messiah because we're talking about Jays.
Good lord, dude, that's never happened before. This is really strange.
It's like you can't talk about that blood libel.
Well, I am on an FBI watch list. I mean, like I have had a visit. What I mean?
Say what?
I'm on the FBI watch list, and I had a visit.
Me and Avian for sure are right. Just being from the countries we're from, most likely. But yeah, or the countries our parents are from, pretty much. I mean, I was actually born in a foreign country, so I bet I'm definitely on a watch list. So there's that aspect of things for sure. So
remember, it's nothing personal. It's all in the name of national security.
Right. But we gotta shut this down now. Unfortunately, we will be back on Tuesday. With more conversations. The issue I'm having is to re-premiere the entirety of this debate review. Right. So I will now launch on the music stream, and hopefully people enjoy their time listening to the music. I know a lot of people, they may leave, they may stay. We may get a larger audience on the music stream than the regular stream. Who knows? Maybe if people are really feeling the vibe, right? So yeah, blessings to all the people. I greatly appreciate you guys. Would you guys like to say some closing? And I mean, of course, please, contact me at any point. The people on the panel, I love you guys, and it's always great to talk to you guys.
I thought it was a good talk. Agape to all, and I guess I'll see you guys next
yeah,
time.
yeah. Consider joining our Discord, Dominator. If you get on the Discord.
I've never actually used Discord once in my life.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, but yeah, we have a lot of good conversation. I'd like to invite you to the conversations, for sure. Sometimes we have these conversations just in the Discord, so a lot of times they're not recorded, so it does happen a lot. But yeah, blessings to all the people. Yeah, blessings, Frank. I appreciate you. Yeah, don't everybody leave. There's still a lot more show. Especially, I think the stuff that's in the later part of the show is very significant because it deals with the internet actors and the people that are, so-called celebrity philosophers, right? So I like to break down their material because they do a lot of psyoping, as it were. So would you guys like to say some closers to my friends on the panel here?
I said mine.
Yeah, blessings, Dominator. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah.
My closer is just do your best, and do your best. Yeah, and always do your best. Yeah, while being honest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, blessings to Avian. Yeah, Lorp, you got anything for him?
I guess I'll keep it simple for my buddy here, my pitcher. If you don't try to save one life, you'll never save any. So at least try.
Yeah, it's beautiful, Lorp. I appreciate you, my brother. And yeah, please enjoy these videos made by Lorp. Excellent videos. I got a kick out of watching them. Honestly, it's making me laugh crazy. And the songs, honestly, yeah, I was thinking of playing the Willy Wonka song on one of my streams because it's crazy. I saw you play that song. This funny song, honestly, it's catchy too. Yeah, the Star Wars one is my favorite, honestly. But yeah,
I appreciate it. Trying to give it a heart, as someone who can't sing worth a damn themselves, but it's all with love. Blessings, man. I'll be watching.
Yeah, some of this pigtronic is crazy. It's kind of like pigs squealing, industrial factory type of stuff. It's like weird music for sure. So I apologize in advance for some of the Bomb 20. But or maybe even some of the fundamental. You guys may not like it, right? But I think most likely people will like. I have a different sort of taste in music. So we'll see what happens. And I appreciate you guys. So yeah, Andy, I appreciate you for watching today. Yeah, usually, honestly, we go way longer usually. This is sadly, usually it's 6 hours and we're still having very good conversations, right? 6, 7 hours, we keep going, right? So usually, yeah, sometimes I don't even have replays, right? Sometimes it's just all the whole entire stream, right? So there's been 12-hour streams that we've done for sure. There's been times where I've, had to come back and talk to somebody, right? So there's some bonus content in some of these. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And of course, please enjoy this debate review. I worked very hard on it. I wouldn't say I worked hard, but right. It just spent a lot of collective time sitting on the computer. Like, what is it? One of them's 4 hours, the other one's 2 hours, and then there's 3 hours. So it's literally 9 hours of review. So yeah,
over 9 hours.
Yeah, over 9 hours of review that we've compiled. That we're actually just putting on the show this week, right? So I'd say it's pretty extensive. And then we have a review of the review as well. So I'm working on a review of the review. So Jim Bob reviewed the debate too, and I'm reviewing his review of the debate. So several hours of this. So thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. What most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. And I hope you guys have clarity to see what's real, and blessings to all the people. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. and also a special show on Friday night, 7:30 p.m. next week, right? So we're doing extra stream, right? So we're going to be streaming 4 days next week. So go ahead and check it out. If you guys didn't check out our previous show, this was a introduction to 8. 8's going to wrap up everybody. Right? We're going to have everybody that we mentioned and all of the machine bobs. Right? So because they've chosen to come together. So it's like, it's like, oh, my enemies are congregating, right? Or whatever. Right? I wouldn't call them enemies. They're kind of like more virtual foes, right? Than actual ones. The actual ones are the ones behind them, right? As I said, you can't kill what you can't see, my friends. Blessings to all the people. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Enjoy this music. And and the debate review, obviously. Don't forget about the debate review, please. Please. All right. And fundamental peace, love, and war. Pigtronics. Flip hamburgers or die. And I think we'll play we'll sandwich flip hamburgers or die in between peace, love, and war and Pigtronics.
To submit your will. You were born to submit your will to do the will of God. Whether Prophet Muhammad came or didn't come. Whether Abraham came or didn't come. Whether Moses came or didn't come. We were before Abraham, before Moses, before Muhammad.
You listen, feel it, I'm better than the rest. I say you know, see this I DJ in my king of the crowd. Get it from the bottom, me go right to the top. Come from a hero that I wake up, shot. Me shall ride up on a rhythm, all a rock a soul job. Me say look, come on, I'm back from a Muslim culture. Me say 5 in the morning, me go piss to Allah. Me say look, come on, I'm back from a same culture. You go be sing, be my 10th leader. Living a hundred in Saudi Arabia. Look up this all my hip hop best to Allah. Respect for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu. Run that the mountain of the Muslim culture. Me say come me mama the mosque leader. Me say 5 times a day me go press to Allah. Last prophet on earth Muhammad sallallahu. Bismillah Rahim and la ilaha illallah. Me say shock out the man me go press to Allah. Me converted the country in a translation. Me say Allah is my one and all creation. Come me break your hit him up your chin man. I'm on go down here flop a stamina. Me say circle. Hey me
Bush is calling for a new world order that he wants to be the head of. Europe is getting together again as they did at the turn of the century, when they got together to carve up Africa. They're getting together again, and the third world again is the prize.
Love, war.
Our religion teaches us to be intelligent, be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery.
You know, say you do not touch me every mega nerd and your mother mega terror your belly. Tell your high man come rough and deadly. Tell you about the woman Muhammad Ali. Him go fly like them fly, him go sting like them bee. Coming alla Muslim from a New York City. Me say comprehend alla Muslim country. Me say assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Go put it on the mouth, I'm about the harawa. Me place to me mother, I'm me king father. Me say Allah, I'm the one leader. When you play to rubber, I run a Buddha. Hit them Hare Krishna. Me say tell you fundamental we about Arawa. Me say the best and all the time man. Me say feel it, they get catch a lamb up the nation. But from the west, me have to contest. Them a go about culture, so them are the best. Set them a king fin, give no contest. Me go tell you about little forget about the rest. Fundamentally, it's a roots and culture, originality. Sense from the west, say with the terrorists. Mess with me, fake, put a bullet in your chest. Hear me right now, say you come on your bow. You democratize me, happy show you how. Not to talk tomorrow, but hear me right now.
You don't think we're just going to walk out of India?
Yes. In the end, you will walk out. Because 100,000 Englishmen simply cannot control 350 million Indians if those Indians refuse to cooperate.
तुम्हारी मौत होने दो तुम्हारी मौत
My intention was to inflict a lesson that would have an impact throughout all India. तुम्हारी मौत होने दो तुम्हारी मौत One lone man marching dusty roads found only with honesty and a bamboo staff doing battle with the British Empire.
The American dream. That's what my mother and father worked like dogs all their lives for. Get him up.
Who the hell is this guy?
This is 20.
And now, he's here.
Look at us, man. Look at you. Everybody out there's getting paid but us. And I'm gonna change this. I'ma change it.
So you're gonna go out there and you're gonna do something stupid?
Somebody is getting fucking shot. I got a plan to get us out of here.
I know you want out for your family. You're just going about it the wrong way.
There is no wrong way. There's no wrong way out of here.
The blood our family spilled marked the beginning of the most violent century the world has ever known. Mama, why did they hate us so much?
Pray for me, holier than thou. And threaten me as well, and you're just as disgusting as I am. It's your fault. I've always hated you. You ruined me. And all my whole life. All my life. You followed me. Mother, you ignored me. Father, you threatened me, trying to beat me. So what? Because I'm like you. Because I'm like you. Because you're fucking religion. Fucking music. Holding something in your fucking leg. Yes. No, you're not. No, you're not. Couldn't see. You're fucking evil. Sin. I hate you.
All you want is your money, huh? Your filthy money.
You ain't even a good fucking liar. It's the same old shit.
Who the fuck do you think I am, motherfucker?
20. Reality.
That's my business. That's what I do.
That's what they wanted from.
20 minutes before it blows.
Yo, chill. No, fuck chill.
Sleeping with the enemy. To a choice between the unthinkable and the impossible. They branded his theory paranoid. 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 They branded his theory paranoid.
to the chest like a primacy miss. Intellectual killer, special majestical. Open up the devils, have them hanging from my testicles.
Sitting here on your ass, or you die out there. At least we take a shot. We owe it one.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about killing that big motherfucker.
Still doesn't mean we should go out and fight him. Jesus Christ, give us a break. You guys have got to be fucking nuts. Look, I've got a wife and a
Nobody
kid.
gives a shit about you. You're not one of us. You're not a believer. You're a fucking company man.
Hey, what the hell are you laughing at, you chain snatcher? Look, Look, who is this kid and what is he doing here?
Oh, please, Pierre, don't you think it's a little late to try acting like a husband now?
Look, I just think you're taking this save the children shit a little bit too far, that's all.
Bye.
Look, I just wanted to tell you what's up for your own good.
Bye, Pierre.
Well, I can't express concern what, huh?
Welcome to the Neurojack Show. We are here today to look at Andrew Wilson, the ultimate debater in the world. Part 2. Does he love transhumanism as much as you? Today we're going to answer that question.
With the World War debates.
And did you notice he like increased the bass on this video like a lot on his voice? Like his voice is a lot more like bass sounding than usual. I don't know. I thought it was kind of weird.
Huh.
Or at least on my TV yesterday, I was like, on the TV yesterday, it sounded like really like he like. Actually, I saw another stream he did a few days ago. It sounded like he was like increased the bass on his voice, so it sounds like he's like Jack. He's trying to do like a Jack Nicholson radio show or something. It's pretty interesting. Good idea. I need to do that, by the way.
Yeah, like it's weird. Like I don't exactly have professional equipment, but yeah, his mic, he used to have a Shure mic, and now he's got a different brand. So I mean, if you pay attention to the brands, it just might be a new mic that he has.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what mic these people use, because it does seem there seems to be a lot of you can kind of tell, like if someone's at a certain level, the microphone they use does tell you a little bit about like what level they're at, for sure.
Right. It's
like
usually
Alex Jones used to use like this really super like $10,000 microphone or something, and then he started hiding it or something. But I don't know. You can kind of tell by that stuff.
Yeah, like where that shit's like floating, like hooked up to a thing, a stand, and you know when they have the whole studio set up, it's pretty noticeable. You know, versus just you know, like obviously, you know, my thing doesn't have a green screen. If anybody has a green screen and a mic setup and a studio setup, it's just kind of weird. You know, and then in order to like produce, you know, like daily jump cut videos of yourself explaining shit like in a studio with like perfect lighting and perfect equipment, like it takes a whole team of people, right, to produce
that. It's a team for sure. And I'll tell you, I've been looking into different business models for like video editing and stuff. Like these people are hiring like people all over the world to like, so they like upload to like what do you call it? Like this the
Fiverr. Yeah, they're paying them on Fiverr and stuff.
Yeah. And it's a whole it's a whole industry, and it's kind of like a race to the bottom. So it's like what's weird is like what you notice is like there's very little original editing now. It's all like the same like jump flashes and the whole like thing, you know. And again, like my editing's not that good, but it's kind of weird that there's like very little variety in the style of editing, you know. And you know, it's all kind of like corporate. It's all become very corporate. But the funny part is like they're paying like people in third world, you know, Eastern Europe to like cut videos for them and stuff. And I don't know, it's pretty weird. It's a huge industry, and it costs a lot of money, honestly. Like just to do a video production that he does, like he's definitely investing like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So, you know, it's a pretty big operation for sure. And same for J Dyer. Like J Dyer is putting out like a massive amount of clips right now. So, and a lot of it's pretty old material from like 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. So somebody's definitely getting paid a lot of money to like put out the amount of clips that these guys are putting out. What's up, Ray?
Yo. Be square peg round hole, right? Or what's her face? No, not square peg. Slow boy. Yeah. Putting in work, I guess.
I mean, it might be. I think it's bigger than that. I mean, I don't think one person could do the amount of stuff that they're doing, because it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, it takes a lot of time to edit videos. So
it does. Maybe he's got AI doing it.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think AI is that good yet. Like you because you still need to watch, you need a timestamp, you need to cut, you need to like remix. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to be. Even shorts are like not easy. To be honest with you, like honestly, the stuff that I do is way easier than what these guys are doing. For sure.
Yeah, and this
All right.
dude on the who's moderating is a huge it's like 800. He's almost got 1 million subscribers, as we pointed out. So how that happened was, I guess he must be some sort of prize fighter or something like that. I don't know. So I don't know. That's what the sort of icon seems to suggest, but
right. If a man puts on a wig and cuts off his penis and declares himself a woman, it's so easy to become.
Wow. Well, that was weird.
Straight into the commercial. Right as soon as you say that, he comes to Riverside where you can do your podcast.
Great way for me to come in here.
As soon as you cut your penis off, then here's a great advertisement for
classic Wilson for you.
Right. In case you cut your dick off, like Riverside.
The wood is dead.
It's conceivably possible that you fashion a. Okay, not even gonna repeat what the Zeus says. Okay.
Right.
No, but that's not what I'm exactly talking about. What I'm talking about is the genetic engineering that we're going to be able to do here. Probably already they're experimenting with it, where you just take real gene therapies where you can actually grow a uterus in a male body. These things will take place here. They're going to take place in your lifetime.
First of all, I'm not willing to grant you the technological future that you foresee. There's no
really
reason
hopeful
for me.
Right. And so it's interesting what he said, because he's like, well, I understand that you have this definition of like a man and a woman, but I'm just dealing with what's possible. And if it doesn't fit your frame of morality, well, then too bad, man. Now people are going to do what's possible. Right. But
he's definitely drank the Kool-Aid.
Right. But it's like, what? Like, just because you have a moral system that exists exclusively in your mind they use to dictate your personal actions, what does that do for society? Not a whole lot. Right now, I don't know.
Me to grant this to you for the purpose of this debate, especially.
You don't have to grant it to them. They're going to do it. I don't grant you your technological utopia, even though it's going to happen. They're like, what? Like, who cares if you don't grant it? Like,
especially considering the fact of how many times there's been supposed technocratic revolutions in technology coming, and they were big flops. Right now, I should be in a flying car with all digital currency, and my Bitcoin should be worth $1 billion. But
there's a unique argument against transhumanism, right? Why don't we live in the Jetsons world right now? If transhumanism is true, then where's all the technological advancement? Right. I guess that is a weird, unique argument against transhumanism.
I mean, some could say that a lot of it's being gate-kept right now, like hard.
Right. But generally, I think he's right that most of the things that transhumanists offer are like science fiction, or most governments or societies wouldn't accept them. And all that type of stuff. They seem sort of delusional in their approach. They don't. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was just chuckling to myself that Andrew's on the side on the against transgender transhumanism in this debate.
Yeah, but it's like, what is his argument against it? Right? Because he's kind of like saying, well, all you need for transhumanism to work is a Christian morality. And transhumanism only gives us the is, it doesn't give us the ought. You need to borrow that from a Christian worldview. And seems like he's upselling Christianity to transhumanists. Right? It's kind of like
right. It's again, he's always. It always seems like he's trying to always paint the picture that he's like the more morally superior, or the he has the moral high ground, when literally it's the opposite. He's literally like kowtowing to the other side of the argument,
right,
in a really goofy way.
Hey, Machine, I have a video I want to show you really quick. I know this is a little bit off topic, but maybe not that much off topic. I'll put in the private chat. You did a good job too. Yeah, let me throw this video in the back. I know you specifically will get a kick out of it. Hold on, let me show you.
Okay.
You can be. There are flying cars and there's digital currencies that can buy you anything these days.
No, here's the truth. The truth is that these technologies are not so nearly advanced as we've been led to believe. We don't have self-driving vehicles because we can't make machines smart enough to self-drive. They can't make decisions.
Well, that's actually not true. I mean, I can tell you this, like in San Francisco, the Waymos are driving way better than people right now. So, I mean, are there some kinks to work out? Yes, but it is working. And I'll be honest with you, I was the last person to believe that they could actually do self-driving cars, but it is happening. So, I mean, you know.
He's
I mean,
got sort of the right approach, but he's got the wrong example, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, look, I'm not sitting here saying that like it's a good thing, but it is occurring, right? So it's like,
right,
you know, it's like it's and it's to the point where, to be honest with you, like, you know, if they made it more the norm, I would not want to own a car anymore because it's a fucking burden owning a car at this point, you know. At least in California. I mean, I guess if you live in the rural area, then yeah, like you need a car because you can't get around. But the problem is, like, if you look at the public transportation in this country, you know, in this country, like it fucking sucks compared to like a lot of places. So it's like they can't do public transportation right. So now they're going to do like, you know, millions of self-driving cars, and we're supposed to trust that that's going to work out. Where, like, one thing you notice is like shared property usually doesn't work too well. You know what I mean? Like, at least in our country, maybe in other places it does, but if there's something that's shared, nobody wants responsibility to take care of it, generally speaking, right? Like, even and you know, maybe the government will try to do it, but I don't know. I think it's just a weird concept. So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of like details they're skipping over. So this is a news story about a company called Soylent, and I thought you might find this a little bit interesting.
That followed, the company has since faced multi-million-dollar losses, rumors of toxic company culture, and a revolving door of C-suites. Now, Silicon Valley's drink of choice is in a fight for financial survival. Founded by software programmer Rob Reinhardt, the first iteration of Soylent was developed in San Francisco in 2013. The chemical cocktail, which tasted like a bland, unsweetened cake batter, allowed him and other ambitious founders throughout the Bay Area to grind without interruption. To these gleeful workaholics, food was tyrannical.
His name was Rob Reinhardt. Isn't that the guy that just died? No, weird.
That's Rob Reiner.
Rob Reiner. Yeah. But that's another weird story. That's another weird story too, though. But they're probably related or something. I mean, let's be honest.
Burdensome and boring. Soylent, on the other hand, was efficient, affordable, and democratic, and could free them from culinary oppression. The 24-year-old electrical engineering grad who named his product after the 1973 science fiction thriller Soylent Green wanted to prove that you no longer needed food to live. Instead, you could live off of a liquid concoction of carbs, amino acids, and vitamins. At first, even he was skeptical that he'd be able to survive off of his own product for months at a time. However, in an interview with Inc. magazine in 2013, he said, "I felt fantastic. I felt euphoric. I felt full of energy." Shortly after its development, Soylent received tens of thousands of orders and $1 million in funding. And suddenly, this young startup founder with no background in food science was poised to become a millionaire, outlets reported. But problems began to arise in 2016 when a small but vocal group of consumers became violently ill after consuming Soylent's food bars, experiencing anything from nausea to diarrhea. The company, which had already reportedly been experiencing major setbacks, issued a recall. In 2017, Reinhardt stepped down as CEO. By this time, the fledgling startup grew into a $75 million company, as reported by Business Insider. But about a year after aggressively expanding to retail stores, the succeeding CEO also stepped down, and online rumors swirled about toxic
His name is
company
Crowley.
culture. And despite these widely publicized issues, the current CEO of Soylent's parent company is confident that the product's loyal consumer base, along with its taste and swallowability, will set it up for success within the next 2 years. At its core, Soylent feels like an extension of capitalism and a byproduct of one of Silicon Valley's most harmful ideologies, that we ought to forego the human experience in favor of productivity.
Damn.
Swallowability just sounds so wrong.
Yes. And it's also kind of weird. It's like just throwing like a jab at capitalism. Like, this is capitalism. And I agree with the whole, like, it's kind of a toxic work culture. I mean, it's an extremely toxic work culture. So it's like, let's grind, like, let's, from the age of like 12 to 35.
Reminds me of at least a book title. There's a book title called Toxic Sludge is Good for You. I haven't read it yet, but that sounds like this is an example of such a thing.
Sounds pretty based. Louis, come back.
Yeah, and this whole thing, like, I mean, it's just bad marketing to name your company after a horror movie where the drink is made of fucking humans. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what was he thinking? Like,
yeah, that was
like
major fail.
Worst
fail on that one.
Worst marketing of all time. And then there's a major L for transhumanism. And then
Goyland Green might be the next move. Come on.
Right. And then I think SF Gate is like QAnon. They used to push QAnon, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird. By the way, I just saw somebody wearing that shirt, so I'm pretty sure they're like a reporter. I saw them like an hour ago, so that was pretty weird.
That's weird. Being gang stalked by them now, just because you clicked on an Instagram video.
Well, luckily, I was the one who came in after them, so if anything, it looks like I'm stalking them. So.
Oh.
Just the ingredients of that stuff doesn't even sound appealing.
Right.
It's like some carbs, amino acids, and whatever else.
Like soy got bad press too. So like maybe they should have changed the name and the ingredients. That's what I would suggest. Just totally rebrand.
It's like, who knows what kind of nano shit is in that stuff.
Right.
The way that they should. They can't tell whether or not they
Andrew,
should swerve left at the right time.
I just want to say, do you think that a male within 100-year time frame will be able to grow a uterus in themselves and give birth? Do you think that will scientifically happen?
I think that you may be able to make genetic modifications to a person where they can have a uterus inside of them, but that doesn't mean that they'll be able to birth children because of it. It will end up being something more akin to a cosmetic defect, or a cosmetic thing. For instance, in nature itself, there are things called chimeras, human beings who are chimeras. Chimera being a person who has two primary sex organs, male and female sex organs. Interestingly enough, though, the reason we know sex is a binary biologically
called a chimera,
is because
though.
of chimeras.
What the hell is he talking about?
Only one of those reproductive pathways is ever actually viable, meaning a chimera can't have sex with themselves, impregnate themselves, and have children with themselves.
Yeah, like a chimera, like that's pretty medieval. Like
it's called hermaphrodite or something like that. It's not like
I'm surprised he didn't say hermaphrodite.
Right, he called them chimeras, which is kind of like an abomination or something.
Yeah, that sounds like something like Alex Jones was talking about. Like, they got alien human chimeras on the labs.
They're turning the chimeras gay.
cells. It's not possible to do.
You're bringing up animals in the 21st century.
No, I'm talking about
like
humans.
It doesn't even work.
That's humans. Human chimeras. So the thing is like biologically, only one reproductive pathway is viable. And that's with males who have uteruses. This idea, so we have biological anomalies we can point to right now where just through freak accidents of biology, we have seen these things occur and they're not reproductively viable. There's no reason for me to assume that technologically we're going to be so advanced that men are going to be able to grow uteruses and have children.
We're coming to an age when we're going to print.
His response to transhumanism, oh, come on. That's not really happening, is it? That's his whole, like, it's just a boomer. It's just a total boomer response.
Out anything and anyone and any type of thing we want. I mean, literally, probably within 20 or 30 years. So we're definitely going to be able to print out something that combines anything and everything. And that's just the fact that everybody that's in genetic editing just sort of has to accept is that we're coming to an age when you and I will be able to shift things probably within a 24-hour period, maybe within a 2-minute period. And that's because of drugs, DNA, nanotechnology, whatever it is. And I think Christians are going to have to say, okay, you spoke about this in your intro, like the hybrid and zombieism. Okay, this is true. I get it. It has a real negative connotation, but it is coming. I mean, the idea that I can chop off an arm and grow another arm is literally right around the corner. They're already doing it now with teeth.
It's not.
We're going to grow a second brain, a second head. It's going to be wild.
You know what's really funny
he's
about
not
this
wrong.
entire
Bob Becker already proved that, like, back in the 80s with, like, other animals, so
I mean, it's weird.
Already...
Like this retard never heard of, like, cloning, like, stem cells, like, what the fuck? Like, he's just never heard of any of this. It's like, no, that's not even close to happening, he said. Like, what? Like, what world is he living in? And he's a guy who's a robotics engineer, and he's this dumb about the modern state of technology. It's wild.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, a little fishy. He needs to read The Body Electric by Robert Becker. I forget the second author, but it's a dual author book. But Becker's the scientist in the book. I think the other guy's just like the writer or something. I forget. Anyways.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ideology. I've heard you make these claims on other shows as well. Then I go and look into them, right? I go and I actually look into the claims. For instance, regrowth of limbs. You know what the scientific consensus is on the time frame for regrowth of limbs? Somewhere around 400 years at current state. Right?
You can't be serious.
Scientific consensus.
Right.
Lols.
AI is about to be super intelligence in 18 months.
Yeah, see, this is another
claim. Be able to figure out everything very quickly. 18 months.
This is another fun claim. I want to tell you that 18 months ago, this claim was being made. Did you know that?
That is actually a true fact that that Wilson's saying, is that they keep pushing back the singularity. So that is a thing that.
Yeah, what did Schmidt say? 6 years or something from like 2 years ago? I forget.
Right. That, and by the way, 18 months before that, the same claim was being made. And you know who was making it? You, sir. You, sir.
I can't believe you're
18 months ago. Hang on, sir. I want to point this out, right? Maybe I can grab the clip.
Sir.
18 months ago, you were on a show saying in 18 months, AI is going to take over the world, essentially. Same thing you're claiming right now. You were claiming the same thing 18 months ago.
I didn't say it's going to take over the world.
Hang on, sir, hang on. The same claim you just made that AI is going to be so advanced, it's going to be able to take over all aspects of life. We're only 18 months away. You said it 18 months ago, right? And so here we are, 18 months later.
I didn't say that. I probably said there would be AGI. And what happened last week? Japan announced that they had already achieved AGI. And now I'm saying within 18 months, we'll probably start reaching levels of early superintelligence, maybe 24 months. And I got to be honest, I'm not saying this because I just say it. I'm saying this because I met the OpenAI engineers who pulled me in a corner and were like, listen, we are much closer. We're starting to buy bunkers. We're starting to do things because we're afraid ourselves.
He's got the lowdown.
The claim that I made, I'm not.
Right.
And OpenAI is bringing them to a corner and telling them the real shit. Apparently,
right. Sounds like people who are trying to sell you a bridge. Honestly, they pulled you in a corner and they said, "Listen, we're secretly buying bunkers because this thing that we're developing is so powerful. You might want to get in now before it's too late." I mean, that's right.
What it seems to amount to is just kind of an elaborate marketing scheme to
Right,
have
exactly.
This useful idiot just make the points for them.
Right, right, exactly. He's
so invest in OpenAI right now before while you still can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, transhumanists are good advertisers for the technophiles, but they're not actually, doing much else other than, just sloganeering.
I was sure which one it was about AGI, which is the equivalent of artificial intelligence to humans. And yes, that has been reached in the last few months, no matter how.
Yeah, I'm aware of the distinction between true artificial intelligence and AGI. The idea here is you have enough open nodes that you can't tell the difference, right? It basically replicates, for all intents and purposes, what you would consider artificial intelligence to be. I get that. By the way, we're not there either. And the computing power that would be required to utilize AGI right now, currently, the scientific consensus is there's not enough energy on planet Earth to hold enough nodes in order to have AGI replicate the same intelligence as a human being with all the nodes which would be required. And so the thing is like, this is.
Yeah, we kind of need Buddha on deck to like get in on this. I'm too unfamiliar with the actual technical apparatus of what's being developed here to actually comment on whether this is possible or not. But yeah. I do know this, that I've heard Buddha say that when it goes to generate the image, they still don't know exactly what it does to get the image, right? So scientists still kind of, even a simple process like generating an image could be fairly unexplainable, and right, by like scientific means and all that stuff, because there's no reason why it has to generate things in a highly specific way, right? And we could go back to different, robots dream of electric sheep. I mean, well, the AI things, they've been caught like hallucinating and dreaming and making visuals when they're not on and stuff. Sometimes, and they've taken a look at some of these images and they look really weird. All right. So yeah.
Mental masturbation futurism. The idea
Andrew,
here, hang on,
what you're saying is a lie. It's just not true.
It is true.
We have plenty enough energy for multiple AGIs. I mean, this is crazy. We have enough for a million AGIs on planet Earth. There's plenty enough power.
No. That's not what I said.
Andrew, they're working on AGI in Microsoft and Google and OpenAI. There's thousands of them.
To have an AGI which would replicate what we would consider to be artificial intelligence. That's a different claim than having AGI, which is just having X amount of node data packets that it can reference. Meaning, this is old ladder logic computing, by the way. There's nothing new under the sun here. Old ladder logic computing just works like this. Function A happens, you divert to function B. Function B happens, you divert to function C. AGI is putting that on a grander scale of nodes. It's just saying, hey, function A happens here, you divert to C. And if you add enough of those, it would make the appearance that like a robotic arm is not distinct from a human arm because it seems to function exactly the same way. The problem is once you try to move that into artificial intelligence or on par with that, that's where we have energy issues. Not only that, let me point this out. All of this stuff, this futurism that you're talking about right now, does not contend in any way, shape, or form, even if the technology was there, for how it would make the United States better. I've seen what technocrats do with this stuff.
Andrew, you're just great. Listen, Andrew, I'm the expert on this. If we talk politics, I think I listen to.
He's the expert. What's his credentials again?
Right.
I don't know this guy.
I don't know. From what I know, like he's a politician and a science and tech promoter. I don't know.
I mean, he looks like a guy in a suit. I mean,
yeah, he works for National Geographic as a reporter.
Okay.
So I'm not seeing anything that
So like a science promoter is the expert, apparently. I guess.
Right. It's like, dude, sit down, dude. You're no better than Bill Nye the Science Guy or fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right?
Yeah,
it's just
basically.
It's just that you're more into science fiction and shit than they are. Literally, like that's all it is, right? And then secondly, like, what's this idiot just say? He just fucking said that science and technology aren't going to benefit the United States, even though that it's what their entire defense system is based on. Like, I don't even understand. Right? Like that statement as a whole is just literally retarded. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what? Like, technology is literally the objective factor of power. Like, how is that not the military arm of strength, and how is not cyber warfare the next extension of that, and us mastering technology being the number one way that we can defend our nation? I just don't understand, like, what the fuck he's talking about. Like, does he live in the real world? Like, how is that not one of the primary means of defense? Like, it's just, what?
And like BB said, cyber is the real domain of power.
Right. Yeah, this idiot saying, "Oh, well, what is all this transhumanist stuff going to do to benefit us in terms of the United States?" Like, it's their entire sales pitch is that we're going to be living in this great fucking future. Like, that's why they're developing all these cities and all smart cities and all this stuff. This is why people allow them to do this shit. Neuralink and now you got Elon Musk standing behind the president and shit. Oh yeah, it's just all. Oh yeah, you just have a transhumanist that's running, part of the government for a while, and they have a fake and gay falling out with each other. Just sweep that under the rug. Right? Like, what? What are you talking about, dude? The Palantirs and the Elon Musk and all these people, they've never been more powerful, and it's literally the top, aspect of defense and warfare. And he's saying, what does all this stuff benefit us? What are you talking about? Thiel's a transhumanist. Musk is a transhumanist. They're way more closer to the government than you are, and they literally have their, they're literally colluding with, feds and government actors. We're like, what are you talking about? We're like, these people have never been more powerful. And yeah, this idiot wants to say, what does all this stuff have to do with it? What the fuck are you talking about, man? You want to wake the fuck up? Like,
in your debates, you actually are, a lot more about the Constitution than me and this, that. But this is my field. These are the people that I deal with in Silicon Valley.
What did I get wrong about AGI?
I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's like,
what did I get wrong about AGI
and I would, if I was going to give one piece of advice to a lot of your people, I'd say start buying land, start buying cabins in the woods, because this thing is about to get crazy really quickly. And let me just say also that this is one of the problems with transhumanism right now, is we've all been gung-ho on AI only to pull back.
Right, like the irony of it all. You support transhumanism because AI is going to get out of control and you're going to have to buy a cabin in the woods? What the fuck?
It's like, it's going to get crazy, so try to be like Uncle Teddy and just peace out.
Right, it's like, yeah, like, you mean the solution is to do what Uncle Teddy did and just get a cabin? Like, what? I'm a little confused here, sir. I've lost the plot, or maybe you have. Like, what?
About 18 or 24 months ago and say, wait a sec, AI is not human beings becoming transhuman. AI is a totally different entity. So this is where transhumanism and maybe some of your framework we can discuss again has gone off the rails, because all of a sudden, I don't care. I don't want an AI to become a super intelligence. That doesn't help me or my family or my kids or my wife at all.
What did I actually get wrong about AGI and how it functions? Did I get something?
Yeah, right. He wants the AI to be to boost human intelligence. So he wants the AI to be combined with the humans as soon as possible. So what he wants is actually a lot worse than developing AI as some type of tool that may or may not go outside of human control, right? Which, if there's a probability that it might, then they should be stopped from developing it whatsoever. I think that's fair enough to say. But like, yeah, so I just don't see the rationality in any of it, honestly.
Something wrong there.
Like,
I'm willing to be corrected on it, but I don't think
it wouldn't benefit him or his family, or like, what's he like doing a 180?
Right.
Like,
exactly.
This guy is goofy.
Right. It's like, then why do you support the development of AI? Or why are you saying it's going to come about in 18 months and it might change everything? Like, what? You just literally said that 15 minutes ago. So what are you talking about, dude? Like, this guy's all over the place. Right? Yeah, I could tell he has zero expertise. He's just a science promoter. Like, he's just as delusional as any of these guys, honestly. And this is the big guy they got to debate.
I did.
It's first off, it's totally contentious whether this A to B to C can't actually create a super intelligence.
Yeah, but
maybe there's just enough information that it can be. Yes. I'm not saying that is there are other alternatives that are saying that lateral thinking has to be something different. But I'm pointing out that that's definitely open debate for all the philosophers.
I did get that right. I did get that right for what AGI actually in fact is, right? I was not inaccurate there.
You didn't get it right. We're not sure yet 100% how to get to superintelligence. We've already achieved AGI through the A, B, C, D because our brains work that way. The question is, how can we take AGI and go beyond what we are? We want something super intelligent, and that's what they're working on right now. But I got to be honest, there's at least 3 different methodologies from AI engineers that seem to say we can scale to super intelligence.
Yeah, I've heard the theories there, but again, what I'm doing, unless you, when I gave you the function, the idea of having like nodes, and then these nodes have X amount of functions, which they can defer to X behavior. In this case, let's just call it behavior. It's not actually that, but behavior A, behavior B, behavior C, behavior D, function A, B, C, D, right? In a ladder logic type of way. Same way a signal light works, right? Timer hits this, it hits next function, it moves over to yellow. It hits the next function, it moves over to red. If you had enough of these inside of a web, it would be indistinguishable.
Time is an art. Pause before.
Whoa, what a weird, it's literally the lady from fucking X-Files. Isn't it?
Or word.
Oh, no, wait, it's just, no, it just looks like her.
No. From how an artificial intelligence would.
I was like, are we in the fucking, it's like
Twilight Zone.
I know, yeah.
Could actually function in real time. What am I getting wrong there? That is what AGI is it not?
It is indeed, but the question I was bringing up is how do we get to superintelligence? And that's what they're working on right now. And I think if you take the capacity of this A to B kind of logic you've taken, that's sort of how our brains work. That's how we're coming up with memories. You and I are having this conversation right now. But the problem is really scaling it upwards. That's what's more controversial. But like I said, there are 3 methodologies people are working. And I got to say, there are trillions of dollars going into developing this. And I'm not saying I'm even necessarily for it because I am a little bit afraid of AI superintelligence.
Yeah, I heard it.
But we're further advanced than I think you can give credit for.
I don't. Well, here's the thing, right? I've been hearing this for years. The idea of a technological panic, sir, is nothing new. You remember Y2K? That was another form of technological panic. The computers were going to reset. We needed to make the Y2K compliant software immediately or else. And what was that in actuality? It was a bunch of futurists who were...
Yeah, this is what NeuroJack was saying yesterday about the script reading part. Now it looks like he's moving on to a different topic. He's reading a script. He's like very elegantly laying out how this new topic is going to take shape. He's half agreeing with the opponent to get him excited for the discussion and saying, well, technological panic never solved it. It's like...
He's definitely reading something.
Yeah, technological panic. Dude, you're totally 100% controlled by technology. Like, without technology, you'd literally be a fucking, like, literally, like you and your family and everyone around you, right, would be in a completely different situation, right, had it not been for technology. But he's all like, oh, yeah, technological panic. And, like, this isn't, like, a main issue. Like, what? It's like, dude, like, everything you have, is furnished by technological means that you cannot procure for yourself by experts that you will never meet. Like, what? Like, what part of that is not important for you, man? Oh, it's just technological panic. What? Like, you better start getting paranoid, buddy. You're a fucking... you're up shit's creek without a paddle, and you think just because you don't believe in transhumanism, it's going to save you.
For scamming massive corporations into fixing problems which didn't even actually exist. The thing is that I hear this all the time. I hear that there's the next futuristic problem based on technology that needs to be solved immediately. It has to be because it's right around the corner. When in fact, the doomsday scenario is not right around the corner, and it's usually promoted by people, right, who have something to gain by it, by ringing the alarm.
Look at this. This is a very weird way to argue against transhumanism. He's saying that there's no problem with technology, so technology isn't going to save us, so we don't need to develop new technologies for the technological problems that exist today because there's no point. Right, so the state of technology that we're in today is perfectly liberating enough to not worry about any fixes that might arrive in the future due to transhumanism. Like, what? Like, that is the weakest argument against people who are literally going to go ahead and develop whatever they want, right? And once you open Pandora's box, you can't close it, and all that, so on and so forth, right? To just say, like, to just hand wave, right? I mean, you know, literally just, you know, homicidal, you know, suicidal, all of that stuff. I mean, you know, honestly, I mean,
bell that, hey, right around the corner, this catastrophe is right there, when in fact it's not. I have seen no great evidence that artificial intelligence we're anywhere near it, anywhere near actual AI. Only theories that AGI could possibly or potentially replicate what artificial intelligence would be. But none of that, even if I concede all of this point that AI is right around the corner, right? Inside of the United States, how would it be helpful for us to abandon the Christian framework for a transhumanist one in order to combat that? How?
Well, let me just say that, like, you can already go out and get softwares that would...
What? I'm going to go back and try to listen to that again. I don't even understand what point was just made.
Would be. But none of that, even if I concede all of this point that AI is right around the corner, right? Inside of the United States, how would it be helpful for us to abandon the Christian framework for a transhumanist one in order to combat that? How?
Well, let me just say that, like, you can already go out and get softwares that would...
So his problem is not with transhumanism, it's with abandoning the Christian ethical system. Right? So as long as we maintain our Christian ethical system, it doesn't matter if we're transhumanists. Or it doesn't matter if transhumanism is happening, I guess. What? Huh?
Literally be answering your questions almost identically as you are now, and me doing that. And we actually don't even have to be in here in person. But the point is that the technology is radically expanding. And I think I just want to give your viewers my perspective, which is like, it's a lot faster, coming faster than most people say. But listen.
Okay, just what am I looking at? This is supposed to be a Nike ad? Like, what? This seems demonic. Like,
yeah, I went into a Nike store the other day, and they had someone missing a leg, like, you know, like one of those like little like springs or whatever, like as their like running model or something. I was like, it's pretty interesting.
It's pretty dark, yeah. But yeah, look at this. They got spikes coming out of this thing. Looks like a Cenobite. Like, what the fuck is this? Like,
well, maybe Hellraiser dropping a new line of basketball shoes or something.
And two red horn-like things protruding from the helmet. I mean, am I the only one seeing this? This is really strange.
Why does this guy even have a helmet?
Well, it's a girl because I can see breasts. So I don't know. I'm really confused because it does look sort of androgynous. So yeah, that was definitely a Baphomet. And here is a satanic star. It's literally a 5-pointed star right after that. After you see a horn. So there's a horned figure and then a 5-pointed star. I mean, I'm not making this up. This is literally a commercial that's on right now. What the fuck? Oh. And this Cenobite-like figure appears, and they've all got black and white on, which is not. Oh, and now all this. This looks like a cult. Like, why are they all wearing red and black and sitting on a fucking 5-pointed star? Can anybody answer me that question? Like, all right, Nike, thanks for the literal satanic ritual. All right, yeah, shop Nike, folks. There it is. Yeah, shop Nike.
Ooh, and there's like an all-seeing eye there.
Oh, techno magic Satanism. Yeah, great.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of Tim Hortons with delightful holiday drinks and festive baked goods. Because after a year of giving, it's time you gift you. Only at your...
I actually like that one. I like the way she looks. It is what it is.
I got to be honest. This is where I worry about my own personal philosophy. Transhumanism has taken us to the next level where we are able to create AI. But if it dooms humanity and does something like, because there is a very real possibility there could be a Terminator scenario. And if humans don't survive, then obviously transhumanism and my ideology and scientific method, whatnot, have failed. And yours would have been more successful. Yours might be a safer bet right now, because I don't think many Christians would want to give birth to artificial intelligence, especially not a super intelligence.
What a horrible confession.
I don't think that would... Neither are the quote-unquote safer bet. Both end in most of humanity being annihilated.
Right.
So it's like, well, you messed up there, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think he really understands like the opposing position. It's not like, oh yeah, everybody just like believe in Jesus, you know, right? Like, okay, it's a lot more complex than that, buddy.
Because it just doesn't fit with our framework. That said,
yeah, but
if it does work in our favor, we might have this great utopia, get off planet, be able to cure cancer, and become superhumans.
Utopian.
And that's really the goal of a lot of transhumanists. But again, it's a way.
Yeah, he's smoking that utopium.
I told you he's drinking the Kool-Aid. This is like the transhumanist Pascal's wager version going on here.
Right, it's like, okay, like it's like 50-50. We either destroy ourselves or, you know,
or we get, you know, utopian, free of cancer and space communism and all that.
Yeah, like wow, quite a gambit, I would say.
It's a bet, and we don't know.
But do you see how
whether it's going to turn out good or not?
Do you see how, interestingly enough, when push comes to shove?
Good Lord, man! This
Literally, the next second he says wager.
Yeah, it's not thinking. Well, that's the name of his book, The Transhumanist Wager.
Oh, so okay, all right, fair enough.
I was like, maybe he is doing the. Maybe this is the wager. Who knows?
It has to be. I mean,
it's like what? Like that sounds like you know, like shit sandwich versus turd bagel. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, that's gotta be a T-shirt, bro. Shit sandwich versus turd bagel.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
You divert to my ethical worldview and not me yours. The idea here is...
Well, it could be Buddhism, it could be Hinduism, it could be Islam. I mean, it could be any view.
Hang on, but it's not those views. It's actually a deference to Christian ethics. I
would defer to Buddhism just personally.
Those are the ethics which you were raised with, and this and that, right? And there's things about Buddhism. There's things about Buddhism you probably wouldn't like as much as Christianity. But that aside, leaving that aside,
nihilism is where I would end up with. But hang on, that's how it is.
If it's the case that Terminators, let's say, due to transhumanists, Terminators did come around. We had a Sarah Connor type situation, absent the time travel. Okay, no time travel, just warbot machines who came in and decided to repurpose us by, against our will, cutting our skulls open and putting our brains in these machines, which can then live forever. Right? It's really interesting to me because that would be a transhumanist future, 100% transhumanist future. But it's a future you seem to want to avoid, and I don't understand why. It gives you everything that you want. Technology then removes the idea of death. It is now gone. And yet somehow you still prefer my framework that this needs to be stopped. Hang on, that this needs to be stopped by any means necessary, even
Yeah, he got him there, but the fact is that he doesn't have to appeal to Christian ethics to get himself there. Like
Well,
he said, he could just appeal to Buddhism and say, well, that's going to break the cycle of reincarnation. You won't be able to reach nirvana, right? Or break the cycle of reincarnation if you go into the pod. So
I'm kind of wondering if Wilson paid this guy just to debate, because this is just so goofy.
yeah, Neuro, were you going to finally say something?
Well, it's interesting what he's saying here, because it's like, okay, it seems like he's saying, I'm trying to think of how to put it. He's saying like, well, you have a problem with this transhumanist future because you're lacking the choice to do it in the way that you want to do it. But isn't that kind of obfuscating that any transhumanist future, we don't really have a choice? Like, that's kind of what you were arguing to him. Like you said, like, do you have the choice to like not use a cell phone and not let your kids use a cell phone? Or is that like, something that you're not willing to admit? And he basically wasn't willing to admit that he doesn't really have a choice, right? And so now you extrapolate that out into his argument. It's like, well, aren't we kind of living in a transhumanist future now? Right? Like, because we lack choice. That, see what I mean? Like, it's kind of like weird that he's like making this extreme example about choice or free will, right? Because what's the deciding factor of whether or not this guy wants to accept what he's saying or not? It's like, well, if the machine comes and rips our brain out and puts it into a machine against our will, well, that's a bad version of transhumanism. But it's like, already we have these cell phones and we don't really have a choice, much of a choice at least, as to whether or not, we should use it or not. So I'm just saying, like, I think it's a bizarre road to go down.
His assumption is that we need to get to transhumanism to not be in control of technology, which is false. Right? Like, most people are already technological slaves, right? They don't decide how they use technology, right? It's integrated into the system, right? So it's basically, technology operates the way it does, right? Because it's complex systems, right? That are used to develop the technology, right? So it's somewhat outside of human control, right? In the way it's being developed, right? So he's not willing to admit that, right? So he thinks that we can go to this future, right? But in other words, it then stands to reason why, if he thinks we're totally in control of the technology, right? Why is he afraid of some Terminator scenario? Because that could never even happen, right? Like, he shouldn't fear it at all, right? So this is the thing. He's previously said he's totally in control of the technology. It's totally dependent on human use and the way humans use it, right? So this scenario could never really come about, right? And he doesn't believe that the hell will prevail against the doors of the church and all this stuff, so it doesn't matter, right? So why are you worried? Why are you sweating it, bro? It's a really good question, right? Compare this debate to the debate he had with me. I mean, it's a slam dunk. I mean, this guy does not. He doesn't know where he stands on this technology issue. It's total garbage.
And though it meets all of the conditionals of your framework, you have now, sir, under this Terminator-like apocalypse where they cut your brain out and put it in a machine, have achieved the very thing you want, and yet you still don't seem to want it. It's very strange to me.
Listen, if that machine is me, that doesn't want to die, that
Winter storms flood basements. Take action before the storm breaks. Have you noticed cracks, leaks, or that musty scent? When did you last get your annual foundation inspection?
Okay, it's an interesting company. Erie Home. All right.
Loves life, loves his family, loves humanity, has mammalian instincts, then I would take that machine. But if it is that machine, it's not going to end up.
We're supposed to
chopping down people
transcend
and
those
killing
things.
humanity.
What do you mean? We're supposed to transcend the mammalian instincts. We're supposed to transcend humanity.
I've never said transhumanism wants to transcend mammalian instincts. Absolutely not. I don't want to transcend a lot of the things that I have evolved with over millions of years.
Why do you want to keep your humanity? So you want to keep your humanity intact?
Yeah,
He's not getting the humanism part, I guess. So he's sort of strawmanning his position by saying he doesn't want to develop or improve humanity. Well, he kind of said that in his intro, right? So no, if it leads to human beings becoming totally enslaved by machines, right? He doesn't even support that kind of future. So Wilson's totally strawmanning his position, right? And then what this great Christian ethics that he's describing, that he's using to justify the fact that he doesn't want it to happen, honestly, it remains to be seen. I mean, it's like, what are you talking about? The guy said he's a fucking Buddhist. So what are you talking about?
Yes. I certainly don't want to ever forget about my family. I mean, maybe there are some transhumanists out there who are like these crazy wackos that just want to become super godlike or whatever. But I actually want to take all my history with me and just become this person that can live indefinitely, take my family with me, see what's in the universe out there, and do have this amazing epic journey of exploration.
That's not transcending your humanity. It seems that your ethical system is demanding that humanity stay intact. When you talk about things like mammalian instincts, yeah,
the best parts of humanity should be kept.
Let me at least respond. The best parts by whose metric? These are arbitrary metrics that you came up with. What makes them the
that is a true fact, right? The best parts, according to who? Like, who's going to be selecting the best parts of the human? Like, what are the best parts? And you think that we're going to be able to choose, we're going to have a choice what parts are improved by technology and what parts are not improved by the technology? Like, we don't collectivize the benefits of the farm.
And who's allowed to define the words like improve when it comes to our biology or our life well-being or whatever, our health, what's the definition of health, right? Like, even, see, this is the thing is, like, even within bioethics and all these things, like, defining a term like health is actually virtually impossible, right? Like, or well-being, right? So, like, they use these terms, but everybody can define what's the best, version of health for them. Some people would say euthanasia is health, right? I mean, so that's the thing is, like, who's going to decide what that looks like, so, and do you even have the ability to decide, right? So.
Right. So, I mean, he's making a good point here. It's like, who decides what's the best part of the human? Right now, obviously, in Christianity, they have an answer for that, right? So,
best, just because you like them. The thing is that
and just because an individual likes them.
Yes. So the thing is that if individuals didn't like them, let's say, and they said, we're gonna cut your brain open and put it in a machine, whether you like it or not, you have now achieved your goal of immortality. You have transcended your mammalian instincts. You've transcended your very humanity, the very thing that you claimed, which was using technology for immortality. Definitionally, this is what you want.
This is like the oil
barrel
thing humanity. You're talking about sort of slavery. If I'm not in charge of it, if I'm not happy with what's happening with my transhuman evolution, then it doesn't work for me. Transhumanism is something that re-emphasizes my love of life. If I can't re-emphasize my love of life, then I don't want the philosophy.
Do you see here then, you're not actually trying to transcend humanity at all. What you're trying to do instead is you have like an oppositional worldview here. It's very bizarre. On the one hand, you say that you're willing to transcend all of the human elements for the purpose of immortality. And yet, when the conditional is presented, hey, this could actually happen. Let's say that we grant this transhumanist future where the Terminators cut your brain out and just put it in a Terminator. You still think like you still talk like you still do all of those things. But the things that made you human, those mammalian instincts, these various things that you are attached to emotionally, those are gone, right? You say, no, I don't.
That's why the Terminator thing is like fake and gay. It's like, we're in the Matrix. We're not in the Terminator, man. You need to upgrade the metaphor, right? We're living in a system, right? That, it controls what we see, eat, hear, and think, right? So, just like your fake and gay shill political ideology that you've been totally psyoped into believing, right? It's like, it's obvious, right? You would be nothing without these technological means. Right now, you're acting like, oh, what if? Well, you can't face the reality that's all around you. This is a major problem.
want to detach from these things. The very core things that ontologically make us human, I don't want to detach from. That is giving us great evidence here that the Christian...
Right, but as if Christianity is going to prevent you from, letting go of something, right, that's going to be taken away from you by machines that you have no control over. Like, what is it actually going to stop from happening? Excuse me.
Ethical system is the deference that you...
Right, what is the ethical system going to stop from happening? Just because you believe in an ethical system doesn't save you. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Instincts, these various things that you are attached to emotionally, those are gone, right? You say, no, I don't want to detach from these things. The very core things that ontologically make us human, I don't want to detach from. That is giving us great...
There it is. You got your second word. You already got the word teleology, and now you got the word ontology here in the discussion where it serves no purpose whatsoever. He's just throwing those terms in there to seem smart, seem like he's this big philosopher coming through. Oh, being and purpose and dude, it's literally just a word, right? None of these things are actual, like you haven't fleshed out that any of these things have to do with ontology or teleology. You just simply with your fucking bumper sticker philosophy. Come on, man. This guy's a Trump tard.
Evidence here that the Christian ethical system is the deference that you use in order to make these claims in society at all. You're deferring to my worldview, never me yours.
But I've already said I like 80% of your worldview. I just said it's the 20% that's going to make us evolve and grow.
All right,
and
what's the 20% you don't like?
I like being a human being. I just think it's time to not necessarily have to eat every night to survive, or not necessarily have to, die of cancer. There are things we can upgrade. And I also want to get off planet. Let's get to the Star Trek.
But wait a second. It's the idea that these are not violations of Christian ethics. What is this 20% of Christian ethics that you don't like? If we had technology that would make it so that you didn't have to eat, so what? You think, how would that violate Christian ethics? Look, what do you mean?
I just told you, you have this idea that God gives us purpose, but I actually don't believe in God. Therefore, I don't see that purpose. And this is that 20% that I'm missing. And it's not, like I said, it's not that I'm not invited into my life. I just don't see it. And because I don't see it, maybe I'm like Thomas putting the finger through the, Jesus' hand. I don't see it. And as long as I don't see it, I'm going to continue with my own methodology, which creates my own purpose.
Yeah, but you're not just continuing with your own methodology. You're creating prescriptions for humanity, in this case, the United States, and making the bold claim that transhumanism is a much better future for people than Christianity. And yet any time I look at the way in which you can transcend humanity, you seem to defer right back to the Christian ethic of not doing that. So it seems like the bumpers that Christians put on society with responsible technology and not attempting to play God, not attempting to move into this arena.
Yeah, the delusion that Wilson faces here is that he thinks that that the harms of technology won't necessarily have to be collectivized if you just belong to a community that has ethical bumpers on the situation, right? So he thinks that the Amish and all of these people, Mennonites and stuff, that they don't have to avoid, modern, society or deal with the implications of modern life just because they live in a village, when the implications are literally international, right? They deal with the effects of new technologies all the time, right? So just because, right, he thinks that, we don't necessarily have to collectivize the harms of technology, right? When there's lots of harms, right, that you may not be able to control that reach your Christian community, even though it doesn't want to accept the use of greater forms of technology, right? This is the dumbest thing, right? And then Zoltan thinks that, the benefits of technology, that they'll be there for personal use. That it's just going to be if you want to go do something with transhumanism, and that's all that matters. That none of this stuff is going to be collectivized. It's just going to proliferate your individual happiness. And no, technology is imposed on people, right? It's not just about freedom, and so this is the problem that both of them are having. right? Either thinking you can avoid or selectively, adopt, certain technologies, right? Both of them are wrong in their assumptions of that. Technology is imposed on us, right? I mean, it's a simple answer. This is why both of them are living in a totally delusional world.
Of transcending our humanity. First of all, I just want to let you know, within my worldview, it's not even possible, right? It's not even a logical possibility. I don't even think immortality is a logical possibility from my worldview. So from your worldview, I understand that it is, and I'm trying to contend with that, right? But to me, it's not even logically possible. And when we're talking about prescriptions, especially here in the United States, right, the idea of, moving towards just the axiom of immortality is not helpful prescriptively to any of the social institutions, any of the family institutions you love so much, any of the prescriptive institutions that you like so much. So what is it that you're giving us here?
Video content creation is broken. And
yeah, what do you see? What is he giving us, right? But what is Wilson giving us as a solution against it? I mean, other than saying like, well, it's not logical that a certain sliver of the population believe in immortality and try to achieve that purpose, right? I mean,
Christianity holding you back from? You could be a transhumanist. Who's saying you can't? Who's saying that you can't? You can go right now and like do all sorts of experiments on your own brain and try to find the elixir of life. Nobody cares. No one's trying to stop you. What is Christianity even holding you back from here?
Listen, there are plenty of Christian transhumanists out there, just so your audience knows. Look, we think that 20% that we came to is what's really important. That's how somebody like myself and the species itself.
Did you hear him? He said there's lots of Christian transhumanists. So it's the second time he said that. So Andrew does not deny that that's possible, even though he said, well, that's totally illogical to support transhumanism. But then the guy says, well, there's Christian transhumanists twice now. And he's going to say, well, wait, you can't be a Christian and a transhumanist. That's false.
Continues to evolve into something different. And we agree that sometimes when you deviate, that 20% can fail. That 20% can lead you to some terrible things.
20%? What 20%?
But that 20% also lifts us up. That's lifted us
but what
up
is
from
the
Enlightenment,
20%?
from the Dark Ages, from all these other things. We need to evolve off that. We always need to have that opening. And unfortunately, in your worldview.
So look at that. He said he's 80% in agreement with Christianity, but 20% he's not in agreement with. But he said that 20% also lifts us up, which I don't know what that means. And Wilson keeps asking him, what 20%? Right. Meaning, what 20% of Christianity do you disagree with? Do you find not beneficial? Right. Because he's already said the West is based on Judeo-Christian values. Right. And he finds that those are beneficial. He's rather live next to a Christian than anyone else. The transhumanist said this, right? Okay, now he said he's 80% in agreement with Christianity, and Wilson's asking him, well, what's the 20% you disagree with it? Well, I mean, if he believes in immortality and all these things, it should be pretty easy for you to understand what he disagrees with about Christianity. Right? Isn't the whole purpose of Christianity is to die and be of this world? Right? And, be one with the Christ? Like, what are you talking about? Like, how are you not evading that great purpose or end, or that teleological end, right, by trying to achieve immortality and live in this world forever? It doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Right? Like, so it would be obvious that Christianity would be antithetical to transhumanism. By well over 90% at this point.
There can be no opening like that. We need to be able to do crazy, wild things as a species in order to evolve.
Like
and that's
what?
where I come in.
What are these crazy things we need to do as a species that violate this supposed 20% of Christianity that you are just demanding society has? What are they? What?
Men having babies. Something I know you don't like. But let's go for it. Why can't we do that? But it's not just that. It's why can't we get to the Star Wars era where people have tails? I have a third eye in the back of my head. I have two heads. I mean, whatever it is to be functional from a materialistic point of view on planet Earth and beyond, Those are the things transhumanists want to do. I don't want to die. So that's going to be my main priority.
Well,
how can I reverse aging?
Yeah, let's start with this. Let's start with the idea of men having children, right? Let's just explore this potential future, right? I don't grant that it's even.
And let me just say, I would be one of those men that would like to do it in the future as well.
Got it. You want to be a man who.
That's gross, man. Like, I bet his like male butt babies would look like Milo Yiannopoulos. Honestly, I mean, that's what I predict. But yeah,
as children, I understand. But let us actually explore this. Do you agree with me that men, on average, are much stronger than women are biologically?
Yes, and they shouldn't be in the women should men shouldn't be in women's sports as well. So let me just say that. So we're on the same page.
I'm not even going there yet. I just want to try to explore this concept a little bit. So because of that, men generally are the dominant force in society. They usually have to be, because the strength which is required in order to govern the laws of society and the force which is necessary in order to maintain order comes primarily from men, whether it's military, law enforcement, things like this. Now, you could maybe equalize that with technology. I'm not saying you can't. We'll just leave that for a different conversation. But let us assume for a moment that men could actually have children.
Hey, Meta, film this.
What? So old-timey black setup here. It's like Motown, Barry Gordy's Motown, but it's like with AI shit, with Ray-Ban Meta. Like, all right. Like, don't you know, see, they're always trying to say that technology is going to help us proliferate some old style of culture when it's wiping it out. I mean, these commercials are such a scam, right?
That we could, and then we had to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Motown was part of a simpler time. That's all there is to it. You can't have it again because the world has changed. Right? You're not going to have soul music because the world ain't got no soul anymore. It's just bullshit, man.
Sophisticated. I'm guessing if we had sophisticated enough technology to grow wombs inside of men and they could have kids, that we would have very sophisticated sex robots as well. Can you tell me what the fuck we would need women for anymore?
Why do you keep asking why we need them? We want them just because we love them.
Why would we want them? For what?
Because they're wonderful.
What's wonderful about them?
We have mammalian instincts. We're going to love as many people.
Yeah, thank you, man. Like, his whole thing is like, we need women just to procreate. Like, dude, women are for more than procreation, Andrew. Like, what the fuck? Like, you sound like a gay homosexual, man. Like, all the time. All right? Like, women are just fun to talk to, just to hang out with. Animals are fun. Animals need to be preserved because they're great. There's many things that deserve to be preserved that don't offer us any benefit. All right? Like, what, it's stupid, man. Stupidity, man.
Million instincts. Hang on. If men could have children themselves,
you're a complete functionalist. I feel like in the deep and
I'm not a complete functionalist. I'm pointing this out. This is a very important truth. In China, they had a one-child policy. Which child was the one that was most likely to die? The male or the female?
Yeah, I know.
It was the female, right? The reason is because the idea of if you could choose, this is a great social experiment for the human condition, isn't it? The idea here is if you could choose between the stronger sex, who appears to at least be more rational, has less likely to have emotional breakdowns, they're actually just easier to deal with ultimately, and you get more use out of them. And when you move into the selfish nature of humanity, that often is the case, they have to choose between men and women, they choose men. And that's exactly what they did inside of China. It was so bad, in fact, that the extermination protocol was so bad that you ended up with such a lopsided condition of men versus women, they actually ended up having to stop the program because it crippled their birth rates. But here, right, if we were pointing this out, if men could have their own children and you didn't need women for that, and you could have sex robots for our carnal need, why wouldn't that just actually lead to the extinction of the female sex? There's no good reason. Can you give me a single reason why it would be that men would want to have women if they're, I mean, absent what? Some emotional connection? They don't need to have sex with them. They don't need to reproduce with them. They don't need to do anything with them. Why wouldn't women just become second-class citizens?
No, just because we like them, we get along with them. And you have to understand, like, I don't actually even see
Most of the
a
world
lot
we
of this
don't.
male-female stuff. You keep, wanting to designate.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment by Zoltan. Yeah, I don't think, like, just because women don't provide any function or, that they would just be removed, right? It's just like, what kind of thinking is that? Especially from a Christian standpoint, right? Don't you have a moral duty to preserve women, right? So I don't know, wouldn't there be Christians who think that despite them having no fun? It's just like, I don't know, what is he actually saying, right? Just because something serves no function, it would just be wiped out. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it is an interesting, like just what is he proposing? Like,
something. But listen, Andrew, if you had a baby, you had a womb inside you, and you gave birth, I wouldn't necessarily designate you as like a female or male, or you can't have friends with females because they're not functional. Listen,
I'm not designating
I would just
any such
respect your decision to want to have this child on your own for whatever reasons. And you can still be part of a family. You might just do it because your body loves to do it. I think it's fantastic.
But when we're talking about social dynamics, which you seem to be...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the guy's trolling him with this. All right, he's clearly trolling him. Like, there's no way he's like, all right, yeah, man, we need to have butt babies, like, pronto. Like there's no reason from a Christian standpoint why it couldn't happen. Like, what? Is he literally just trolling this Christian guy? It was weird.
Leaving out of this, which is very strange because you have a compelling writing style when you explore characters. I know that you understand human social interactions and how they tend to operate. It is in fact the case that if men could find replication, a robot replication of a woman, which is down to the finest detail, a woman for all intents and purposes, physically, mentally, everything else like this, artificial, sure, right? But makes the sandwich, shuts the mouth, watches the TV, the man can have the kids. Why wouldn't that naturally lead towards males selecting for other males in their own birth form? What would be the incentive of men to select for females if they could give birth themselves?
What? Wait, what? That does not follow at all. That is a total non sequitur. That is literally a total non sequitur. If men don't need women that have sex or have babies, then they would just select for men and just turn gay. That's a huge leap of logic. I don't see that happening at all. Like, where? Like, what? How does that logically follow from the premise? Right. First of all, even if that were possible, there'd be a very small percentage of men that would actually use those means. Right. And it would probably be like the incels that exist today. Right. So I have no idea what he's talking about. Why would you want to fuck a thing instead of an actual female? Like, what? That makes zero sense.
What would be the incentive to do that? It would be like creating a less strong, less rational human being on purpose. Why would they do it?
Listen, this is where your framework would say no, not to do this because of the greater God thing that's out there. But transhumanists would say, listen, it's okay if all of a sudden maybe the female entity is not necessary. But the females are going to have their own situation, and they're going to say, now we don't need males. But this is the transhuman future, where people can make these individual choices based on liberty, based on their personal preferences as we move forward and see what we evolve into. And I just don't think we need to be so afraid of that. I'm not afraid of it at all. I think it could be wonderful. And listen, I'm a totally normal guy. I'm a heterosexual guy. I got a wife. I got 2 young daughters. I have a great family life. Everything's perfect. But I can see
what situation, Andrew asked? The situation that they could be fucked by robots and also impregnated by in vitro fertilization, so they don't need males. Right? I mean, What are you talking about, dude?
A 100 or 200 years, maybe something deviates. Maybe I try something completely new. I think that's okay to try something new. I think on planet Earth, as these very sophisticated human beings that might become transhuman entities, we can start looking out there and say, what's next? What can we do?
Yeah, listen, the reason I brought up social interactions is because when you're talking about power dynamics between humans, the reason that women are so valuable in society is because of what reasons, sir? What is the primary reason men lay down their lives? Why the women get the lifeboats first? What is the primary reason that women have any value in society? Not just here, by the way. We can look at the world where women are severely oppressed, and over half of it or more, right? Why do they even keep them around? Why do they even allow them anything? It's because they're revered only for one purpose, which is a reproductive purpose. And the problem with this is, like, you don't look at the sorts of entailments, the sorts of social entailments, which you can run into by allowing.
What the fuck am I watching? All right. All right.
Even if this were possible, which I don't even grant it is, but for the sake of the argument, I will. The entailment here would actually likely lead to there not being any more females because men would select for men. Why wouldn't they? They're way less maintenance. They're way easier to deal with, and they can reproduce heirs for you now. And on top of that, right, they're much stronger, meaning they're much more useful inside of a family dynamic. Your future does not look great.
Yeah, look, I get it, Andrew. I get it. I get what the problem is here. You're really stuck on the male and female. The transhuman future may not have male or female anymore, and it may be for the best. And I'm happy to endorse that idea to move beyond that. And this is why one of the things when it comes to transgenderism, things like that, transhumanists are just open arms. We just are way beyond that. Some human beings might want to become fish. They might want to become mini unicorns, mini dinosaurs, whatever it is. If we have liberty and we have this technology, then we may want to do those things. As long as it's not kind of offending the golden rule of hurting somebody else, then I think it's absolutely okay to move beyond male and females.
Can you show me where technology?
Well, actually, allowing people to do stuff like that, it is hurting people. So that does violate the golden rule. I don't know how it doesn't. You know,
yeah, that
without,
was the.
yeah.
I was just listening. Sorry, I was just listening from YouTube for a second. I was like,
yeah,
this is the gayest shit I think I've ever heard in my life. Like, women have no utility other than reproduction. I mean, it's like, what the hell is this talking about?
Huh?
Like I understand I understand like the extreme argument he's trying to make, but it's like, it's literally, this is like Dada absurdist, like this is like absurdist territory now. It's like, this is not even. And then it's like, well, maybe we'll just be miniature dinosaurs, or maybe we'll be this or that. It's like, wow, like
it's like
this is a real great sell. What a great sales pitch is like. You know, it's like, I'm sure that there's plenty of people who are now going to, you know, choose the side of transhumanism all of a sudden.
Yeah, like the Dino Bros.
Maybe this is like a Discordian anti-tech, like LARP or something. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't see it because it seems like both of them are pro-tech. So, I mean, I would say that maybe it's an accelerationist pro-tech LARP.
right, yeah. Maybe that's it's definitely something that doesn't really. It's definitely not surface level. Like, I almost feel like these guys are laughing as they're saying these things, because it's like, it's actually really bad arguments, which is very strange to me. It's almost like bad on purpose. So I'm like sitting here thinking like,
yeah, like did Homeboy just say he might want to become a unicorn? Like, what the fuck? Like, honestly, like, all right, bro. Like,
seems legit.
Like, all right, bro. Like, you do know, like, people used to get knocked out for saying shit like that, right? Like, what? It's like, honestly.
Where has technology assisted with liberty? By the way, I've heard this take from you multiple times. I heard it on InfoWars as well when you were being interviewed there. And, the question came up and you sidestepped it. You didn't actually answer to it. But, so I went back and I did a little bit of a review. Everything that you brought up from automobiles as being freedom machines and things like this. But of course, you didn't ever provide the counter, which is, well, automobiles in the state hands actually led to less freedom ultimately.
Did you hear that? Automobiles are quote unquote freedom machines. Oh, yeah, because when you're cruising through in your radiated box and you can get pulled over anywhere, and when you're walking down the street, you can't even get pulled over and shit. Like, oh, yeah, you're definitely a lot more free when you're in a car. Because you have to obey the traffic laws and the regulations and, the insurance and all that type of stuff. I mean, what is he talking about? Some fucking freedom machine.
The idea of the surveillance state led to less freedom, ultimately. The idea of having these mass tracking systems via digital computerization led to less freedoms with people's personal firearm ownership.
Yeah, I mean, well,
the interesting thing about his thing is like he's making almost no moral arguments. It's all pragmatic. All his arguments are pragmatic, but he's saying moral. So it's like that's kind of why I call it Discordian, because it's like moral, and it's like every argument he makes is like pragmatic. So it's like, okay, it's like I'm waiting for a moral argument. I honestly don't think I've heard one yet. So.
I mean, it's just dumb because it's like, do you really think that they're not going to track who they sell firearms to? Because they have computers, right? Like the computers literally guarantee that it will be done. Like, this is the part that he doesn't get. Like, you have tools for gathering all this information. You're literally going to make ways of seeing who has a firearm. Like, you're literally going to use the computers to register people. Right, that's literally what computers are for. They're to register information, man. Right, so how's it not going to be used against you? Right, this is the part he doesn't get. He thinks magically we can decide what computers are used for, even though their purpose is to gather information. And they're like, what?
I mean, honestly, I think I'm going to write an article that is transhumanist and Christian, just for the sake of it, just to see is it. Like, I'm going to see if I can make the strongest possible argument for it. And then, let's compare what I say compared to, what Andrew Wilson's saying. And, maybe there's something I'm missing. But I'm gonna try to do that for real. We'll see if it works.
Right.
And I'll use AI to do it. And I'll use AI to do it. Listen.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Let's use all the tools at our disposal.
Privacy for people. It's led to all sorts of horrible outcomes. Technology, in fact, has not led to increased freedom in human beings at all, not even a little bit. It led to decreased freedom for human beings. Every account that I can see.
Wow. What an amazing statement. He said technology in every instance has led to a decrease in human autonomy. It's sad that he couldn't admit that during our debate. It's pretty sad. But yeah, he just literally said, well, every single type of technology has led to a decrease in human autonomy.
Right. So what are they really arguing over then? Right. So it's like, well, we don't have a choice. Really, all they're really saying is well, we don't have a choice, so we might as well enjoy it. I mean, that's basically what the whole thing they're saying comes down to, essentially.
He's using Uncle Teddy, but he can't use it because he thinks we control technology, and he said that right in his opening statement.
I guarantee you what they're trying to do is they're trying to rewrite Uncle Teddy to say, actually, Uncle Teddy was saying well, fuck it, we can't do shit about it. Listen, let's enjoy it. And Uncle Teddy actually said it might be fun, or something. I mean, it's that's the level of absurdism I think they're kind of going towards at this moment. It's a lot of this is kind of taking, and this is kind of the danger. This is kind of why I didn't write stuff down for a long time, because I think the danger, and this is the thing that we're doing with on the internet too, is they take the arguments that you have for or against, and they just use it against you, right? And I think that's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, but he said there's absolutely no sense in which a technological future is inevitable. We can curtail it, but it's also added to the benefit of human society. Like, he's all over the place, right? I mean, if you can control technology, then you don't have to worry about the loss of human autonomy. It's just so dumb. But yeah.
Leads to a decreased freedom. Now, you can offset this and you can say, wait a second, what about things like medical technology and stuff like this? Sure. If that was all the entailment was that, hey, we're going to get great medical technology and cure leukemia, I'd be all for that. But the thing that's interesting here is, like, in this particular case, all of these technologies you're talking about, can you tell me any of them that have led to more freedom for people? That where the entailment hasn't actually been more oppression for people? Because I can't think of any, actually.
It's really hard. This is kind of like me trying to understand your framework for God when I don't believe it. I just don't understand it. But listen, I can jump on a plane. I'm going to Kazakhstan to give a speech. I'm going to go be skiing. I mean, the point is, the freedom is crazy. It's all around us. We can do everything we want now well, not everything. Obviously, in 100 years, we can do a lot more. But we have so much more freedom. We don't die from a cavity anymore, which most people used to die from, or at least quite often. And now we have technologies to overcome this dictatorship of, let's just say, cavities. But it's just a sample, it's a metaphor.
Yeah, we're getting to the heart of the matter here. Does technology actually improve human existence? Is it a net benefit or a net loss? Let's get to the actual fucking question here. Watch Andrew totally drop the ball here, because he's a total technophile. All right. Like, yeah, he's going to agree that all these technologies have benefited our lives. Watch him do a 180.
For all the different types of things that we can do now. I can jump in a car right now and drive all the way up to wherever, or get on a plane and go surfing in Hawaii tomorrow morning. The freedoms are crazy. It's all over.
But you see, this is classic equivocation. You're mixing up ability with freedom. I agree that you now have the ability to travel to other places via technology, not the freedom to do so. The freedom to do that is granted by your government. Ultimately, that is where your freedom is coming from.
What? What? Oh my God. And how does government preserve its power? Yeah, right. Would it be through technological means? Right. I mean, what gives government its power anyways? Yeah, right. I mean, it's just the stupidest fucking thing you could possibly say. Oh, your ability to do something is from technology, but your freedom to do it is because the government let you do it.
Yeah, Pill Eater's here. Welcome, Pill Eater. We're just talking about transhumanism versus Christianity and Zoltan versus Andrew Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much. Zoltan's been around for some time. I remember
tell me about it.
I remember about a decade ago, he'd be on the Stark Truth. When Donald Trump was running for president, he would also make a bid and say, vote transhumanism. And one of his, paid actresses that supported the campaign was Rachel Haywire, who's now a side, character in the Dime Square thing, the Republicans trying to turn liberals in New York operation. So there's a long, train of that. I remember even too when you had Brandon Adamson, who, he was the guy who invented alt-left. They were on a podcast together. This was, again, 2017, 9 years ago. And Adamson's like, listen, any left wing would want transhumanism, and it's going to be the alt-right to this realization you'll need it. So they already were, pushing full Zoltan many years ago. So I just think it comes full circle when it's like, okay, he's talking to Andrew, whatever,
Yeah, so far he's drawn this weird dichotomy between technology and the state. And I don't think he's been doing it that successfully.
Well, and I was going to ask Pill Eater, because you sent me something about this the other day. How do you think the Richard Wolff Haywood, Gerard, Thiel stuff comes into play with like the whole Christian nationalism. Like, what's the intersection with that?
Okay, so remember, as I tell, Zoltan is very close to Rachel Haywire. Rachel Haywire, was published on Arctos 10 years ago by John Morgan, who works with Greg Johnson, who was on a podcast with Richard Spencer, Greg Johnson, John Morgan, and Rachel Haywire that existed in 2015. And, Haywire has moved back to New York and does her own things. And she tries to get her own, post-industrial transgressive culture that I've, been tapped to. I've worked closely with Haywire, and she's invited me multiple times, even months ago, but I can't. But Haywire has been very supportive of Zoltan and tried to push Zoltan into office. Now, where that's coming from is that Dime Square, the whole entire operation is trying to turn New York City liberals more sympathetic to Republican ideals. It's kind of like Carl Osby wrote in his classic book from the 70s, The Yankee and the Cowboy War, meaning that the elites are divided into two. There's the Sun Belt that represent Republican values, and the Transatlantic that represents liberal values. That's like DuPonts and Carnegies versus Vanderbilts. And, so it's like, for the division seems like, they must hate each other. There's definitely a civil war in the elite class, but they all work together at the end of the day. So, Richard Wolff, world famous American anti-capitalist, he's not like a sincere convicted communist. He's still teaching classes at Parsons, the new school, with his son and his wife. And he's like, we're telling everyone, listen, college is over. It's going to be bought out by one conglomerate. And the interesting part about Wolff is that he says, this isn't about hating white people. This isn't hating about socialism, even if it's nationalist. Donald Trump is justified. These are things saying, but, the problem is you have to get your priorities straight and make sure that transforming capitalism should be the goal. And so it's just like how, the same people who attend a Richard Wolff lecture are the same people who go to Haas's American Communist Party. Haas and Jackson Hinkle are trying to say that communism is based, and that if you're not a communist, you must be a diva. You worship Hitler, you're a diva. And, so therefore, being a strong man and following orders makes you masculine, and therefore that makes you, you have to. So that's why a lot of liberals hate Haas and Jackson Hinkle, is that they are basically pretending to be pagan nationalists, but subverting the message to say, vote communist or believe in socialism or national socialism without genocide or the strict totalitarian order, or it's like base totalitarianism. And so whether this is from the Wolff fanatics, Patrick Casey and Haas in the same room doing cocaine together, this has to be one big managerial tradition of, Sneeko wearing a bow tie and Empath Chan having a purse, having their nice end of the year blowout party to celebrate who made the best psyops. So I think Zoltan has always been kind of like a Gary Johnson figure. Gary Johnson being the libertarian president candidate, being that he doesn't have a shot of winning, but he represents one faction of the elite that knows what's coming. Kind of like when Andrew Yang tells us, be prepared for universal basic income. This is what Zoltanis is saying. Be prepared when, or not Zoltanis, Zoltan is saying, be prepared when we have the technology to live forever or to cure people.
Right. So he's basically selling this to leftists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is what you're saying is that it's a way to get the New York liberals to support the right wing stuff, right? So it's like
in a very cryptic way, right?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
So it's like
I
this.
could see that.
If you're trans and you're a man who wants to be a woman, you should vote Zoltan, because I'll make the technology happen. And in fact, if there's a man that wants to have superhuman powers. Well, everybody wins in the equation if you're trans or whatnot, or transracialism, because everybody will have the power to become what they want. So you kind of do this weird intellectual jujitsu where it says it looks like it's liberal on the conclusion, but it has a face value of being right wing or something.
Yeah,
it's
that's
weird.
that's what Wilson's doing too, but like almost from another angle, you know. So it totally makes sense like why they would talk to each other, because Wilson just used the argument that in a transhumanist future, because you could like have sex with robots, right? And then then you could just have a womb implanted in you, so you could just have babies, right? So he said in a transhumanist future you wouldn't need women, right? What use would women be? It's like this
even
weird
scary that Sam Hyde during his Drexel comedy skit joked and said, what we're going to do with all the gay people is we're going to give them artificial wombs so they become women, and when they have gay sex you'll have a kid.
Yep.
And it's like, even that sounds like a joke. That's actually what they're thinking about.
Yeah.
And then here's the thing, to be a little 3 steps ahead. Let's say that happened. Would gay people do that, or would we lose the meaning of gay sex and not being responsible, having children? And then you have to say, what is this really about? Decadent hedonism, or, this kind of self-destructive, accelerating thirst for annihilation, George Bataille kind of suicide.
I think it would be more the former than the latter, for sure. But I do see the latter having some like influence in this whole scenario, the Bataille stuff. But yeah, I think there would be a very small sliver of gays who actually opt for it, right? So the moral panic about it is actually very strange, right? But yeah. Because like you said, like within the gay community, there'd be like a sliver of people who think that, then gay sex would lose its meaning or whatever.
To do any of those things. Air traffic control, for instance, whose hands is that in? Whose hands is most of the airports in? With TSA and other things like this, whose tracking software is utilizing all of that? You're mixing up and equivocating. You're saying ability and freedom, which are 2 completely different things. I'm not negating that you.
No, they're not. No, they're not. It's just they're just simply just not 2 different things, right? The government can give you the freedom to do things because they have the ability to do it. They're the same.
There's the ability there through technology for you to jump on an airplane and conceivably go wherever the hell you want, just like you could get on a horse and go wherever the hell you wanted or whatever, right? The ability to do those things. The technology itself, though, has not led to this ability being, in some way ingrained or non-curtailed or things like this. Your ability to travel seems to be granted to you. And the fact of the matter is you can be surveilled 24 hours, 7 days a week now through these technologies where they can curtail this ability immediately. They make a notation in a system, you're depersoned. You're depersoned, you're debanked, you're deplaned, your flight status is revoked, you have wrong think, you're out of the system.
But the technology allowed me to do it in the first place. Even if you're right, I agree with you. The government can stop us any day, and that presents a problem that I bet you and I both agree on. But the truth is that because we have this technology, we can do all these different types of things that were once unavailable to us. In my opinion, it's really kind of unimaginable that you would argue that technology has lessened our own personal freedoms. That seems pretty
It
crazy.
seems like, again, we're back to equivocation. In what ways has technology itself advanced freedom? It has not. It's advanced ability. Freedom is a philosophical concept. Freedom is a concept which is ingratiated in the philosophical and the spiritual and the ontology of man himself. It is not ingrained in any sort of technological jargon, babble.
Yeah, I had to actually give it to Wilson on this one because, he's right. Like, freedom is much more complex notion than just, you could just do shit because technology allows you to do a bunch of shit. He needs more philosophical rigor in defining his conception of freedom. But also, there is no successful conception of freedom within a Christian context. God controls everything. He controls who goes to heaven, who goes to hell, who's sinful, who's not. One vessel made for salvation, one vessel made for destruction, right? The word free will does not appear in the New Testament, right? So I'm just wondering how, I mean, there's a problem there, right? I mean, a lot of Christians don't believe in free will, right? So so this whole concept of freedom, right, it doesn't actually exist for many, many centuries within Christian conceptions as well.
Or a material object. You are mixing up ability to do a thing, right, with the philosophical purview of a freedom to do a thing. It doesn't matter if you have the ability to get on a plane and leave. All that matters is whether or not you have the freedom to even do it to begin with, right? That is where you're mixing these two concepts up. And so what I want from you is for you to show me during the advancement of any of these technologies, how that philosophical concept has improved in people's lives, because it hasn't. You were just as free to get into a classic automobile as you are right now and drive under the same philosophical framework. If they had airplanes in 1840, you would have been just as free to get on those and go travel around as well. However, as technology and tracking software has increased, your freedoms to do those things has decreased drastically. So that's what I'm asking is like, how is that not the case? How is it not the case that your freedoms are drastically curtailed through this technological revolution?
Isn't that just totally false? Right? Because like, yeah, like you could get in a car back then and like technology is more advanced now, but it's mass produced, so more people have access to it. So I don't even think what he's saying necessarily even makes sense, right? Because more people have access to cars than they did back when you had a classic automobile, even though you had more freedom to drive with it.
And also, like, cars don't just like grow on car trees. Like, you have to go and work and be like enslaved to your job in order to go and pay for the car, or go to jail if you steal it and don't get, and you get caught, right? So
yeah,
like there's all the other entanglements that go with that too.
Right. So it's not really clear if it increased the ability of people to do shit. It's just a really weird sort of concept or sort of conceptual framing.
Like you don't have like a right to the car either. Like not everybody in the world can just like get a car with no, everybody wants a brand new Lamborghini, but how many people can like, figure out the intellectual jujitsu to, go and like scam people out of money to afford one, right? So, and have all the connections. So again, it's just kind of weird, like freedom from, freedom to, liberty, like all these different terms are kind of getting, kind of whatever. And also like that, we're talking about the ability to move, but they're not even talking about like the ability to like be housed, right? Like before you could generally just go where no one lived and just build a house and live there. I mean, relative to now where you just can't do that essentially. So I don't know. It's just kind of a weird.
Yeah, it's like, he grants himself like universal rights and freedom. None of these things can be like our Christian conceptions. All right, like none of these things can be just granted within your worldview, right? Unless you're, unless you accept like some form of liberalism, you can't just accept like, oh yeah, we believe in freedom and universal rights and this shit. Like he said earlier in the debate, like, universal rights come from Judeo-Christianity. No, they don't.
Well, it's kind of interesting too because I think I forgot what I was going to say now. Shit.
Sorry, I was just a little busy at the moment. Just got up. Still in Busan.
AXA. All right, so but I was going to say, like, how do you think why do you think they're using transhumanism mixed with Christianity? Like, is that purely a political project that they're trying to sell, or?
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a sect of Christianity that says, listen, the literal resurrection of Jesus was based on technology. We are rediscovering the technology so we can ascend to heaven. They'll probably mix it up like that for sure. It's no longer going to be metaphorical. It's going to say, walk on water, resurrection was real science fiction technology. We now have it. Time machine. This is pretty much like what Gene Wolfe was predicting in the Book of the New Sun. He basically argued that Jesus was Severian, an alien a million years in the future who came back in time to reset the divine foreknowledge into the golden age. And I mean, you have sects like Eric von Daniken, who believes aliens made Jesus possible. So again, transhumanism just fills in the holes where, you know, as Nietzsche says, humanity makes God now when they stop believing in God. And therefore it goes full circle back in. If God's not real, we'll make the singularity and we'll make God forcefully.
Right. And would you say that that's going to be like the TPUSA Scientology kind of shit, or do you think it's going to be more broad than that, like Mormonism? You know, like how broad do you think that's going to be of a movement? Do you think it's going to be like a small movement or a much larger thing?
First, it's all about trickery. It's all about saying one thing for another. So, for example, it's all about saying, you know, if you're for trans people, you're for human rights, right? And it has nothing to do with creating singularity. Or it's like you say, socialism is about freedom. You're not really about abolishing capitalism. You just want freedom. This is basically the liberal mindset. Liberals try to veneer every hidden goal as one thing of another. You know, abortion is allowed because that's a human choice, right? They care more about the praxis of liberalism than the end game of antinatalism. And it turns out antinatalists and all these other themes support those causes and that's why you have the most vehement people supporting nihilistic, self-destructive, thirst for annihilation, kind of sex and death Bataille-esque theories.
Yeah, and that whole you know, like mortification of the flesh, like all that stuff. These are Gnostic conceptions or whatever, and even that God is alien. You know, that actually, I think it's Marcion of Sinope, you know, also believes something similar like that, right? That that Jesus was a son of an alien God, you know, and so on and so forth. So it's pretty interesting, you know, that they've reverted to Gnosticism, as they say. Even.
Well, and I think that's what we're seeing the evidence of. If you look at James Lindsay and Marx and all this stuff, like all these different like bricks in the Freemasonic wall, like isn't that ultimately what they're trying to do? Is like you're trying to do incremental like change, right? Like the totalitarian tiptoe is David Icke says, right? I think Phil Leader dropped out, but it's like I think that's what they're doing. Is like they're doing this like very slow incremental you know, historical, cultural, religious revisionism. I mean, it's kind of what 1984 is saying, right? It's like, you know, he who controls the past controls the present, you know, whatever. I can't remember the exact quote, but the idea, right? So, but Bill Leader is gone, right? I think I saw.
Yeah.
I can't really see the screen. Really
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing he said was
got
absolutely right. Yeah. He's still overseas, but yeah, the thing he said is absolutely right. You know, they're trying to create a god outside of a god, you know, sort of situation. You know, they're looking for arcane philosophies and you know, religious sects in order to accomplish that. It'd be very interesting to note that like all these like sort of occult revival and the discovery of these Gnostic texts has happened in our modern era as well to sort of you know, spur that on.
Right. Well, it's kind of like how people keep saying like okay, let me ask you this, like the common trope of like the God of the Old Testament isn't the same as the God of the New Testament. Like I understand all the arguments for that, right? But it's also like isn't that a convenient way of like just basically saying like Christianity is not true or Islam's not true or what, you know what I mean? It's kind of like it's just a roundabout way of like, you know, let's undermine this thing and then like, okay, so what are you going to replace it with? It's like, well, you know, secular humanism, transhumanism, whatever. It's like, you know, it's like you just get this like here's the thing is like if you want to take all these belief systems down, it's like, well, what are you going to replace it with, right? I think that's kind of what I'm coming at it from is like, okay, so all these things are bad, all these things are wrong, all these things are a lie, but it's like, okay, you're going to replace it with like another lie and
I don't know. I have two other thoughts I want to complete, but I was like, well, I was just going to ask you, what do you think of that?
Yeah, that is a huge
belief that God of the Old Testament was whatever, or is that just a new thing that came about because of Judaism?
Yeah, that's the thing that we're kind of looking at with that Pearson and Berger article, right, about the pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism, right? It would seem like there's inklings of Gnosticism within Judaism that's pre-Christian, right? So some of them had developed some sort of antinomian sects, right? It would seem like, right? But the fact is that this was literally what Marcion said, right? So this was the belief of Marcion of Sinope, right? He said the God of the Old Testament is an evil God, and Jesus was sent in as an alien God, right? So he rejected the Old Testament and he accepted the New Testament, right? Now, from a neo-pagan standpoint, right, this has been elevated because Christianity, in this whole thing about the Son of God and the whole idea of this eternal sort of rebirth, and being reborn in the Spirit, right, that this represents a sort of alchemical transformation, right? So I mean, they've obviously elevated this notion for clear reasons, right? Because the God of the New Testament is less physical, right? It could be a totally spiritual conception, that's beyond matter, and also you don't need the law. The main reason to reject the Old Testament, right, is because of the law, right? So a lot of these Gnostic or antinomian sects say, well, the main reason why we reject the Old Testament is because the law that God gave is the law for Jews, and it was given on behalf of transgressions. And the law of Jesus is the law of heaven. So if you just follow that law, you're in a way better position, right? So yeah, so that would be sort of the
Right. Well, and the two other things I wanted to add to that is, because Pillager's saying that it's like he's saying that it's political, right? And I guess the way I would say that is, well, it's political, but that doesn't mean that transhumanism or Malthusianism or all these other things aren't happening. But what I do think that means is like this is basically like playing offense, right? So this is like basically let's de-radicalize everybody, let's make them feel as if there's a debate going on about, what's the morality of transhumanism, what's this or that. But ultimately, you're not really debating about like how should we go about interrupting this process, or how should we go about getting political power, since that's the way that people with the beliefs of Andrew Wilson were in political power, allegedly, right? For example, right? Like then the political will would change for the average person because, well, that's what the boss said, so we do what the boss tells us to do, right? Like that would actually change the course of human history, right? Which is why they have a right-left paradigm, because if things aren't working in one direction, they just go to the other side and then they balance it out where people feel as if they're being heard, right? And I think that's kind of what they're doing in this scenario, where it's like, well, you have the liberals on one side and you have the conservatives on the other side, and so they're arguing about morality or this or that, but there's a reason why all the arguments are ultimately practical. And I think this is the reason. And Machine, I learned this from you, is like, and Phil Leader said it too. It's like, okay, so they want you to think about the end result, right? So they're both talking about the end results of these ideas, right? But they're not actually talking about how you get the end results. You see what I mean? Because I think that's the thing, is like,
right.
How we get there is much more important than what we're actually talking about. And I think that's kind of what they're hiding, essentially. And again, I know that we said this a million times, but I think it's like very important to just keep hitting that point, because that explains like why is this such a giant production? Like, why is this so important that they do all this, right? And you know, why are they actors? Why are they doing these scripts? And I think that's the reason why. It's like you're so busy debating what, when, where, why, but you're not really debating like how exactly, right? And I think that's kind of I think that's very what do you call it, nihilistic. You know, it makes you kind of like nihilistic, right? Like, because you don't really feel that you really have any power to affect the situation.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like the movie references are weird. There's still an hour and a half left of this video. So we'll just get to it next time because I gotta go do my show. So it looked like we ran out of time, but
Yeah,
this
good.
whole series is pretty banging, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll get into it more, and send the links out for the show. Everybody jump over there.
Yeah,
Thank
let
you
me
for
throw this
everybody
in
who
the
did
back,
watch.
and then yeah, try to send this to Pill Eater too if you can, if he's got. Chill. I'm making my coffee here. I'm back on the grind here. So a blessing to all the people. About to see what's up with these fucking tomfoolios. Straight up trash debate so far. Either he tries to stonewall the debate topic, right, so that there is no debate, right, to try to you know, block his opponent, right, by saying, well, there's some sort of logical inconsistency with your position. But then sometimes he'll try to get them to concede to his point, right? And that's when it turns more into a discussion than a debate, right? So that is happening right now. So you know, we've already reviewed this for a number of hours, several hours of review that we have. Now, we also seen that made by Jim Boob did a weak ass debate review of the same debate. So I can't wait to watch his weak ass debate review, right? Because now that I've spent over 2 hours looking at only half of this debate, right, I'm wondering what type of trash commentary he put together in his very short commentary he made on this debate. Because this debate deserves, I think, a lot more time and effort, right? So we could get to the consistency of just what they're saying here, right? But he's trying to upsell Christianity to a transhumanist. This is what it kind of seems like is happening. So let's see what's up.
Is that because we have this technology, we can do all these different types of things that were once unavailable to us. In my opinion, it's really it's kind of unimaginable that you would argue that technology has lessened our own personal freedoms. That seems pretty.
This is the same logical trick he pulled when we did the debate, right? He's saying, well, you know, influence is not control, blah blah blah. Right? Ability is not freedom, blah, blah, blah. But yes, they largely dictate how that so-called freedom or that so-called, control is, you know, expressed. So, you know, influence and ability do control freedom and whatnot. It's just so stupid. It's dumb to think otherwise. And especially when we're dealing with the scale of technology, right? Large scale technologies that are not managed by individual use, right? That he's saying that this is about, and he's saying that also that collectively technology has not made us more free, which is really interesting because he literally argued, you know, against me in a debate, right? That he's free to use technology however he likes.
So make it make sense. Does he just switch his positions depending on who he debates? What does he actually believe? And it's actually really interesting, right? I try to debate several topics that I think have philosophical and logical consistency with each other and that I actually believe in. I don't just go up there to have an intellectual contest for clicks and views, right? Based on positions I don't really represent or just to beat the opponent. That seems kind of low level, but all right.
It seems like, again, we're back to equivocation. In what ways has technology itself advanced freedom? It has not. It's advanced ability. Freedom is a philosophical concept. Freedom is a concept which is ingratiated in the philosophical and the spiritual and the ontology of man himself. It is not ingrained in any sort of technological jargon, babble, or a material object. You are mixing up ability to do a thing, right, with the philosophical.
He's right, but how does this match with this whole force doctrine, right, thing that, you know, if you have the ability to do something, you know, any objective, any objective factor of power, right, is met with, corresponding force, right, that delineates that power, right, or, I don't know, it just seemed like, you know, there's not a lot of context for free will within Christianity. It's been a debate that Christians have been having for centuries, right, including up until the days of Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation, right? So this notion that he could just grant himself some philosophical notion of freedom, it's a highly dubious proposition, right? You can't just grant yourself that.
Purview of a freedom to do a thing. It doesn't matter if you have the ability to get on a plane and leave. All that matters is whether or not you have the freedom to even do it to begin with, right? That is where you're mixing these two concepts up. And so what I want from you is for you to show me during the advancement of any of these technologies, how that philosophical concept has improved in people's lives, because it hasn't. You were just as free to get into a classic automobile as you are right now and drive under the same philosophical framework. If they had airplanes in 1840, you would have been just as free to get on those and go travel around as well. However, as technology and tracking software has increased, your freedoms to do those things has decreased drastically. So that's what I'm asking is like, how is that not the case? How is it not the case that your freedoms are drastically curtailed through this technological revolution? Because it doesn't seem like we have
That's right. Technology is not about use because individuals don't benefit from the use of large-scale technologies. So I'm glad that Wilson is finally learning this. All right. But I think it took several stomping it into his brain. I mean,
crazy. We're talking on podcasts. I'm not sure what country you're in or where you're at, but we're like, there's so much freedom all around us compared to like 50 years ago. Now, I agree with you. The actual concept of freedom itself is kind of an innate concept from a philosophical point of view. Maybe that has not changed, but the ability to use material objects around us to do all sorts of brand new things, like do this telecast without having the meeting in person. This has given us an enormous amount of freedom in the material world. So I completely believe in it, subscribe to it, and think it's wonderful. I mean, I can't believe that you're actually arguing that technology is limiting freedom.
I can't believe that you're making this argument. You understand philosophy. This argument makes no sense. You're confusing ability again with freedom. Yes, I agree. We now have abilities we've never had before via technology. That is not the idea of freedom. Are you really going to seriously argue that human beings in America are more free now than they were in like 1850, 1860?
Of course, my God.
Because they have the ability to drive to this
freedom away.
See, it's a stupid idea because he's talking about freedom on the collective scale, right? Like who's become more free, right? Now he thinks like, freedom to do anything is more freedom. Freedom to get on a plane, freedom to get on a private jet, right? Freedom to cut your own dick off, right? Freedom to fuck whoever you want, freedom for women to vote, right? See, Wilson doesn't think that any of these things make man qualitatively more free because they don't point to our potential as humans, right? Which is in marriage and piety and contributing to our society and all that type of stuff, right? So this is the thing, is like, from a Christian standpoint, right, he should not be arguing for freedom, right? He should be arguing for some sort of basic human potential that's being limited by this technology, that is crippling traditions, right? Spreading the philosophy of liberalism and atheism around and humanism around, right? Which is the basis for transhumanism, right? So instead of attacking the humanistic philosophy of the Enlightenment that led to these changes, which he's all too familiar with, no, he stands on that and says it's Christian, and then says transhumanism opposes that. That makes zero fucking sense, because in any other debate, he'd be saying, well, the 16th century Enlightenment philosophy is the reason why we're in all these debacles worldwide. Right?
From being cold. And so people have that. Hot water is from vaccines that you don't get, like measles and
freedom
die.
away from being cold.
Look, these are all oppression on us. The biological.
Do you have a car? And do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $19 a month in car insurance?
Damn, she's pretty hot, honestly, though. But yeah.
This is important.
She might be AI or whatever.
Biological body is terminal, and it's just this, it's a dictator essentially holding us all the time down. And what we have done, transhumanists and technology moving forward, has made it so that we can live easier. We can survive cavities. We can have hot water in the winter. We can have housing when there's giant snowstorms. I mean, we are improving day by day. And even the poorest of us in America have dramatically more freedoms and abilities to do things that they never would have done. People going national parks thousands of miles away, even if they're just living on the dole.
Yeah, this is a bad argument, because you're mixing up ability with freedom itself. Your idea here is like, because I can now flip on the cell phone and have a conversation with somebody thousands of miles away, that entails freedom. You know who else can do that? Prisoners who are in prison. They can also pick up the same exact phone and make a call 1,000 miles away. You know who else can board airplanes? Prisoners. You know who else can board buses? Prisoners. You know who else can do all of these things that you grant, which are abilities? Do they matter absent the freedom? They don't. Would you argue, for instance, that you're free because you're on an airplane as a prisoner being flown to a different prison? Hang on. I just let you go. The answer is, of course not. Your freedom is still being curtailed, regardless of the ability for you to get from A to B. This is the whole problem with this philosophy that you have. You're mixing up and equivocating.
Yeah, the only problem here is that you still have not demonstrated in what way technology constrains everyone. Are we all prisoners on a fucking airplane? Snakes on a plane? I mean, what is actually going on here, right? That's not the situation. It doesn't match his hypothetical, right? We are in a low level of enjoyment and a high level of slavery, but he hasn't really actually demonstrated that, right? Because he keeps saying we're free, right? And he has to stick to that because it's in his opening statement.
Between ability and freedom, that's one. And two, you still haven't actually told us at all how any repudiation of Christian ethics, or what this 20%, how is men having children going to improve the conditionals of the relationships of people in the United States? It's not. What should we sacrifice in Christian ethics in order to give you your magic wand so men can have children in the U.S.? What should we do? Like, you see what I mean? Prescriptively, yeah, it's nonsense. It's just babble. You haven't actually told us what the prescriptions for the U.S. are, how it's better without Christian ethics in it, or even this 20% you're talking about. How is that better?
Well, I think the 20% is really, really critical, because I feel like what's happening is you want to hold back liberal society from doing these experiments that move us forward. And these things have moved us forward through every single decade, every single generation. And if you keep holding us back, like you're going to hold us back from the transhuman future, then we're never going to get to that transhuman future.
There we go. Now we get to the actual crux of the issue. Christianity has held back liberal values and technological ability and capacity for centuries. This is why Christians were sitting there riding on donkeys, and you know, you had Macbeth and all this stuff, and you know, anybody could just walk up and just kill the king, and it was just total fucking anarchy. Man, the Lord and the king and these things changed out every fucking week. It was just like, you know, people were taking each other's property, their land, just showing up with 10 guys and a fucking horse. It's crazy. Right? So this was Christian society most of the centuries. It was a low level of barbarism. Right? So the fact is that we actually, you know, that Christians would actually prefer that to the modern technological society. But you're saying that Christianity caused all this to come up, all this advancement to come about, and that he needs Christian ethics for his worldview. Very strange. Very strange. Doesn't make a fucking bit of sense at all.
And we're going to continue to die from cancer and Alzheimer's and whatnot. So we need
nobody's
that 20%
holding you back from
in order so that we can kind of achieve.
There it is. Nobody's holding him back from doing any of that stuff. Christianity is not holding him back from doing any of that stuff he's saying. He's just trying to supply him with Christian ethics to help him be a transhumanist. He's just doing it a bad way. He's just doing transhumanism a bad way. He needs to help him do it the right way.
This greater stature of society, and transhumanists can kind of reach out and become the beings that they want to be.
There's no serious Christian organization anywhere I'm aware of who's trying to hold you back from doing leukemia cancer research or anything regarding cancer or its cure, right?
It's not just scientific or medicinal. I mean, it has to do with social structures as well.
Yeah.
Why don't you want to have a baby is what I want to know. Why don't you want to have a baby?
Well, I don't think that it's even possible for my world. It's not even a logical
possibility. Why don't you want to? Why, if you could, would you not think at least, that would be an interesting.
So if it's not a logical possibility, then why would Christian ethics help him do any of his transhumanist stuff? Right? I'm just not getting any of the premise behind this debate at all, honestly. Just what is Andrew resisting here or arguing for? It just doesn't make any sense. Right? I know what Zoltan's arguing for, right? Transhumanist future where we get to live as long as we want or whatever, you get to be whatever we want, Fox or a male pregnant person. I don't know.
Thing. This is the crux that I want to get to with you.
Because what you're doing is you're trying to attack the ontology of what is man, what is woman, right? The very idea here that you think that forming some sort of uterus inside of me, where would the baby come from, by the way? Like, let's say that I could. Let's just say that I could grow a uterus. Does the baby come out of my ass? Where does the baby come out of?
I don't know. Maybe we'll make you a new vagina. But the point of the story is not that. It's the cultural problem that you're presenting.
Wow, that's pretty sad. He proposed men having babies, and he doesn't even know what fucking hole the baby's going to come out of. That's a sad trombone on that one. Sir, I think you need a exit plan. What? That's fucking absurd. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Or the fact that they've even been talking about it for this long, but it's nobody even knows if it's possible yet. And he said it's totally possible, but he just doesn't know what hole the baby comes out of. Can you imagine? I mean, what kind of discussion is this? Like, this is grotesque. This is in every way funny and in zero ways educational at this point. You know, what hole does the baby come out of if it's a man is the topic of discussion right now, folks, in a public debate.
What you're doing is violating ontology. What you're trying to do.
Yes, we are violating it. That's okay.
Oh, what hole does the baby come out of if it's a man? Oh, yeah, that's ontology. That's what we're dealing with there. No, it's not. What? You just shoved a philosophical term in there. Look at his face. Fucking idiot. It's ontology.
Exactly.
It's totally okay.
And so the idea, though, prescriptively here, right, we can have, if we're looking at the two opposing views, right, do you, the man, are you going to get pregnant and then have, an artificial vagina and all the reproductive organs
Sure.
They're going to be implanted inside of you.
Or you can regrow them through genetic
editing. replicating female anatomy. This is an improvement on society. How? How is this an improvement? This is the problem. Like, why ought I do that? That's the whole question. And why we come down to this violation is
again because
I believe in ontology. You don't.
Because you want to. Because somebody wants to. Why is that wrong to want to do something like that?
Because, well, you have no epistemic foundation in which to ground the ought.
So want to have a child? I mean, that's as core as it.
Look at this. Wilson never, he never makes a philosophical argument. Oh, shit, my mic's not plugged in. Sorry, guys. Here, hold on. Let me plug this shit in. Yeah, I apologize. Here, hold on. Got a whole different mic thing set up here. Okay, there we go. Here, I should sound better now, right? Whoops. Sorry about that.
Yes.
That's as core as what gets. There is no, what is the ought?
No, a desire is something to do such. I mean, why can't a man wanted, I'm just saying this philosophically.
I'll tell you, hang on. We'll get into philosophy then. Why can't I then have that baby and torture it while it remains immortal for the rest of its life? Why can't
Look at this. The whole question of poo-poo butt babies is a question of epistemology or, ontology. How ridiculous of a proposition is that, right? I mean, what? Like, you don't need to go that high up in philosophy just to make a point about poo-poo butt babies. It's just like, okay, let me see how I'm sounding for the rest of the show. Okay, yeah, it sounds like I'm still it sounds like I'm still audible on the rest of the video. So yeah, that's cool, man.
Well, we have laws against that. We're not talking about torture.
We have laws
bringing
against
something beautiful into the world.
You can't say that you're appealing to the law in a philosophical debate, right? You and I both know that there's all sorts of unjust laws, right? That you would view as unjust, I would view as unjust. Who cares? You can't appeal to the law. That's insane. Tell me why it is that I ought not, if I desire it, just like I desire to have a baby.
You can't appeal to the law in a philosophical debate? Why? Does philosophy only debate hypotheticals? That sounds retarded.
Not if it's immortal, just spend the rest of my life torturing it because I think it's really fun.
Well, I mean, I think transhumanists would say there are some innate laws, maybe that 80% that we stole from you, that wouldn't allow us to do that. But the 20% would allow us to say, here's another soul that Jesus can find and save. What is wrong with that?
So what you're saying...
Yeah, but if they stole it, if transhumanists stole that from the Christians, then Christians stole some of that from the Greeks and from the Jews. Absolutely, right? So, I mean,
is that the reason you can't do it, Andrew, is because Christian ethics, the very guardrails put on the entire society that I want to see, my transhumanist future is not even possible without Christian ethics.
Yeah, we live in a secular humanist society, right? Like the democratic institutions that exist in our society, they're not Christian institutions. That's false. It's separation of church and state. So we don't live in a Christian nation. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Right? If it was a Christian nation, my brown ass wouldn't even be here. Honestly. Most likely. If this was a Christian nation from the beginning, there probably wouldn't be other types of people here. It'd probably just be white people. You know what I mean? Good Lord, dude. What a stupid proposition, right? Oh, it's a Christian country. What about all the fucking people that aren't Christian that live here and it's run by atheists and Jews?
Yeah, hell of a fucking Christian country you got here, bro. Like, wake up and smell the roses.
Ethics, Andrew, because otherwise I can't give you a descriptive ought for why you ought not go ahead and just torture this baby for the rest of its existence, and it's immortal, so it can just take it, right? Why ought I
You're
not do
upset
that?
because I find that 20% I can do whatever I want with, and I love that idea.
You're
I
not
can't
telling me
imagine
why
you're not going to let
you
me run
realize
with
why
that.
you're not telling me why I ought not do that. You're just making an appeal, right, to me. You're only making an appeal to me. Andrew, you ought not do that because your moral.
Didn't he just answer his own question? The moral framework of his philosophical outlook doesn't match ontological and epistemological status in his own worldview, but he's wondering why he can't accept 100% of Christian ideas. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You already answered that question. You got the answer. Put it in your pocket and go home. You're a great fucking job. You're
framework, which apparently must be superior to your own because that's what you're appealing to. You're not appealing to your own moral framework. Why ought I not, from your moral framework, torture a baby endlessly if it was immortal? And I could.
Well, going back to what I said,
literally answered the question for him. He literally said he wants to extend life as long as possible, so that baby's life should be extended. I'm like, what? Like, why would you torture a baby? Because the baby doesn't want to be tortured? You can even make a pretty good argument from hedonism, you know, for that. I don't even understand, dude. Like, does he really just not know how to do philosophy? Right? Honestly, Jay Dyer has a degree in philosophy, and so does David Patrick Harry. Does Andrew Wilson have a degree in philosophy? You know, because I bet he doesn't. He's here flexing that he's some sort of philosophical debater. You know, and he's never debated one academic in the area of philosophy. That should be pretty shocking to anyone, honestly. You know, the guy's a total 100% fraud.
For if you love life and you have a million instincts, you're not going to want to torture something that's one of your own. But that's beside the point. The point is, why can't I take 20%?
And you know what? I'm not some big like philosophical guy like that thinks like philosophy is the standard, that thinks you should have degrees and all that stuff. And you know, and then that's the standard. I'm just pointing out that it's really odd and awkward when he's stressing words like ontology and epistemology, right? In a debate against some guy who's a fucking news reporter. Right. And it's like, do you even know, you know, what these terms seem to imply? It's just really weird.
You're giving me descriptors now, not oughts. I'm asking you from your moral framework, yours, Zoltan Istvan, what is actually immoral about doing that other than you just prefer that I don't? What appeal are you making to something, a stance independent reason?
Sure. Well, I think
of
absolutely transhumanists would believe in a social contract that's been talked about for centuries. And one of those contracts is kind of the golden rule. You don't do something terrible to somebody that you wouldn't want done to yourself. I mean, and then again, I'm borrowing the 80% from Jesus. I think it's okay.
You're borrowing my worldview because your worldview can't actually exist absent mine, but mine.
But you can't actually take the 20% of the worldview where I'm trying to evolve into something else.
You have not made any.
Did you hear that? Wilson just said transhumanism could not exist without Christianity. He said transhumanism as a worldview could not exist without Christianity, but Christianity can exist without transhumanism, but it's just the other way around. Nope. So in taking that 80% for transhumanism, he's fundamentally made himself a Christian somehow. It just doesn't make sense. So if I use 10% of Christianity, I'm all of a sudden a Christian, or 10 to 80%, somewhere in there. I could be a Christian. Right? Like, what a really confusing statement. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here trying to figure out just what is contradictory about Christianity versus transhumanism, which Zoltan Istvan has said there's no conflict with that. And then Wilson just literally said, well, transhumanism needs Christianity as a worldview to even exist.
Compelling arguments for what this 20% of the worldview even is. You just said, what about having children? I say, okay, well, let me grant for a second that I can have children, and they're going to be immortal. They're going to live forever, right? They're going to have wounds that heal instantaneously. Why, Zoltan, from your transhumanist perspective, if I grabbed a soldering iron, just burned its eyeballs out every 5 minutes because it just brought me tons of joy and desire, why ought I not do that other than, well, because you just don't want me?
Like, he keeps saying transhumanism is hedonism, and it's just not. Transhumanism doesn't mean that you torture people because it's fun, right? So he's using like examples that don't even fit into this dude's worldview and just like applying them. Like, he's literally asking him retarded questions. It's just, and then saying, well, actually, you need Christianity for transhumanism. Why?
Why?
Welcome back, everyone. As always, I'm Nick. We've got Luke with us here today, and this is Verticals. We have a
what the fuck? Yeah, nice realistic show you guys have here. What the fuck?
No, I just told you we have social contracts. We don't do bad things to people.
What if
that we
the
don't
social
want them to be done
contract?
to
What if the
ourselves?
social contract changes because preferences change?
And it will.
So that I
will.
can do that.
It will. It might not be 80% of Christianity. It might be 60 or 40% or even less someday. But we're gonna retain our mammalian instincts. We're not gonna end up taking a soldering iron to children's eyes.
We can transcend our mammalian instincts. And by the way, even within the confines of the mammalian instincts, you have psychopaths. And the thing is like, so here's
what a bunch of weird examples. He brought up 2 or 3 examples of torturing babies. Like, the debate is Christianity versus transhumanism, man. Like, what's all this shock stuff? Right? It's literally just nonsense. It's for clicks and views that he uses these grotesque examples. They're literally classless examples that have nothing to do with the debate topic. I mean, just 2 or 3 times, just torturing babies. Yeah, all right. Like, what a sight.
The idea is really simple, and you're not actually answering to this at all. Why is it that if every 5 minutes soldering iron burn out the retinas, right? They grow right back. Baby screams in agony, blood's everywhere, but that's okay. It reproduces inside of their system almost instantaneously. The social contract has changed. It's 300 years in the future. People think this is fun. They think it's hilarious. They think it's great. What does Zoltan appeal to then? The social contract has changed.
The scientific method is going to say, why are we doing that? We're not just hedonists.
The scientific
method
into
something. We want to
scientific method can't make claims like
bingo. He just said it. He said, I'm not a hedonist, Andrew. You keep prescribing these scenarios where I enjoy pain and suffering at the expense of others just because it'll bring me joy. But that's hedonism, Andrew. That's not transhumanism. So stop strawmanning the dude. Actually debate against his position. There's a lot there in transhumanism that we can oppose as Christians. Why can't Andrew Wilson just do it? Right?
The scientific method.
You making us transhumanists out this.
His literal argument against transhumanism so far has been, I don't like butt stuff. Therefore, transhumanism must not be very Christian, even though you need Christianity for it. What? Sir, are you a fucking retard?
Sound like madmen. It's not like that. We're going to try to find utopias. We're not going to put soldering iron in children's eyes. We're always going to take what we have now, our social contract, and become better human beings. We're going to probably take your 80% and stick with it, I bet.
That's ridiculous. We don't see that anywhere. Where this, first of all, when you say the social contract, right? Whose? The USSR's?
No,
North
yours,
Korea?
your 80%.
Hang on. North Korea's? Do you want the Middle Eastern social contract? Do you want a Western Enlightenment social contract? There's not even a universalized social contract now. But to say that it wouldn't change even in the Western nations is fucking crazy. I mean, it is. It's just, that's an objectively insane thing to say. But on top of all of that, you still haven't actually provided for me. And you said the scientific method's going to ask why you're doing that. The scientific method doesn't do that. It doesn't ask those questions.
Yes,
those
it does.
No, hang on.
Of course it does.
It does not ask the question of
it
moral,
wants to know why you're doing
claims.
anything.
And no, what science does is this. You make an observation about something which is material. That's what you do. And then you...
Yeah, the Zoltan guy's a fucking idiot, dude. You're trying to debate philosophy with the guy who has no philosophical background. He's literally arguing that the scientific method gives you ethical prescriptions. Like, what? Like the guy's totally lost when it comes to philosophy, right? Not just a little bit. You know, he's totally just, you know, he's a dim light, right? And this is your great philosophical victory, is to show this transhumanist that Christians can philosophize. Okay. They're still going to be putting chips in people, right? Whether or not you think it's Christian, and so far it seems like he does. So
come up with a hypothesis as to why that's happening. This material thing is happening. In this case, science could make this claim. It could say the soldering iron in the baby's eye causes it pain. It can't give you a moral prescription for why you ought not cause that baby pain. Do you understand the distinction? And so here, when you make it appeal to science, right, it's absurd, especially philosophically. What is the actual foundation from Zoltan for why it is that if Andrew Wilson had a man baby that came out of his butt and started burning its retinas out because I thought it was funsies, what is actually the issue there?
wow. Now the hypothetical scenario about butt babies has evolved to butt baby boy torture. So I don't understand. Butt baby boy torture. Like what? All right, cool. Cool hypothetical example, man. What's this got to do with the debate?
Or from you. You can't appeal.
Yeah,
You can't appeal
transhumanism
to
wouldn't
consensus.
allow it. We wouldn't allow suffering of somebody else
Why,
like
though?
that at all.
Why? What are you
Well,
basing
because
that
we
on other
took
than your
80%
preference?
of your philosophy that
Right.
which doesn't allow it.
So you just appeal to me again. Your whole
Yes,
appeal
I
is
told you already we're taking 80%, but that
Yeah.
20%,
So your
that's not
entire-
involved your soldering
Yeah.
iron thing.
So your entire appeal for why Christianity isn't good for the United States and transhumanism is because we need Christianity to stop people from doing things that you are going to create the technology for them to be able to do. Genius argument, Zoltan.
It's perfect. It's like evolution. You pull the best parts and you leave behind the boring parts and the parts that don't work. And
Yeah,
that's
but
exactly what
the best?
transhumanism is. I
That's
can't
it.
believe you don't want to support me. I'm
understand? You're
taking
making-
80% of your philosophy.
You're making the epistemic claim of best. Best is an epistemic claim. What makes that the best other than you just prefer it? Nothing, right? Nothing makes it the best other than you just prefer that. And so we're back to Zoltan's preferences. Zoltan thinks we shouldn't do this because we shouldn't do this. It's tautological. You shouldn't do it because you shouldn't do it because you shouldn't do it. And then he moves over and says, but the main reason I can give you for not doing it is because of Christianity and Andrew's worldview, which I'm here arguing is objectively worse somehow than my worldview, yet appealing to it for the things I don't want you to do.
I'm just,
Just quickly,
I'm
fellas,
asking you
before we
to
carry on,
enlarge your
just quickly,
worldview.
guys, just quickly.
I'm asking you to open up that 20%, and then we'll
So,
be
hold
in
on.
the same ballpark.
Hold on a second. We're going to go for about another 10, 15 minutes or so. So if there's anything really pressing that you guys want to talk about towards the end,
Yeah,
then-
there is
then
another
do that, and then we'll go 2 minutes or so on the closings, and then we'll read out super chats, which are going to be orange and above. So,
by the way, I enjoy spirited debates. I don't take any of this stuff personally, by the way. I never have.
None of this was an actual debate at all. What conclusion have we come to? Right, I don't know why Christianity opposes transhumanism after I'm watching this debate at all. Because it's not hedonism, which he's arguing against, trying to strawman the guy's position. Right, so I'm really confused about how 80% of transhumanism is supported by Christianity, or why transhumanism needs Christianity for its worldview, which Wilson seems to just be going with. That's very confusing stance. Right, that would also imply that Christianity pretty much created transhumanism. Right, it's like the stupidest thing you could ever argue. Right, so I'm just really wondering, what part of Christianity either opposes transhumanism, or what's the argument from Christianity against transhumanism? Having watched a lot of this, I'm really confused.
Okay, me neither.
Yeah,
It's,
I
it's
never.
wonderful talking to you, Andrew. Actually.
Yeah, I never have taken any of this stuff personally. I think that
I'll tell you what, though, it was a very polite, delightful conversation between these two. A very polite discussion that they had, unlike the debate that he had with me, right? Where there's, insulting people. See, he doesn't do that when you have enough subscribers. Then all of a sudden he pulls this nice guy act, right? So this is the thing. When he's punching down, he's all of a sudden, a big tough guy. And then when he's, appearing with somebody, with a comparable platform, he's all of a sudden cloud chasing. So all of a sudden he's doing a nice cordial discussion.
Well, I mean, he figures nobody's gonna ever see, like, like the debate with you, right? Because like nobody knows like who the fuck you are compared to like these bigger guys, right? Number one, and number two, like the transmogrification and transcendental nature of like fucking Christianity lends itself to fucking transhumanism. It always has.
How?
Well, so like what the transmogrification thing is in the Catholic fucking dogma?
Yeah.
Right, and I mean how like Jesus becomes God and all that types of shit and the Holy Spirit and all that thing. Right, yeah. So like literally like fucking as humans we're supposed to like try to be like Jesus. Right, you know what I mean? Which means you have to transcend your fucking mortal form. Right, and you have to be able to like like not be human. Right, you have to be rise above your human failings.
No, I get what you're saying.
Like
I say that
it lends
like,
itself to like transhumanism.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. I say that before my show, like, like that's literally like every intro to my show. I at least say that once, but he's never said that during this debate once. So I'm wondering where he's come from.
Well, okay, so Peter Thiel like goes around saying that Christianity wants us to be transhuman.
Yeah, I know about it. Yeah, I've mentioned it. Like I said, broke that down on my show like tons of times. But I just never heard that during this debate. We're like almost 2 hours into the debate, and they never, because I would have been obviously in support of that line of thinking and saying why that's not Christianity or why that is Christianity or whatever. They could have got into a real discussion about that, but they just never did. He's literally saying like he's borrowing 80% of his worldview from Andrew and his Christianity, and then he's saying, well, Christianity can't exist without transhumanism, and that means you've conceded the debate. And I'm like, wait, hold on. So does Christianity support transhumanism? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
It 100% does. This is why like I have a real hard time with like fucking, because Protestantism in particular, right, really likes the idea of fucking transhumanism. Right, like it just basically is transhumanism because it is about it's about creating a universal human, right? You know what I mean? So therefore, you're just like you're deracinating yourself from everything that makes you a person. So like literally, like anything that makes you is basically paganism to motherfuckers.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you're getting like cut out like because of the sound. Like robot. Yeah, you got.
Sorry,
like,
I'm in. Like I'm driving. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, say it again.
Yeah. But like, yeah. So like anything that like makes you part of a human like culture or like part of a human like ethic, right, is considered like fucking heresy or like paganism to mainstream Protestantism. Right. So they want to create a universal human that doesn't have roots. Right, that doesn't have a culture, that doesn't have a people or a family.
Yeah, but I think you're getting Protestantism mixed up with like the occult, because like there is occult offshoots of Protestantism that said that shit, right? But Protestants, like they believe like we live in a fallen state, so like we have to like have like original sin. So they would consider like if you try to live forever, like in the flesh. Like most Protestants would consider that like being trapped in the flesh and all that shit. So I don't even understand like how this shit, because I've studied Protestant theology. I've even read some of the works of Martin Luther. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't even like for example, like this guy's arguing for total free will, right? I'm right that a human being can just become or do like whatever they want, like based on transhumanism. Yeah, exactly. Like they don't believe in free will. Like they would say like free will is like a no-go. Or like you should, like you don't get to do whatever you want. Like that's, you know, because your flesh is corrupted. So you doing whatever you want is just an expression of
Which one does Calvinism believe in, like free will or not free will?
both like Calvinism, you know, and Martin Luther, they're way like have a low opinion of free will. You know, let's just put it that way. So him arguing for free will.
Like the Methodists believe in free will, the Puritans believe in free will. Like you have to believe in free will if you believe that humanity can transcend, right?
Exactly, right.
It's mortal coils, right?
No, but you don't necessarily have to, because you could just believe it's evolution that's causing it. So it's not really free will that's moving the humanity along, right? It's just like humanity like something else transcends humanity because of evolution, and that thing doesn't necessarily have to be human fully.
No. All right, so like these. All right, how do I put this? Basically, when you look at like the old gods, you know what I'm saying? Like the old, you know what I mean, like Roman or Greek or like fucking, you know, the Vikings or the Viking pantheon, whatever the case is, right? When you look at the old gods, they just said that the gods were. You didn't have to believe in them because they just were. You know what I'm saying? But with the mainstream Protestant, like puritanical, fucking Baptist, Methodist, anything like that isn't basically like Catholicism or Islam, you have to fucking come to God and believe in him. So therefore it inherently makes it to the point where you have to have free will, right? That's why like they don't baptize their children from original sin, right? The Catholics do that, right? But the Protestants and the Baptists don't. They believe that you have to be baptized like upon your own volition. You have to come to it. So that inherently says you have to have free will. But listen, their fucking shit is retarded.
Yeah, but see, it's God that causes you to have faith. It's not you that come to the decision on your own. So this is the thing. There's a lot of Calvinists and Protestants that say that too, because of Romans 9, right? Like I've seen whole debates, like between Christian factions that believe that Roman 9 is actually saying that man has absolutely no free will, even to choose his own faith and salvation, right? So that's actually been brought to the table too. So there's certain hardcore Calvinists that even deny that man can choose his own faith and salvation.
Yeah, but that's
kind
never,
of like
never
conclusion I've arrived at in my life. It's like, can you? Nobody can hear me. Is my connection that shitty? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, my connection's so bad. It took me forever to get in. The best thing that I can do is not fuck up what's in front of me. Like that's my best decision. Like I get presented like the perfect thing ever in front of me. All I got to do is not fuck it up with my ego and my pride and thinking I can do better than God.
Right. No, there is that attitude too, but it's like grace and sin are the two words that make free will an extremely, rough issue, right? Because you're saved by the grace of the Holy Spirit, right? But you're born into sin at some point, right? So because of St. Augustine, right, and this is from 500 AD, right? St. Augustine was arguing against the Manichaeans, right? And so he came up with the doctrine of original sin and free will in order to combat that notion. Right? He said, look, not only you have a free choice to choose your own salvation, right? But there's also, this whole case where, like the sins of the father, right? So, this is the thing we essentially have to transcend, and so on and so forth. And also he said that evil does not have ontology. Right, that evil is actually non-existence. It's actually just, a lack of good. Right, so he, using all these three positions, he basically argued that God does not allow evil to come into the world. Right, that we don't decide everything we want to do, but we do decide like how we're saved and like Jesus coming into our life and all this stuff. And so like St. Augustine and the Catholics, right, they believe in way more free will than the Protestants because of this, unfortunately, right? So the Protestant versus Catholic stuff. So even though Protestants supported the Enlightenment, it's true. So they supported all that freedom stuff, right? Even to the effect that some of the, some of the Protestants became like libertine heretics, right? And then Martin Luther had to write all these texts against libertinism, right? As a result, because people were saying, well, if you're just born in sin, then it doesn't matter, right? If you commit sins and stuff, if Christ is just going to save you at the end of the day, right? So people were taking the wrong interpretation and then using it to do whatever they want and using it for a libertine cult. But that's what's so, sort of paradoxical to understand, how the doctrine that one doesn't have free will could lead to something like libertinism. Right? It's crazy. Right? It's like what?
But as Catholics, you're born into it, right? It's literally like it's not something that you choose. You're born into it. You choose it later, like as a man, like it's on like the when you become confirmed, right? But like you are on like right after you're born, you're baptized, right? And you're brought into the church, right? But then later on, you have to choose it, right? So there is that free will there. But with the Protestants, you have to get baptized when you choose to be baptized, right? Like it inherently states free will. Like you have to come to God. Like that's our thing. That you come to God. It's a coming to God moment. It's literally a phrase that they have. You know what I mean? Like they can't argue out of both sides of their mouths. It doesn't work that way.
No, yeah, but like deciding that you have faith, like for example, like free will deals with all sorts of other issues like agency and God and nature and theodicy and like I was saying, like whether God allows evil in the world and how much man has control over nature, and so free will is a deeper philosophical issue, right? In terms of just there could be a lot of other, and that's why it's a problem bringing it into a debate like this, because it's like, you can't argue for freedom from a Christian context, right? Because free will actually doesn't appear in the Bible, right? You have to use liberalism to argue for free will, and this guy's saying that liberalism is 80% Christian, which Andrew's agreeing to. So it's like this whole debate is nonsense. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing's dumb. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's dumb. So far, it's been super dumb, but it's like,
You said the whole thing is dumb, like free will. The concept of free will is dumb. You mean?
No, this debate. You know what I mean, Neuro? He's talking about the debate and stuff.
Did Pinoy say that the concept of free will is dumb?
I don't know if he thinks that, honestly.
No, I said the whole fucking idea of debating free will with Christians is dumb.
Oh, debating free will with Christians. Well, I mean, I think it has some utility to make people think, but I think that Christianity is going to have to like err on the side of, like, if it's between determinism and free will, I think like my opinion is you have to err on the side of free will, but like I don't think, like, Calvinism to me is like it's kind of like proto-atheism, right? Because it's like it just leads you to think that, like, well, I can't do anything. I'm just a piece of space debris floating through time and space, so therefore, doesn't matter what I do. I guess that's kind of the way I look at it. Like determinism as like a hard stance is like worse than like the free will stance, I think, personally.
Yeah, like I refer people to a work by Martin Luther called Bondage of the Will, right? He wrote a work against free will, right? That Calvinists and other Christian groups derive their ideas from. But what's totally paradoxical is, as Pinoy is saying, is the fact that all these democratic revolutions and all this idea of tolerance.
But someone who doesn't believe in free will, somebody who believes in determinism is an extremely dangerous person. I'll put it that way. Like if you want to be like maximum dangerous, I think somebody who believes in zero free will is the most dangerous.
I don't know. Look at the people who believe in total free will. There's a lot of Luciferians who believe
free will.
totally have free will.
Like I would just say, like I think what most people mean by free will is volition. So I think they kind of like commingle those terms together, I guess.
I mean, I'll put it simply.
And I'm sure, and I don't think they necessarily mean exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I'll put it simply to you. Freedom is obedience to God. So the problem is if you just get to do whatever you want, then freedom does lead to evil. Because anybody who gets to do whatever they want, that is pure evil.
Oh, machine's talking. My bad, dude. I can't hear you. Hold on one second. Let me reset my shit.
I'll say it again. Yo,
sorry, man. I couldn't hear you. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Let me say what I said again. I said that look, freedom in from a religious standpoint is obedience to God. Right? So you can think of somebody who's perfectly good who doesn't have freedom, but you can think of somebody who's perfectly evil who has total freedom, like a hedonist who wants to do whatever they want because it'll give them pleasure and they don't care about the consequences and they don't think there will be any. Right? So somebody who lives in total freedom is way more dangerous than somebody who believes in determinism, in my opinion.
Well, I think that's the thing is, like, I think determinism leads you to freedom, kind of what you were saying, right? Like determinism leads you to libertinism, right? Like that's kind of what isn't that what you
said? I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. That way you're right. Yeah, that way. That's a way to Foxville, for sure.
What I mean is, like, it kind of frees you from guilt. It frees you from like self-examination. It frees you from self-awareness. It frees you from all the things, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, and that way is what, but also, and again, I think free will is dangerous in a sense too, and maybe more dangerous from a like certain perspective, because it does kind of like conflate, like if you say, like, I think you and I agree on the term free will basically is like giving yourself godhood status. So in a sense, like you could argue that believing in free will is like kind of Luciferian in a sense. I think there's a good argument for that, right?
Yeah.
So if you believe in like pure free will, then you're like a Mormon or something, and you think that you're like your own God or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I don't know exactly what the exact analogy would be, but that's why I think there's definitely like some balance that has to be struck between like pure determinism. Like, I mean, personally, like, I think if you have the right mind frame, like maybe determinism isn't that bad, because if you just say, well, ultimately God decides everything, like I can agree with that, but still it doesn't mean that you have no autonomy at all, right? Like it doesn't mean that you're not still like separate from God in some sense, as far as like you have some sort of distinction that separates you from God, right? But it doesn't mean that God ultimately doesn't have supreme power either, right? If that makes any sense. So sounds contradictory, but I think
that's the thing is like, yeah, like there's Muslims who believe like we have free will, right? But they said basically God has to judge the good, right? So God has to be good, right? So they said basically God has no free will, because it's like, God has to go by reason and justice and goodness, right? So God is constrained. We can do whatever we want, but we'll be judged by God's like goodness, right? And like the way he brings the hammer down, it won't be like subjective. Like it'll just be based on goodness and justice and purity, right? So there's a group of Muslims who actually said, God doesn't have free will. God just operates through natural law and reason, right? And that means that we have freedom to uphold whatever justice and truth that we want, and we'll be judged by it by God, right? And most of the Muslims said, well, these guys are basically heretics, right? God is all powerful. God can do whatever he wants, right? And whether we follow God or not doesn't really matter to God, is what they said, right? All right.
Wait, that's what the heretic said, or that's what the general Muslims say?
That's what the general Muslim said.
It's not like, so basically saying like humans ultimately are insignificant compared to God, essentially.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
God has total free will, right? And he doesn't he's not constrained to be a certain way.
Right. Well, and again, like I think it's interesting what Pinoy's saying, because like it's way more interesting than what most people like. I went on a panel on TikTok last night, which is, kind of retarded, honestly, but it was kind of funny because like you start having debates about liberalism or this or that. And I think the average person is like, I mean, I don't want to like say that they're retarded, but like they can't hold a thought and like the cognitive dissonance, I guess is what I would say, right? And I'm not even making fun of them or like putting them down, but like this is like a real thing. Like people just have such severe cognitive dissonance, like, and it's really hard to deal with people. And I see people like Pinoid, because like, I disagree with Pinoid, but he definitely like, we all have our levels of cognitive dissonance, but I appreciate what he's saying because I think it is good to like get pushback on Christianity, because like I think just defining what is Christianity is very difficult for the average person, if not most people. I think that's something that's really fucking hard to do, for Christians. So yeah, I think it's something we have to get pretty clear on.
You're like, isn't God supposed to like be all-knowing, omnipotent? You know what I'm saying? Like he knows what's gonna happen. He knows like what you were supposed to be when you were born. All these type of things, right? Like this is what God, the whole point is like God made you for a fucking purpose, right?
Right.
And so when you're standing here saying like I have free will, which by the way, like I don't think most people even have an idea what the fuck will is to begin with, right? You know what I'm saying? Like let alone free, right? Like all this fucking shit, just as an in general thing, is like you're supposed to trust in what God made you and what God made you to do. Right? Because that's the ultimate, that's faith, right? That's belief, that's trust. Right? That's what that's supposed to be. That's how you're supposed to move. Right? And this idea that like you have free will, right, to like choose shit, right? Or you don't have free will. You know what I mean? You go, oh, like listen, like we don't make our own decisions. I think it's like human chauvinism, right, as a whole. I think it's like these people who can't come to grips with the fact that like the future is predetermined, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like the whole point is kind of supposed to be like being a kid on Christmas. You just get to open the present up a little bit, as the time goes on, you get to see what the fuck it is little by little. Like that's kind of like what life is, I think, supposed to be when you're religious, right? When you're a Christian, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, hey, God laid me here to do this, right? And I don't know what the fuck that is yet, but I'll discover that as I walk my path and walk with God.
Sure. Well, then then by that definition, would you call yourself a Christian then?
Me, like, I hate the idea of the sheep, right? That fucking bothers the fuck out of me, man. Like, yo, that bothers me so much. The idea that I'm not supposed to be a lion, right, aggravates me. You feel what I'm saying? Like that whole
I think the dude is a lion though, isn't he? Like also the Lion of Judah. So you know what I mean. You just got to be like Rastafarian. That way you get the Lion of Judah.
Yeah, listen. The so-called black man and shit, right? Fucking. It's just this whole shit, bro. Like the whole thing's completely twisted and fucked. And I get it. Like dumb, weak people need like rules, right? Like the average NPC with no imagination, no inner voice, and no ability to like fucking picture anything in their head. They need rules, right? And they need like a guiding principle, right? And you need something that's like gonna fight against the artists and like the fucking weirdos who are gonna take over shit and just want to do whatever the fuck they want, right? Because aristocrats, like, I was thinking about this yesterday. There's a guy named Will Martin on Substack, right? Who like every time he comes on to like my fucking like anybody shit, right? He just like screams the N-word and like, fucking calls us all Jews or whatever it is, right? And like one of the big things he hates is like Bronze Age pervert, right? Because he wrote an article like defending pedophilia. And because like a bunch of us liked another one of his articles, because he's a good writer, right? He goes, oh, you support this guy. I'm like, I don't fucking support this guy, right? It's like, you can have contradictory terms in your head. Like you really can. Like I can like R. Kelly's music, but still think he should be like hung up by a fucking telephone pole. You know what I'm saying? Like I can enjoy, you know what I mean? Like fucking, You know,
oh yeah,
you remind me of my Jeep. I can enjoy that song and like get it in, but like I don't have to like the guy.
yeah. I mean, yeah. You know, Roman Polanski's Macbeth. You know, it's a great movie. It's very elegantly made, right? But the guy's obviously a pedo or whatever.
Yeah, right. This is what like aristocrats have always been weirdos, like forever, like dating back to like fucking like Darius. You know what I mean? Not just Darius. Who was Alexander the Great's dad? Philip II.
Philip.
Like Philip II died because like he raped a fucking stable boy, right? You know what I mean? Who was like one of like the friends of another guy who did some other shit, and then he got murdered for that at a like a public event, and that's how Alexander came to power. Like this has always been a thing. Like I don't know what like we're supposed to do here.
Yeah, well, that and I don't know much about Bronze Age pervert. I can't remember the lore that I know about that guy, but I know that he's a very strange individual. But so and I just want to make sure I understand. He wrote like a literal defense of pedophilia, or was it more of like a satirical?
I don't know.
Thing?
I didn't read it.
No, I'm just curious.
I read something else that he did that I liked, right? You know what I mean? It's like somebody sent me another one of his articles. Like, his article's a great article. I was like, yo, this is an amazing article, right? And then like I liked it, and so therefore now that like it's on my list of things that I like on Substack, apparently like I support whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you want me to tell
I get
you?
it.
Like,
I mean, like for example, like I want to write an article that defends Jeffrey Epstein, not because I truly believe it, but because I think that this kind of like pedophile panic that they're running is like distracting from actual stuff that's going on, right? Like they've made such a spectacle out of the Jeffrey Epstein thing that it misses all the real shit that's like currently going on, right? So they just make a big fucking spectacle out of it, right? So I think like if you say something like Jeffrey Epstein is a hero, like it makes people think, right? But see, that's the thing is like people are going to take that and say, "Oh, you defend whatever," right? They're not going to understand that it's like
more with the more with the Jeffrey Epstein is a transhumanist angle. So that's really where I go into it.
Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is like to the transhumanist, he is a hero. See what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Because he's willing to go and do what needs to be done to get it done. Right.
Right.
And I think
At all costs,
kind of what's
well, like but here's the thing, right? So like once you get to the point, this is like the whole beginning of this is like once you get to the point where you can hold two contradictory ideas in your head, right? We go, yeah, this is probably all predetermined, right? And that's okay, right? Like, does fucking steak still taste good? Yes, it does. I'm gonna eat this steak and understand it tomorrow. I'm probably gonna wake up, you know what I mean? And like I'm gonna continue on my path.
It's always sound the cipher in the Matrix.
Right? Yeah, listen, like I'm okay with that because steak still tastes good, right? Like I don't know why we're mad about
steak. It may not be real. We just gotta like whenever Pinoy talks, we gotta cue the guy. Like,
yeah, it's fine. It's still steak. It tastes good to me. Like what am I worried about, right? It's like my man Doug Stanhope had a really good point about this. He said, "Listen, that's like going to the strip club and getting like upset because your stripper's a communist. The fuck do you care? The tits are out. You know what I mean? Like fucking hang out and enjoy yourself."
But that's like Soylent Green because at the end of the day, the steak is generated by like human energy pods. So it's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about all that.
Yeah. Well, no.
A lot of this comes back to like your volition and your ability to change it too. Like, do you have the ability to stop the like killing? I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like Serenity, right? Like I wrote something about Serenity on Substack at one point, right? You know what I mean? It's one of my favorite articles I wrote, right? But like it's a prayer that they burn in your fucking head right? when you're going through like rehab or when you're like fucking dealing with what I mean, like whatever the fuck you're dealing with, right? And it's basically like fucking God, please grant me the serenity to fucking accept the things I cannot change the things I can, and the fucking wisdom to know the difference, right? And like, we should all pray for that. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to accept the fact that there's shit in life that you're not going to be able to change. And then there's things in life that you will be able to change, right? And you should motherfucking recognize what these two things are, and then motherfucking be able to like have the like strength to change what you can, and then like the ability to just accept what you can. Like we're not like none of us are going to get any taller. We're never going to play in the NBA. We're never going to be in the NFL. We're probably never going to be Bill Gates, right? We're never going to be fucking Elon Musk, right? We're not going to be Donald Trump, right? We're not going to be a fucking senator, right? We're not going to do any of these fucking things, and that's okay, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And the problem is like when you start talking about these fucking guys that are whining about free will and volition and all this shit, it's the guys that cannot accept the fact that like they are not going to do what the fuck it is they want to do, right? Because they want more. I'm okay because cake tastes good and pussy is warm, and that's all that really matters in the end of the day. My kids are adorable when they smile and they run around and do all types of crazy shit, and I'm happy. What the fuck more do you want in life?
Well, that's the thing is like that's why I'm against simulation theories. That you're saying all the things that are actually good are not even real, right? But they're clearly good enough, you know, right? To somebody who really knows shit. All right. So this is the thing is like I don't really agree with simulation theory because, you know, like a simulation of what, you know, right? Like, you know, if anything, like, you know, nature is not based on anything, you know, right? Like, most likely, right? If you just look around for, you know, 2 minutes.
Yeah, and if it were, you would have no way to judge it as such. So what difference does it make ultimately? And I think this is why, like, I kind of hate all this transhumanism bullshit, is because it's like, oh, we're definitely living in a simulation because this thing doesn't make sense to me. It's like, well, you might as well just say, well, God did it or God didn't do it or what. I mean, it's like it's literally the same thing. It's just like, you know, put into a situation that doesn't make any sense. It's like, I don't understand this thing, therefore multiverse, therefore simulation, therefore matrix or whatever. It's like you like kind of like what Pino would say. Like, here's the thing is like, I think that like just saying like, you know, what he said about like women and steak and your kids and stuff, like that's way more sane than like we're floating around a fucking sun flying through space at 100,000 miles a second or whatever the fuck they're saying, right? Like it doesn't, I mean, whether that's true or not, it ultimately doesn't fucking matter, right? Like it has no bearing whatsoever on like the way you're going to live your life here on Earth, other than if you believe in that, it might change the way that you view your kids and say, well, if my kids get blown up by a comet tomorrow or by a bomb, it doesn't matter because we're just space dust or some shit. Like, I don't think that that's a healthy mindset to have. Like, I would just err on the side that, you know, that's probably bullshit just for the sake of my own sanity, you know? Oh shit, he's gone. My bad. But yeah, hopefully that makes some sense. That's kind of why, like, I've been, like, I kind of supported people like Andrew and Jim Bob, but then I see like the way they argue, and it's like, it's almost like, I don't know which one's worse, honestly. I mean, like, I agree with a lot of what they say, but like the way they argue it, I think it's like, I think it's dangerous because it actually seems to undermine the belief structure that they're trying to defend, right? Or it leaves significant holes that, you know, somebody who's been indoctrinated into this other thing is not going to really, you know, take very seriously, I guess, or something.
Yeah, but that is one of my key arguments against transhumanism as it stands, is chapter 29 from the Tao Te Ching, right? Where it says, do you think you could change the world and improve it? I do not think this can be done. The world is a sacred vessel, right? What could you possibly do to improve it? Right? It's like, you know, you're fucking with something that you don't even understand and that sustains your existence. And now you're saying, oh yeah, let's just fuck around with it and tinker with it and change it. What? Don't you think that's really stupid, man? But all right. Like, these guys are
well, and that's kind of like the whole thing with like, yeah, that's kind of the whole thing with like, let's just mess with their genetics because we can or whatever. Okay, like here's what gives me hope though. And like, I hate to say it this way because it's really fucked up to say it this way, but like, okay, here's one of the reasons I love TikTok, right? Like, there's a lot of propaganda and stuff on there, and it's really, really bad. But like every once in a while, you see some like glimmer of hope. And for example, like, I saw a really good one a couple of days ago. So there's like some girl who went to like this event, and I think I wrote an article on it. If I can't remember honestly, but I think I wrote an article about sperm racing or something like that. So like there's like these tech bros that go and like jack off in a cup and then like use like a super microscope to like race, quote unquote, their sperm and see which one has the most and which one has the fastest or whatever they're doing, right? And this girl like got invited to this party and she's like, that was the gayest fucking thing I've ever been to. Like a bunch of guys in a room like amping each other up over who has the fastest sperm or whatever. Like you don't even like want to put it in a woman. You want to like put it on a cup and like put it under a microscope. You know what I mean? And I think that that's like very hopeful. Like that women are kind of like, they go and see like what this leads to. And they're like, whatever that is, I don't want to go that direction. Like I want to go the other direction. You know what I mean? Like whatever that is, let's not do that. Right. And I don't know. I think that's kind of like, that's kind of what's interesting about a lot of this is like, I think there are tons of people that can see certain things that are happening and they're like, I don't want to go that direction. And, you know.
Yeah, I hope they all call into the machine lies tonight. Honestly,
Yeah,
'cause
dude,
we
I'm
gotta
trying,
go.
dude, I really want to get those kind of people on. Like, I'm trying to like figure out like, and it's weird. Like, I feel like there's a way to get like some of these tech people on these shows. Like, I haven't quite figured it out, but we got to figure out some way to like go and like be legit enough to get like these people working on apps and genetics and shit. Like, at least even if it's just like one guy out of like 100,000, like just get a couple of guys who are willing to like come and talk about it and like get their perspective on it. Like, how, and I think that's what's interesting about Avian Buddha, because like he does know his stuff about those kind of things, and like I wanted to go and study this shit too. And it's like, and
Yeah, like
you get freaked out when you get early on. You're like, whoa, like this is like respect
yeah,
nothing essentially. Respect no, life is like, you know, nothing. It's just like an object. Life is an object or something. I don't know. It's pretty bizarre.
that is one thing of my show. Like people from all around come to my show to be like, "Do you guys like the way shit's headed?" Because I don't really like the way shit's headed. Like even if they don't agree with my point on technology, right? It's actually pretty interesting, right? So they come in, they say, "Well, this is a system. It's like some's wrong. It's politics. It's religion." But you know, they all have like some contribution. Whereas there's not shows that are critical now. You have to push some sort of uplifting angle or be a jokey jokester or something. So, you know, something's got to be like just off about what you're presenting.
Well, and that's kind of why, like, I want to be hopeful when I see someone like, you know, Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob or Jay Dyer. Like, and again, I've said this many times, but I want to believe that these guys are like actually concerned with what's happening, but they always make a joke out of it, right? And this is kind of what bothers me. Is like you can make a joke about it, but like they don't seem to actually be that concerned with it. Like they're like, well, you know, the trans and the troons and this and that, but they don't really seem like that upset with. You know what I mean? Like I don't see like a clear concern for it other than like winning a debate, right? Like I don't think whether or not you win a debate or not is like showing your concern with the issue itself, right? Like I would lose every fucking debate if it got the point across that I'm trying to get, right? Like I don't care about winning, quote unquote, a debate, because the average person, as they say, is not philosophically enabled enough to comprehend what philosophy or any of this shit is, myself included, maybe, right? But you know, if people come to the right conclusions, whether they comprehend it or not, like then and they're actually motivated to stop it, well, that's might be more important. You know, whether or not you know, mod Zoltan in a debate or whatever. I don't know. See that like this whole thing is like bizarre to me because it's like it seems like they're more like shaking hands than they're like diametrically opposed to each other, right? Like, well, you don't like you want atheistic transhumanism, and like transhumanism is fine as long as you like have like this abstract morality that I can't really explain to you right now or something. It's like, you know,
Yeah, it's like what is this guy like PewDiePie's dad? Like this is so weird. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean PewDiePie is more based than these guys, and I mean I'm just saying like like why don't they bring PewDiePie into the debate space? You know, like. You know, I don't know if you've seen what PewDiePie is doing now. And now PewDiePie is like he's building like an AI system in his house or something, and like running his own. He spent like $20,000 on the fucking AI system.
Yeah, he's living Zoltan's dream pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty weird. Well, it's weird. He's like, I took all my data off of Google, made sure it was all deleted, and then I dumped it into my own private AI at home to train it to do things for me, by me, about me, or whatever. And he's like, it's kind of freaky, but at least like nobody has access to like my personality or something. Like, it's kind of like, obviously, like that's not really true, obviously, but it's still interesting that like he's thinking in those terms, you know. It's like, it's kind of weird. Like, and I think he was probably like paid sponsorship or something, but it's pretty weird that he's like doing all that.
Like I got news for you, PewDiePie. Like, there's been hundreds of video recordings of you that have already been put into AI, you know, generating software. So
yeah, and I'm pretty sure they don't ever delete that data. Like you say, delete
Yeah.
my data. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's it's all out in the cloud somewhere. You know,
Yeah,
it may not-
exactly. Yeah, as if they're actually gonna get rid of it just because you told them to. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think that's, see, the thing is again, this is kind of what I've been trying to figure out with, you know, me, you, Pill Eater, and some of us who are kind of like trying to predict the future a little bit. And I think it's probably obvious. I'm sure people have written about it, but I'm also just trying to like live it as an experience and say, like, what does my experience tell me, right? And my experience is telling me right now that it's like, you know, it's very clear that they want to create an economy where the economy is based on you training the AI about logic and feelings and emotions and stuff like this. And I saw this, you know, what do you call it? I sent you this thing the other day. Actually, if you don't mind, bring this up because I wanted to show you this. And I saw this dude. Let me see if I can find it really quick. I sent this link to you the other night.
Yeah, look at this. It says PewDiePie, Felix Arvid Ulf Gejelberg. Oh, Berg in his last name, by the way. He might be.
Yeah, he may be a crypto. I don't think he is, but it's. I mean, I don't know enough about like Sweden to like know. I mean, I guess, you know, I'm sure there's somebody who does, but maybe the Bergs may have stole the Berg names from the Bergs, or the Bergs may be Bergs all along, or I don't know what it is, but
Right.
there's something weird going on for sure. Like I can tell you this, Sweden is totally effed, you know, in many ways. Damn, where's this link I sent you? It's weird. This link is like missing now. Oh, I think I put it in the backstage. That's why. Okay, let me just look it up. Okay, cool. I put it in the backstage of that other show you did. Let's see. It's called Tavis IO or something. Oh my god, I'm writing in the wrong language over here. Okay, let's see. Tavis. Did you click that link of Tavis IO? Here it is. I got it. Yeah. Okay, check this shit out, man. Look at it. Pull this website up just for a second because this will be very interesting to you, I think. I'll put it in the back right now because this is what they're so. Yeah, just pull this link up for 1 second. I'm sorry for the distraction, but I think it's very relevant to what we're talking about right here. Like this is some guy that they were. So this guy is like the quote unquote founder of this company. They gave him like a bunch of money, like, I don't know, 25 million, 25 billion, something like that. I don't know, a lot of money. And if you see this product that he's building, I think you'll find it very curious. Let's see if I could find it on my screen. Okay, Tavis.io. I'll put it in the chat for everybody too. Let's see if I can pull this down here. Yeah, everybody go check this website out. This is a famous company in Silicon Valley right now that they're working on.
Yeah, I did click on it, but yeah, you know, it's interesting. Well, it's like individual, whatever, like preference shit.
Yeah. Well, it basically copies actual real life personalities. But like, just show the visual for a second, because like when you scroll down, I just want people to see like what they're showing, like how they're selling this to people. It's like, if you don't mind, it's okay, because Okay,
Yeah.
meet the PALs. They can see, hear, act, and actually understand us.
Yeah, I seen the thing that is there. Like usually it says like meet local singles, and it'll be like it'll show you like a picture of like a shiksa, right?
Right.
But then
Well, that's what
like
this is doing. Yeah.
yeah, but it'll just be like, but now they say like create your own realistic AI girlfriend.
Well, this is more than that. This is like people that you interact with that are going to impersonate humans that can. Okay, let me read this. Our models have powered over 2 billion interactions with hyper-realistic real-time AI that combines the EQ of humans with the reach and reliability of machines. Okay, and then it's like, okay, your personal AI that remembers, evolves, and never logs off. Call them, talk to them face to face. So you can video chat as if it's a real person. My point in saying all this is this. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I think this is going to be extremely useful, but it's very fucked up. Okay, because you can basically say like, hey, go build this website that's going to make me $10 million. And, hypothetically, it could just go do that for you, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But the danger, I think, is that what they're saying is that, essentially you won't know the difference, right? So imagine that we're on the panels with all these people and we think these are actual people, right? Now, what if these were actually just AI systems that were created to pretend to be Andrew Wilson or whatever, right? Now, I'm not saying that's happening now, but I'm saying like that's what they're trying to build, right? And I'm saying like if they're trying to put this into consumer grade technology for the average consumer, like how far along is it behind the scenes that they're training it for, right? You see what I mean? Like, did Qualcomm like create this in a lab and then now they're like, well, let's just give this technology to this dude and let him like test it out on the consumer market so we can like perfect it in the lab or something, right? Does that make sense? Or Q Intel. What do they call it?
Yeah.
NQTel? Yeah, NQTel. That's what I was thinking of, not Qualcomm. But you get the idea. Right.
Yeah.
So it's like NQTel develops it and then so I'm just saying it's just so insane that they're like openly, it says multimodal, call, text, call, or FaceTime anytime, anywhere. Proactive, always ready to talk, checks in when you forget to, remembers what you said you do. Adaptive, remembers the emotion behind the moment. They remember, learn, and grow with you. Agentic, acts for you, sends that email, moves up your meeting, integrates with your G Suite to help run your life. Perceptive, understands what it sees, reads your tone and body language, understands what you mean, not just what you say. Like, so that means that you could be talking to a person on a panel, it can read your body language and like manipulate you in real time. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the like consumer grade technology that they're alleging that they have now, right? So I don't know. I just think that's very fascinating. Because they're definitely like what I'm saying is like they're definitely trying to put us in a. There may not be a matrix now, but this is like literally the first step of a matrix, right? Where it's like if the person that you're talking to on the other end like is indistinguishable from a human, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the very least, the panel experience is going to be definitely way different, and actually, I seen somebody using AI filters. Like we recorded a guy that was using AI filters on panels before changing to a woman, and
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, I think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say because I don't know for sure. But yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah, it's Yeah, and I mean that's what I'm saying is like already when you get on TikTok, like if you get on TikTok, I would say like more than 50% of the women on there that are showing their face predominantly are using like AI filters. So like you actually cannot
Right.
see what their actual face looks like, right? And it's
Right.
obvious, like you can tell, but like you're like, okay, so like you're not actually looking at a person's face, right? You're looking at an
Right.
AI generated image of what a person's face is supposed to look like. Now you assume there's still a human behind that face, but you know, it's just very odd that this is like the norm, right? Like it's like you go on a date and you're like talking to a woman and her face like shifts like a David Icke reptilian or something, and then you're like, well, and she's like, oh, I just got the latest upgrade of like face AI or whatever, and you're like, what? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's super far away. I mean, it might be 20 years away, but it's not.
Yeah.
You know, again, you imagine your kids going on this first date and the woman's like face is shifting around. You're like, you got a dick or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you might not know, right? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the danger of implants too, because with implants, right? Especially implants, I mean the way that Kurzweil was saying, that help you assist you to like go into augmented reality, right? Or virtual reality, right? That would be a huge, they might be able to change what you're looking at in real time, right? Which is like, you might be looking at a building and it shows you a different building of a different type of business. So you're moving through a city and you don't even know.
They're already very close to that on consumer grade. Very like they're working on that. Like they're trying to release it right now, but yeah, it's like that's something that's like that's like beta right now, but it's about to go alpha pretty soon. Like it's very close to releasing this thing where like I could like show my camera, right? And it'll change the background and the people around me behind me. So it'll look like I'm like, at the Great Wall of China or I'm in space or in real time. And it'll be interactive, like essentially, right? So you'll just be walking around in meat space, but then to the people that you're projecting to, it'll basically be indistinguishable as to whether you're there or not, right? And I'm saying like you can do this without a studio, meaning no green screen, no like supercomputer, like generating the image like in real time, right? So I'm sure it's going to be very expensive for a while, but I'm saying like within 5-10 years.
You cut out there. Here, hold on. Yeah, I'm just gonna play this because but yeah, it's crazy. Like the stuff that they're gonna be able to do is crazy. Like basically, like we're reading Promise and Peril, and Kurzweil was talking about like nano machines in your bloodstream that allow you to change between different virtual reality scenarios. And it's like, yeah, that's talk about poisoning your mind. I mean, total nonsense.
Form of entertainment that comes with debating, and I'm very good at debating my view. That's what I'm here to do, and I'm here to represent it well. So if this is an excited debate or things like this, or we're yelling at each other or things like that, you don't have to worry about it. You're more
like, who says that? Like, I'm good at debating. Like, what? Like, that's like saying I'm good at fighting. It's like, yeah, but you're not like world champion. So like, right, there's gonna be a guy that's stronger. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird statement.
Great. No, and I'm actually honored to hear you debate, because I can see that this is a whole different type of.
Oh shit! What the fuck is this? Oh shit! It's nicotine pouches.
Oh, that's the company that used to help Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
well, I think they use different. I think they have a different name now. It's like, so they switched to a new company that's supposed to be a more or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Like I'll be honest with you. Like when Tucker Carlson came on and talked about nicotine, I had not smoked a cigarette in like 15 years, and I went and bought like a package of those Zens or whatever, and I still have like over half the package. I think I tried it like 2 or 3 times. I really hate nicotine, it makes me feel fucking. I don't know how people can do nicotine. Nicotine makes me feel like super jittery. It's like super coffee or something. It's like I feel like I don't know. I start like shaking or not shaking, but it's like my mind starts like spinning or something. I don't know. Can you explain the appeal of nicotine?
I don't know. I got put on like Ritalin when I was a kid, so I think it just generally helps me a lot. So I can't really complain about nicotine other than the addictive aspect of it and all the chemicals that they put in cigarettes.
Well, what does it feel? What does it feel like though? Like, what is the feeling to you, like personally? Because like I've known a lot of people who love cigarettes, and I've smoked a few over my course of my life, but I've just never like I can smoke a cigarette and like kind of get it if I'm drunk, but like when I'm sober, I can't really smoke a cigarette.
I like to like eat a slice of apple pie and then drink a coffee and then smoke a cigarette. That would be the best combination in my mind. I mean, of just like a meal. I mean, if I did that before every show, I would give a really, really great presentation. Right? It's kind of like crazy. But
okay,
like,
so we need to get a fund going for the apple pie, cigarette, and coffee show.
No, but I won't do it because I won't smoke a cigarette twice a week. Right? So just because of all the chemicals that they put in there. So and they might try to convince me and say like, well, you could get like different types of cigarettes, but I still wouldn't do it. I don't know. Just something in me I don't want to.
What does it feel like though? Like what's the feeling when you like if you smoke a cigarette, what does it feel like?
It's like a buzz, like significantly goes well with either a coffee or a beer, but not on its own.
Right. Well, that's kind of like cocaine. Like I'm not going to say whether or not I've ever done that, but like hypothetically, if you were, I would never want to do cocaine. But I think if you're drinking and you did it, it would actually make sense because it kind of like, which I think it's dangerous to do that. But I'm saying like, I think it like counteracts it to some degree. So then you're like drunk but sober at the same time or something, right? Is it kind of like that?
Yeah, I think it maybe numbs. I mean, somebody said it numbs, right? So yeah, it numbs the effect of like. Like if you drink like a coffee and you feel jittery, the buzz will make you feel really calm. All right. So,
okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
that makes sense. Well, and because I know that like a lot of people who have like high anxiety like it. Like I have high anxiety, so like it should be something that I like. You know what I mean? But I don't. You know what I mean? But it could just be my reaction. I think it's because like I was around a lot of people who smoked cigarettes as a kid, and like something about the memory of like being trapped in a car or a house with cigarettes, like I think it sticks with me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
you have
like
receptors,
a very particular,
in your body, so it binds to receptors in your body. So there's that.
Well, but if you ever see Tucker Carlson, so the reason I bought it was Tucker Carlson, who I didn't really like at that time either, but like he had more credibility to me then than now, which is still stupid, but what he said was something like, well, the Native Americans did it, and like it kind of gives you like he said it's kind of like, and I've heard other people say this too, like it gives you like a certain level of like perceptiveness, I guess you'd say, where it's like if you're out on like the plains of like, America, and you're like trying to find something moving in the bush or something, like it'll help you focus or something, for example, right? Does that make sense? So like kind of helps you like focus in on like the task at hand, or, it's kind of, and I always thought weed's kind of like that too. And I still do. I think that like, if you're out there like doing something very, like I don't think you should smoke weed the first time you ever go hunting or something. But I think like if you were to go hunting and smoke a little weed, right? Like I think that like I can see how that would help you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah,
like like amp up your awareness or something, or like amp up your vigilance or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like if you smoke like a tiny bit of like weed, like I've always smoked like a tiny bit, and I think like that ruminative state or whatever like makes me more perceptive in certain instances. But yeah, just getting super super high all the time, I don't really see the benefit of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Like when I did it, assuming that I did smoke weed, if I ever did, I would have always done like very low amounts. Right. So yeah, I think that's one of the things like yeah, I think like I have smoked a lot of weed before. You know when like you have ever seen have you ever been around people who have like this gigantic like super gravity bong or water bong? And they go through like an eighth or a quarter in like a night or between like 2 or 3 people. I'm like, I've done that a handful of times. And you know, it was almost psychedelic, I would say. I mean, okay, I'll put it this way. It was psychedelic to a certain level, right? But you know, I kind of like lost interest at that point, right? Like it's I think like just like a super low amount, you know, like once every couple hours or 2 or 3 hours or something for a day or something. I think that's like I feel like I had a much better experience doing that than I've ever done like, you know, smoking a fucking quarter or eighth of weed in a fucking sitting or something.
Well, that's the thing is like I remember one day like you know like we like went to like this you know it was like yeah, what do you call those things, Airbnb or whatever like that or whatever like yeah, like a bunch of friends like went to like a party or whatever, right? And they stayed like in this place or this giant house or whatever, right? So like so they all took like MDMA, so I took some of this MDMA. And then I was like sitting there and like, I remember me and my buddy who's really introspective, right? Like, everybody had gone asleep and then we had taken too much MDMA and we were like sitting up talking to each other about like just how creepy this house was and just like how we were not enjoying ourselves. Right? So we just like sat up at night for 3 hours and had a really introspective, like philosophical conversation on MDMA, and it was extremely boring and did not feel like we did not feel good the entire time, like no matter like how much weed we smoked or whatever. But yeah, there's moments like that where it just doesn't like like the drugs do not help the situation that you're in.
That's exactly and that's why like I think that's one of the reasons I'm like generally speaking anti-drug. It's not because I think that drugs are always bad, not at all. But I think that like the situations and scenarios to which they're good are so rare in modern society, right? Like I'm not saying that like I think if you have enough friends or enough people or just you by yourself in a certain scenario, you know, sharing a blunt or something or sharing some, you know, a couple of joints or whatever is probably like healthy, I would say, right? But but so much of what it turns into is like, well, this person's going to go here and get this, and then they're going to bring this strange person into this environment, and then you're going to go to like this environment that's not really like known to you, and you're going to be like out, you know what I mean? Like there's always scenarios that come up. So like for me with weed, like I can do it in public, you know, like when I first came to San Francisco, that's one of the things I loved about San Francisco. Like literally you could drive around in your car with the windows rolled down, smoking a joint, and the cops will just look at you and be like, put it out, put it out. So they don't have to come deal with you, right? You know what I mean? Like they would just tell you to put it out while you're driving. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's good either. But I'm saying like that was the situation, right? And like you could go on the street and smoke it, especially if you just did it where there's not a lot of people. And then you went into like public, nobody cared. Like it was kind of cool. Now it's to the point where so many people are doing it all the time everywhere. It kind of has lost like that mystique, right? Like it's just like, you know, the little old lady smoking in, but like so many people do it, it's kind of lost the mystique. And so actually now weed's not as cool as it once was in California, right? You know what I mean?
had
So
some
it's
really weird stories, you know, because like I had not smoked until I was really a lot older, you know. So you know, actually my grandma died, right? And I was like really big time homies with my grandma. Like I used to talk to my grandma a lot, right? So when she died, I became super duper depressed, right? Like extremely depressed, right? So then I was like, all right, like I guess I'll just smoke weed because I'm really depressed, right? That was the idea that I had. But then as soon as I smoked the weed, I started hallucinating. Like I started like walking around and like I didn't know where the fuck I was. And I got lost for like 30 minutes, right? Like in the woods. And then I went home and went to sleep. And like I saw like the ghost of like my dead grandma and shit. And I was like, okay, I'm spooked the fuck out. And like I woke up and I was like, okay, I just had a really strange experience with this plant. You know, like what I experienced was not like any weed I'd ever smoked. It was like salvia or some shit. But my cousins had smoked it with me and they were fine. Right. So I didn't know what the fuck happened to me. Right. So like real talk, yeah.
Yeah, that's to get the first time
Yeah.
I really smoked weed and like yeah, and it was very psychedelic. Like it's I'll put it like this. It was like the instant that I had tried it, all these different ideas and connections and memories just like fused together. And I was like, oh, like I see how I could see things very clearly in my mind for the first time ever. Right. And I was like, oh, I understand now. And I didn't have that experience, but I'll tell you this, like, if I'm depressed, I refuse to smoke weed when I'm depressed. I think it's one of the stupidest fucking things you could do. Right. It's like if you're super depressed, I think that like weed is a very dangerous drug because it can either make you like super paranoid or it can make you like super angry or super depressed but I've never heard of that particular psychedelic thing, but like I have no doubt that that was like a real experience and like I don't know what that means, but yeah, I would not be surprised if it was like actually connecting you to something or if it was, whether that was your grandma or not, I don't know, but I'm saying like, I think it's one of those things like it's hard to say.
I really wanted to know what it was, which is why I continue to smoke it. Right. So, because I was like, what really was that just happened? So then I went out, I snuck out, I rolled, myself a blunt and I stepped out, like in the middle of the night to go smoke the blunt and shit. And a car drove by, right, with some dudes in this car, right? And they screamed, "What's up, dude?" Like the guy like stuck his head out of the car and goes like, "What's up, dude?" And they drove past me like 3 or 4 times and they threw coins at me. They started whipping coins at me. Like at first I started running and then I noticed like they were just whipping fucking quarters at me. Like it was all 25-cent quarters. Right? So I look at the floor and there's hundreds of quarters on the floor. And I just picked up like all these quarters and went to the gas station and bought like all these snacks and blunts and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird experience. And like, I mean, I'll put it this way, like, depending on your frame of mind and environment, like, I think that weed definitely is like an attractor. You know what I mean? Like, it attracts weird energy. You know what I mean? I think like there's something to it for sure. Like,
yeah, like maybe they saw me like walking by, like, and they smelled the weed and they were like, all right, this guy's walking around smoking a blunt. Let's give him a bunch of quarters and see what happens. I don't know what their mind state was, but it was interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I know that was a little bit of an attraction, but yeah, I think that's pretty weird. It's like, yeah, I've had so many weird experiences. Like, I haven't had it recently because I pretty much dropped out of like weed culture. It's like I've almost never smoked with weed with other people for like way more than 10 years. I always did it more solitary, not because like I'm like I would do it out in public occasionally, but I found that like, it's kind of like going to a bar and drinking. Like I can go to a bar and drink, but I don't like to do that unless I'm with other people that were on the same like wavelength. You know what I'm saying? Like if something about going out in public in an unpredictable environment, like I don't know. I don't like putting myself in a position like that. I think maybe if I was in like Finland or Sweden or somewhere where there's like, I feel like very safe, I would, but like, I don't know, putting yourself in a strange environment where you're just like surrounded by a bunch of strangers, it's kind of like the gangster culture that goes with it too. Like, you know, I don't know. There's just something about that experience, like going to a public place and smoking. Like I've done it many times, but I don't know. It's kind of a weird. It just attracts a weird energy. You know what I mean? Especially if you're by yourself. I think it definitely attracts like a strange energy to you. You know, and not all bad either. Like I've had like really cool experiences doing it, but I mean, I used to allegedly work high, so I used to do that. Like I would be like talking to like tons of people doing, you know, high, and had a great time, honestly. But it puts you in a very self-aware state of mind, and I think that can be very exhausting. You know, where you're like super self-aware, you know, all the time. Actually, that's another topic I'm gonna start covering more too. Of like, have you ever heard of this? I was gonna ask you about this. Have you ever heard of like this whole guru stuff of like Eckhart Tolle and stuff like that? Have you ever looked into that stuff?
Oh yeah, that shit's garbage, dude.
Well, what do you think that's about though? Like there's obviously like a practice that
It's the
can put you in a certain
Theosophical Society and shit.
Really?
Yeah, and also the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
Okay. Well, I want to show you this guy that I watched before sometime. We can do it now or later, but let's finish this video. But remind me soon. Like there's some there's some stuff I want to show you about that stuff. I think it's there's a huge movement of that stuff, and I kind of believe in it because I've experienced it somewhat, but also like I think it's very suspicious that it's like a technology. Like if you put this technology out in the general public, I think there's a reason why. It's like the psychedelics, right? Like they're pumping psychedelics out to masses without any like evaluation of like where they're at, and they're just like, okay, whatever your problems are, just take this psychedelic and it'll make your life better. It's like I think that's like irresponsible. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I mean, I could highly recommend a dose of psilocybin mushrooms, where somebody takes, 1 gram or 0.5 grams, right? 1 month, and then waits 2 months and takes 2 to 3 grams, right? And then waits another month and takes a large dose of 5 grams. All right. So I really recommend that for most people. I think most adults should have an experience like that for sure. Obviously mediated. Probably, I don't think it should be mediated by professionals, right? Because I don't agree with that sort of a medical system. I don't know, whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you as far as like no medical professionals. I guess like I don't know enough about it. I mean, I think that like based on what I know, you're probably right, but definitely like I think there's some people who should not touch psychedelics, and I don't know that, you know, I have the right to say that somebody should or should not, or if somebody else should have that right, but like I think the psychedelic could definitely fuck some people up beyond repair.
Yeah, like obviously like retarded people or something like that. Like, don't give it to like retarded people. But like I think somebody who's just average, capabilities, intelligence, and all that stuff, I would highly recommend it for sure. Like average health, all that stuff. So yeah.
I'm used to in the academic world.
Yeah, I understand that too. And I think sometimes these get to more of the core issues than some of the quote academic debates, which I've
gotten into this debate here. They're pretty much wrapping up this debate. They're going to have questions and answers. It's about a 3-hour video, and we've watched over half of it. And this debate is totally garbage, right? Recently, Pinoid News called in to express his view that Christianity and transhumanism are not totally antithetical. And this might be an extension of his view in general. That's been argued by prominent, thinkers like Mencius Moldbug, right? And also Uber Boyo and other influencers online, right? That actually Christianity isn't too far from liberalism, right? So they've argued that Christianity and liberalism aren't too far. So since liberalism is a basis for transhumanism, Christianity might as well be a basis for transhumanism. Now, this would be a pretty good argument to oppose Christianity. The problem is that Andrew Wilson has adopted this framing in order to argue against transhumanism. He's insisting that actually transhumanism relies completely on Christianity for its moral and ethical framework, right? Which is a sort of puzzling statement, but it sort of does agree with the critique of Christianity that I just mentioned by people like the influencers I just mentioned, right? They're basing their critique on people like Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche said Christianity is Platonism for the people. He argued that Plato and Christianity argue for a herd mentality and slave morality that basically led to things like the democratic institutions, right? So this was a Nietzsche's form of argumentation, right? He opposed liberalism, and he said that liberalism is basically based on a Christian morality, a slave morality, right? So he said that we should oppose both of those things, right? So this is his form of argumentation. Now, I think there's interesting reasons to oppose Nietzsche's opinion. The most prominent reason I would think is because Christian morality did successfully oppose transhumanist values or, you know, or technological society for many, many centuries, in fact, right? It did hold back technological progress, right? As pointed out by people like Jacques Ellul, right? So, so there's interesting arguments against Nietzsche's theories as well, right? So that frames the issues really in a more sophisticated manner than has been done in this entire debate, right? Where they've basically been pussyfooting around, not addressing the key issues and grandstanding, and he's using it to clout chase. And it's notable that this Christian influencer is clout chasing with the transhumanists, right? And whatnot, and so on and so forth. So there's the framing of the basic debate that's here.
Been involved in many of those as well, and most of the time they're just kind of stodgy and boring. But back to this, there was one other thing that I kind of wanted to get at here that I do think is important, which is that, you know, prescriptively, when we're talking about what I want to see for my nation, what I want to see for my country, when you're talking about like these mammalian instincts, things which are ingrained inside of us as human beings, don't you think that the idea of like countrymen and people groups and things like that are important to those mammalian instincts? So why is it that you would make the claim that you would want to transcend those things, even though those are as much a part of our mammalian instincts of in-group preference and things like this as anything else are? And yet you seem to even in this category pick and choose which things we should or should not be attached to. And I don't see any justification for that either.
Well, first of all, I think picking and choosing is really what transhumanism is about. It's like we want the best from here, the best from there. And I know it goes against your overall Christian framework because you kind of have your rules set, and it's like this is this, male and female.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of like, yeah, I know I said Wilson earlier framed his transhumanism as hedonism, but the fact is that he doesn't seem to be arguing for technological progress at all costs and for transforming the humans and transforming nature. No, he's actually just arguing for a sort of base individualism. And he's saying like, no, transhumanism just means you take from all the systems and create the best sort of system. But that's not what it means. It implies that you do everything, sacrifice everything for the goal of technological progress, because that's going to change humanity and change nature, right? So, I mean, his framing of what transhumanism is really kind of weak in this entire debate, right? I think he needs to read, you know, some of the thinkers that we read on the show, right? Like Kevin Warwick, right? Or Ray Kurzweil, or Bill Joy, or Jacques Ellul, or Theodore Kaczynski, right? And look at their critiques or support of transhumanism, respectively, right? Because what they've offered is actually very slim.
Female, whatnot. But transhumanists are willing to pick anything and go with it. And the same thing I think is going to happen from ethnicity, from race, from whether someone has high IQ or low IQ. We're going to try to pick the very best things that move us forward. And, this is why I think transhumanists would argue that, like, let's have genetic editing of children, of babies, designer babies, because we want to put the best attributes in a child and not leave it to chance or to God's destiny. And again, this is a huge, I think, chasm between you and I, is that we want to modify everything for improvement according to the desires and what we think is best.
Damn, that was harsh. She said, we don't want the baby to be born retarded because God destined it to be. That was pretty harsh, bro.
Time.
Yeah, but do you see though how this doesn't contend with what I'm asking you? When you say that you don't want to transcend the kind of base mammalian things that make you a human, those things you, Zoltan, are very attached to, right? You made this very, very clear over and over in this debate. You do not want to transcend those things. You want your humanity intact. You just want it to last a really long time, right? Why is it then that you want to transcend these other base things, right? Other than preference, for instance, the idea of king and nation and nationalism and loyalty and in-group preference and the way that we respond to various people groups and the various kind of...
Find your fun again.
He's trying to act like Christianity argues for like in-group preferences, but it doesn't. It doesn't argue for free will or in-group preferences. These are all things that you can use liberal values to argue for, right? And not Christianity. All right. Let's move past those.
See as a historic anthropological standard for humanity. So we know it's ingrained in us. Why should we transcend those things? Why do we need to do that? Why do you get to pick and choose which of these mammalian instincts are uniquely human or which ones aren't?
Yeah, well, I think first off, let me say some mammalian instincts we want to keep because, like, I can't imagine a world where I'm so transhuman that I don't want to see my children. But I think one of the more important parts of what I've been trying to say is we want to keep our memories and the reason that we made decisions along the path. Even as going back as a child, why did you do this? How did it lead to being the adult? How did it lead to this conversation with you? So I never want to forget those things. And I think when we talk about mammalian instincts, we're talking about, in my opinion, millions of years of evolution that got us to this point. And therefore, I want to start off that point as kind of the foundation for moving forward. It is very possible, though, in a 10,000-year future, we might have nothing of mammalian instincts left in us, might be completely super intelligent or something of that nature. And I'm willing to let that go as well. But I do think that memory is probably going to be something just from a philosophical point of view, we're always going to have just so we have our foundation of who we are.
Yeah, but we're back to the Terminator analogy. If they cut your brain out against your will and stuffed it inside of a machine, you would still have your memories intact. Those don't go away. You didn't appeal to memories. You appealed instead to mammalian instincts. The idea of what made you a human being and a person to begin with was not just strictly based on memories. After all, if it was, you wouldn't even have an issue with the machine, your brain getting stuffed in the machine. You seem to be appealing to, you want to feel emotions. You want to feel human. You want to feel those animalistic principal instincts. There's something there that's very appealing to you. And so if that's the case, and I understand that, right? I get it, right? Christians definitely understand that aspect of it, right? We would separate these into virtues and vices and various things like this. But I understand at least.
Right. The mammalian part is the vice part. The human part is the vice part, right? And then the spirit, which, by the way, he doesn't agree with, right? Doesn't think that exists, right? Because as he said earlier, when you die, everything's over, right? To which Wilson said, well, if you die and everything's over, then your life doesn't matter, which doesn't even follow. That's a total non sequitur, right? So, I mean, what are they actually arguing for at this point?
Logically, the worldview that you would want to keep these things intact. But then why do you get to pick and choose which ones are the mammalian instincts we should go for? If the mammalian instincts are anthropologically or in-group preference are systems of order based around patriarchal systems, if this is the anthropological and evolutionary standard that we see, these are the feelings and evolution that most people feel. Why is it that you get to pick and choose those things, or should pick and choose these things in order to edit them out of society? That's the problem when you say things like designer babies. What do you get to edit out there? Which of these feelings and principles and things like this that these babies would have, why do you get to decide which of those are bad and which of those are good?
So, Andrew, let me just say, first of all, obviously it's not me. It would have to be done in some kind of democratic method.
Why?
And that's been a huge issue right now with ethics with designer babies, is how do we do that? Is the government involved? Is the government conservative, or is it liberal? You know, so I mean, I think that's something that everyone has to put their voices in and have some type of democracy establish what is going to be
but contend with my question. Contend with my question. Let's pretend that you're the unilateral dictator of the United States, hypothetically. We're just, I don't know. We all democratically got together and voted you to be our king. Now you have the unilateral hand, and they come to you and say, we're going to make designer babies. How do you decide which of these attributes, which of these attributes are the human attributes which you get to edit out and which ones aren't? Bad emotions, is that a human attribute we get to edit out? Good emotions, we get to edit those out. In-group preference, do we get to edit that out? Which of these things do you get to decide are those base inline human feelings that you desire so much to continue to keep? How do you make the decision on which of those things we get to edit out and which ones we don't? How?
Well, you know,
I mean, there's actually an easy argument for this, right? In the New Testament, right? If he just points to the notion of the second body, right? That Christ is actually appeared to the disciples in a resurrected body, right? So how could Christ have a new body, and attain all of his same characteristics, right? And be the same person, right? I mean, you know, it goes to show that the body is not really important. The body is resurrected, right, into a indestructible form, right? And the New Testament actually uses the words new body, right, to describe that the body can just be changed out as long as you have the same spirit, right? So, I mean, Zoltan is such a dunderhead, right? If you just had a actual way to argue for this, right? You know, by actually looking at the text, right?
For starters, just going back to the very first questions we talked about, anything that kills a child, like leukemia or a trait for that,
not talking about health
issues.
Gone. Not talking about health issues.
The bigger question then is like, okay, how many Einsteins do we want? Do we want all Einsteins? Is that good to have all Einsteins? No, because we need some diversity. We need people to break out in different angles. And I think that's where, you know, if I was dictator, there'd have to be a set of experts that I took my advice from, and I try to pick out what I feel is best for transcendence of the human race to get off planet and to kind of go out and dominate the universe.
What would give these, quote, experts, whatever you consider these experts to be, their expertise, what would give them the ability to discern which of these attributes, in-group preference, misogyny, let's just say misogyny or misandry or biases or racism or any of these things that a person has a predilection towards?
Right.
How do they get to make the decision? That
Andrew,
I
think we would say
what out of humans.
I think we would say, what is the ideal human being? And let's pull in all those attributes, whatever we could agree on.
Great timing there.
That's how I feel, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Like rolling down a bridge, there's motherfuckers rolling on barrels. You gotta fire your fucking gun at them. Some sort of cyber ninja. There's lily pads and shit. And it's like, god damn, man.
Like the ultimate game of Frogger. Did you ever play that game back in the day?
Yeah, like where are we going here? You know, where does this bridge lead to?
And say
Stick. So he's saying the ideal human. So he's like, okay, let's yeah, the ideal human. Okay, this is finally getting good here. I'm like, come on, man, don't throw an ad right there. Shit.
Yeah,
Talk
they
about
had a
Adam
couple-
Cadmon and shit.
Right, exactly, right.
this is the most beautiful human being. You know, like I think obviously somebody did this with Jesus. They said, look, Jesus was a perfect person. I can give that, you know, that's fine. I would try to give all the best attributes to all the designer babies that I was trying to do in whatever framework it was. And my framework would be, I want people that are curious. I want people that are willing to go beyond boundaries, ethical boundaries. I want people
hold on.
to.
He's like, I want people who are blonde. I want people who are blue-eyed. I want people who are like not Sims. I want people who are Jewish.
Yeah, earlier he went on a tirade saying Judeo-Christian. So we did happen to catch that. You know, that's when I was on that. You know, I was like, all right.
Try to be as strong as they can be. I want people to be loving and take care of their loyal.
So
I
if
mean, there are
these-
all these attributes.
Okay, so if these experts got together and they said, here are the attributes that we in our expertise have come up with. We want 6'2", white only, blonde hair, blue-eyed.
Whoa!
Did I
That's
predict
so
it or
weird.
what? I predicted it.
That's so fucking weird, dude. How's that possible? Wow.
I wrote the script for him, man. Come on, man. Shit.
Damn.
I wish. I need some shekels, Andrew. Let me write some scripts for you. I'll
Yeah.
try to learn from the school of Owen Benjamin and do a good job for you.
We got Bureau Jack writing the scripts out here for the Mossad.
Babies, right? The Ubermensch, as it were, right? That's what we want for the world. And even if you're black or brown or Native American or anything like that, we're going to genetically.
By the way, Evitard and Toilet Bowl Bird, they brought up my anti-Semitism or whatever. they tried to frame me as anti-Semitic for their ADL handlers.
They literally call their show Jew Burger and like talk about like making Jews into hamburgers. It's like, okay.
Right, and then they put like a Jewish star in the back, and they were like, "We're gonna get Team Mel to comment on this." And I'm like, "Why? Why?"
Uh-oh. That's actually funny. Like, I wonder if they're actually like fans of ours or something. I don't know. At this point, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they said they were watching me review them on OTW, so they apparently just sit around and watch OTW news. And sometimes I go on there, and you know, they just start watching me like I'm a fucking star.
Watching you, watching me, watching you, watching me.
Exactly.
It's funny. But yeah, that's actually really funny because I called Tulaba Earth a ADL lawyer. That's actually, that'd be hilarious if it was actually true. I mean, he does have the suit though. I mean, come on, I called it. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
Alter your children to reflect this status of the Ubermensch. Is that okay? Should we go for that transhumanist future? Because you have allowed people, based on arbitrary metrics of what makes a person great or not great, right, to decide on what to edit out of the genome, what to edit out the bad traits. So what's wrong with the editing in the Ubermensch? What's wrong with that?
You would never do that. That wouldn't work. To have
Why
one
wouldn't it
type of
work?
person. You need the diversity. I'm completely.
For what?
We want people that are fish, let alone
What do you
different
need
races and
diversity
stuff like
for?
that.
Why do you need it? It's not necessary. What are you talking about? And if
Because
they decide
it's that 20%, the 20% has to be like a big jambalaya. And what makes jambalaya great is it's just mixed in from all
It
different
doesn't
parts.
have to be. You see how you're making this as an assertion with no justification? You just
No,
say,
no, I
you just say it
am.
has
Look,
to be because it has to be because it has to be. It doesn't have to be. Why is it that the transhumanist designer babies can't say we only want white, blonde hair, blue-eyed Ubermenches to be born? And we can edit the gene to get rid of whatever the black DNA traits are, whatever the Indian DNA traits are. Why can't they do that? What is actually the justify? Hang on. What is actually immoral about doing that? What?
Listen, because we have goals, and those goals involve whatever humanity is at. Like, let's just take marathon running. 6'2" white dudes are not going to run very good marathons. We want Kenyans, black Kenyans, who are like definitely engineered to be much better than us. The point of
I mean, this started off good and now it's getting retarded. So that's all.
What's the matter, Nuero? You don't want those Kenyan genes so you can run faster?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind. I mean, to be like, I'm not even joking here. Like, it'd be kind of cool, but I mean, like, if we're supposed to be going into space and shit, like, you don't really need to be running marathons in space, right? So,
right, like, yeah, you got to pick your poison here.
We can
want
engineer
all
them now.
this diversity out there so that it leads to this greatness as a whole in a multitude of fronts. That's why diversity is beautiful.
Wait, I'm super confused.
Do you have a car? And do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $19 a month in car insurance? How
weird. Like, I feel like
it's super easy.
That's either not her voice or not her face. I don't know what. But yeah,
it's a AI person,
right?
If you could do gene editing and make the blonde hair, so I'm guessing we're gonna go for what you just said was the most appealing and the best of the human beings. So we take all the attractiveness levels, we take all of the various factors, right? We make these people just as strong as those Kenyan marathon runners, right? But visually, we make them as appealing as possible. And what we come up with is blonde-haired, blue-eyed ubermenches who can accomplish the same thing that these other racial demographic groups can, right? What is actually immoral or unethical about that from your worldview? What?
It's just not practical. It's not functional. It's not going to work.
But
humanity is not just like one
but
goal.
Is it unethical?
Yeah, I actually like what Andrew's doing here. I think that is very smart to put him on the spot like
his
that.
pause does it all, right?
Yeah,
like he paused for like 10 seconds just there.
Yeah, he's like, okay, yes, it's not unethical, but we wouldn't do it just because we don't want to piss anybody off.
Pretty much, yep.
That's actually actually I have to give it to Andrew on this one. Like, actually, I think he did a good job on this part. Like,
look at his face.
That's exactly what I would, if I were in Andrew's position, that's exactly what I would have done. What he just did is like, that's because, but here's the funny thing is like, I think what Andrew's going to say is like, it's not unethical from a Christian worldview. If we're going to do it, why not? that's the funny part.
it's even weirder because he is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy. So he's like, come on now, dude.
Right.
You don't want anybody to look like you? Like, isn't it the best? Like,
well, you don't want to look like a cuck. You don't want to look like a cuck either. You're like, well, you're not going to become like a self-hating white, right? You're not going to become like the Larry David of white people, are you? Yeah. Like extreme neuroticism or something, right? So he put him in a very difficult position there. Like, if this is real at all, like this is it's a good argument for sure.
Yeah, look at Andrew's face. You know, he's happy as a clam. You know,
he looks very Jewish in this picture, in this like freeze frame here.
Right. He looks like he likes the smell of his own queefs, for sure.
It looks like he woke up on the right side of the Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Look, my goal is to accomplish. Listen. I'm going to give you an answer. My goal is to accomplish the most for humanity, and right now that requires a diversity of people to do so. So having just a bunch of 6'2" white guys isn't going to cut the thing. Maybe if it's a space mission and you need a certain type of person and everyone has to be the same, that would be fine. But we're not talking about. We're talking
all
about
right, so let me tell you what's happening here, really quick. Sorry.
Oh wait, dude, he just okayed his genetic space program. It's pretty funny.
This is like the Giorgiani thing where they're like the Nordic. They're talking about the Nordic guys in the spaceships flying. See what I mean? It's this like esoteric Hitlerism they're referring to, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right.
In my opinion, that's what's happening right now.
They're memeing hard, dude. with the Nordic shit right now. This is crazy.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I think's going on. And again, like it's not outside the realm of possibility because remember, Alex Stein and Andrew Wilson did this whole like Atlantis debate or whatever I can't remember the details, but you know what I'm talking about. Like they're definitely aware of like this shit. You know what I mean? It's not a foreign concept to them. What I'm saying, I'm pretty sure.
Ethical to do for a bunch of gene scientists to get together and decide that they're going to make the Ubermensch, and they function at the highest capacity of humanity. They just all happen to cosmetically be the most visually appealing people, and they decide that that's blonde-haired, blue-eyed men at about 6'2" to 6'3", and blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan princess women. That's what they decide. Can you tell me? Hang on. I want a yes or no. Is that unethical?
I'm not going to answer a question that's totally impractical.
He's getting them. Well,
if Zoltan was smart, what he would say is like, I'll just tacitly say yes. Now, what's your answer? That's what I would. That's what I would have done. I was like I'll answer if you answer. Here's my answer. Yes. Now, how about you, Andrew? Is that ethical or not? So that's why I think this is a performance, just because like if you're really stuck and you had to answer that question, because there is no good answer. Like if you say yes or no, there is no good answer to that question.
You know what he should say to him? He should say to him, look, there's nothing in your Christianity that says you need to preserve your race. So,
right.
So why would you even care?
Right. Exactly. Well, it's funny too, because I think I think you could argue both ways to some degree, but ultimately, yeah, I think Christianity doesn't care about race per se, but I mean, it definitely doesn't, at least in the exoteric version. I mean, I'm sure there's some esoteric, stuff that people have done, but yeah, this reminds me of a conversation I had on TikTok last night, and I guess I'll save it for later, but it's a pretty good, I guess because again, what Pilliter said about Zoltan is like Zoltan's here to sell right-wing ideology to left-wing people, right? So like, I think you can kind of start seeing the cracks in the in what's happening here. You know what I mean? Like, like you can kind of see where that's coming out right now, I think.
And maybe that might be the framing of this question too. Andrew might be knowing more than he's letting on.
I'm running for governor.
Wait.
Christ's sake, you know what I mean?
What does the practicality have to do with it? Is it unethical or not?
I'm telling you, like, it's not a question that's realistic. You can ask a bunch of questions. Why don't you ask me how?
Is it
how does 2 + 2
or
=
not?
5?
Is it unethical or isn't it?
Listen, that's not the way the world works, man. It's not going to be just a one group of people reaching one thing. It's like a coalition of many people.
Unethical or isn't it unethical?
I don't answer questions like this.
You don't? No, why not?
Because I'm running for governor.
Ah, I see. So,
and I believe in a diversity of people moving forward through the transhumanist future.
2.5 miles. It's not very long. Only slightly longer than the National Mall in Washington.
Yeah, by the way, how disingenuous of him to ask a question when he basically argues for like some quasi form of white supremacy, right? He just doesn't say it outright, but he wants to basically, I'm talking about Andrew Wilson, right? And then it's like, he doesn't really he doesn't say that out loud on his channel because he'll get deplatformed. So in the background, like recently, like he did the whole thing where he was supporting Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan, right? So he'll lend his support to those general talking points, right? But he just won't do it outright. But he wants this guy to say what his actual opinion is about it. Meanwhile, he's running for like office. It's like, bro, like he'll get deplatformed way quicker than you will, but you're afraid to say the same shit that you're asking him to say. Like, honestly,
Well, also like yeah, it's just weird because this is also like an international show because like Jake the Rattlesnake or whatever is in Australia, and who knows what the the terms and conditions of hate speech are over there too. So it's like
right.
I'm pretty sure like advocating for eugenic, probably not allowed in Australia and places like that. So I mean, even tacitly, I think so. Well, what I think, again, Andrew would deny that he's like flirting with white nationalism, and I think there's good reason for that, both good and bad. But ultimately, what it could, I would hypothesize that it is possible that he's also like presenting this as like a possibility to his audience, saying like, well, if we get this transhumanism, maybe we could make a bunch of blonde hair, blue eyed super soldiers or something, right?
Yeah, it's just weird. Like you're right. Like he should be asked the same question at the very least, right?
So
and you're asking a question.
By the way, that was an interesting commercial. Kite key, and then it kind of had like a symbol that looked like the British Union or the fascists. Right? Yeah.
That is like designed to trap me, but it's not good. It's not a good
It's a great question.
It doesn't get to the core of where we're going.
It's right to the core of it. You have conflicting human beliefs and human biases which prevent you from answering this question honestly, because here's the honest answer for you. The honest answer is actually yes, it's ethical, right? From your worldview. Just be honest with me. Isn't it actually ethical to do that from your worldview? Isn't it?
No, it's not. My worldview involves so many different things that we have to do, and that's going to require different types of people, different types of races, different types of ethnicities and IQ levels.
So really,
different types of.
So really, what Zoltan is saying is that it's not ethical right now because there's a list of priorities. It doesn't mean that it's forever going to be unethical. That's really what he's saying. Is like maybe eventually we'll get around to it, but that's not the priority right now. And I think that is actually an honest answer from his point of view. He's actually saying like ultimately it may not be unethical, but right now it would be because it's going to expose.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, right? Like the issue of technology, like it intersects so many different societies that all the societies have to agree to solve this one problem for now, and then they can be whatever society they want to be, right? So it's like we all have to come together to solve this one problem. Right, and I bet the transhumanists see it the same way, because there's no way to get humanity over this hump, right, with a bunch of religions and races and stuff, right? So it's the same way that somebody that wants a low-tech society is going to want to try to preserve the religions and races until we make it to the next phase, right, instead of dissolving them.
Right.
And then, I mean, so they all can agree to a low-tech society. So
right. Well, and I think that's ultimately kind of what they're aiming for. Like, I think there's two versions, and I think this is kind of what Pilliter and myself are kind of memeing about as well, like Asian futurism or anime realism or this kind of. Like, I kind of see what he's doing there, because it's also like, maybe we're going to get to a certain level of technology where we can kind of live like a pseudo low tech life, but we can kind of choose, how long we live, or, our abilities or our looks, or you know what I mean. So it is kind of weird, like and it seems like they're kind of selling that to people in a sense, right? Like maybe you can live like a pseudo low tech Elysian field existence, but choose your baby's hair color and how fast they can run and if they can live to 300 years old or whatever. Come on.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Wildlife, animals, everything.
So then it's unethical for people to get together and do that.
No. What we need is diversity so that we can all rise up. You're trying to trap me in a question.
Well,
I'm definitely not going to say it on camera.
A contradiction is you can't have A and not A.
Did you hear that? He said, you're trying to trap me into something that I'm not going to say on camera. And then he laughed and smiled.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, he literally just did.
But there's a higher level to this, and I'll talk about it a little bit now since it kind of is it's now kind of become relevant. So okay, last night I got on TikTok, right? Hey, follow me. And I got on TikTok for a minute last night, and it was like this really woke Vietnamese dude, and he's like, MAGA's a cult, and we have zero tolerance for hatred, bigotry, all these buzzwords, right? And he's like, oh, and he has like all these woke people on his panel, right? And they kicked the guy off before me, kind of rightfully because he was just trolling them. And I kind of started trying like some of like Pinoid's arguments and Pillita's arguments, and I just wanted to see like how it would go, right? So my argument was something like this, like I was like, MAGA is a dangerous cult, but I was like, liberalism's a bigger, more dangerous cult. And they started saying, oh, you're saying liberals are a cult. What is that supposed to mean? Well, I was like, no, not liberals. I'm saying liberalism. And they're like, well, explain that to me. And so I said, well, basically, it's like it wants to make everybody the same, like no race, no gender, no whatever. It's like, isn't that kind of like erasing people's identity? And I'm trying to remember. I wrote this down. So let me actually just read it because I wrote down the gist of the thing. Actually, take on this. I really want to start recording these things because it was very interesting. So, okay, so let me read them. Let's see if I got it here. Oh, dagger.
Yeah, I don't know if you fell out or you said you were gonna read something and then I don't know.
Okay, sorry, I got a spam phone call, so I got interrupted. Okay, so so let me find the gist of what happened. So let's see if I can find it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here. Okay, so it was hosted by this Vietnamese guy and these angry white women and some gay guys, right? So I said MAGA is a cult, but liberalism is a more dangerous cult. And then I said it wants to erase everybody's identity, and the women said you're a this happened later on, but they basically eventually just started saying, well, you're a colonizer and a mediocre white man, right? And they kicked me off when I said, well, isn't that racist to make a broad generalization of people? And they said, oh, white people, you can't be racist to white people because white people are like superior. And I was like, wow, okay. And then they kicked me off the panel. Right?
Then.
So so it was pretty weird, right? So anyways, they said and they said, well, why can't people just be people? And I said, because you want to erase people's identity and quote unquote save them with pathological altruism. And I was like, well, if that's the case, why don't you go to India or Zimbabwe and convert them to English and your way of life, rather than telling people in America that they have to like dissolve their borders and stop existing. And they're like, well, America has no culture. America is only immigration and only mixing. And I was like, well, and they're like, we should be, and they basically said like, American culture is native culture. And I was like, well, why don't you start speaking Cherokee and live in a teepee? And they said, oh, you're racist towards Native Americans because you think they're too dumb to advance in technology. And I said, I didn't say that. I said, you said that American culture is Native American culture. So I said, why don't you show us by example and live the lifestyle of a Native American, right? And stop speaking English, right? And I said this to a white woman, right? And that's when they immediately started like cutting off my microphone and telling me to shut up and call me a colonizer and a white man, right?
Can you hear me?
And then it gets worse. And I said, well, well, isn't it kind of delusional that you're trying to like convince the entire world that they have to give up their, who they are and their own language and their own culture to like live up to these like nebulous, weird ideologies that you're trying to like put on them and like erase their identity and make them speak English and make them, you know, do all these things. And she's like, no, you're racist. And she's basically said, well, it's for their own good that we're making them liberal and making them like all this. And she's like, well, she's like, basically like, you know, why can't we just be human? There shouldn't be any race and there shouldn't be any sex and no class. And I was like, okay. I was like, so if other people desire that, if a brown person wants that and you're making them give that up, like, isn't that kind of like your white privilege to do that? And that's when they, that's when they kicked me off. Right. And just called me a colonist. And I could tell like the gay guys kind of understood what I was saying, but like this like Vietnamese like incel guy and the white women, they just couldn't take it because they actually had no response. Like I totally pointed out that they're basically whitewashing the world and basically like saying like technology has to like take over people's culture. You know, like they literally admitted to it and then like called me a colonizer and like a mediocre white person and all these things. And I just found it was like, it was so masterful, honestly. Like, I'm not saying like I did it. Like, it's just literally like you just point out the obvious and they can't take it, you know? And, I don't know. That was a really weird experience to me. I've never quite experienced a conversation like that ever before. Oh, I can't hear you. Okay, hold on. Let me reset. My bad, dude. Sorry. But did you catch you caught the okay, caught the gist. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was just like it's just funny that they think white people run everything, but that's what Pinoy thinks, right? But that,
yeah. Well, they basically said like white people are superior, so they have to give up their culture because they have no culture. And I was like, but you're saying that like the culture of America is to like erase everybody's identity and make them speak English and adopt technology and stop living in teepees, right? Like, right? And it's like it's just weird. I was like, so why don't you go to? And I was asking, I was like, why don't you go to China or India or Zimbabwe and like tell these people that? Why are you doing it here in America where that's already happening, right? Like it was weird. It was just like they called me the colonizer, and they're like, I'm like, well,
even though it's a white lady, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. It was like it was one of the weirdest interactions I've ever had because like I didn't realize like how powerful that argument would actually be, but it was like I could tell that they were literally like freaked out, like because I could tell like I forced them into cognitive dissonance like immediately because they had to admit that like yes, we want to make everybody like us by erasing their identity, right? And yeah, it's just crazy. It's like they're literally defending the monoculture, but saying it's like for their own good because like class and state and you know misogyny and all these things are bad. And I was like, well, you know, if you tell that to a Chinese person, they're going to disagree with you, right? So, you know, why are you telling me? Why are you preaching that here where that's already like a thing, right? I don't know. It's just really strange. I wish I was better arguing it. I'm sure other people could do a much better job than me, but it was the first time I ever tried that kind of argument out on a panel, and I thought it was just a very fascinating experience.
Yeah, Uncle Teddy makes the same argument in leftist psychology. He says that basically, liberals have a self-hatred because they want everybody to be like liberals, but that means like if they want to give like black people rights, right? They acknowledge that being black consists in nothing more than eating black style food, wearing black style clothing or living where other black people live. But they want to integrate, they want to integrate the black person into white society, and take away the characteristics that make him black, essentially, right?
Right. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's so funny, dude. And I wish I had a Pilliter's book because what inspired me to do that was I read a little bit of Pilliter's book. It's like the one where he just has a bunch of quotes in it, and his quotes were exactly like that. It's like, you know, liberals love white black people so much that they just want to call them black and then like erase their culture and like you said, he's like they just you know,
Right.
give them like some token thing called black, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Right.
You know, and it's like, and then he was playing with the semantics about like, well, if I adopt this pseudo culture, am I now black or something? Like, you know, stuff like that.
Right.
You know, because based on his definition of black, I was like, I literally am a black person, like by the definition he was using. So I thought it was like very funny. It's like black just basically means like you don't conform to like the general milieu of like
Right.
white culture. It's just really
Right.
funny the way he did that. Because he's
Right.
basically
You're,
like doing it against these like fake, you know, these fake, you
yeah.
know, bleeding heart, you know, people, you know.
Yeah, you're that guy who like you know, who takes Jenny away from Forrest Gump in the movie, right? Who like joins the Black Panthers or whatever. You're basically that guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It was really funny because and I think that's and I was it's funny you say that too, because I was thinking about Forrest Gump yesterday and like how Forrest Gump is kind of about that in a lot of ways. Like it's about like the average white person is just like this dumb retarded person who just goes and does what he's told and just you know what I mean? Like that's literally what that movie's about. It's like Forrest Gump is like the ultimate liberal, you know, like it's
Right.
that like, well, mama told me to do this and no, you know, no father, you know, retarded, you know, he can do certain things good, but you know, he doesn't really have his own mind. Essentially, that movie is like one of the most subversive movies I think I've ever seen in my life. Like all Robert Zemeckis films are actually. He did what's the other one? Back to the Future. Like that's another very strange.
Yeah. I actually wasn't aware
level
that the
movie.
same guy made both of those movies. It's
Yeah, he did.
fascinating.
Yeah. He made a lot of weird movies like that. Yeah. So if you look up Robert Zemeckis films, it's everything he's done is like giant psyop. Just like Ron Howard. Like I watched you know, like Ron Howard movies are like that too, you know.
So if I ask you if a thing is ethical or not ethical, you can't say it's both ethical and not ethical. That would be a logical contradiction, A and not A. So, sir,
I'm not answering that question whether
why
it's
not?
ethical or non-ethical at all.
Why not? What are you so
It's
scared
not a
of?
question that even applies to how transhumanism works.
It exactly applies to how transhumanism works.
You're
said-
asking me
got
2
done
plus 2
saying,
equals 5. It
Hey,
just I
man,
can't
we
make
wanna jumble
2 plus 2
everything
equal
up.
5
We
work.
want to do whatever it is that we want to do, man. And the thing is like within that confines of the 20%, if a bunch of genome scientists get together and make the Ubermensch and make designer babies, and they're all 6'2", and they're all Aryan, they're all blonde hair, they're all blue eyed, and they all have the same strength.
A better way that he could have done it, which and I know why Andrew didn't do it, because he's allowed to make this argument, but what he couldn't do is like what he couldn't say is, well, what if all the people in Wakanda? So I'll say it for Andrew. Andrew, don't steal my idea, bro. Okay. What would be better is that if he said like, well, what if all those rocket scientists in Wakanda got together and said they want like 6'8" black Kenyan people to be their Ubermensch and they take over the world, you know, because we all just want to be like them or something like
Yeah,
with
give
that
them
or
a little white
something like that.
slaves
Yeah.
too for good measure. You know, they get to have their genetically engineered white slaves. I mean,
Right. And, or something like give the guy a bone. Like if he's like running for governor or wherever, I don't even know where he's running for governor of, but like give him a liberal bone to chew on or something. You know, like come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You got to sweeten the pot. All right. And this is, what you're offering is, you know, it's like a shit sandwich. Right?
And characteristics of other people, they're just the most visually appealing from their preference, arbitrary preference base. What are they actually doing wrong from your view? Are they doing anything wrong or unethical?
You know why AI hallucinates? It's because things don't go that way. It's not like perfect mathematics.
This
it's
is
crazy
just
out there. It's chaos.
This is
and we
literally
need
bad
chaos
faith
when we're
evasion.
talking about genetic editing and designer babies.
Bad faith evasion. Is it unethical for these people to have an arbitrary metric that they come up with within the jumble of 20? We've got to try everything.
The answer is that of course not. You know, the quick answer is that surveying the ideology itself, eugenics seems to be a natural consequence of designer babies. So if you have designer babies, you will have colonies of people that just decide to have a certain type of baby all the time. And of course, they want to live together. You know, I mean, how could you possibly stop them if you just let people do whatever they want? I mean, so I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, he should just say it's possible. But
thing, man. It's fine to have fucking men who can get pregnant and have kids. But man, if we start talking about genetically altering people so they're blonde hair, blue eyed, that's really crossing a line, right?
Last
Come
one,
on,
guys,
man.
then we'll go into
Come
closings.
on, man. Just be honest with me. It's totally fine, right? Totally fine.
It's not a logical question for me.
It's a logical question for you.
Oh,
and I'd like to
you know,
answer
maybe
it.
it has some logic, but it's not realistic.
Man babies are realistic, but you can't.
You're trying to trap me into saying something
how is it not realistic?
that I just simply don't believe in.
How
And
is
I just
it not
don't,
realistic?
It's not ever going to happen.
Okay, what's unrealistic for me?
There are 8 billion people on planet Earth. It's never going to be like that.
Yeah, what's
Okay, never.
unrealistic? What is unrealistic about a person who wants and select groups of people?
That's something that those white nationalists don't really talk about a lot. Is that at the very minimum, Small Mustache Man did want a scientific utopia, right? So he did want to bring that about so that he could do his eugenics program, right? So, so if that's possible, then, you know, from Small Mustache Man to Jeffrey Epstein, we kind of have the same basic idea in terms of transhumanism, which is we'll use gene editing to, you know, continue our genetic heritage indefinitely or whatever.
People who want only to have, through genetic editing, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, super strong, super high IQ.
Huh, that's a weird name. Anne and Frank.
Yeah, I got a little thumbnail I made not long before this that had the word Anne Frank something or another. I can't remember, but I'll show it to you later. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, but this is pretty Jew coded. It says Anne and Frank. I wonder where this is going. Actually, this is a 3-minute ad. I'm wondering where this is going. I'm gonna sit here and watch this. So
I know this couple, Anne and Frank.
So she said, I know this couple, Anne and Frank.
What? Interesting.
Like what?
This is pretty funny.
Where is this headed? Like, is this lady Jewish? Like, I don't know.
Oh, I found a really good ABC News a few really good ABC News pieces, and I'll at least discuss them with you before we get off here because like ABC is like, yeah, they're like a crazy propaganda. Like their propaganda is like top notch. I have to say, like it's crazy, dude. Like it's. I'll tell you about it after this, but let's see where this goes.
I just think it's weird that we were talking about Small Mustache Man and editing blonde hair, blue eyed babies or whatever.
And they're like, yeah, they're like, we need to target this ad directly to these people.
They live in silence, never rain. Not in the papers or parades. They hide in shade, not window displays.
Oh my God, this voice is
They came from
horrible.
somewhere out of time.
Yeah.
This is a horrible voice, dude. Oh my God, what is this shit, dude? All right, let's continue.
Yeah, it's not a good song. We'll just have to move on.
Children through the
song is so bad, but it's just notable the name Anne and Frank. That
Well,
can't
now
be-
I'm curious. I am now curious. Like, what is that song about? Like, I mean, I'm sure it's like some sort of psyop for sure, but like, I don't think they just randomly chose the name Anne and Frank. And like, I mean, but
It
then
is
they
a
have like
love story.
they have like a tattoo faced transgender singer for it. So
Yeah, because
probably
isn't she like
transhumanist in
in
nature.
love like with her cousin or whatever?
Well, she's white, so possible.
You know, like in Anne Frank, like in the book, like she's got like a little cousin, like little Jewish boy that she's like a little boyfriend. But
Yeah, well,
Edit-
thankfully, I've never read that book.
yeah, we had to read it for school, so
Yeah. Well, for some reason, we didn't have to. I did have to read Night by Ellie Whistle or whatever his name is, but
huh. Yeah, our teacher was hardcore. She made us read books in Ebonics. It was super hard to read.
Well, they're gonna learn you something. I definitely never heard of that, but that sounds very racist or something.
Yeah, it's like old Ebonics, like from the South. It's extremely hard to read. It's like reading like Huckleberry Finn or like most.
Well, it's funny because I wrote those articles and I was expecting that somebody would say, "Well, that's really racist," but I guess now I can say, "Well, it's an academic endeavor." So,
right.
Process.
Some people may choose that. Some people may say yes, but I'm not going to.
If whole countries choose that, that's
there he goes. There's the answer. Some people may choose that, right? So there's nothing wrong if they choose it. You know, that's what he's obviously he's going to say that.
Fine, right?
That would sound stupid to me. A whole country would choose that. It just
did.
doesn't make sense. There's 8
democratically
billion
did.
people on planet Earth. It doesn't make
democratically-
sense.
Yeah, hang on. There's 8 billion people, not in one country. The Japanese are very ethnocentric, for instance. If the Japanese decided that they were going to do nothing but gene editing to make sure that everybody stayed uniquely Japanese within their view of what that is, right? Is that good? Is that fine? Is that okay or not? Is that okay or not okay? Is it ethical? Is it
I don't think it's
unethical?
okay. It makes no sense from a Japanese point of view.
well, it's
Don't believe me, they
it's
would
very
never do that.
it's very interesting that he goes straight from like Germanic people to Japanese. It's like, okay, we're going to go to the Italians next.
Right, he's hitting some key points. And right, it is notable.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say. Is like the question itself.
Yeah,
I would never do that.
Now suddenly we need to break all barriers and everything's on the table, but people would
No,
never
no,
do
it's
that.
not all barriers. It just this question doesn't make sense. It's like
We
there's
could
8
pop a
billion of us.
uterus.
It's
We
going
could
to
pop
take
a
8
uterus in a
billion
man.
reasons.
He could, we could pop a uterus in a man. He could shit a baby out. But let's not talk about cosmetic changes that people would have for beauty standards.
We
for
can
their
talk
Ubermensch
about it, but
babies.
just not for the entire human race.
I didn't say the entire human race. I said country specific. You don't think that there's Eastern European countries that would want to have nothing but blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies who look like the Ubermensch? Is that unethical for them to do or not?
I think it's stupid for them to do.
Is it unethical for them to do?
Well, I don't know that answer. If it's stupid, then it
You don't
means
know
it's
the
just
answer?
stupid.
You don't know if it's unethical or not? Okay.
All right,
it
fellas.
depends. If
Well,
you
I
consider
think
stupid as unethical, yes.
it's
But
a
look,
good time to get
it
on
doesn't
to the
seem to be something
closing
anyone would want to do.
statements now. So let's do that. Zoltan, you
Men
opened
would
it
want to
up,
have
so
babies, but
Andrew,
Thank God this is
Andrew,
over.
Steve,
Oh my
of
God.
people wanting to cosmetically change what their
Andrew, if
babies
you
look
want
like.
to jump in with
Yeah, like they've been on this trajectory for a painful amount of time. They've gotten nowhere. Right? So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of really dumb. On both sides, it's really dumb because if anybody pressed Andrew Wilson on the same issue, you know, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have a sane conclusion to
your
draw.
closing statement, 2 minutes, and then we're going to read some super chats opening orange and up. So Andrew, 2 minutes, closing statement. Let's go.
Yeah, first and foremost, let me thank my opponent for this debate. So it takes a lot.
Oh God! All right, so I guess this is where they're gonna launch off into closing statements. So So I'm excited to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's only going to get gayer from here. So let's see how.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the questions from the audience will be deeper than anything they put forward. So I'm excited to see what the super chats and those things actually say because.
Well, maybe we just skip to that then.
Well,
because
I'm pretty
because
sure
they may have like planted their own people in there to super chat or something. So
yeah, I'm looking for any opposition to transhumanism in this closing statement, and also for Zoltan, any adoption of Christian values or ethics, right? So that's what I'm sort of looking for in these closing statements. They should be pretty interesting, honestly.
A lot of courage to debate your worldview. It really does, especially in front of thousands of people live. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And so first and foremost, I do thank you for having this debate with me. Secondly, he's a contradiction machine. This is what I'll say in my closing. He contradicts himself often. You saw the last exchange that we have. You know what the answer is, right? The answer is yes, it's ethical. He knows it's ethical. However, he's in a political pincer because he's running as a Democrat in California, right? He knows for sure that if he answers yes on blonde hair, blue-eyed Ubermensch babies, and that being fine within his worldview, the very people who he's trying to represent are going to call him an evil Nazi eugenicist. That's actually what's going on. And the thing is like I have compassion for that.
Like, just what the fuck am I looking at right now? Like, was that like? Okay. Some sort of
Divinity the game. So I guess this is about like becoming your own god or something. Yeah.
Right. Here, hold on. Let me drop this link for the homie Avian Buddha. See if it'll come through.
I'm not upset by the fact that he's trying to be evasive in the answer because he's in a political pincer. And the thing is, though, is that's a political pincer of your making. The whole identity politics thing and stuff like this, it's all perpetuated by the same exact technology you want no guardrails on as you appeal to my worldview in order to stop you from doing crazy things.
Sorry to interrupt. But I think this is about this is actually about like the Gavin Newsom stuff. I think this is like, okay, so if he gets a chance to talk to Gavin Newsom, is he going to be like the right wing, quote unquote, opposition to someone like a Gavin Newsom to say, well, Gavin Newsom's a base Democrat, but we need to be against him because he's a Democrat or something? I don't know. I don't know. Something strange going on here.
Yeah, I think he's been used as controlled opposition for the Groypers. I think the whole Christian nationalism has been used as controlled opposition for white nationalism to move the conservatives into the liberal camp. And then, and then this guy's doing the opposite. So I think it's like, like I could see like how Pill Eater was saying that it's sort of trying to consolidate viewpoints.
Yeah. Well, definitely, I could say that, like, from a certain point of view, it looks smart what Andrew Wilson's doing, but actually, it's so smart that it's actually like it's trying to make Republicans look really stupid and make Democrats look more thoughtful, because he's doing a very lowbrow version of like semantics game. I think comparatively.
That you got out of this debate is this, that he adopts most of my worldview, adopts most of my ethical system, and then he tries to carve out the parts that he doesn't like. He carves out the portions of my ethical system which would prevent horrific things from happening.
See, I think this is a sort of flaw in his way of thinking, because instead of saying that, it's a different set of values, right? He's saying that somehow transhumanism borrows from the Christian value system, which is sort of a strange statement, right? Because he's saying that there's something Christian about transhumanism. So he's asserted that many times without proving what that is, right?
Happening to people, but can't justify it himself. There is no Christ he's appealing to. There is no God he's appealing to. There is no justification he's appealing to outside of himself. Every time we try to get to what he's appealing to, it's consensus. What if consensus say we can have designer Ubermensch babies? Well, that's just impossible. But, of course, having men who have children, totally possible. It's like over and over and over again, as we dive into this worldview, we realize that really it's completely and totally reliant on my worldview, not his at all. He's actually asking Christians for permission more than anything else to pursue these diabolical arts. And what makes them diabolical is simple. There's no justification he can give for why you ought to do any of this other than your own personal preference. And then, but unless we get to preferences you have, which aren't politically expedient, then, I don't know about those things, right? This is, and so I have no choice but to believe, based on the last question exchange, that he's actually hiding many of his true intentions. Why? The last question exchange that we just had, it was a completely
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true for both of them, to be honest. I mean, they're high profile people on a very public platform, that are paid shills. Both of them may be honestly be representatives of Murdoch Media. This guy's Wilson, he's been on Piers Morgan, and his wife has been on Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Right? So those are two platforms that were basically started up by Murdoch Media, right? And then Zoltan Istvan, he worked for National Geographic, right, as a film reporter, right? So this is after National Geographic was published by News Corp, I'm assuming, right? So for all intents and purposes, these are two News Corp employees, right?
Well, I wonder.
This might be the
Jake
case.
the Rattlesnake is Jake the Rattlesnake is Australian, so I wonder what his media background is. I guess.
Well, what's funny is that who owns like almost all the newspapers in Australia? It's Murdoch again, right? So it's like Murdoch literally started in Australia and then started buying up a bunch of newspapers in Britain, and then he bought a bunch of American companies, like Fox and and all that stuff. So it's interesting.
Yeah, well, there's some sort of I'll hold my tongue for now just because I don't want to detract listeners.
Well, it's not. Well, here's the thing. It's not outside of the range of possibility that Murdoch Media gives their news reporters or representatives these like Australian handlers, because he has most of his representatives in Australia, right? So it would make perfect sense, right?
Well, yeah, we definitely run into a undue amount of Australians in the quote unquote panelverse. So yeah, there's something strange afoot. That's for sure. Yeah.
Evasive on it. He was terrified to give his intentionality behind these things and say that this is ethical, unethical, or whatever, even though the rest of the conversation, he had no issues doing that, simply for the purposes of political expediency. And it's like, look, from my view, it just seems like you are very, very reliant upon Christians doing a lot of your heavy lifting, while at the same time having a criticism that they're somehow holding you back. And yet it's our ethical guardrails that make any of this possible to begin with for you. So,
all right, 3 minutes on the clock for you, Zoltan.
See, there it is. He's made the statement 100 times. He said it's the ethical guardrails of Christianity that make transhumanism possible. So he's almost agreeing with Pinoid that Christianity caused transhumanism, or it's one-to-one with transhumanism, because of some statements made by Peter Thiel, which I'm willing to disagree with, because for most of the history of Christianity, it sure didn't imply anything like transhumanism, or even like technological progress, right?
Yeah, there does seem to be a very dualistic thing going on. One where it seems that there could be some affirmative, salvaging of Christianity, but ultimately it seems to be a giant straw manning of Christianity. And this is not like a recent thing. The Enlightenment is the best example of that, right? So, was the Enlightenment Christian? No, not really, but it was done in the name of Christianity. So, you know what I mean? So I think that's kind of it's kind of a similar game. And if all these people are a part of the Dark Enlightenment and hate the Enlightenment so much, isn't it kind of ironic that they're kind of straw manning Christianity to get that done? I don't know. I think that's kind of a weird situation in a sense. Yeah.
First, Andrew, thanks so much for doing the debate. It's been awesome. Actually, I've been really enjoying it. Jake, thank you for hosting this. Let me just first say that transhumanism, the social movement of trying to use all these radical technologies to upgrade ourselves, is really
something like that.
Something that is not just deep to me, but deep to many, millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world, especially where I live near Silicon Valley. We are really trying to remake planet Earth and remake what it means to be a human being. And that's perfectly justifiable, perfectly morally okay. And it's totally morally okay to take 80% of the Judeo-Christian framework that's out there, that's enabled.
It's perfect timing. But yeah, he said again, 80% of the Judeo-Christian framework.
For that. Yeah, it's the perfect timing for that music, like you know, like the fucking X-Files, like Judeo-Christian. Every dude, you need a drop. We need to get a drop for both of our shows. Every fucking time somebody says Judeo-Christian or some buzzword, we just do that music. You know, like that would be perfect.
Yeah,
I think.
but he said, but yeah, he just, I mean, I just want to point out, he immediately halfway affirmed Andrew's point and said, yes, we need some of the Christian framing for our transhumanist system to be put in place. He said 80% of Christianity is salvageable. So, oh my God. And then they played the X-Files music right on cue. It's crazy, man. And so this couldn't be
They're like,
more
we
of
need
a
to
weird-
interrupt this broadcast right now.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, it's like Peter Thiel,
yeah, and of course there's
Palantir,
this
like
big, yeah.
immediately interrupt this.
And what's the message of this? Oh yeah, there's big titty hoes in the libraries. So check that out. So yeah.
Modern scientists and modern
I mean,
history
I'll
to kind of
admit
do what it's doing right now.
I think men should be trying to pick up women at the library. Personally, I mean, normal men, not all men, but you know, like if you're trying to find like a good woman, like go to the library. It's a much better place for sure.
Right.
Which is provide these incredible technologies, this ability to even do this debate online through the airwaves or wherever you guys are. I'm in, California. These things are part of that Judeo-Christian framework, but it has its limits. And as human beings, we have to bend outside those limits sometimes. That's where that 20% comes from. I'm willing to
Judeo-Christian, 80% Judeo-Christian. Like, what is this dude selling? All right. Really weird framing. I mean, he's arguing for transhumanism. He's like, I'm 80% Judeo-Christian. I'm certified 80% Judeo-Christian. It's like 80% THC. It's like really weird.
go somewhere where no one's gone before. And so are all my peers. We want to see what else can be done to the human body. We want to see what else can be done to the human experience. And that means one day men giving birth or putting our brains into machines. Maybe we'll do it. It's not going to happen today, but it's something that I'm willing to entertain and say there could be a moral fabric for it. And we could find new truths and new rules that are even better than we've had before, better than the Judeo-Christian framework than we've had. And I got to just say, regarding the last 10, 15 minutes, when it comes to kind of what we're discussing, it's absolutely okay to, again, stretch rules of morality and ideas, what we're wanting to discuss. But you're talking about with, eugenics, trying to bring me into this fold. And yes, I am running for governor, so I'm a little bit more careful. But there are 8 billion people out there making decisions. And we want everyone to have at least some say. And so you can't just say, oh, we're all just going to choose one type of person to become transhuman. And that's the person that's going to be the best. It's never going to be like that. It's going to go back and forth and here and there. And it's going to be a coalition. And that's what's made evolution possible, is borrowing from the strong parts, leaving behind the weak parts. And I do believe Christianity has some weak parts. The biggest weakness for Christianity for me is that I don't believe in God. And that's a problem for me. I've tried to believe in God. I want God to come in my life, but I can't see it. I can't know it. I can't feel it. And that's always been a dilemma for me. So I'm going to take the best part.
So the whole question now is that can you even be 80% Christian and just not believe in God? How does that one work? I don't even understand how that one actually works.
Well, it's very complicated what he's doing. He's doing a very sophisticated thing. Like, I'm almost tempted to say go back, but also like it'll make me more angry. But he's like, okay, he's like weakness. Like, we need to get rid of the weakness. So he's invoking Nietzsche. That's part of it, right? He's invoking the Ubermensch. Weakness is bad, which is anti-Christian, by the way. Like, Christianity explicitly says weakness is a strength, right? So it's like, okay, so he's like, I like Christianity. Now let me say, I don't believe in God. I don't believe weakness is a strength, and I believe that Ubermensch is a positive thing. It's like, okay, so you're a Nietzschean, like you're like a Georgianian Nietzschean Christian or something. It's like it's like
Right.
it's like it's so backwards, right? It's like
it's like
he is a contradiction machine, but it's very calculated, I would say.
Yeah, it's like you could use Christianity as almost pure metaphor and just switch out the content for a bunch of other symbols.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're just taking the this is what I always say. It's like they're using the marketing, the marketing of Christianity and slapping that label on like a bunch of like propaganda
Oh yeah,
and saying like,
yeah.
this is Christianity for you. I mean, this is, it's like, okay, so like, are you trying to destroy Christianity? No, we're just trying. We're okay.
Yeah, you're getting roboted.
Masai got me. If you don't mind, back up. I'm gonna reset it. Just
Yeah, you're fine now, but just say what you were gonna say again.
Well, let's just back up a second. I want to make sure I understood, because he said a couple things and I forgot one of the things he said. So just, if you don't mind, just back it up like 20 seconds. I want to hear that part again.
Yeah.
To become transhuman, and that's the person that's going to be the best. It's never going to be like that. It's going to go back and forth and here and there, and it's going to be a coalition. And that's what's made evolution possible, is borrowing from the strong parts, leaving behind the weak parts. And I do believe Christianity has some weak parts. The biggest weakness for Christianity for me is that I don't believe in God. And that's a problem for me. I've tried to believe in God. I want God to come in my life, but I can't see it. I can't know it. I can't feel it. And that's always been a dilemma for me. So I'm going to take the best parts of the social framework and leave that other part behind. And I'm going to apply it to transhumanism and move forward. And I think we can come to a point when we really become something quite different than what we are now, but still be the best in ourselves, the best that we've taken from the past.
Again, all I'm getting from both sides is that we need to successfully apply Christianity to transhumanism. I mean, that's all I've gotten from both of these guys. I mean, it's crazy.
And if that means being transhuman and leaving behind a lot of the humanness that I have, that's fine for me. I'm looking forward to that future.
All right, fellas. Well, it's been a great debate. It's been a good old-fashioned pub fight, bar stool debate. I felt like
those are the best kind.
I know. I really enjoyed it actually. So we're going to get into some super chats. I'm gonna speed through them, and we're not going to go too long on any one, because I just want to make sure that everyone who donated get.
That was a fight? What kind of pussy shit is that? Like, at no point did they even attempt to argue, let alone debate. I mean, it's, they they haven't even formulated a single disagreement. It's actually wild.
To have their question read. So Gravios comes in and said, I have a question for Zoltan. How would he feel if he didn't eat breakfast this morning? And did he eat breakfast this morning? Otherwise, good show, great debate. So how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? And did you eat breakfast this morning?
What? All right. So the first guy who donated, by the way, $50 to say nothing. I mean, that's literally Jake getting paid by somebody, one of these guys. Throw the softball question.
That's an interesting question, because I had.
But really quick,
I really can't imagine.
But really quick, it's like interesting. He's like invoking. What do you call it? Evolution, right? So he's kind of like saying, well, we need evolution, like a particular type of evolution or some shit. It's like, it's very strange. It's like what was that kind of evolution you were talking about? You're saying that they're like, they kind of invoke this kind of weird evolution stuff. I can't remember what you called it now. You guys were talking about like some sort of weird evolution shit that.
I don't know.
Like that Deacon Ananias talks about, like.
Yeah, you're talking about like theistic evolution or like cosmic evolution.
Do you see any evidence that they're kind of like affirming that in a kind of like weird way or something?
Yeah. Because like they're both saying that Christianity was necessary for transhumanism. So yeah, they're directly affirming theistic evolution.
Right. Okay. So is it so it's definitely possible that could be a major part of like what they're actually trying to do, is like introduce this to like.
Seems like it. Yeah, seems like. I mean, we literally saw the bro get up there on Jay Dyer and say we need 2,000 years, or 1,000-year reign, or whatever. I don't know, man. That's literally millenarianism. or whatever. He's saying like there's a future in which Christianity rules for like 1,000 years, and it's like totally technologically advanced or whatever. You know, it seemed like they're evoking some sort of thing, and then obviously Wilson used the phrase Christian futurism. And then when I went to the Nick Fuentes speech where he used the term Christian futurism, his whole idea was like, he's like, we cannot go back to some older times. He's like, we need Christianity to move forward, like to the future, like to infinity and beyond. Even. Yeah, so it was like a cyber theme to it.
That's an interesting question because I had, after a few scotches last night, a little bit fourth dinner, and I punished myself this morning by not having breakfast. So, and I do that sometimes if I drink and then have a midnight snack, I don't eat breakfast. So I didn't really have much to eat. But I got to say that in the future, I'm hoping that eating won't necessarily be something we always have to do. Maybe it'll be fun sometimes, but it really bothers me that you can go 10 or 20 days without food and die. That presents a problem in the transhumanist mindset. The same thing with water. The fact that you can't go 2 or 3 days without liquid and then you die presents a problem to transhumanists.
It's interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to remember the biblical standard here that God doesn't mind what was in your mouth. And we're talking about food and water here. He minds what comes out of it. And so these are not contradictory positions to Christian ethics at all. Who cares if you're able to eliminate people needing to eat solid food or something like this? This doesn't violate anything. The violation comes in when you said, what about, I'm gonna take your ethical system and carve out and only keep the 20% that I don't like. So I can just do the same thing. Okay, I'll take your transhumanism stuff and I'll just carve out all the stuff I don't like. In this case, I don't like you, creating these death machines or having no moral oughts or, any of these. I just carve out the things I don't like. It's the same. You see how the standard's the exact same both ways? Like, how are you going to critique?
So look, so he's saying he'll use transhumanism. He'll just carve out the parts of it that aren't Christian and use it. So he said he'll do the same thing that he's doing by using Christianity, 80% of it for his transhumanist worldview, which is completely atheistic in its goals and its purview. So, I mean, am I making up that this is happening? Am I hallucinating here, folks? Am I not understanding any of the points that are being made? Please come in and let us know. We do a show Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, and usually the link is available. And yeah, I mean, holy cows.
Seek me for the same thing that you're appealing to. It's just wild to me.
All right, next one comes from Mighty Maximus. Says Andrew just referenced Resident Evil. This is going to be great. Oh,
that's true. It is one of my. I'm sorry, I did make a video game reference. I think that culture, when you disseminate ideas, disseminating them through cultural references helps frame what it is that you're trying to say to people. So I did. That is true. I used the Umbrella Corporation Resident Evil reference in the beginning. I thought it framed up the argument fairly well.
Actually, Religious for 20 says this is the most offensive thing I've ever heard. The reason.
Yeah, but isn't there an inherent flaw in your arguments when you use science fiction scenarios instead of using actual science or actual political theories, or look at, like, there's many thinkers throughout the ages that have given very elegant critiques of the technological system. But he didn't include any of those thinkers. He just has, these Jews wrote these movies and stuff, and yeah, that's the best evidence we have. Like, it kind of lessens the point. It makes it look like it's like fantastical, right? So I saw some of that. There was like some gaslighting going on with the way he kept bringing up the movies and the video games.
Reason is to become your own God. You'd see parents/grandparents putting themselves ahead of their progeny. Why have kids if you're going to live forever? Sick. Zoltan, what would you say about that?
Yeah, sure. And this is a huge question. In fact, I got to be honest, a lot of transhumanists that I know and a lot of real extreme longevity advocates don't have kids for this exact reason. I chose to have them because I want to hedge my bets. But and I also think that even if you are going to live forever,
With AI,
You can create any character you want in seconds.
this used to require huge
See that? All these people are interchangeable. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Hollywood budgets, complex software in tons of
Yeah,
time.
see,
now
there
he's
you
a
go.
cartoon.
They're literally
Yep.
promoting. They're literally
Yep.
promoting the very technology you're talking about.
Yeah, now he's Uma Thurman. It is what it is, you know?
Having children would be wonderful, and I would love to see them grow and do whatever they're going to do forever. I mean, in fact, I think if you love your child and you don't believe in an afterlife like me, then you want them to live as long as possible, forever, hopefully. So, but I just point out that many
Right,
transhumanists
but
don't have
also,
kids
like,
for exactly that very.
So if you see, this is what Andrew should have said is like, well, if your son or daughter decides to like become a gay dinosaur, are you okay with that? You know what I mean? Like that would have been a good question to ask. Like, you know, a gay transgender, male to female to male, you know, baby having uterus implanting, you know, velociraptor or something. You know, like that would have been.
Yeah, like, yeah, usually his hypotheticals are more, you know, complex.
If
but like,
you had sex with a dead piece of wood, or whatever,
yeah,
or
you know,
whatever
like,
he said.
right, like usually his hypotheticals are way more, you know, bizarre. But you know, today I guess, you know, he wasn't really that into it.
Wise question.
I just want to point out to you, though, you know, that idea was explored by J.R.R. Tolkien. He called them elves. And it was the idea was explored a long time ago, and it ended up with disastrous results for a reason.
Sniper Bike sent 5 memberships. Thank you, sir. Imperial Cantina for 20 said, question for Zoltan. Is there a ship of Theseus point with transhumanism, where if you replace enough human parts with non-humans, that it stops being a person, and is it just an AI robot mimicking human life? Cheers, Jake.
Sure. Well, I would say most transhumanists say when you have crossed the 50% threshold, so when you've replaced over 50% of your body, you no longer should be theoretically called a human being. Like, so I have a chip implant in my hand, but that's just like a tiny percent, a quarter percent of my body. However, when you've done over half, then I would say you have become something that is no longer part of the species.
See,
However, you probably still, as I argued, retain your memories, retain your mammalianness and all that. And if that's in your brain, then you may still feel you're very human, even if you are entirely.
Yeah. See, this is the whole thing is like, so to argue that humans are purely physical beings, right? Like, I know that he's like saying that he doesn't believe in God and all that, but like it's not even scientific, right? Like scientifically, you can't say like a human being is just a clump of cells, right? Like obviously we have consciousness, right? Like everybody, as far as I know, all atheists believe that we have consciousness, which you can't quantify to or qualify as like purely physical, right? Like they can try to argue that like we only experience consciousness because of the brain, but they can't actually say that like consciousness generates in the brain, right? Like I think that's you know, you can't, I don't think there's any science whatsoever that makes such a claim, right? So it's just a purely I mean, in my opinion, I think he's making a purely unscientific argument right now, which is kind of ironic, you know.
Right, but it like goes along with the atheism and the transhumanism. So you think that science can achieve all these things because you have a philosophically untenable worldview such as just atheism, and then you think like transhumanism is some form of individualism when it's not.
So
you know, it's collectivist.
So ultimately, I think what I'm getting, I think I'm starting to get what's going on is like Zoltan's playing the ringer for Andrew, so Andrew can say transhumanism is bad as it is, but as soon as we get that Christianity in there, it's going to be good. That's really what's happening right now. I think you've got it right there. Like he's basically like taking the fall for Andrew, so Andrew can say you're just missing this Christian stuff, and so then we'll make it based and shit. So.
And then maybe the race stuff was like a segue into that. And it's like,
yeah, because obviously this guy's not going to get voted in as like governor. That's obviously not a reality at all. Like this is like some performance. That's like Jello Biafra running for governor of like California. Like obviously it's not going to happen. The point.
Yeah,
is that
fucking Saskatchewan. Exactly. Yeah.
a cyborg or even a brain in a vat at some point.
But you see how arbitrary this is? Totally arbitrary. Like what makes it at 50%, which 50%, for instance, like if you could cut in half and the entirety of the bottom half of your section becomes robotic, are you now not a human being anymore? I think you can make an easy argument that you are still indeed, in fact, a human being, and that this doesn't get to the core of what the ontology of a person is, the very being of a person. It's another arbitrary starting position, and there's no reason for us to grant any of these arbitrary starting positions. They're arbitrary.
So Andrew is right here in this sense.
Yeah, he just set up the pin so Andrew can knock him down. That's all that was. So he just literally setting it up, and they're like, okay, Andrew, I put up the pins, you know, I got the bumpers on the fucking you know, lane, so just go ahead and roll that ball down here, you know.
Right.
Maybe I should clarify. That 50% has to be done electively. You would have to say, oh, I want to take away 50% of my body and replace it. You can't have an accident happen to you, because then I would say you're fully still human.
Why?
Right,
wait,
okay,
that's absurd.
Okay,
That's
great. So this, so
you just based
sorry,
on...
sorry to keep interrupting, but what he's saying is that, you know, human being, quote unquote, is just a social construction, right? Like this is like actual critical theory or something. Like, well, I mean, I know somebody like Pillator or you or somebody else could probably say better than me, but like I can see what's happening. He's saying like, well, human being is just a social construction. So if you define yourself as a transhumanist or as a cyborg, and you have some like, you know, qualitative or quantifiable like measurement that you can arbitrarily apply. So he's actually admitting that it's arbitrary, right? He's not actually disagreeing that it's arbitrary, right? See, this is really actually sophisticated. I can see why you wanted to watch this now. Like at the end of it, I can see that. Like I thought it was just kind of stupid, but like now I can see like it's yeah, this is actually very clever semantic stuff that they're doing. Like they're introducing like to a conservative audience, they're saying like the term human being is like a social construction or something like that, right? I mean, I know that Andrew's going to say that he disagrees with that, but you know, I'm not as sure. Like I'm kind of curious what he's going to say now, but you know, this is kind of this is actually a pretty bizarre interaction. This particular part is pretty bizarre.
Subjective identitarianism, just like subjective identity. I'm a human because I claim I'm one. Humanity has a biological and ontological meaning. It's not one or the other. These are very much intertwined. It's not just biology. It's not just the idea of the thing and what makes that thing, right? It's both of these things considered together. When
I think
you
it's
say,
perception.
Okay.
you say,
So-
wait a
so
second,
sorry to
you can
pause
just
right there. So would you say he's making a Platonic argument, an Aristotelian, or something else? Andrew specifically, I mean, sorry.
I mean, he said this word ontology like a buttload of times, right? I'd say he said it at least 24 times, right? Where there's no need to bring up the term at all, right? So what he's introducing with like just bringing really vague philosophical notions, but it's kind of his style, like with a Christian discussion. Yeah, it does leave a lot of, you know, room to implant or obfuscate through various modes, you know, like Platonism and stuff, right? So I mean, it's just really interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, back up 10 seconds, and I just want to like dissect what he says right here, because he says like the ontology and the forms, and so he's like making a particular argument. I want to make sure I heard that. There's something very interesting going on right here at this part, in my opinion. Like, well, I want to make sure I heard what Andrew said correctly.
Biology, it's not just the idea of the thing and what makes that thing, right? It's both of these things considered together.
Stop right there. The idea and the idea of something. So he's talking about like essence or something. He's talking, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what he's like. What is he exactly saying right there?
Yeah,
like,
he
it's
is.
something
Yeah,
kinda
he is
weird.
alluding to just like Platonism. Like he's saying it's not the idea or the thing, but it's both of them put together. So yeah, that is basically the idea there.
So he's like, so what is he trying to synthesize? Like, if he had to say that that's like Aristotelian or Platonic or Maimonides or like Hegelian or like Heraclitean, or if you had to apply like some sort of like thing to what he's saying, like what is he trying to synthesize there when he's saying that? Like, it's not the idea or the idea of something that makes something. It's like he's like the essence of something makes something. So is he like saying like the Platonic forms are real or something? And again, like I'm not saying he means he's wrong. I think it's kind of weird. It's like he's just kind of injecting that in, like, and moving past it. I think that's pretty interesting, rather than like get deeper into it. I don't know.
Right.
You say, wait a second, you can just identify. Okay, well then I'm a robot right now, right?
Yes, but we do identify. So look, if you chop off both your arms, you put in a robotic heart. You know, I mean, this is it.
Android Wilson.
Am I a
we
robot?
identify.
He's watching our shit.
Oh,
Dude. He's doing Android Wilson. See,
you gotta
dude,
clip that.
He's signaling. He's signaling, dude.
Yeah, we gotta clip
He's been
Android
watching.
Wilson. Yeah.
Clip that right now, dude. You got to clip that shit right now. Oh my god, that's funny as fuck.
Yeah, that was.
All right, get that time. Write down that timestamp and send it to me. I want to clip that too. That's a good drop right there, man.
It's 209.
All right, all right. Everybody remember 209 on this one. 209.
209.
Nice. That's funny, dude. Dude, he's doing Android Wilson. I'm telling you, man. Like he's the. That's crazy, dude.
Oh man,
dude,
oh man.
Did we meme this into reality or something, or what?
We got him. Yeah, we got him. Yeah.
Like I think we're literally like memeing shit. Like I think Owen Benjamin's right. Like we like meme shit into reality or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, let's see that 0.5. Right?
Robot right now. Right?
Yes, but we do identify. So look, if you chop up both your arms, you put it in a robotic heart. You know.
So yeah, we got him. We got Android Wilson queued up. It is what it is.
I mean, this is it. You know what? People like us transgenders.
Am I a
we
robot?
identify, and that's okay.
Am I a robot right now because I say I am? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You basically would have to be lying to me, right? If I said I'm a robot and you said yes, you are, you would be lying, objectively lying.
Replacing 50% of your body, that would be hundreds of surgeries.
That's
so at that point, after hundreds of surgeries, replacing limbs and hearts and organs, I would say that look, you may qualify as whatever you want to call yourself. That's a different thing than you just saying right now, I'm a robot.
No, it's the same thing. It's you using arbitrary metrics in order to create identities which are fictional. There's no, what's the proof you're not human anymore? Again, it's just an arbitrary starting position because I just don't think you are. Right? It doesn't not make you human anymore. These ideas,
if you have major organs that you have electively taken, I would say that constitutes something that goes beyond being a human being. When you're talking 50%, I mean, and you said this earlier. You said like your biological body actually gives you a sense of who you are. So if you replace 50% of it, we should start calling that something different.
No, I don't think we should. For instance, and here's why it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Because if I say, okay, I give you my heart and my lungs and my this and my that electively so that they're replaced with some kind of mechanical devices. Okay, now you're not a human, or you can at least elect to not be one. But if I'm in a tragic car accident and all of these things are replaced mechanically, now suddenly I am still human? You see how arbitrary that metric is? It makes no sense.
Well, that's why the decision-making process is very important. It's like if you electively do that, you say, look, I want to replace half my body. That's a huge part of it.
Yeah, but that's just you're just making stuff, right? The whole thing is now just made up. If mechanically it's all replaced through no fault of your own, now you're still a human. But
this is sort of the transgenderism issue as well.
Exactly,
the transgenderism issue is,
yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, we made up self-ID.
We people.
Now, I presented this earlier. I said if Christ could show up in a new body and he has the same spirit, and he shows up in a resurrected body, even though his last body got ripped apart, then you could totally change your body and still be the same person, right? So the argument that Andrew is making is essentially just moot, right? Because you're a spirit and you're not a body, right? So I mean, it just doesn't even make any sense, right? So he's saying, well, if you change your body, your idea and a body, right, mixed together, I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, but you're not, are you? Right?
Believe that. We believe you can judge it. But this is different. This is not just saying, oh, I'm changing my sex one day. This is saying I'm literally taking away 50% of my body after hundreds of surgeries and saying, look, I'm something different than being a human being.
But somehow if the same thing happens through sheer accident, now you're still a human. That makes no sense, dude. That makes zero sense.
Plenty more interesting questions here, guys. Mighty Maximus came in and said, for Jake's amazing moderation, even though he's playing in the chat, it was a tough night at the office for me, guys. Really, really tough moderation for me tonight.
Well, we're both big boys. I don't think this debate evolved past issues and got into like personal insults and stuff like that. We didn't do any of that.
No, it was great. For the mods, for the chat, Mighty Maximus, thanks for all the 20s. I appreciate that. For being Monday and one more. Thank you, sir. Kikomo came in with 20. Thank you very much, Kikomo. Appreciate that.
Do you have a car? And do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as 19?
H-Man said, if transhumanism is simply about the individual living longer and the methods by which vary with each individual, then how could you argue against transhumanist worldview that only allows for one individual at a time?
Can you repeat the question? Broke up a little.
If transhumanism is simply about the individual living longer and the methods by which vary with each individual, then how could you argue against a transhumanist worldview that only allows for one individual at a time?
Well, transhumanism is literally the philosophy of total individual liberty. You can do whatever you want. In fact, our ideology, the kind of the crux of it is really you should be able to do with your body whatever you want to do as long as it's not hurting somebody else. And that's kind of we call that morphological freedom. It's the foundation of what transhumanism is. So when we talk about like making decisions, we always bring it right back to the individual. So long as it's not hurting somebody or society like that, it's got to be that. So that's the reason we kind of stick with this individuality of transhumanism. That said, obviously, and I know Andrew would say I have lots to say on this. There's a lot in terms of society and how things can go off the rails, whatnot. But we want to believe from a very deep libertarian perspective, and transhumanism started as a libertarian idea, that we can make decisions on the very most autonomous, individualistic level.
So they're both libertarians to a certain extent, right? Because
this is like
Andrew
purely like
conservative.
This,
yeah,
this is like ANCAP. This is like ANCAPistan. Basically, it's like they're doing like the
Yeah.
ANCAP, rhetoric here.
Yeah, it's interesting that he said that. He said that transhumanism was formed as a libertarian philosophy, and I don't even think that that's true, but there is libertarians like Elon Musk who say, okay, we espouse libertarianism and transhumanism together, and then Andrew Wilson is a paleoconservative, so he espouses some forms of libertarians. He's debated libertarians, and he supports capitalism. I don't know. So it's just really interesting. I think it's very fascinating. And he also, it's like they're sort of libertarian crypto communism is fucking showing at this point. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, but the answer to the question directly is that would be a consistent worldview. That, it would be, you couldn't deny within if transhumanism is simply the individual living longer, whatever methodologies that they decided to come up with on only an individual level, there's only one immortal, and that's me, would still be consistent within his worldview. That's the actual facts of the matter, at least for consistency's sake, right?
I don't agree with that. I think there would be other, if it was my child, I'd still like give up my life for my child. So I think we'd still hold a bunch of those mammalian beliefs, even if we are individualistic at the very core.
Yeah, but we've already determined that we can't really select out any of these mammalianistic beliefs or mammalian beliefs or mammalian, ideals or the way that we act, because when put to the question, you still defer to some ethical standards in which these should stay and these should go, and they're just completely arbitrary, just arbitrary metrics come up with out of complete nothing, just arbitrary, just based on a personal preference and arbitrariness.
Oh God, I hate this fucking music, dude. I think they were using it for Home Depot and then they started using it for Harbor Freight. But this fucking jingle is so obnoxious, man. It's like do. Like, this thing sucks. Whoever composed this, man, I don't have good opinions.
As a white person, I find it offensive. Like, this does not make me want to go like to Home Depot or Harbor Freight for sure.
Right. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's like yodeling, like country, like it just seems like they splattered together like a lot of white genres of music, and I don't know, it's just like really weird, like
out of complete nothing, just arbitrary, just based on a personal preference and arbitrariness. There's no system for it, nothing.
Andrew, there is the system. The system is I don't want to die, and the system is I love life, and we use the scientific method to base everything off from there. And because we're carrying a million instincts with us, which kind of form in line with what I just said, we're going to be nice to other people. That's why we wouldn't take a soldering iron in someone else's, in a child's eye. It's just not going to be within that. We're still going to follow the golden rule, even if we become like supernovas traveling the universe.
But all of
transhuman
those
entities.
starting positions are arbitrary in nature. To start with these suppositions as being in some way true, or we ought to do them, or something like this, is already presupposing and baking into the pie this as a starting position. And that is where the arbitrary nature of it comes in. I understand that we start with, I want to be immortal. That's what we're starting with. I want to be immortal. But that is arbitrary in and of itself. There's no grounded justification for why we ought to be immortal.
But loving life, loving life is different than wanting to be immortal. Loving life means that you love everything around you, including your children, your friends, your tribes, your country. So, I mean, it's deeper than I think you're giving credit for.
Well, Christianity has those things built in as well. Love
And that's why we've taken it
love
from
of
you.
life,
We've taken
love
it
of
from
all
you.
of this. You know what I mean?
And
Well,
we've taken
yes,
it from. We've taken it 80%.
Every worldview that I've ever come into contact with, which is uniquely westernized, in this case, transhumanism, which is a uniquely Western, and some Eastern Bloc philosophers who push the.
Hold on. So he's introducing the term Western. So westernized. See, this is really weird. It's like, so you're talking about Western occultism, or what does that mean exactly? Like Catholicism, like Judeo-Catholicism, Judeo-Orthodoxy, like it's pretty like the Knights Templar had contact with the Society of Jesus or whatever, like, a long time ago. So like,
let's not forget, he says that transhumanism is a Western ideology after the guy says many times that he's taken Christianity, saying that the transhumanists have taken Christianity from him. So this is what he said several times. He said, we've taken Christianity from you. And he said, well, transhumanism is a Western ideology, and it needs to rely on Christianity, is what he's going to say. So, I mean, this just goes back and forth. It's a loop that's gone back and forth.
Well, it's very clearly trying to obfuscate that the East and the West are being merged in like some sort of strange occultism, but they're just going to dress it up over the past 2 years and probably the last couple 100 years, honestly. Like they're just kind of admitting, like, yeah, this is like how we're gonna like psyop people into like agreeing to transhumanism, but it's for their own good because good stuff might happen eventually, maybe, possibly, or maybe not. I don't know. Like, but you can't stop it, so just deal with it.
It just seems like Wilson is saying that Christianity should lead transhumanism, but we should go on with transhumanism, whereas Zoltan is saying, no, we need a little bit of Christianity for the transhumanism, but the goal is not Christianity, it's transhumanism. So it's like,
right.
Let's see. Yeah.
So which one's telling the truth, or are both of them lying? Right. I think that's yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because ultimately it seems like it's like a symbiotic relationship. Essentially, is what they're agreeing upon. It's like, well, these things are like mutually parasitic and relying upon each other. So we gotta. But I mean, like, it kind of seems like what they're saying is like transhumanism is inevitable. So probably best not to think about it too much. Other than like slap some like ethics on it or something. Like again, it goes back to the question of like, do you have the ability to like impart human ethics on technological progress? Well, I haven't heard anybody argue that that's possible, right? And so that's kind of what I'm waiting for. Like, if it is possible, like, I would love to see like how they think that's possible, right? And if it's not possible, then morality and ethics basically are not really a consideration, right? So I don't know which one it is, but it kind of seems that that's kind of what they're trying to avoid admitting. It's like either one of those two things, I guess. I don't know how to put it into like the right terms, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to this point in the video, because it's like, we almost didn't make it to this point, but this seems like the key thing right here. And I will watch the last 30 minutes of this. If there's any clips I can take out and see that is significant to the point, I will bring it back up. But there seems to be like 30 more minutes of this, so we'll see if we can make it. But we may miss a part of the end of the video here.
And as well,
and that's why we've taken it
love
from
of
you.
life,
We've taken
love
it
of
from
all
you.
of this. You know what I mean?
And we've
Well,
taken it from. We've taken it 80%.
Every worldview that I've ever come into contact with, which is uniquely Westernized, in this case, transhumanism, which is a uniquely Western.
Wanting to be immortal. Loving life means that you love everything around you, including your children, your friends, your tribes, your country. So, I mean, it's deeper than I think you're giving credit for.
Well, Christianity has those things built in as well.
And that's why we've taken it
love
from
of
you.
life,
We've taken
love
it
of
from
all
you.
of this. You know what I mean?
And
Well,
we've taken it from. We've taken it 80%.
Every worldview that I've ever come into contact with, which is uniquely Westernized, in this case, transhumanism, which is a uniquely Western, and some Eastern Bloc philosophers who who push this. But you're right, libertarianism has popularized it. They all basically borrow from Christians because that's what informed all of their ethics. They just come up with these starting positions and then pretend that they're unique, but they never justify any of them. Right. The truth is like, why should we want to be immortal? You then say, well, if it's the case that you want A, B, and C, then you should want to be immortal. But that's tautological. You should want it because if you want it, you want it. That's why you want. You know what I mean? It's a complete tautology. It's not grounded in nothing.
You're making a huge issue of things being arbitrary, but we hold them as core policies moving forward. We're not going to abandon them unless we find better policies. And that's just how the scientific method imbues our kind of worldview. So I think it's okay that we took your 80%. That's the core of our goal, I guess our mantra right now. It may be disposed of later, but we hold lots of very similar views to you at the core of our heart. It may be more arbitrary than your umbrella of God, but at the same time, it's not like we're going to leave it behind.
Okay, so
just because
this is like,
if it works, we're going to keep it.
So this is like
this justification.
This is like ethics versus applied ethics. This is like like engineering theory or like physics versus like engineering or something like that, right? Like, so it's like the Zoltan guy is like, well, we have the methodology and you have the ethics, so it's like, well, if you're not even concerned with the how to, then ultimately you're going to get left behind. And then Andrew Wilson's like, well, I'll be left behind, but at least I'll have my God or something like that. So it's like, it is very weird. Like, it's like, it's very strange, like how they're kind of like, they're definitely playing like a very particular, dichotomy here. I don't know exactly how to put it into better words, but it is very clear that, they're doing this kind of like, in applied ethics, I think that's Peter Singer or someone, right? So it's like, they're doing it. There's definitely a lot of stuff going on here. Like, this is a very sophisticated, conversation they're having, although it doesn't seem like it on the surface,
Puts us, you can't actually put your ought above anybody else's. And so if people, and Christians especially, reject transhumanism, you have no ought to tell them why they shouldn't. You have no oughts to give them because you're just saying, I uniquely start in an arbitrary starting position for no good reason.
Yes, you are totally right here. We have no oughts. And that's the whole thing about liberty with transhumanism is I don't want to tell people what they are, what they want to do. I just want to be like, look, the goal
Unless it comes to designer Ubermensch
let's move
babies.
forward.
I
don't want to tell you what to believe.
Yeah, unless it comes to designer Ubermensch babies, and you can't make an ethical claim there. Or when it comes to burning out the retinas of a baby, now suddenly you have objections. It's like you have tons of oughts.
Well,
right? And
yes,
when
it breaks
you
the
can't
golden
come up with
rule,
them on your own. You just can't come up with
yeah,
them on your
pause
own.
right there. So this is part of the psyop too. It's like, okay, so like some people have no moral qualms to stop them from doing things and other people do. Well, generally speaking, like, if the technology is in the hands of people with zero moral qualms, like maybe they'll self-destruct, but they might take everybody else with them, right? So, it's kind of like then ethics come back into play where it's like, okay, so, is it ethical to allow people with zero moral qualms to have access to technology? So I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on here. It's he said something else too. I can't remember what it was, but he said something like yeah, but so I don't know. Can you go back 10 seconds? I want to hear what Zoltan said one more time. He said something there. Hold on. I just want to hear that one more time.
Unless it comes
I don't
to
want to tell you what to believe.
Yeah, unless it comes to designer Ubermensch babies, and you can't make an ethical claim there. Or when it comes to burning out the retinas of a baby, now suddenly you have objections. It's like you have tons of oughts, right? And
Yes,
the thing is,
well,
it's
when
funny,
it
you
breaks
just
the
can't
golden
come up
rule,
with them
it's
on
an
your
ought.
own. You just can't come up with them on your own. You have to.
Yeah. So what they're saying with oughts there, it's like, well, everybody has an ought. The fact that you're speaking implies an ought. So the fact that he's saying that there's no oughts is completely dishonest, right? Like if you're having like a philosophical conversation, like as soon as you open your mouth, people ought to believe you or whatever, right? Like there's certain, principles that come into play just by the act of you communicating. So, I mean, there's no way you can say I have no oughts, right? So that's first of all. Second of all, like, saying, well, I don't want to tell anybody what to do. It's like, that's bullshit. You're not going to just release all technology to all people. If that were the case, then you'd say, well, everybody has the right to engineer a virus in their basement tomorrow, right? Like, clearly, no one's going to do that, right? So, yeah. So it's Zoltan's like being extremely dishonest right now. Like, there's no way you can argue that there's no oughts involved in what he's saying. Even if you're just a purely pragmatic methodological like scientist person, right? Like there's still oughts in it because you have to like decide this person ought do this and this person ought do that. Like you have there's still decision making that has to come into play, even if the decisions are being like somewhat made for you, I guess. I don't know. It's just totally bizarre what he's saying here.
Literally appeal to the very worldview in which you're trying to defy. It's just baffling to me.
And we're
All
grateful
right.
to have taken that 80% from you.
Kokomo says for the Hinge Premium Fund, which I appreciate because I was all out of swipes. Anthony says, if you were to have a baby, where would it come from? Would it be delivered by an AI stork to your doorstep? Now, did we get to this guy? Like, did we ascertain?
Wow. So the questioners are crashing out so far. It's like they don't have serious questions.
That it would be a butt baby, or would
it would be C-section? So come on, I mean, if it's even in a human being, it'd probably be more in a robotic baby or an artificial womb.
Right. Yeah, an artificial womb is a much more likely potential future.
Yeah,
but of course, for you want to have a baby yourself. How would
I want to feel it growing inside me? I think that'd be wonderful.
Which, by the way, Andrew Wilson already said that like Israel's doing like artificial womb babies, and we need to get in on that action. So.
Yep, that's right. He did say that in a debate. So
or something to that effect. I mean, I don't want to like straw man him, but something very similar to that.
If I could find where he said that, because that was actually a shocking point that he made one day, saying like arguing on the deep end of like fringe science. Right, really weird.
Okay, Norwegian Dan says a real KO would be to run the transcript of this debate through Grok after the conclusion of the stream, asking for AI to conclude the winner, just to find out Andrew crushed it. Well, if anybody wants to do that, definitely let me know the results. JD Jeffries says, what purpose does entropy serve in the Christian worldview? In the transhumanist worldview, how can entropy be conquered?
So,
and wouldn't that prove the likelihood
Norwegian
of a God?
Dan, I've never heard that name before, but he has like verbal combat stuff on his thing. So like,
yeah,
that's
I
kind of
noticed
weird.
that. Yeah.
And also like Norwegian is something that Deacon Ananias goes by as well. So maybe that was Deacon Ananias or something. I don't know.
Who existed prior to entropy?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's have some nice gunshots. Yeah, that's what it takes. Jihad unit.
So maybe first of all, Andrew, what purpose does entropy serve?
Yeah, I don't hyper focus. I'm not a Christian apologist. I'm a political debater, and I don't hyper focus on the question of entropy. There are some good Christian apologists who tackle this idea, but it's not what I came here to debate.
Zoltan?
Yeah, I would caution that entropy is something that we think we know, sort of like a flat Earth 300, 400, or 500 years ago, whenever. I bet we'll find something that opposes entropy here moving forward in the next few hundred years. So I think the idea that the universe is disintegrating some way might be just what we believe now, but we'll find other much more complicated physics of what's really happening in the universe. I mean, our eyesight, for example, can only see 1% of the universe at the moment. And even our robotics are still not getting huge things with the God particle and black holes and things like that. Let's just wait 100, 500 years to make sure.
I mean, it's a pretty obvious answer, right? Your body's falling apart, right? Like the flesh versus the spirit, right? What purpose does entropy serve in a Christian worldview? Well, it's obvious, right? Our physical frame is limited, right? It should be, right? In the transhumanist worldview, how can entropy be conquered? Well, it's obvious. It's a problem that exists between evolution and entropy. Evolution is going up and entropy is going down. So how are we losing energy if life and the proponents for life are getting more and more complex? And there's all this new information being created, right? Where's all this new information coming from? Right? And, you know, more complex forms of energy that are packed into tighter and tighter spaces, right? That have more and more complexity, right? Where's that coming? Like, why is nature creating more complex forms of life? You know, if it's not driving towards, you know, if evolution isn't driving towards some sort of point. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, their answers suck.
That entropy really exists.
All right. Anthony says, our wise and powerful leader, Zoltan, are we going to finally accomplish our prophecy of intergalactic travel?
Yes, yes. So, you know, just let me throw in a little bit something with my gubernatorial run. One of the big things we are trying to do with California is, I mean, and I'll be honest with you, the Dems have ruined California, even though if I'm running as one. They have just literally, all the space industry has gone to Texas and Florida, and now to even Colorado. So I would love to bring that all back. I'd love to have the Star Trek age start here in California. I'd love to have Starfleet, build new bases, reduce taxes, give state land to these companies so they can do it. Why not have California lead the way forward with the Star Trek era? It's a shame that we have, and just so your audience knows, we're now sending almost daily satellites or rockets up into space. So we really are at the cusp of this age. And so transhumanism is not just about, you know, upgrading ourselves here for planet Earth. It's really about making ourselves better for getting off around the universe and getting kind of to the intergalactic type of travel. So I'm a big, big fan of that. It's a big part of my gubernatorial campaign.
There's also nonsense.
So there goes this whole thing that we love nature and Earth so much. But let's see what Wilson's response is here. Android Wilson.
We're nowhere near intergalactic travel. Not even close. Not even in the same. We can't go back to the moon. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's pretty true, right? I mean, it seems fantastical. Why should we spend most of the resources we have on Earth to accomplish this goal? Right? It seems stupefying, right? So I think he's absolutely right here.
It's like it's ridiculous to say we're on the cusp of any of these.
Yeah, the attempt would be stupid enough, right? We don't even need to attempt to do such a thing. There's plenty of the sea that we can explore instead. You know, we should put our resources to exploring the deep ocean, you know, or something like that. I mean, you know, space travel is retarded.
Technology. We're not even on the cusp of reclaiming our 1960s technology that got us to the moon. And yet we're on the cusp of intergalactic travel. You see what I mean by the sensationalism, which is nonsensical on its face. Not
Andrew, you're watching these giant robots land on.
I didn't interrupt you at all. Hang on. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish, and then you can tangle with it. Okay.
Okay, so I just said exploring the deep ocean, and now there's a commercial. Seems to be some sort of naval expedition. So I'm sure that's just a coincidence too, right?
We don't have the, quote, 1960s technology to get back to the moon, to put men on the moon again. We don't even have that. Elon Musk has not put us back on the moon with all of his technocratic prowess and the advanced rocketry of this age. And we're on the cusp of intergalactic travel. It's absurd. That's one. The second thing to point out is like, you want a Star Trek-like future to start in California. The reason California's bankrupt and all the business is leaving is because of the high exorbitant tax rate. And you want to institute a UBI. You think that's going to help with business? That's insanity. It's not going to incentivize businesses to come in. You're going to tax them at a higher rate, give people a universal basic income. Like, these things make no sense, dude. They don't make any sense.
Well, look, artificial intelligence is absolutely going to devastate the job market. It's already happening here in Silicon Valley. If we don't do something like that, there are going to be people rioting all over the place. They're going to need basics, food, healthcare, and shelter. Universal basic income covers that. But let me just say, look, I'm in the privy with a lot of people in the space industry. We are already, like, they're not talking about it much, but there are plans in the works to go to Mars probably within 2 to 4 years. So no one wants to go to the moon anymore. It's just kind of pointless. We have absolutely the better technology than we did 20, 30, 40 years ago. And we're going to start getting into our own solar system here literally within a decade's time, not just Mars, other planets as well. And then start doing some space industry stuff too, bringing in trillions of dollars of materials and stuff like that. It's all about to happen. Believe me, I've just been in kind of cahoots with a lot of people that are investing in this future. It's all going to happen in the next few years.
Yeah, that seems to be like what they always say. Like you've heard these guys say this 100 million times. It's all going to happen in the next few years. Like it's literally like hope and cope. You know, it's crazy stuff. Tomorrow is going to be better than today, right? Like they always say this shit, right? You know, they've given hundreds of millions of false predictions, and saying this science is going to improve humanity. I've heard it dozens of times in my own childhood. I mean, it's completely ridiculous, right? So, yeah.
Dollars to go up and mine an asteroid and bring back $1 million. You know, the thing that's so funny about this is that this has been investigated ad nauseum by futurists. And to say that going back to the moon is something which is a trivial pursuit in comparison to Mars, no. If you were to have a lunar base, your trip to Mars would be much easier, wouldn't it? The thing that's so funny here, and that cracks me up, is like, let's start with that. Let's start with actually having a, quote, moon base. Let's start with actually getting people back to the moon. Let's start with any of these things first before we start giving people the illusion that we're going to have manned Mars missions and Mars colonies. For what purpose? For what purpose would you want that over the moon? What would the purpose be? It's like, it's so silly to me.
The same purpose for transhumanism. The same purpose. We just want to see. We're curious. We want to get off planet. It's great. I want to go to Mars, not for just going to Mars, just because it's super cool. And, you know, this is the same reason about having a man give birth to a child. You don't actually need a reason to do it. It just could be cool because you want to do it.
Yeah, Andrew, would you go to Mars if you could?
Sure, I'd love to see Mars. I think that's great. If you, but that has. Do you realize though that has no bearing on?
So, like, I don't understand what's his fascination with a man having a baby, especially since he said earlier he doesn't know what hole it's going to come out of, you know, but he wants to see what's going to happen. Like, this is a sick dude. Like, I don't know if this dude hears himself and what comes out of his own mouth, but it sounds fucking stupid, you know.
What I'm arguing here. The argument is not whether or not I'd love to go and see Mars or go and see the moon. I think that would be great. Like, I would love to have manned spacecraft that you could fly out there and take a look at these things. I'm not against any of that. I would like to experience it myself. That has no bearing at all on the argument, though, as to whether or not we're anywhere near the technologies to be able to do these things, which Musk has been promising for 20 years. And we're nowhere closer, really. His rockets still explode in the air. There's no other private industry which is any closer than Musk is in any of these rocket technologies that I'm aware of. And ultimately, we've been being promised these things by futurists for an awful long time, and they can't even get us back to the moon. They're promising you now Mars and warp travel. It's like, come on, man, give us a break here. Come on. Like,
all right, next
at
one.
what point are we supposed to be like, yeah, I don't think so.
We got to move on here. Rachel Wilson. Now, we are doing Orange and Up, guys, but we have Wilson privilege here. So move forward to watch. He says, okay, you've achieved immortality. What are you going to do for the rest of eternity, and for what reason? How many psychedelics have you done, Zoltan?
I've done plenty of psychedelics, to be honest. Peyote, mushrooms, acid, everything. But
very typical.
Beyond that, I think, first off, when we say immortality, as a transhumanist says immortality, we don't mean it in the sense like forever. We mean it in the sense like, wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, that's virtue signaling. Most of these Christian dudes that I've talked to, they've taken tons of psychedelics too. You know, they're way into drugs and stuff and psychedelics, and you know, they've done more drugs and talked to more, you know, types of girls than I have, usually. All right, they've been to more parties. They've been around the block way more than I have.
To live 500 years to start with. And then let's see how radical the technology is that transforms the world and transforms our existence. Then we might go to like 5,000 years and 10,000. So I agree with you. Living forever would be very weird, or the idea of it. But I also think the Earth would probably, in the experience, would always be changing and evolving. So things would be new. We wouldn't get bored. So I could easily see living hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years. But again, talking about immortality, we don't really mean it in the sense of forever. We mean it in the sense of let's just overcome biological aging and death as we see it right now.
All right, David gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, sir. And Farrier1 says, I'm sorry if this is the 10th time I've asked. What 20% of Christian ethics are you rejecting as bad? What in Christian belief, ethics, morals need your beliefs to be inserted so humans can evolve as you imagine?
Good question.
Excuse me? What are you doing?
Damn.
The bottom line is that when you look at human history, you have to take what's happened in the past. And let's be honest, the Judeo-Christian ethic has been the framework for how Western man has evolved and how I've evolved all the way back to the Greeks and, through all of history in the last 2,000 years, especially the Enlightenment. We take it and it's just part of what's brought us to where we are. We don't actually need it. I just think it's why we've evolved the way we are and we've chosen to keep it. And I choose to live by it every day. I mean, in fact, I mentioned the golden rule, which is kind of Jesus's, golden rule. I mean, I guess other cultures and religions have brought it up, but I mentioned it because I find it as the very best method for living and going about my life, as well as moving the transhumanism movement forward. So, it's not more why are we taking it? It's because it's so useful and so good. Again, the 80% is. Then there's 20%, as Andrew's arguing, that I just don't think would just be holding us back. We don't need it to guide us. We need more freedom than that.
The golden rule, as it exists, that you have adopted, has a precursor to it. Are you aware of the precursor to the golden rule?
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'm just asking, are you aware of the precursor?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know one offhand, but I may know it.
It's love thy Lord God with all of your heart. So Jesus gives 2 additional commandments besides what you reference as the golden rule, which is to love thy neighbor as you love thyself. He gives a precursor to it. He says, I would say first to love thy God with all of your heart. The reason the golden rule exists and the reason there's a precursor to it, that you must love the Lord God with all of your heart, is because the epistemology of Christianity itself, ingrained inside of our knowledge base itself, is that absent your ability to love God with all of your heart, you can't love yourself and you can't love your neighbor. That's why there's that precursor there. The reason your view doesn't work is because there is no precursor to this. There is no kind of, quote, preamble. It's just, you should.
So then, I mean, isn't the question really, if you are 80% Christian, but you're an atheist, how can you be 80% Christian? And why doesn't he just ask the dude that? Why is he accepting that he's 80% Christian? Right? Or why is he asking what 20% does he reject? It's damn sure obvious that he rejects way more than 20%, according to your statement here, that you have to love the Lord God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself, or whatever.
Just do that because you should do that, man. And it's like, that's why the framing of this in worldviews is so important. When people appeal to Christians, when they say you're supposed to love your neighbors, you love yourself, that's true. But the preamble there is that that's not even a possibility unless you love your Lord God with all of your heart. And that's the thing that you reject.
Andrew, it's a complete possibility to do that, the golden rule, to anyone without loving God or even knowing God. I just disagree with you wholeheartedly here. I think the golden rule applies to many cultures and many religions. And I think you can do so without loving God up front, because I do it and I don't love God because I never met God.
Yeah, so but what's funny is I want you to realize that the reason that this doesn't work for you, the reason that when you reject this preamble, and you end up trying to fill this void with something else, in this case, transhumanism. You want to fill this void with some other telos, some other purpose, because you removed the purpose of what that meant, which was obedience and loving God with all of your heart. Without that, you can't, at least as far as our framework is concerned, you can't even begin to love yourself. Love yourself how? There has to be a framework and a commandment and a way in which that is done, or it's meaningless. What does that even mean? Same thing when you say love your neighbor as you love yourself. There are conditionals that need to be met so we know that you're actually loving your neighbor. It can't just be, oh, well, I love you, so I cut your leg off because I just didn't think you needed it anymore, but I still love you, right? There has to be conditionals that you ground these things in.
Well, in the transhumanism defense, these conditionals would be one's DNA and the mammalian instincts. It's like we do. You see an old lady across the street, most people go out and try to help her if she's fallen or something, just because we care. And we have this empathy. And I think that's built into all of us, whether or not
it's
you
easy to say that when at the same time, right, the reason that you follow those very ethics of assisting the infirm, in this case, the old lady, is because it's been ingrained from you, from people who love their God with all of their heart. And so they then try to obey his commandments, and they pass those ethics to you. And those are the ethics.
I mean, it just doesn't seem accurate that the only people who help old ladies cross the street are Christians. You know, I mean, it's obvious that atheists would do that too, right? There's many cases, right, where I don't know, so I don't understand. You know, yeah, you might do it more if you believe those things that he mentioned, but I don't know.
That you operate off of, while at the same time being spuriously dismissive of their origin. And it's like, the thing here is, it's like, how do you know that that's an act of love? You have to base that in my worldview.
The golden rule does not originate with Christianity. Is it before Christianity? It's an easy response. The Greeks have it. Confucius has it. Right? It's not particular to Christianity.
You can't base it in your own. It just feels good. You know, it just feels good.
Why can't I just have a natural DNA instinct, genetic instinct, to want to help an old lady who's fallen in the middle of the road? Why can't I agree with you? It is carried. The ethics have been carried.
Why can't I have a genetic instinct to push her down? Because I think it's funny.
Some people do have that, but I think majority of us don't. Majority of us are mammals.
But you can't appeal to the majority for your own standardized ethics, because when we the majority, like, is slavery good? You would still disagree with them, I suppose, right? If majority of people said slavery is okay, I suppose that you would say no, that's still not.
Congratulations, guys, on another great year. Thank you so much for your contributions.
And if that's the case,
I would do the right thing. I always do the right thing.
The right thing by my standards and metrics, though, and that's what.
No, the right thing by what is the scientific method, what feels right, and how I feel. So if I saw an old lady,
tell you slavery's wrong, it can't do it. It's impossible. No, it can't.
I think a lot of people felt it was wrong. They just don't.
Yeah, that's not the scientific method telling you it's wrong. You're appealing to your emotions, which are grounded in nothing. If your emotion is to help the little old lady across the street, and my emotion is to push her down on the ground because I think it's funny, how do we determine, arbitrate who's correct here if we're both basing it on mammalian instinct? The Christians giving you the foundationalism of saying, look, we have a standard for what love is, and that's why we have a preamble, you must love God with all of your heart, and here's the conditionals for what that means. You don't have that. That's why the justification always comes back to me.
I have a sense of right and wrong based on what I'm trying to do at every moment.
Move on, guys. We have to move on. We've got more
Okay,
questions
go
here.
ahead.
Actually, Religious says, Zoltan, if you turned yourself into a cyborg, how will you feel when you can't process breakfast?
Yeah, I'd probably be sad, especially drinking, because I do love drinking. So that would be tough for me. But, I feel like those are some of the things you might give up. But again, you could probably program yourself to want to enjoy drinks and have maybe some type of internal organ, even if you are a cyborg.
Hey, it would be awesome if you could.
Yeah, they both love drinking, and it basically shows when they debate. I mean, each other. It's incredible.
Make a transhumanist pill that cured hangovers immediately.
Yes,
or like
yes.
Like a transhumanist some kind of like implant that you just never get hungover again, but you experience all the fun of drinking. That would be great.
That would be.
I want one.
Point of agreement. Reverse massage, and I've actually been wondering this question as well, Zoltan. Did you ever find your continuum transfunctioner? It seemed awfully important to you.
Yeah, sorry, Denise. It seemed like there's 15 more minutes of this.
No, but I do wonder about this. At Oxford, I didn't really, in my introduction, I kind of didn't say what I've been doing, but I am briefly took my graduate degree at Oxford, and part of what I worried about and wrote about was simulation theory. And so I do think that
simulation theory, another dead end. Yeah, me and Pinoid and Neurojack were talking about how stupid simulation theory is earlier. It's a total moral dead end, total non sequitur. Doesn't make any sense at all, right? Why would the universe be a computer simulation that human beings were able to create in the fucking 20th century with the aid of computers, right? Why would nature compare to our human-made creations at all? It's just the stupidest fucking theory of all time, right? Simulation theory. It's a real dud, right? But yeah.
Sometimes I may already be uncovering things like this conversation is something that's already been predestined or preordained or something like that. And of course, that would work well.
And that goes along with the multiverse thing. Yeah, simulation guys need multiverses and crap like that, right? So it's all nonsense.
With the Christian theology as well, maybe in some cases, but I haven't found it yet.
Do you ever get these "Dude, Where's My Car" like the Zoltan?
Yes, of course I do. And I've been grateful. Actually, it helps quite a bit with the campaign because people are like, love it.
That's awesome. All right, Crimson says, Zoltan, your whole belief system is based on hypothetical transhumanism. Hypothetically, transhumanism will most definitely cause suffering to the human experience. How will they improve the human body without experiment on them?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're probably going to have to experiment on some. But let's be honest.
The transhumanist system will cause unnecessary suffering. I mean, the industrial society and its consequences have caused, unnecessary suffering. All right. I mean, it's crazy.
Because of artificial intelligence coming here, they're already starting to do all these molecular discoveries in AI without actually doing them through human research anymore. And even some of the human trials are becoming less and less. So it's coming to this point when eventually we'll be able to simulate everything and probably cause a lot less suffering. Like I would be sort of against a lot of animal suffering on cosmetics and lipstick and things like that. And I think eventually we'll get to a point where we can use AI for almost everything to test and, and to figure out whether these experiments work.
Mr. E says, Zoltan, how many boosters have you had?
Tonight? No boosters today, but maybe, in the future.
Okay. Anthony says, Zoltan, I demand a new full body bubble wrap suit. I popped all my bubble wrap on my last one.
Sorry. They have to go to Home Depot and figure that out themselves. Sorry, we don't have our operations up yet.
David says, those who kneel before God can stand before anyone. Who do transhumanists kneel before, Zoltan? Also, Andrew, Rachel, and Jake love you all. Thank you, David. Who does they kneel before? I feel like the joke is writing itself. They kneel before Zoltan. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, no, but I mean, honestly, I think transhumanists often don't have mentors. They often don't have any kind of legacy. And this is an essential part of what Andrew and I have been discussing tonight and disagreeing on, is that we make our decisions based on what appears to be best for us at that moment, given our goals. But there's almost nothing except for the scientific method that we hold holy.
Right. Okay. And Zach Yelpy, go on, Andrew.
I mean, the scientific method thing, that's also like philosophically, I could see good arguments for transhumanism that kind of they make sense. They're kind of hard to refute in some categories. I think that they're easy, most of them you can refute. But the point is like
44% of all respondents plan their travel routes to ensure access to restrooms. 38% avoid eating and drinking to limit the need to visit public restrooms. 26% have avoided public events due to concerns about access to public restrooms.
What the fuck? What the hell?
When it comes to this idea of idolizing science, that's a simple methodology to give us descriptors of things which are happening. Science has never tried to engage with aughts or metaethics or any of that stuff. That's not what its purpose is. And so this idea that you can just appeal to science for answers of what you should or shouldn't do, even scientists don't make this claim. I mean, there's never been a claim that science is used for this because it can't. It's designed to utilize experimentation to give you descriptors of material reality, not what you should do with those things.
But I think the scientific method, especially in the way that I'm using it, is just really the idea that we test something, an outcome that we're trying to get. We find the very best outcomes based on whatever test we did, and we go with that. And that's really the holy grail to us. And
yeah, but you see like
that,
the loaded words there, like best and greatest, or these types of things. These are philosophically loaded terms. What is best is not a thing science can answer at all, ever. It can only answer is.
Yeah, I have to agree with him there. Right. There's ultimately no base, but if he's saying that Christianity can supply a moral basis for something like immortality or something like that, right, when you're not supposed to live in the physical world, right, for all of eternity, right, or try to make an eternal home in this physical frame, then I don't know. I think a lot of Christians would find that detestable. So I don't know, like kind of like selling away your soul, right? So you could like buy eternity in like a fake heaven, right? So I don't know.
So are you hungry? Not whether or not
we would
you
say
should
whatever
eat.
is most statistically functional for whatever goal we're trying to achieve. We would go with that, knowing that we might improve upon that here in the near future or the long-term future.
But I mean,
but,
that
you know,
can't
if
be
you
the
want me to
case.
use bigger terms.
If descriptively science said that elimination of 80% of humanity would lead to the other 20% living in a golden future and a golden age, and descriptively that would be true, you would still ethically oppose it. So, I mean, it can't be the golden standard here, right? It really can't be.
Well, I think you have to understand we're not, the scientific method sort of, at least in my opinion, comes after this foundational stuff, which is we're trying not to die, we're afraid of death, and we have mammalian instincts. And then we kind of apply these things. So I think the mammalian instincts would kick in and say, wait a sec, we need to find an alternative to killing 80% of the population or something of that nature. And so that's where I think the scientific method is really just this instrument, even if it is this holy instrument that leads us on our decisions. It's not that we always necessarily follow it. There can be plenty of times like, you know, you would say, okay, well, Zolt's idea is to live forever, but he just said earlier he would give his life for his daughter. That doesn't make much transhuman sense. But that's where I'm still a human being. So I haven't actually made that transcendence yet. And I think that's important for transhumanism as well as, you know, our discussion regarding Christianity is transhumanists want the best that they can get in the future, but they're still very much humans. We haven't made this jump yet to being truly transhuman.
Yeah, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, Zoltan's going to run into a burning house to save his daughter. I applaud that, by the way. I consider that, from my view, to be a virtue, right? In fact, if
it's like he can't get this whole idea between transhumanism and posthumanism, right? Because he's saying one day we'll have to leave behind humanity, or we might outlive our mortal frame, right? But right now he wants to accentuate the human, so he can't even decide if he wants to transcend humanity or accentuate, you know, what it is to be human or reach a full potential as a human. You know, it's a totally schizophrenic idea. You know?
If Christians were there, I'm certain that they would assist. They would try to run in and help you do this, putting their life and limb, at risk for somebody who's a virtual unknown. This happens all the time. And by the way, atheists may do this as well, and other categories of people as well. But science can't tell you to do that. Science can only tell you that she's going to die from smoke inhalation. It can only tell you that fire is going to burn her. It can only tell you that the house is burning down. It can't tell you that you should go in and rescue the person who's burning alive, though. Do you see my point?
No, I see what you're saying, but I think science can tell you that, you know, you feel this way, this is happening, this is the best statistical choice. However, if your mammalian sense is contradicting it, then that takes priority. And these are all decisions that we make, you know, instantaneously in our head, even as we're discussing this with each other. So again, it's like the scientific method is not necessarily a set in gold where I follow every single law it says, but I certainly use it all the time to push the transhumanism movement forward. But there are plenty of times when my sense of identity, being a mammal or just a father, step in. We're not, maybe in the future there will be a person that says, you know, I would do these what considered unethical things. I'm not there. I can't even imagine doing that.
But you're appealing to the very humanity that you're trying to transcend, you know, for your decision.
It is. I'm not even pretending to. It's not contradictory. There are plenty of contradictions. It's very contradictory that I take 80% of Christian ideas and leave the rest behind. And it is arbitrary. I was the first to say it. I'm lost. But the point is, this seems to be the best methodology that we have moving forward, almost like an evolutionary trait. We pull the best, we leave behind stuff that doesn't make sense, and we try to move forward as transhuman entities, striving to become something more than we are.
All right, last one here from Zach Galpy comes in and says, I'm confused. In the future, we can live forever and technology will advance. Humans will become cyborgs and won't need basics that humans need. Why would people riot to have the means for food and shelter and therefore need UPGs? Is there any danger in a bit of punctuation, Zach? Far out.
Sure. Let me just answer this, because this is very much what kind of others have been talking about. Elon Musk, our automated abundance economy. It's very possible here in the 10, 20-year future, with so much automation and maybe even becoming some cyborg parts, we would need a lot less housing, a lot less food, a lot less shelter. We wouldn't be immune to cold. It wouldn't need water all the time.
With the 2026 Chevy Equinox, there's no...
Yeah, so, I mean, we got to shut this down because I got to go do my show. So, Nuero, if you want to, pop on over, because I only have a few minutes as it is.
In the transhuman future, everyone's going to be a lot wealthier, but it may not be through materialism as we perceive it now. It might just be because you are kind of a home unto yourself, because your body is so much more protected. Like if, for example, you can get your arm crushed in a machine, but then you can regrow it, or you can have a robotic limb put on instantaneously. It takes the fear away of having arm crushed. So in the future, hopefully we'll be technologically superior, so life will be a lot simpler and easier to live, and we might not even need so many material possessions. I think it'll be a whole different level of wealth. It's some of the things we're promising in my gubernatorial campaign.
You know, interestingly enough, I tell this story a lot. You ever heard of the book The Population Bomb? I'm sure you have. Yeah. And it was completely false. The idea in the book was that people needed to curtail the population immediately, or they would consume so many resources that they'd stagnate their own populations and they would all die off. And they were predicting massive famine due to the hunger from so many different mouths to feed. In fact, what happened was the opposite based on the scientific consensus. When the world population exploded, logistics became possible in a very big way. And when logistics became possible, we're now able to feed more human beings than we ever have before, because the human labor doesn't just double with 2 people, right? It quadruples and it magnifies out from there. That's why a small unit of military men can set up an entire encampment, a small city, in under an hour. Whereas one guy, it may take him 30 days or something like this. The idea is that labor expands the more human beings that there are. They were completely wrong. Every single time I see technological revolution supposed to take away jobs, does the opposite. And in fact, right now we have a labor shortage. We need more people because we're not birthing enough people. And we see this the computers were supposed to do this. They were supposed to revolutionize the idea of, hey, we're getting away from the typewriter now. In fact, that didn't happen at all. It just became more convenient to write more letters, right? Which needed more trees than cut down, which needed more paper mills and manufacturers. It didn't eliminate jobs. The technology, in fact, increases the need for more jobs. And so the idea for UBI has always been silly to me. Technological revolutions don't tend to contract jobs. They tend to expand them.
Might be an interesting debate for another day on UBI, actually.
Yes, I would love to. One of my favorite topics.
All right, a couple more here. David said, for a new flux capacitor for Zoltan, make sure he gets the funds for the new flux capacitor.
Thank you. Send them quick.
And In Bed Not Inbred said, will Zoltan be selling lewd posters if and when he loses the governor race? Is that on the menu?
Yes, OnlyFans is where I'm going.
You know what's really funny? Can I put an olive branch out here? Right. I actually hope that you win the governor race for California. I don't believe that it's possible that anybody can do a worse job than the current governor of California. So I actually do hope that you win. In fact, I wish that they would just walk down the street and point at a random person and make them governor of California. I think that person, whoever that person, I don't care if it's a 90-year-old Chinese lady, would do a better job than the current governor of California is doing. So I actually do wish you luck in this endeavor. You got my vote if I live there.
And let me just say, transhumanism, we don't mention the word transhumanism in our campaign because it throws off people. It's not part of really maybe a little bit of the space industry stuff, sure. But we really, in some extreme longevity stuff, but we just leave the transhumanism stuff alone. And I am, of all the candidates out there, pretty much the most, right-leaning on the left, because I come from a libertarian background. And that upsets a lot of Democrats, which is one of the reasons that it's been hard to catch on with the Democrats. We're actually catching on with those in the middle. And in fact, quite a few Trump people who left for Trump because they didn't want to vote for Kamala are now kind of supporting us. And I agree with you. Look, Gavin's done a terrible job. That's one of the reasons why I'm running. It's just like I have businesses. I'm an entrepreneur. And it's become impossible to run a real estate business in California more, which is one of the things that I've been doing. And, I agree with you.
Best place in the entire world. There's no other place in the entire world than the area that you're in, the Bay Area. The most beautiful. The weather's always perfect. Even in the middle of winter, it's still nice to go outside and sit down in the 70-degree weather oftentimes, right? One of the most fantastic, nothing smells like that place either. From that Pacific Ocean, there's a certain type of breeze that you get there that's not present anywhere else in the world. And they fucking destroyed it. They destroyed it all. They wrecked it. They ruined it. It's the most god-awful tragedy of humanity, because that used to be paradise on earth.
I agree. California is no longer the Golden State. It's really ruined itself. And so there's a lot of us running now to really try to restore it. And I just happen to be kind of the most centric between the two different parties that are doing so. But any of your viewers, we appreciate the vote. Look at what we're doing. We're not talking crazy transhumanism stuff in our campaign. It's really just like, let's get back to business and try to get California back on.
Somebody said, well, wait a second. It gets cold. It's 58 in Sonoma County right now. Well, I was in Michigan and it's
I'm freezing. I'm going to turn on the heater.
It's negative 10 in Michigan right now. So the thing is like, no, man, that really was paradise on earth.
California, whenever I've done that drive from LA up to Santa Barbara, it's really beautiful. It's an amazing scenery. And then I play the
coast. Well, you went down the coastal highway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the coast. There's nothing else in the world like driving down the coastal highway, man.
Yeah, beautiful. Place. Last one here, David said he has some hate for tomatoes. Tomatoes.
All right.
So not relevant to the debate, but doesn't.
In the transhumanist future, there will be no tomatoes.
No tomatoes. I will take them away.
Oh shit.
Vote for me, and it'll be a tomato-free world, according to Zoltan.
No, I was hoping that very little there and then there, right? Except for that whole bitty there. So I gotta actually take off here. So yeah, we'll be on the machine lives doing our regular show. So yeah, come check us out if you guys have time. Blessings. The Machine Lies, Cyber Caliphate. Those are the 2 channels right now. So yeah, blessings. See you guys later. And Neuro, yeah, I'll let you know.
One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very